Chapter 1541 The Reinforcements from Handanar City. In the northern part of the North Sunderland Mountains. This mountain range lies in the middle of the Moyinling Highlands, and is closely connected to the Horsens Mountain in the west of Moyinling. The entire mountain range runs east-west, and the eastern part of the mountain reaches the Inner Lake, the largest cold water lake in the central part of Moyinling. This mountain range cuts the land in the west of Moyun Ridge into two. And now the Handanar city reinforcements have classified 200 kilometers of land extending along the west bank of the Nehu into the occupied area. Boundary monuments have begun to be buried, and almost all of the richest land to the west of the Central Highlands has been occupied. A 40,000-strong armored infantry regiment, led by Marquis Valentin Heller, was marching through a canyon in the eastern mountains of the North Sunderland Mountains. This canyon happens to be the connecting channel between the north and south lands in the western area of Moyinling Highlands. Currently, the Handanar city reinforcements want to enter the northern western area from the southern western area. Passing here is the fastest way, except for this canyon. In addition, if you want to enter the North District, you must go around the shore of the Neha Lake. Not only will you walk 3 times more, but you will also have to pass through the territory of Earl Serdek. Of course, Marquis Heller was confident that he could pass smoothly, so he led a large group of people to take this road. Prior to this, Marquis Simon Geoffrey had led 1,500 constructed swordsmen as the vanguard and passed through this canyon very smoothly. The constructed swordsmen also saw some evil spirits along the way. But after seeing the constructed swordsmen, those evil ghost warriors couldn't wait to get into the mountains. They seemed to have no fighting spirit and looked like they couldn't wait to escape. Marquis Heller hopes to bury a large number of boundary markers on the edge of the land in the northern part of the Western Highlands as soon as possible. Only in this way can it be proved that this land belongs to the lords of Handanar city. Each of these heavy armored infantry soldiers is equipped with 2 war horses. Not only can they be exchanged during a forced march, but they can also have another horse carry heavy armor and luggage. Even if the army travels long distances and marches quickly, the soldiers can take turns riding. Let Gubo Lima regain his strength. Facts have proved that the intelligence said by Marquis Geoffrey was very accurate. Along the way, Marquis Heller also encountered several waves of evil ghost warriors. But after seeing the heavy armored infantry, they retreated into the mountains without even fighting. Marquis Heller never expected that those evil ghost warriors, who existed like menacing gods on the battlefield in Cornbird County, were as timid as rats hiding in burrows on Moyun Ridge. This canyon looks extremely quiet, with only the occasional sound of birdsong coming from the sparse woods on both sides of the canyon. It had just rained heavily in the morning, and the road in the canyon seemed a bit muddy. The rainwater flowing down the hillside merged into a muddy river at the bottom of the canyon, and the water flow was not fast. Perhaps it was because it had just rained, and the surroundings were filled with a fresh smell. Countless war horses trampled the only road in the canyon to pieces, and a herald came from behind on a fast horse. He was riding a different Gubo war horse. There were several faint lines on the front legs of this horse, and it was like a gust of wind when it ran. Every time it jumped forward, it was like a gust of wind. Time. It is much further than other ancient Bolai Ma. The young herald was wearing leather armor, accompanied by a knight's sword, and a leather satchel slung across his body, and he chased directly towards where Marquis Heller was. When he arrived in front of Marquis Heller, he was stopped by 2 guards beside Marquis Heller. Marquis Heller, I am the herald of the Western Route Army. Commander Soldak has written you a letter. The herald took out a scroll of parchment from his leather satchel and shouted loudly towards Marquis Heller, who was not far ahead. Marquis Heller frowned slightly, and turned to look at the herald with some dissatisfaction. His eyes were a little cold, which frightened the herald into shutting up immediately. Bring here! After a while, Marquis Heller said to the guards beside him. The guard quickly took the letter from the herald and handed it to Marquis Heller. Marquis Heller unfolded the parchment, read the letter silently, and then came with an intriguing smile on his lips. Tell Count Serdek that I have received and read his letter, and I will try my best to cooperate with his actions. After saying this, Marquis Heller's voice paused. His tone became a little uncertain, and then he said, However, the situation on the battlefield here in the North Sunderland Mountains is relatively complicated. Our heavy armored infantry regiment in Handanar city has limited combat capabilities and may not be able to advance into Horsens Mountain as scheduled. Everything will be kept simple during the march. I won't write a reply. Just follow my instructions and send a message to Count Soldak. Have you remembered what I said? Marquis Heller's tone rose, and the ending was even a bit sharp. The herald kept his head lowered. When he heard Marquis Heller's question, he quickly said, I have written it all down. Marquis Heller waved his hand, indicating that the messenger could leave. Then he turned around and continued on his way. As for Soldak's order for the reinforcements to move westward along the Viliagossi hills, Marquis Valentin Heller pretended that he had not seen it at all. What a joke. Now that the reinforcements from Handanar city are about to pass through the Northumberland Mountains and enter the western and northern areas of the Moyniling Highlands, how can they return the same way and call in the heavy armored infantry scattered in other places? The regiment, following the route drawn by Serdek, approached the Evil Ghost camp. They did not come here to kill many Evil Ghost warriors. Marquis Heller was quite familiar with the terrifying combat power of the Evil Ghost warriors. The main purpose of their coming here is to occupy more land, since the hateful Lord Soldak has included all the best eastern areas into his territory. Of course, Marquis Heller will try his best to transfer the remaining land to Han Dynasty, the occupied area of Donna's city reinforcements. As for whether he obeyed Count Soldak's military orders on the battlefield in Moyniling Highlands, that depends on how he says it. A Count Commander wants a distinguished Marquis to execute military orders. Even if Count Soldak complains to the Parliament of the Bina House of Representatives, they can only argue with each other, even if there is Marquis Luther standing behind him. But Heller the Marquis is the noble lords of Handanar city. Marquis Heller thought of this, and waved to a guard beside him. The bodyguard rode up to him, and shouted respectfully, "Your Majesty the Marquis! Send the order, and ask the soldiers in front to speed up, and try to cross this canyon before dark, and try not to conflict with the evil spirits here." Marquis Heller ordered to the guards around him. "Yes," the guard replied immediately. In recent times, the reinforcements have encountered ghost warriors several times in the mountains of Northumberland. However, the number of those ghost warriors is very small. Only dozens or hundreds. They encountered tens of thousands of reinforcements from Handanar city. The large army ran into the mountains without looking back. These several encounters with evil spirits gave Marquis Heller great confidence that those evil spirits were nothing more than that. In fact, many of these evil ghost warriors escaped from Beishan Pass. All the confidence of the evil spirits who experienced the battle at Beishan Pass was shattered. They hide in these mountains just because they can still enter the mountains. Find something to eat so that you don't starve to death. When they see the Green Empire's army, they will subconsciously hide. They fled from the battlefield at the North Pass all the way into the Northumberland Mountains, and no one knew how many companions died along the way. At this time, a large number of their heavy armored infantry regiments passed through the canyon without even the thought of harassing them. There are many such evil ghost teams along the Northumberland Mountains. They always gather in dozens or hundreds, so there is no need to fear the demon hunters in most adventure groups. Although Marquis Valentin Heller has no idea of fighting this group of evil ghost warriors, this does not represent the idea of all the reinforcements. This reinforcement from Handanar city was actually pieced together by many lords' armies. Marquis Heller was only the top commander of the reinforcements, and the real command rights of many lords' armies were still in the hands of the commanders of various infantry regiments. Everyone saw that the ghost warriors in the Northumberland Mountains were as timid as mice, and some of the captains of the infantry regiments became excited. This support force forced its way into the Moyniling Highlands. In addition to wanting to occupy some land, it also wanted to acquire some unidentified black magic crystals. Now that a large area of land is included in the occupied territory, the leaders of the infantry regiments are thinking about whether they can get some unidentified black magic crystals at the minimum cost. Marquis Nishizawa's magic crystal acquisition plan here has not been going well. So when these group leaders saw the evil ghost warriors emerging from the mountains, they had some careful thoughts. There will always be some small groups of warriors in the reinforcements who secretly run into the woods on both sides of the canyon to hunt evil spirits in the name of investigating the surrounding enemies. These warrior squads still took some advantage in the early stages. There are no steep peaks in the Northumberland Mountains. It is more like a land of closely overlapping hills. The terrain of the mountains on both sides of this canyon is also quite gentle, and the woods on the hillside are like the black patterns on cows, distributed in patches among the mountains. The rest of the place is covered with moss, grass and patches of bushes. Of course, you can also see patches of rocky areas. A squadron of heavy armored infantry riding Guboy war horses crossed the mountain ridge in front of them. The scouts in the team followed the footprints left by the evil spirits on the grass after the rain and tracked them to the front of the forest area. The squadron leader of the heavy armored infantry squadron even smelled the unique stench of the evil ghost coming from the woods in front. The woods were extremely quiet, not even the chirping of cicadas or birds. As the squadron leader waved his hand behind, more than 100 infantry soldiers jumped off their horses, quickly put their armor on their bodies, and took off their saddles. Take out the sword and shield from the rack. They obviously did not rush into the woods in a hurry, but quickly formed a square formation in front of the woods. The shield warriors are at the front, followed by warriors holding spears and warriors holding axes. Only this mixed heavy armored infantry regiment can quickly kill evil spirits in battle. For the heavy armored infantry, it is safer to rush in a square formation than to rush into the woods in small groups. Several scouts with reconnaissance capabilities were mixed in with the shield warriors. They were wearing heavy armor and holding standard repeating crossbows. The trees in this dense forest were covered with weeds. The woods were not too big, so a few scouts circled around the woods and judged that there were not many evil ghost warriors hidden here. This is why the squadron leader decided to fight here. Just as the whole row of shield warriors stepped into the woods, the scouts mixed in with the shield warriors discovered the evil ghost warrior hiding behind the tree, with several bone spurs sticking out from behind the trunk. Several scouts almost fired crossbows at the evil ghost warriors. The battle is about to break out. Some ghost warriors had no intention of fighting at all. When they saw the heavy armored infantry rushing in from outside the woods, they hurriedly evacuated. There were also some evil ghost warriors who didn't want to escape anymore. They rushed out from behind the tree trunks with swords in their hands and strode towards the phalanx to kill them. However, there were only 7 ghost warriors who had the courage to rush over, and the remaining few chose to escape from the forest quickly. More than 100 heavily armed heavy infantry warriors collided with 7 evil ghost warriors, especially a row of shield warriors in front of them. The sword in the evil ghost warrior's hand was parried by the shield, and the spear warrior behind struggled to stab out the sword in his hand. Spear. These evil ghost warriors didn't even think about dodging. They allowed the spears to pierce through the bone armor of their bodies, although the war blades in their hands were blocked by the shields. They used their physical advantages to sweep towards the heads of those shield warriors. 3 shield warriors dodged cleverly, but the other 4 shield warriors failed to dodge. 2 war blades slashed on the iron helmets, creating a spark, and the other 2 war blades slashed along the helmet and chest. The gap in the armor cut into the neck, and the heads of the 2 infantry soldiers flew out together with their helmets. The evil ghost warriors reached out and grabbed the spears pierced into their bodies. When they were about to die, they spun their bodies wildly and swung the spears forcefully. The spear warriors were caught off guard, and all the spears fell out of their hands. Immediately, the evil ghost warriors strode into the phalanx. This endless battle was destined to end only when one party fell completely. With their huge numerical advantage, the heavy armored infantry squadron took a quarter of an hour to surround and kill the 7 evil spirits. But they also paid a heavy price with 5 dead and 17 injured. The evil spirits, who are desperate to fight back, are much stronger than they think. At the end of the battle, the axe warriors behind the team rushed up quickly and chopped off the heads of the evil spirits. The warriors with skinning skills began to peel off the skins of the black demons. They were very skilled at doing this. There are also some soldiers who help bandage their injured comrades. As for their fallen comrades, they will be buried on the spot, and their horses, armor, weapons, and personal property will be taken back by the squadron leader of the battle group. This is the battle of ordinary infantry soldiers. These soldiers have long been accustomed to it, and no one has a mental breakdown just because a few people died. Everyone is performing their duties to clean up the battlefield. The injured warriors will be sent to the legion's ranks by their companions, and the others will follow the chaos and continue to chase the 6 evil ghost warriors who escaped. After this battle, these infantry warriors were completely awake. The evil ghost warriors hiding in this mountain did not seem to have changed at all. They were as ferocious and fierce as the evil ghosts in other places, and at the same time, they were more ferocious than other places. The evil ghost is even more wretched. Chapter 1542 The Evil Ghost's Counterattack. In the West Route Army camp at the mountain pass in the southern part of Moyinling, as the constructed knights and the heavy armored infantry pioneer group left one after another, the camp has gradually become deserted. However, there are hundreds of adventure group tents outside the camp, and a team of the warehouses stocked by caravans indicate that this place will become the heart of the Moyinling Highlands battlefield. Whether it is the Western Route Army, adventure groups and caravans, a large amount of blood is delivered to the entire highland from here. Serdek sat in front of the round table, and his eyes fell on the map. The map was messy with countless red and black lines. Signa stood beside it, staring at Serdek with some boredom. She was just about to ride a horse. I went for a walk outside, but before I left the camp, I was called back by Serdek. I felt a little unhappy and wanted to complain to Serdek. There aren't any evil spirits around here, so it's no big deal to go out for a walk. Signa's big black eyes stared at Soldek. Her fair face was sullen, and she didn't say a word. Cerdak deliberately pretended not to see her and left her there. It wasn't until Selena walked in from the outside that Zigna blinked her eyes, pouted, and looked pitifully aggrieved.
What? Do you still need me to explain where you went wrong?
Selena glared at her daughter. If Soldak hadn't stopped her just now, she would have personally captured Zigna and locked her in a warehouse to let her reflect on it. There are many adventure groups around the camp, and I don't know how many pairs of eyes are staring here. Even if most of these adventure groups come to hunt evil spirits, it is difficult to guarantee that there are no adventure groups hiding some other thoughts. These adventure groups are basically composed of adventurers, demon hunters, and magicians. But there are also some slave traders hiding among them. Most of the adventure groups come from Handanar City. No one can guarantee that there are no noble lords of Handanar City mixed in. If someone secretly captures Zigna at this time, it will definitely affect Cerdak, and even the entire process of the Western Root Army's Western expedition. So at this moment, Cerdak did not dare to let Zigna run out and risk her life. Andrew and Wolf Knight Tego led the Constructed Knights and Ant Cavalry Regiment to the Viliagasi Hills, and Gary Decker led the Heavy Armored Infantry Vanguard to the Mevajisi Canyon. The confidants who stayed here were not many. No one has time to stare at Zigna. Regarding these matters, Nika warned Zigna once in the morning. Obviously Zigna did not take these words to heart. Seeing her mother's stern face, Zigna shrank her neck and completely acted like a sand chicken. Cerdak reached out and touched Zigna's head, messing up her curly hair even more.
Go and play. When you have free time, help Nika. Don't think about leaving the camp,
Cerdak said. Zigna knew that as long as Cerdak spoke, her mother would not object again even if she was unwilling to let her go. When she raised her head, a sweet smile filled her face again. Her big eyes curved into crescent moons. She held the hem of her princess dress with both hands, curtsied to Soldak, and said happily,
"No."
He turned around and ran out of the military camp tent.
"You've spoiled her,"
Selena complained softly to Cerdak.
"It's okay. Zigna is smarter than we see. She's just a little playful."
After saying that, Cerdak leaned back on the chair and rubbed his cheeks vigorously with both hands. Selena was responsible for the logistic supplies of the entire Western Root Army. The main force of the Heavy Armored Infantry Regiment was about to go on an expedition. She was the busiest during this period. She only stayed in the big tent for a moment before leaving in a hurry. Not long after, Samira walked in, followed by the herald who ran to the canyon of the North Sunderland Mountains to deliver a message to the reinforcement commander of Handanar City, Marquis Heller. The herald walked to the big tent and said to Cerdak saluted and then said,
"Commander, your letter has been delivered to Marquis Valentine Heller."
If there was any letter, it must have been handed to Soldak at this moment.
Soldak looked up at him and asked, "What did Marquis Heller say to you?"
The herald lowered his head and said,
"Marquis Heller just said that the situation is complicated. The reinforcements are limited, and they may not arrive at Horsens Mountain as scheduled."
There was suddenly silence in the tent for a moment. The herald secretly breathed a sigh of relief. Fortunately, he didn't hear Soldak throw the cup. Regarding the reply given by the reinforcements from Handanar City, the herald was almost stunned after hearing this. The Marquis clearly told Commander Cerdak,
"I will occupy the territory first, but the battle will be difficult.
It's best not to come to me, because I won't do anything if you come to me. Although that army is nominally the reinforcement of the West Root Army. If the other party really refuses to listen to Soldak's orders, there is really nothing the West Root Army can do. Should this lawsuit be taken to Duke Newman? Now Duke Newman may have to pass through the portal in Epsom City, and the House of Representatives of Handanar County is their territory. And Cerdak doesn't even have to think about saying anything to those noble members."
"I know. Thank you for your hard work. You can go and rest."
Cerdak waved his hand and said to the herald. The herald responded,
"Yes, Your Majesty, Commander."
After saying that, he immediately turned around and left. He didn't want to bring disaster to the fish pond, thinking that Cerdak must be holding back the anger in his heart. The herald wished he could walk faster. Half-elf archer Samira clasped her hands on her chest and stood beside the round table and said to Soldak,
"It seems that, as you said, this Marquis of Heller will not fight with us. At least, he didn't readily agree and then stand still. At least, he gave me some mental preparation."
Cerdak responded with a faint smile. Since there were no expectations, there was not much disappointment. At least the Marquis Valentine Heller was a real villain.
"What are we going to do next?"
Samira asked. Soldak did not answer directly, but changed the subject and asked,
Where are Gary Decker's Vanguard Regiment now?
Samira clicked on the map with her slender fingers and said,
Here. It is less than 100 kilometers away from the Memajisai Gorge.
Soldak nodded and continued.
This battle is crucial. I have to give enough confidence to the adventure groups behind me, so that they will be bolder and spread out like fishing nets throughout the western part of the highlands instead of waiting behind us like they are now. The situation changes.
In the valleys of the North Sunderland Mountains, an infantry squadron won a small-scale encounter. Although there were some casualties, it also greatly increased the confidence of these infantry soldiers. Every unidentified black magic crystal will be a glory. When this war is over, as long as you can return home safely, you will not need to pay taxes to the Lord for at least 5 years. The heavy armored infantrymen were all filled with passion and continued to pursue deep into the mountains along the blood trails left by the evil spirits. There are 6 experienced scouts in their squadron scouting the road ahead, always alert to the surrounding movements. Once they find a large number of evil spirits ahead, everyone will immediately mount their horses and run back. If you still meet a small group of evil spirits, you will naturally eat them in one bite. Everyone came to the battlefield here to get a bargain. I heard that the adventure group of more than a dozen people could survive here, and the harvest was pretty good. They, the heavy armored infantry warriors, would definitely not have any problems. It is said that you can pick up black magic crystals by just walking on the highlands of Moyenling. This rumor seems to be true now. After chasing forward for half a day, they still could not catch up with the 6 escaped evil spirits. The captain of the infantry squadron did not want to leave too far from the Canyon Mountain Road, so he thought of leading the squadron back. Although the harvest this time was lower than expected, it was still a small achievement. A group of heavy armored infantry soldiers rested for a while in a forest on the hillside. They boiled some water and ate some batter like marching rations, and then planned to get on their horses and leave the mountain. But before all the soldiers had finished eating the marching rations in their lunch boxes, the infantry soldiers on guard duty standing on the mountain ridge in the distance waved their hands towards the forest in a panic, then hurriedly pulled the reins of the horses beside them, and hurriedly went to mount a war horse and escape. A black bone spear flew out from the other side of the ridge and accurately pierced the back of the sentry infantry soldier. The sharp bone spear came out from his chest and pierced the neck of the war horse, killing him and the war horse. Stringed together, the war horse neighed miserably and fell onto the mountain ridge. A police whistle immediately sounded in the rest area in the forest. All the infantry soldiers put down their lunch boxes and picked up the weapons around them to prepare for the battle. The squadron leader of the infantry regiment simply threw the lunch box in his hand at his feet and strode out of the forest. Before he could shout "Get ready to fight!" he saw 1, 2, 3 appearing on the ridge. There was a whole row of evil ghost warriors covered in black bone armor. These evil ghost warriors were holding bone spears in their hands and almost sprinting towards the forest. There were at least dozens of them.
Everyone mount up and retreat quickly,
the squadron leader shouted, turned around and ran towards the Gu-Bo Lai horse beside him. The heavy armored infantry soldiers in the forest were in a mess. At this time, no one was willing to fight to stop the evil spirits. Everyone went to find their own horses. They thought that as long as they got on the horses, they could get rid of these evil spirits, who were already weak from hunger. Of evil spirits. Whoosh whoosh. Bone spears pierced the sky one after another. The evil ghosts stood high on the mountain ridge and charged towards the forest below the hillside. These bone spears drew parabolas in the sky and continued to fall into the forest. The throwing distance of these sharp bone spears was much farther than the squadron leader expected. Before these heavy armored infantry soldiers could run out of the forest on horseback, some of the soldiers were already pierced by bone spears and fell off their horses. There were also some ancient Bo Lai war horses that were pierced by bone spears and fell heavily on the grass slopes. The infantry soldiers on the horses fell down and rolled awkwardly on the grass. It was impossible to get up and find the war horses again. Inside, those who can still run will desperately spread their legs and escape down the grass slope. The squadron leader gritted his teeth and cut the luggage hemp rope on the hook, letting the luggage hang on the horses but fall down. He just couldn't take off the heavy armor on the horse. Otherwise, he would not hesitate at this time. Take it off. If there were more than 20 evil ghosts, they might still have the strength to fight. However, dozens of evil ghosts suddenly appeared on the mountain ridge. The few manpower around them was not even enough to fight these evil ghosts. If they didn't run away, they would have to wait. What? He held the reins with one hand and fumbled with the buckle of the breastplate with the other hand. He took off the breastplate and threw it away, as well as the bulky shield. When they rushed out of the forest, The squadron leader had already rushed to the front of a group of heavy armored infantry soldiers. The physical strength of these ancient Bolai horses could not support infantry soldiers running wildly on the grass in heavy armor, even downhill. The squadron leader knew this very well, and did not hesitate to reduce all the weight that could be lost. The other infantry soldiers were not as skilled as him. The evil ghosts on the mountain ridge roared at the top of their lungs and chased after him with great strides. One bone spear after another took away the lives of the infantry soldiers. When the squadron leader rode Gubwa's war horse to completely get rid of those evil spirits, and then counted the surviving infantry soldiers around him, he found that there were less than 20 people left. There were more than 30 war horses that came out. Those evil spirits have long since stopped chasing. They stayed on the battlefield on the hillside. A group of them were squatting on the grass, almost half kneeling in front of the corpses of infantry soldiers and war horses. They didn't care whether those soldiers were dead or not, stretching out their scarlet-red blood. His long tongue rolled up, the blood gushing from the wound. Their bodies seemed to be trembling constantly, and their bone armor made a crunching sound. When a heavy armored infantry squadron of more than 100 people encountered dozens of evil spirits, they were almost unable to fight, and were chased by these evil spirits and fled in all directions. It's a pity that they wore heavy armor, and even if they had war horses, they couldn't escape. One after another, they became a meal for the evil spirits. Those evil ghost warriors didn't chase too far at all. They stopped when they found enough food. Waves of low howlings came from the mountains far away. It was heard that the legs of the 24 surviving infantry soldiers were weak, and they might not be able to walk if they were not riding on horseback. They are a group of ghost warriors who fled into the Northumberland Mountains after being defeated at the Battle of North Pass, being chased by those terrifying construct knights. They can only run away desperately, and they don't need to run very fast, as long as they are faster than their companions. Later, the construct knights stopped chasing and met groups of adventure groups looking for lone evil spirits. They suddenly realized that only by joining together could they avoid being hunted by those adventure groups. So they hid in the mountains of Northumberland in a hurry, and I was scared to death. There was nothing edible at all in this bare mountain. They could only eat moss and gnaw tree bark. Just when they felt that they were about to die, a heavy armored infantry regiment suddenly appeared in the canyon. At first, they were so frightened that they hid deep in the mountains. Then they found that the heavy armored infantry soldiers formed teams and dispersed into the mountains around the canyon. Then some heavy armored infantry soldiers found the evil ghosts hiding in the woods. When these evil ghosts started fighting, they thought they would run away if they couldn't beat them. But as they fought, they discovered that these heavy armored infantry warriors didn't seem to be as strong as the infantry warriors they met before. So the evil spirits tried to fight back, and the battle went smoothly. Not only did they kill nearly 100 infantry soldiers, they also killed many war horses. All the evil spirits began to squat on the battlefield and feast. They had not been able to have a full meal for a long time. The smell of human blood made them even crazier, and they let out low growls of calling. When the evil ghost warriors in the distant mountains and forests heard such roars, they turned around and walked towards the location where the sound came from. Chapter 1543, Mevagissey Gorge. A sudden heavy rain delayed the heavy armored infantry vanguard regiment led by Gary Decker halfway. There is a kind of thick moss all over the highlands of Moyinling. They have reproduced on this land for countless generations. During the dry season, the moss sticks to the ground and turns yellow. When you step on it, fine pieces of dead grass will blow in the wind, floating away, like puffs of blue smoke. But when the rainy season comes, a heavy rain will bring them back to life. And these thick yellow mosses are full of water. When you step on them, you can leave deep footprints on the moss-covered ground. Inside these footprints, it will quickly fill with rainwater. Not only is this mossy ground slippery, but the accumulated rainwater on the grass will make many shallow pits disappear. The infantry soldiers wore long leather boots and walked on such poor roads, which greatly slowed down their marching speed. Gary Decker originally planned to reach the mouth of the Mevagissey Gorge before dark, but now he had to find on a high hill, camp and rest for one night. There was wet mud and water everywhere, and the only advantage of being on the high hill was that there were no puddles filled with rainwater. The tents set up in such muddy water were also wet. If they couldn't find dry firewood, they could only use the magic scroll of fire gathering to boil the water. The low roars of evil spirits could be heard from the distant hills. This time, Callie Decker rushed to the Mevagissey Gorge with 30,000 heavy armored infantry. Surdak led the large army to postpone the trip for 2 days. All the infantry soldiers she brought this time were Sir. Almost all of the most elite troops in Lord Dark's army had participated in the Battle of the Darkworm Valley in the White Forest Plain. Moreover, Gary Decker also brought over 20,000 ghostly patterned soldier ants and Naomi's abomination squadron. Even though Naomi has only sown 60 abominations these days, these big guys are covered with runes. Each one is like a small mountain. They lurk day and night with the ghost patterned soldier ants. They are more powerful than 30,000. The heavy armored infantry regiment also reached the mouth of the Mevagissai Gorge first. There is a very open and flat land in this valley, which is connected to the mountains at the southern foot of Mayun Mountains. Therefore, the trees in the mountains here are lush and green, mostly tall cold and white birches. A group of evil ghosts are hiding in this valley. Mainly, it was also to set up a line of defense at the southern entrance of Mayun Ridge and Horsens Mountain. In addition, in this mountainous dense forest, various vines and bushes grow berries, and the mulch on the ground grows various mushrooms. There are also some small animals and birds unique to the dense forest, and some birch bark. These can become food for evil spirits. More than 10,000 evil spirits ran into this canyon and were distributed in the canyon corridor, dozens of kilometers long. They did not stay together. It wasn't until the ghost-marked Red Ant army arrived at the entrance of the canyon that the evil ghosts in the canyon became nervous. This group of ghost-patterned soldier ants is no weaker than the evil ghosts in terms of strength, but their attack method is relatively simple. However, when they form a square formation with the heavy armored infantry on the battlefield, they can also fight against the evil ghost warriors. The successive defeats at the mountain pass at the southern foot of Mayun Mountain made these evil spirits no longer arrogant and contemptuous of the Imperial Legion. This time Gulitum and Naomi followed the ghost-striped Red Ant army to the entrance of the canyon, and heard the evil spirits in the canyon roaring, as if they were passing messages to each other. Naomi and her abominations rested in the dense forest on the hillside to the left of the canyon entrance. The druids also took a large group of ghost-patterned soldier ants to hide in the dense forest on both sides of the canyon. The two-headed ogre brothers looked at the canyon covered with grass and asked the magician of the reconnaissance team, who was leading the way, "Magic Abide, how long will it take for Gary Decker's vanguard team to arrive? The news just came. It is said that it will be tomorrow afternoon at the earliest." The magician Avid said casually, standing next to the two-headed ogre. It only took 5 days for the gash in the space magician's ribs to be completely healed. Now he has followed the two-headed ogre to the battlefield of Mevagissai Canyon, where he is responsible for transmitting information. After all, there is about to be a big war here. There are nearly 60 magicians in the investigation team scattered in an area of 100 kilometers around the battlefield. Once the evil ghost army rushes in from other places, the magicians in charge of the investigation will be the first to do so. Time brings the news here. "Oh, you said there are nearly 10,000 evil ghosts hiding in this canyon?" The two-headed ogre stood on the slope and looked around the canyon. Magician Avid replied, "If you don't count the evil ghosts who escaped from the Nanlu Mountain Pass, the number should be almost the same. Several of our magicians have been tracking this evil ghost army for 3 days in a row. They entered this canyon only a month ago." Gulitum and his good brother Nahua looked at each other, and then asked Avid, "You mean there might be more evil spirits lurking here?" Avid shook his head and said, "It's hard to say. The woods on the slopes of this canyon are too dense. It's impossible to detect the specific number of the evil ghost army. It may be less than my estimate." The two-headed ogre brothers felt that the always serious magician Avid was quite boring, so they stopped chatting with him. In the evening, thousands of evil ghost warriors gathered on the grassland at the entrance of the canyon. They all came from the dense forest deep in the canyon. It was getting dark, and some evil ghost warriors were still appearing one after another in the surrounding dense forest. When they came out of the dense forest, they gathered together and stared at the entrance of the canyon. In the darkness, being watched eagerly by a group of evil ghosts squatting in the grass. The ghost-patterned soldier ants in the dense forest at the entrance of the canyon also crawled out of their caves, revealing their ferocious giant pincers at the edge of the dense forest. The two-headed ogre did not lead the group of ghost-patterned soldier ants to charge against the evil ghost warriors. Gary Decker's heavy armored infantry regiment failed to keep up. The ghost-patterned soldier ants and the evil spirits here may suffer a lot. It was getting dark, and Gulitum was betting that these evil ghost warriors would not dare to charge forward. The previous night battles made these evil spirits mistakenly believe that the heavy armored infantry of the Western Route Army had strong night fighting capabilities. Now the evil spirits naturally dare not act rashly. Under night, adventure groups arrived at Mevagissai Gorge. These adventure groups heard that the West Route Army would have a big battle with the evil ghost army here, so they rushed here at a faster pace. Naturally, they hoped that the West Route Army could win on this battlefield after the victory was determined. Get some benefits.
Speaking of which, the West Route Army has never let these adventure groups down. The Hayes Adventure Group was also among them. These adventure groups camped on a high hill not far outside the canyon. At first, only a few adventure groups gathered together. Before dark, a few more adventure groups came. After dark, more adventure groups arrived here. In a tent, Kofi sat opposite Captain Hayes and introduced to everyone. This time Lord Surdak no longer restricts the entry time of our adventure groups. As long as the Western Route Army defeats the evil ghost army from the front, we can enter the canyon and hunt those evil ghost warriors who are alone or injured. Prerequisites: we can't pick them up on the battlefield, even if they are injured evil spirits. As long as they leave the battlefield and enter the dense forest, we can hunt and kill them at will, and no one will care about them. The captain of an adventure group next to Kofi said worriedly, "Could this news be false? I heard that Commander Surdak has a bad temper. If the news is false this time, it might completely anger him. Let's go on." Kofi was a little anxious. How could the note said by Zigna from the military camp be fake? Captain Hayes felt that it was pointless to continue arguing like this, and decided on the spot. "We will wait and see from the edge of the battlefield first, and wait until the evil ghosts are completely defeated by the West Route Army Pioneer Regiment, and then wait for an opportunity to move." Clear. All members of the adventure group agreed. "Be alert when you rest at night." Seeing the team members filing out of the tent, Captain Hayes took the trouble to remind everyone. Everyone didn't sleep well that night, including the two-headed ogre brothers. They were always worried that the evil spirits in the grass would suddenly rush out of the canyon. Finally, in the morning, I saw that the number of evil ghost warriors in the wild grass a few hundred meters away had increased to several thousand. This also frightened the two-headed ogre brothers. They thought that last night, they took advantage of those evil ghosts. A fight before so many people have gathered may just disperse these evil ghost warriors. Now that there are so many evil ghosts at once, 20,000 ordinary ghost-striped soldier ants may not be able to defeat them. We can only confront each other here until the heavy armored infantry regiment arrives here. The battle in the canyon was about to break out, but Surdak was still on the grassland 200 kilometers away, advancing westward with an army of nearly 100,000 people. If everything goes well on the Kali Decker side, the main force of the Western Route Army will not stop in the Mevajisai Gorge, or even get too close to the battlefield here, and will go directly through the Mevajisai Gorge and willy a large meadow between the hills of Agassi. However, because the main force of the West Route Army soldiers will not have any large-scale battles on this section of the road, these adventure groups smelled the smell and ran to the canyon. In the early morning, the evil ghost warriors did not immediately attack the ghost-patterned ant army led by the two-headed ogre. After the evil spirits quickly gathered, they began to form an attack formation. When everything was ready, they saw a group of abominations made of various limbs and stitches suddenly appeared in the opposite camp. These abominations squeezed out from the dense forest. I didn't feel much at first. When they lined up a wall with their tall bodies, the evil spirits realized that this group of monsters was not that easy to deal with. The two-headed ogre brothers waited at the edge of the dense forest all morning. Finally, more than 8,000 evil ghost warriors gathered in the yellow grass inside the canyon. These demons stood densely in a large area, and their roars became shorter and shorter, more urgent, and their voices began to become more passionate. With a worried look on his face, Gulidum said to his good brother Nailware next to him, "If Gary Decker's vanguard group can't arrive again, we will have to fight from the front for a while. I hope there won't be too many in the opposite camp." Evil General. The two-headed ogre brothers looked worried and prepared for battle. "Gulidum, look over there. It's our heavy armored infantry vanguard group." The magician Avid stood on a big tree, pointed at the wilderness in the distance and shouted loudly. Before the words of the magician Avid disappeared, the evil ghost warriors in the grass on the opposite side also discovered the reinforcements here. They finally realized that this battle could not wait any longer. The reinforcements on the opposite side seemed to be stronger than their own. A lot more. So the evil ghost warriors standing in the front row began to walk quickly, then ran slowly, increasing their speed little by little, and finally took long strides to run. The armies of both sides were not far apart from each other originally. The ghost-striped soldier ants were guarding the dense forest on the left side of the canyon entrance. The evil ghost warriors gathered in the grass inside the canyon. The evil ghost warriors took great strides and ran. Almost instantly, he rushed to the front of the dense forest. The runes on a row of tall, round and clumsy abominations lit up one after another. And then, they swung their fat buttocks, swinging their stitched arms and thighs very rhythmically, and rushed towards the evil ghost warriors. Although they are burning with soul fire,
They are a group of puppets who cannot feel any fear. Under Naomi's control, she ran headlong into those evil ghost warriors. These abominations were constantly exuding corrosive poisonous gas. The evil ghost warrior waved the war blade in his hand and slashed at Abomination's body. With each additional wound, the poisonous gas under Abomination's feet would become richer. And these abominable arms are also extremely powerful. They just wave their huge fists and smash them towards the evil ghost warriors. The two sides collided for a moment, and the evil ghost warriors were unable to break through the defense line formed by the Abominations. Gary Decker, who was not far away, happened to see this scene and shouted to the tired heavy armored infantry around him.
All infantry soldiers, speed up and prepare to fight.
A group of infantry soldiers also discovered the battle at the entrance of the canyon in the distance. They took out their weapons and shields and increased the frequency of their steps. They were wearing heavy armor, so they couldn't run at full speed on the battlefield. At most, they could only walk faster. A row of heavy armored infantry appeared on a grassy slope in the distance, and they probably didn't think it was anything. When the second row, the third row, and the fourth row appeared one after another, the grassland was filled with people, and the powerful pressure brought by the military formation suddenly spread. The evil ghost warriors became dizzy and weak in the poisonous swamp of the Abominations, and the fat Abominations turned into pools of green pus one after another under the attack of the evil ghost warriors. The ghost-striped soldier ants hiding in the dense forest also rushed out of the forest amidst the whistles of the druids. This was a duel from the front. Not far away, there were many adventure group soldiers watching. When they saw the monster legion of the Western Root Army, they were all shocked at first. Many people had only heard of it, but I haven't seen it before. Now I see the giant ants covered in dark red armor rushing into the battlefield, and they all let out loud shouts for a while. The battlefield suddenly became filled with loud shouts of killing. Seeing that the rows of infantry soldiers around him could still maintain their basic formation, Gary Decker immediately mounted his magic-marked warhorse and rushed up with the infantry soldiers. The heavy armored infantry soldiers were not stupid enough to have to collide with these. Even if the soldiers at the front were holding swords and shields, they had no dangerous thoughts at this time. They inserted themselves into the gaps in the ghost-patterned soldier ant camp extremely skillfully. And then all the infantry squads dispersed and rushed forward with the ghost-patterned soldier ants. With the cover of the ghost-patterned soldier ants, he began to use the Paglio spear to collect the lives of the evil ghost warriors on the battlefield. As each evil ghost warrior fell down, a large number of ghost-patterned soldier ants were also chopped off by the evil ghost warriors' giant pincers and split their hard skulls. Chapter 1544 The Marquis Troubles. The evil ghost warriors first took a bath in the poisonous swamp of hatred. Just when they became weak, they were caught off guard by the ghost-marked red ants and heavy armored infantry. The entire battlefield became very tragic. A large number of corpses of evil ghosts and ghost-patterned soldier ants fell in the grass. This time, the Western Root Army invested 20,000 ghost-patterned soldier ants and 30,000 heavy armored infantry in the Mevagissai Gorge. At this moment, there are only less than 9,000 evil ghost warriors standing on the frontal battlefield. The only evil general was also surrounded and killed by Ghoul-Item, Gary Decker, and Naomi. In fact, the two-headed ogre Ghoul-Item and Gary Decker, two powerful men in the second rank, were in front and had already dragged the evil ghost general on the battlefield. The necromancer Naomi just let the skeleton warrior beside him rush forward and threw 2 bottles of corpse poison at the evil ghost general. Soon, sticky purple blood began to flow out from all the joints in the evil ghost general's body. Ghoul-Item and Jelly Decker clearly felt that the ghost general's movements had become weaker. In this battle, Ghoul-Item and Jelly Decker didn't even want to kill the evil ghost general. They just wanted to drag the evil ghost general here, just waiting for the situation on the battlefield to be completely determined. A group of ghost-patterned soldier ants will be mobilized to join forces to surround and kill this evil general. Unexpectedly, a little skeleton warrior ran up to the evil general with a click. The evil general smashed the skeleton warrior into pieces with a sword. But before the skeleton warrior broke into pieces, the poison bottle in his hand had been thrown away. Got out. Then the evil ghost general's body was stained with some disgusting rotten juice. At first, the evil ghost general didn't feel that the juice had any effect. At most, it was full of stench, which made people feel a little disgusting. But as time passed, the venom began to take effect, and the muscles in the demon general's bone armor showed signs of melting. Some thick purple blood oozed out of his body. The evil general felt that the power in his body was slowly passing away. It was extremely difficult to parry the big stick in the hands of the two-headed ogre. The heavy gun of the muskets began to fire frequently. The large lead bullets ejected from Santos' shotgun carried a scorching flame. Even the demon general's bone armor was extremely strong, and the exoskeleton at the joints began to shatter under close-range bombardment, until Gary Decker knocked off one of the Ghost General's left arms. The one-armed Ghost General lost half of his combat power. The two-headed ogre stepped on the fire, turning the battlefield into a sea of fire. The evil general finally fell in front of the two-headed ogre, burning with blazing fire. The moment the evil general fell, the entire Mevagissai Valley battlefield was surrounded by heavy armored infantry warriors. The last remaining evil ghost warriors faced the ghost-patterned soldier ants, who were not afraid of death. In the past, on the battlefield, the fierce determination he showed turned into a desperate run. The last trace of fighting courage disappeared under the tidal attack of ghost-patterned soldier ants, leaving only heavy armored infantry warriors holding axes to harvest the heads of evil spirits on this battlefield. The battle only lasted for most of the day, and by dusk, no evil ghost was still alive on the battlefield. The price the West Root Army paid for this victory was probably the more than 6,000 ghost-striped soldier ants that fell with the evil ghost warriors. Nearly half of the remaining 14,000 or so ghost-striped red ants were also killed, injured. Even limbs or legs or giant pincers are cut off. But don't worry. These broken limbs and ghost-striped soldier ants can still grow back. At this time, there were hundreds of adventure groups watching the battle at the entrance of the canyon. The members of the adventure group still had very complicated emotions. They hoped that the Western Root Army could win this battle, but they were very jealous of their victory. As a result, they had to rush into the canyon and dense forest if they wanted to take a sip of soup, go on an adventure, watching a row of infantry soldiers holding axes stepping on the corpses of evil spirits to collect their heads under the setting sun. Then the members of the adventure group were a little confused by what these infantry soldiers did. They actually cut off all the heads of the ghost-patterned soldier ants that died on the battlefield and piled them together. It's just that most of the adventure groups didn't notice that before the Western Root Army had completely determined the victory. Several adventure groups sneaked into the dense forests on both sides of the canyon from the side. Among these adventure groups that acted in advance, there was Sri Lanka Adventure Group, with the victory in the Battle of Mevagissai Gorge. The adventure group, who watched the battle at the entrance of the canyon, had great confidence in the Western Root Army. A large number of adventure groups entered the depths of the canyon and launched a hunting feast. The heavy armored infantry regiment of Gary Decker rested hastily all night, packed up their tents before dawn, and pursued more than 2,000 wounded soldiers in the direction of the main legion of the West Root Army. Only more than 3,000 ghost-patterned soldier ants that were unable to move normally, and one druid remained in the canyon here. These ghost-striped soldier ants need to rest for a few days before leaving the canyon. The person who paid the most for this battle was the necromancer Naomi. The abomination squadron she had worked hard to save for more than 2 months was completely destroyed in this battle. And even the skeleton warriors who had been accompanying her were destroyed. He was also chopped into pieces by the evil general. Naomi found the skeleton warrior's skull broken into 2 halves on the battlefield, and found that there was actually the last faint trace of soul fire in his eye sockets. When General Naomi collected the soul fragments floating around the battlefield, she added fuel to the skeleton warrior's soul fire. The flames in the skeleton warrior's eye sockets exploded with sparks. The soul fire in the skeleton warrior's eye sockets turned out to be stronger than before. As for the broken bones, Naomi used isinglass to reglue them back together, but they didn't look very strong. When the skeleton warrior stood up again, all the bones in his body were crackling and falling down. At first glance, it looked like he would fall apart completely after just a few steps. Naomi saw the body of the evil general lying not far away. His head, bone spurs, and black-striped demon skin, all valuable things, had been looted by the heavy armored infantry soldiers. And now only some hard parts were left. Bone armor. Naomi thought for a moment, then walked over to collect the bone armor and put it into the magic waste bag. She was going to equip the skeleton warriors with some bone armor, but the hard bone armor of these evil generals still needed some time and patience to polish. So this time she did not return to the main army of the Western Root Army with Gary Decker, but chose to stay in the Mevagissai Canyon with more than 3,000 injured ghost-striped soldier ants. At the same time, hundreds of adventure groups have dispersed into the depths of the canyon to hunt the evil spirits hiding in the canyon. On the edge of the Villagassi Hills, a group of constructed swordsmen rode green-scaled horses along the southernmost boundary monument line, wandering from east to west. The grand leader of this constructed swordsman group is Marquis Simon Jeffrey. The main task of his constructed swordsman group is to ensure that the southern boundary line of the reinforcement territory always exists. There are many territorial disputes between noble lords, because the boundary lines set up are not clear. Of course, this situation often happens if two lords whose territories are adjacent are not at peace with each other. Generally speaking, boundary markers are moved artificially to expand territory privately. As long as no one is caught on the spot. No one can explain this kind of thing clearly. Marquis Heller was worried that Suldak would secretly reduce the land area in the reinforcement occupation area when he saw that he had classified the best land in the western part of Moyinling into the reinforcement occupation area. There is a gemstone vein in the Weligasi Hills. In order to ensure that the southern boundary marker line is not secretly moved by the Western Route Army, Marquis Simon Jeffrey led 1,500 constructed swordsmen to guard this line. On the boundary line. During the recent period, Marquis Jeffrey and his constructed swordsman group have been patrolling this area. Just in the past few days, he saw the constructed knights of the Western Route Army operating in this hilly area. The two sides just passed each other from a distance and soon disappeared from each other's sight. Marquis Jeffrey felt that the combat effectiveness of the constructed knights of the Western Route Army was actually the same thing. Although some rumors circulating in Handanar City were about how heroic the constructed knights of the Western Route Army were. But now it seems likely that this was an exaggeration. In the Green Empire, when praising a certain army, they often use many words to modify it, making these knights look like the Royal Knights of the Eagle. Marquis Jeffrey even made some detailed analysis. First of all, the war horses of the Western Route Army's knights are not very good. The reason is very simple. More than 80% of those war horses are ancient Bolai horses. As we all know, although the ancient Bo Lima has good endurance, it has great shortcomings in explosive power and strength. In other words, the power of the ancient Bo Lima will be greatly reduced when it charges on the battlefield. In addition, the ancient Bo Lima cannot carry clothes. A heavily armored knight. In the Green Empire, the most suitable war horses for charging are black-scaled horses, followed by green-scaled horses. These two types of war horses are generally equipped with constructing knights and heavy cavalry regiments. There are less than 200 green-scale horses in Lord Serdak's constructed knights. Because of this, Marquis Jeffrey thought that the war horse of the constructing knights was not very good. Secondly, these construct knights are not noble knights. The armors they wear are all elementary magic pattern constructs. They are basically cheap goods. At a casual glance, you can tell that they are all selected from the infantry regiment. Although the construct knights have rich combat experience, they have not learned the techniques and tactics of the construct knights. How could this kind of constructed knight have combat effectiveness? Finally, the formation time of this constructed knights is very short. An excellent constructed knights needs to have a certain foundation. Only after the precipitation of time can a constructed knights have a unique fighting style, and don't fight by following the rules. Obviously, the constructed knights of the Western Route Army did not have these. Marquis Simon Jeffrey even felt that this constructed knights was composed of a group of farmers and indigenous people from the countryside. Of course, he really didn't see how the Western Route Army's constructed knights performed on the battlefield. In Handanar City, there are rumors that they are invincible on the battlefield here in Moyun Ridge. Now, Marquis Simon Jeffrey leads a team of constructed swordsmen into the highlands of Moyun Ridge. When the evil spirits see his team of constructed swordsmen, they will also rush into the mountains in a hurry. This has to make Simon Marquis Jeffrey began to seriously reflect. Could it be that the evil spirits here in the Moyinling Highlands are all cowards? Which is why the Western Route Army constructed knights have such a good reputation. It's not that he has never encountered evil ghosts before, but the behavior of these evil ghosts is really special. Not only did he see the constructed knights, but he even ran away when he saw a large number of heavy armored infantry regiments. This is really rare. While patrolling this area, Simon Jeffrey's constructed swordsman group also encountered some evil ghost teams. The constructed swordsman hunted on horseback and easily harvested more than 50 black magic crystals in more than 10 days. If he had known that the black magic crystal was so easy to obtain, he would have come to the battlefield in the northern district of Handanar County long ago. Of course, it is not too late now. A few days of smooth fighting made Marquis Jeffrey's confidence a little overinflated. He began to be a little dissatisfied with the patrol mission at this stage. He felt that his team of constructed swordsmen running back and forth here was a huge waste of war resources. Of course, he didn't want to face those evil ghost legions that numbered in the thousands with these 1,500 constructed swordsmen. He knew that he could not convince Marquis Valentin Heller, who wanted to expand the occupied area but was extremely unwilling to participate in the war. And he could not persuade Marquis Shiza to go to Moyinling Highlands to purchase black magic crystals. So he was thinking hard. After thinking about it for a few days, he set his sights on the adventure group in Moyonling Highlands. He found that these adventurous groups that were able to roam the highlands of Moyonling all had good combat capabilities, and they almost always ambush and kill lone evil ghosts when they encountered them, and quickly evaded groups of evil ghosts when they encountered them. Each member of the adventure group has a horse, and they have very free range of activities in the highlands. Therefore, Marquis Geoffrey had an idea in his mind. That is, he wanted to persuade some adventure groups to temporarily join his constructed swordsman group, as long as it could reach a scale of 3,000 to 5,000 people. Then he could be like they were like locusts plundering and killing the evil ghosts on the high ground. Even if they encountered hordes of evil ghosts, they should still be able to fight. Therefore, whenever Marquis Geoffrey meets an adventure group these days, he will personally go there and talk secretly with the leaders of those adventure groups. When the leaders of the adventure groups on the Moyonling Highlands heard some of his thoughts, almost all of them shook their heads firmly, showing no interest in joining his temporary raiding group. Regarding the unwillingness of these adventure groups to join the temporary raiding group, Marquis Simon Geoffrey said that he could not understand it at all. After all, it was a win-win matter. The evil ghosts on the plateau were so cowardly that they could kill them all if they rushed up. There will be no loss. But all the adventure group leaders refused, and hesitated when asked for reasons. But no one refused to answer. In fact, the leaders of these adventure groups knew very well that the reinforcements from Handanar City came to the Moyonling Highlands and took away a large area of land in the western part of the highlands without doing anything, making it their occupied area. This was a clear indication that he wanted to seize the benefits that the West Route Army was about to gain. As the commander, Lord Cerdak would never tolerate this kind of thing. Whoever stands on the side of the Handanar City reinforcements at this time means that they are on the opposite side of the West Route Army. Then how can members of the adventure group be sent to the West Route Army medical team for treatment if they are injured in the future? And how can they obtain merit exchanges, magic weapons, and magic medicines on the list? These are the biggest problems. Chapter 1545 Battle of Highlands. The person who can become the leader of an adventure group may not be very smart, but he is definitely not too stupid. Now anyone with a discerning eye who is familiar with the battle situation in Moyonling can see that the reinforcements from Handanar City did not come to the Moyonling Highlands to drive away those evil spirits. Their first purpose of coming here was to occupy the territory. Seeing the stone tablets buried every kilometer, everyone knew the true purpose of this reinforcement from Handanar City. At this time, Marquis Geoffrey stepped forward and planned to cooperate with these adventure groups. He really wanted to go out to hunt evil spirits and take the opportunity to make a fortune. But these adventure groups had nothing to do with the reinforcements from Handanar City at all. Even the leaders of the adventure group, who had originally reached a magic crystal deal with Lord Forster Caesar, chose to terminate the contract this time. They did not dare to get involved with this reinforcement that was not afraid of death in this situation. What's more, these black magic crystals can be exchanged for very rare merit rewards in the West Route Army, which is why Marquis Caesar's plan to acquire unidentified black magic crystals is becoming increasingly difficult to carry out. Not only were the black magic crystals unable to be acquired, but the adventure groups that were originally operating in the central area of Moyun Ridge actually began to evacuate in just a few days. Some of the adventure groups planned to try their luck further north in Moyun Ridge. The remaining adventure groups rushed to the Mevajisai Canyon. These adventure groups were extremely well informed. They all heard that the Western Route Army was in Mevajisai. After hearing the news about the great victory in the canyon, I wanted to take the opportunity to grab some soup in the canyon over there. In fact, Cerdak sent Gary Decker to fight a beautiful encirclement and annihilation battle in the Mevajisai Canyon this time. Also to attract some adventure groups to this canyon. There are less than 130,000 heavy infantry soldiers in the Western Route Army. It is impossible to send a large number of soldiers into the dense forest to engage in jungle guerrilla warfare with those evil ghost warriors in order to clean up the remaining evil spirits in the Mevajisai Gorge. The adventure group is the main force that enters the jungle to deal with those lonely evil spirits. In order to give these adventure groups some confidence, Soldak specially asked Gary Decker to fight a beautiful battle. Obviously, the effect of this siege and annihilation battle was very good. The adventure groups, who were the first to arrive at the Mevajisai Canyon, walked into the jungles on both sides of the canyon the next day. In recent days, Nika's medical team has always been able to receive some injured members of the adventure group. The business groups following the West Route Army also began to receive a large number of products such as black leather grinders, black iron war blades, and bone spurs. As for the black magic crystal, which is a hard currency, most adventure groups have to keep it in their own hands temporarily. Perhaps it was the chain reaction caused by the Battle of Mevagissai Canyon. And the Western Route Army once again received some black magic crystals. Moreover, the top 10 magic pattern structures on the merit exchange list were also redeemed by several large adventure groups at the cost of 100,000 merit points. A set of primary magic pattern construction requires 100,000 merit points. And 100,000 merit points require exactly 100 black magic crystals to exchange for it. At this price, it is obviously expensive to exchange 100 black magic crystals for a set of elementary magic pattern structures. But this is the Warsaw Plain where the circulation of materials is not very convenient, and it can be exchanged for magic pattern structures on the battlefield, which can greatly improve the combat effectiveness of the adventure group. Therefore, some adventure group leaders hold their noses and want to redeem at this time. With one more construct warrior in the team, a few more evil ghosts may be killed in the next hunting operation. No matter how you think about it, it is a sure profit. In this situation, the adventure group is certainly willing to pay a little more. As the Western Route Army continued to approach Horsens Mountain and defeated the Evil Ghost Legion in the Mevagissai Canyon on the way, the top officials of the Evil Ghost Legion finally responded again. Just when the West Route Army was less than 300 kilometers away from the base camp of the Evil Ghost Legion, the Evil Ghost Legion hiding in the Northumberland Mountains left Northumberland and approached the location of the West Route Army. Almost all of these Evil Ghost Legions are currently in the area occupied by the reinforcements of Helensa City. If they want to intercept the Western Army from the Northumberland Mountains all the way south, they must pass through the territory of the reinforcements of Helensa City. Finally, after passing through the Viliagossi Hills, we can meet the Western Route Army on the highland grassland to the south. The Ghost Army wanted to pass through the area occupied by the reinforcements, and found that there was actually an Imperial Army in the northern part of the Northumberland Mountains. However, these Evil Ghost Legions did not pay attention to this army heading north, but set their sights on Suldek's Western Route Army, because the advance route of this Western Route Army has seriously threatened Horsens Mountain, the base camp of the Evil Ghost Army. The three Evil Ghost Legions hidden in the Northumberland Mountains came out of the mountains almost at the same time, passed through the reinforcement occupation area of Helensa City in 3 routes, and surrounded the main force of the Western Route Army. The Western Route Army's position at this time happened to be on the highland grassland 100 kilometers south of the Viliagossi Hills. When the constructed swordsman group of Marquis Simon Jeffrey was wandering on the edge of the Viliagossi Hills, they happened to encounter an Evil Ghost Army trying to pass through the hills. Seeing that there were tens of thousands of evil ghosts in this Evil Ghost Army, Jeffrey decisively led 1,500 constructed swordsmen to withdraw to the east towards Neho, without even having any contact with these evil ghosts. Just evacuate decisively. And Andrew, who had been waiting outside the hills for a long time, saw hordes of evil spirits coming out of the Viliagossi Hills. He was a little overwhelmed with excitement for a moment, and turned around to discuss with the Wolf Knight Tego. What should I do to bite off a chunk of flesh from these evil spirits? When the Helensa City reinforcements passed through a canyon in the eastern part of the Northumberland Mountains, they had already engaged in small-scale battles with the evil spirits here. The most important thing was that the combat effectiveness of the heavy armored infantry soldiers here was very weak, so that the evil ghosts here not only solved the ration problem, but also regained confidence in these infantry soldiers. After a few small-scale battles, a large number of evil spirits from the Northumberland Valley gathered. In just 2 days, an evil ghost army numbering nearly 10,000 appeared in the eastern section of the Northumberland Mountains. And the most important thing was that this evil ghost army decisively pursued behind the main reinforcements. Marquis Heller led the main reinforcements of Helensa City on the grassland outside the north exit of the canyon, and was overtaken by this temporarily formed Evil Ghost Army. Marquis Valentin Heller's original intention was to avoid fighting as much as possible. In the past few days, he has received more than 20 reports of infantry regiment patrol teams being wiped out in the wild mountains. A group of Lord Army commanders, who secretly sent troops to hunt evil spirits in private, have learned a lesson. The battles they sent out, not many of the teams were able to return safely. But now those evil spirits have bitten the tail of the main reinforcements and cannot shake them off. The reinforcements led by Marquis Heller were forced to stop this time and face the pursuing Evil Ghost Army on the northern plains of the Northumberland Mountains. Chapter 1546 Battle of Highlands 2. Marquis Valentin Heller's 70,000 heavy armored infantry were followed by a group of temporarily assembled Evil Ghost warriors. Although each heavy armored infantry was equipped with 2 ancient Bolai horses, on the tundra without any cover, if no one restrained the evil ghosts, this group of heavy armored infantry would not be able to get rid of the evil ghosts. Every night, these evil ghosts lurk in the darkness around the reinforcement camp. At this time, the patrols sent out by the reinforcements are a delicious meal in the eyes of the evil ghosts. Marquis Valentine Heller lit a large number of torches around the camp, making it brightly lit so that the evil ghost warriors could not sneak attack the camp at night. When Marquis Heller came to the Moyenling Highlands, he didn't want to fight these evil spirits. However, after the evil ghosts behind him tasted the sweetness in the North Sunderland Valley, they took the initiative to gather together. And then they were like a group of predators, follow the reinforcements and rush up to take a bite from time to time. Marquis Heller withdrew from the northern Sunderland Mountains to the northern tundra. He did not conduct any form of counterattack against the evil spirits along the way, and the morale of the regiment dropped sharply. Many infantry soldiers thought that Marquis Heller's courage was frightened by evil spirits, so he escaped in such an embarrassing manner. The commanders of each lord's army also had a lot of dissatisfaction, thinking that Marquis Heller was too cautious. After all, there were 70,000 people in the army. As long as they formed a military formation, they would definitely be able to fight against the group of evil ghosts behind them. There are also some officers and soldiers who think that even if the legion continues to flee north, where can it escape? It's better to turn around and fight these evil spirits. It's just that these lords seem to have overlooked one thing. One of the major incentives for the evil ghosts to catch up was that each lord's army went out to hunt evil ghosts privately. Most of the hunting teams were backfired by the evil ghosts. The evil ghosts discovered that this heavy armored infantry, the corps, was not that strong. So they started this feast trip. They chased purely out of instinct. At first, they only raided the heavy armored infantry at the back of the team. After killing them, they ate them all, including the men and horses. The full evil ghosts become more powerful. Many evil ghosts gather together one after another because they smell the smell of blood. As more evil ghosts gather together, their courage becomes bigger. They are greedy, ferocious, and cruel in nature, and their feet are stained with the blood of reinforcements. Finally, they reach the northern highland tundra of the North Sunderland Mountains, chasing the reinforcements desperately. Marquis Heller has spent his entire life in the military, so he is certainly not an idiot. He refused Serdak's order in order to obtain greater benefits for the lords of Handinar County. This time, he was targeted by the evil spirits. The reason why he chose to avoid the battle and kept retreating to the north was actually to find a battlefield that was beneficial to the heavy armored infantry and a place suitable for camping. After all, the support army still had to hold on this occupied area. A heavy rain on the tundra made the reinforcements' journey north more difficult, and the rain hit the armor with a clanking sound. The rain was very cold, soaking through the gaps in the armor and soaking through the shirts. This group of infantry soldiers, who kept moving forward in the rain, suffered a lot. Obviously, the evil spirits were more unsuited to the heavy rain than the human soldiers, so they gave up their pursuit in the rain. As the evil spirits disappeared into the rain and fog behind them, the reinforcement soldiers of Handinar City finally breathed a sigh of relief. The feeling of being stared at by wolves on the grassland is not pleasant.
My lord Marquis, those evil spirits have retreated.
Viscount Bennett rode up to catch up in the rain and reported to Marquis Heller. The lord army of the Bennett family only received the mission in the morning. When he saw the dark clouds rolling in from the horizon, he raised his head and cursed God for not giving the soldiers of the Bennett family a way to survive. But when the ice rain fell, the evil ghost actually stopped chasing, which made Viscount Bennett overjoyed. Good luck is coming. It's really unstoppable. So he immediately ran to Marquis Heller to report the situation in the rear. After hearing Viscount Bennett's report, Marquis Valentine Heller, who was wearing a cloak, finally breathed a sigh of relief. He reached out and wiped the rain off his face before giving the order.
Let everyone rest where they are for a while. Suluin, you can send someone to investigate in front. Viscount Bennett, please pay attention to the movements of the evil ghosts behind you. I know that the archers of your Bennett family are all sharpshooters. We must block the first wave of evil ghosts to attack so that we can have enough time. Deal with it.
Marquis Heller patted Viscount Bennett on the shoulder and said to him. Viscount Bennett puffed up his chest and said confidently,
Yes.
Viscount Bennett then rode towards the rear of the team. The heavy rain fell like a torrent, and the team stopped with a whistle. The infantry soldiers dismounted one after another and took out cowhide rolls from their bags. These cowhide rolls were originally spread inside the tent to keep out moisture and coolness, and they also served as temporary rain cover in such heavy rain weather. Marquis Heller jumped off his horse, and soldiers immediately set up an awning for Marquis Heller to sit inside to avoid the rain. When the rain cleared, the soldier didn't even have time to change out of his wet shirt. So he continued walking north. Several captains of infantry regiments had already come over to complain to Marquis Heller. But Marquis Heller did not let the reinforcements stop their march north. These infantry regiments did not dare to fall behind the team alone. No one wanted to fall into the hands of the evil ghost warriors.
Your Majesty, the soldiers' clothes are all wet. The weather is so cold. If we continue walking like this, someone might get sick.
A commander of a heavy armored infantry regiment once again requested Marquis Heller. Marquis Heller looked at the green and purple grass around him, frowned slightly, and seemed a little dissatisfied. He stared at the group leader with cold eyes. And after a long time he said,
"Let everyone hold on a little longer."
After saying that, Marquis Heller continued to move forward on his horse. By the time Marquis Heller agreed to set up camp, it was completely dark. The infantry soldiers in the reinforcements only knew that this was a ridge in the hazy night, since the evil ghost army behind them did not follow them. Although everyone was cold, I'm hungry again. But my mood is rarely relaxed. Many infantry regiments built bonfires in this kind of weather after the rain. And deep in the tundra, it was difficult for the soldiers to find dry firewood. The ground was covered with wet moss, and a handful of water could be squeezed out by just picking it up. Even if it is lit, there will be thick smoke billowing, and there will not be much flame at all. Those in the Lord Army who have the conditions will carry a fire-gathering magic scroll or a rune board with them, as long as the rune board is placed flat on the ground. And then a magic crystal fragment is inserted into the gem base. The flames will appear on the rune board. It is condensed on top. Whether it is roasting fire or boiling water, there is no problem with this magical flame. The unqualified Lord Army will also carry a pot of kerosene with them, even when they can't find dry firewood. Even wet moss can be ignited by pouring half a pot of kerosene on it. On such a wet and cold night, a bonfire will undoubtedly help the reinforcements regain some strength. Even if you just drink half a bowl of hot water, it will be good to get rid of some of the coldness in your body. Marquis Heller was sitting in the tent, with a magic heater beside him, and a magic chandelier hanging on the pillar beside him. In front of him was a hand-drawn map with a lot of text on it, and the parchment map was written one by one. The paintings are very clean. Opposite him stood more than 20 commanders of heavy armored infantry regiments. These commanders were listening carefully to the tasks assigned by Marquis Heller for tomorrow.
To build simple defenses first, we have to find a way to dig a trench 5 meters deep here and build an earth wall on this side of the trench. The higher the better. Don't imagine that a heavy rain will make those evil spirits abandon our army. Now that they have bitten our tail, they won't be able to get rid of it so easily. I don't want to say much about the rest. It concerns the life and death of our Lord's army in Handanar City. I hope you all can handle it with your heart.
Marquis Heller first arranged for the legions to build fortifications, and then began to set up the camp's defense system to deal with the evil spirits that would catch up sooner or later. Originally, Marquis Valentin Heller planned to build a walled city or stronghold on this high mountain. He saw the military camp built by the Western Route Army at the foot of Mayun Mountain, and was deeply inspired to think that he would build a stronghold in Mayun Mountain. If one is built on the high ground, it should be able to block the attack of the evil ghost army. As long as such a defensive stronghold can be built, it means that he can take root in this tundra. And then the boundary markers buried these days will become the boundary line of the occupied area. The only thing that caught him off guard was that these evil spirits arrived too early. If he could be given another month, Marquis Valentin Heller would have the confidence to build a strong defensive stronghold on this high ridge. Originally, I wanted to build a castle on the edge of the inner lake. Unfortunately, it happens to be the easternmost point of the North Sunderland Mountains. Not only is it often haunted by evil spirits, but the location does not allow free expansion to the north. In the Marquis of Heller in his plan, it would be best if he could occupy all the western areas of the Moyenling Highlands. Even if he couldn't occupy them all, he would still have to occupy as much as he could. It's a pity that the evil spirits didn't give him any time to prepare. Early the next morning, groups of evil ghosts appeared on the grassy slopes below the high hills. They were not in a hurry to attack, but they were just staring at the reinforcement barracks, causing the infantry soldiers in the barracks to panic. The Western Route Army set out from the camp at the southern entrance of the Moyenling Highlands and walked westward along the southern tundra between the Villagassi Hills and the southern foot mountains for nearly 4 days before stopping. The magician reconnaissance team had already told Surdak the news that the 3 evil ghost legions had left the North Sunderland Mountains and were divided into 3 routes to cover the Western Route Army in the south. Surdak did not let the Western Route Army continue to go west. The farther west it went, the greater the power of the evil ghost army's counterattack would be. The Western Route Army did not build a military stronghold here. In fact, his original plan was to build a walled city in the middle of the Vilyagasi Hills. Unfortunately, this land is now classified as an occupied area by the reinforcements of Handanar City, and Serdek is not included. Fortunately, the camp was built on other people's land. The location of this piece of Taiyuan was not ideal, so we decided to slow down the matter.
Basil, you go tell Andrew that we can only fight one battle here in the Vilyagasi Hills, and then ask him to find a way to go to the tundra north of the North Sunderland Mountains and take care of our horses. Don't always think to fight.
Serdek stood outside the camp and warned the magician Basil, who was about to set off. Basil wiped his forehead and responded,
Okay, I'll remind him. This is an order. He must execute it.
Saldek emphasized.
Yes, this is an order. I think he won't be reckless anymore.
When he said this, the magician Basil felt that he had no confidence. Who can guarantee that Andrew would not do something outrageous? Looking at Basil flying high into the sky, Serdek withdrew his gaze. The Western Route Army camps on the tundra here are almost connected to a large area. The camp of the command post is located on the highest slope of the terrain. The view is very wide. From here, you can see 10 kilometers away. Although no Evil Ghost Legion has arrived yet, the heavy armored infantry regiment of the West Route Army has already entered a state of preparation for war. The magician investigation team currently has 306 magicians. There are currently 60 magicians riding magic harpoons to detect information in various places in the highlands. The rest of the magicians stay in the military camp to draw magic shield scrolls. There are Serta Ivka sponsors free magic potions. These magicians will naturally not be polite, walking on the carpet formed by thick moss on the high hills. Every foot will be wet, and water will form in the footprints left behind. The military camp of 130,000 heavy armored infantry formed a vast sea of white tints. Samira and Callie Decker walked over side by side. Seeing Soldak still looking at Basil's figure flying away in the air, the half-elf archer asked,
Are you worried that Andrew will mess around outside?
Serdek shook his head and said,
I am worried about the 3 Evil Ghost Legions coming from North Sunderland.
Gary Decker asked with some confusion.
In addition to the ghost-striped soldier ants that can stay in front in team battles, we also have the fog of war. Isn't it just right for these evil ghosts to come?
Serdek smiled bitterly and said,
They most likely thought of a way to break through the fog of war, so they launched such a large-scale attack. This battle in the southern tundra should be a battle where the Evil Ghost Legion wants to regain its confidence. It's probably going to be particularly tough.
Gary Decker was full of confidence in victory in the fog of war, and said with a smile,
The fog of war in the Night Goddess is not that easy to resolve. Are we just waiting here for the Evil Ghost Army to come?
Samira suddenly asked. Serdek glanced at Samira with some surprise, and said calmly,
The real battlefield should probably be moved a little further north, as close as possible to the Vilyagasi Hills, and some space should be given to the evil spirits in Horson's mountain camp.
Pressure. Samira didn't say anything. Since Serdek said this, she would prepare for tomorrow's trip when she returns to the archer group.
Your Majesty the Marquis, there is a man named Captain Andrew outside asking for an audience. He claims to be from the Constructed Knights of the Western Route Army.
A Construct Knight reported to Marquis Simon Jeffrey. Marquis Jeffrey had heard of Andrew's name and knew that he was the leader of the Western Route Army's Construct Knights. But he never thought that this civilian-born leader of the Construct Knights would have the courage to ask for a meeting. Lord Marquis. Marquis Jeffrey thought for a moment and then said,
Bring him in.
Chapter 1547 Battle of Highlands 3. Marquis Simon Jeffrey built a temporary camp on a hillside in the middle of the Vilyagasi Hills, where the reinforced swordsmen usually rested. Every morning, 2 teams of constructed swordsmen would mount their war horses and run along the boundary marker line of the Vilyagasi Hills in the east and west directions until they reached the edge of the hills, and then turn around and run back, until returning to the temporary camp. It will take 2 days and 1 night to complete the half circle. Of course, the constructed swordsmen will rest for 1 night in the middle, and these ancient war horses also need to rest. It looked like these constructed swordsmen groups were preventing evil spirits from entering the hilly areas. In fact, they were preventing the Western Route Army from secretly moving the boundary marker line. As soon as Andrew's constructed knights arrived at the edge of the Vilyagasi Hills, they were stopped outside the hills by this group of constructed swordsman guards. The reason was that this land belonged to the occupied area of the reinforcements and the armies of other lords. If you want to pass here, you must obtain permission from the reinforcement commander of Handanar City, Marquis Valentine Heller. Andrew smiled and asked the captain of the constructed swordsman team,
The north and south passes of the Namoyunling Highlands are currently occupied by Count Serdek. When you want to go home,
Do you also have to get Surdak?
Earl K's permission?
The constructed swordsman captain could only smile awkwardly, and did not answer Andrew's question. A few days later, Andrew received news from the magician of the reconnaissance team. There are currently 3 evil ghost legions coming out of the North Sunderland Mountains. They are already on the plain at the foot of the mountains, and are preparing to pass through the Vilagasi Hills, and head towards the Western Route Army. Andrew originally wanted to lead these 1,500 construct knights, and 2,500 Ant cavalry, to ambush one of the evil ghost legions on the southern edge of the Vilagasi Hills. Even if he could not completely stop them, he would still use them. The maneuverability of the construct knight can take a few bites out of this evil army. But then he thought about it. Soldak always made his situation bigger and bigger. He should not always think about rushing to the front during the war, but should have the awareness to be a commander-in-chief. Hence the trip to visit Marquis Simon Geoffrey. Seeing the guards outside the camp asking him to come in, Andrew strode into the constructed swordsman camp. The camp where 1,500 people live is not large. More than 200 tents are arranged messily on the hillside. Among them, the tent belonging to Marquis Simon Geoffrey is the largest, and there is a flag fluttering in the wind on the top of the tent. The constructed swordsmen in the military camp seemed very casual, and there were more than a dozen swordsmen sparring in the open space in front of the camp. Those gorgeous sword moves will always make people feel like 2 swordsmen are walking a tightrope. If they are not careful, they will suffer unnecessary damage. Generally speaking, they are more ornamental than practical. Andrew didn't even bother to take a look, and walked straight to the front of the largest tent. Marquis Geoffrey stood outside the tent, squinting at Andrew as he walked over. As a second-level powerhouse, Andrew not only wore a second-level magic pattern structure, but also carried an epic axe on his body. There was a sharp edge and murderous aura in his steps. It was the aura honed from the battlefield that filled his body. The powerful pressure forced the constructed swordsman beside Marquis Geoffrey to take a step back. There were only 3 swordsmen around Marquis Geoffrey, who looked at Andrew with flat eyes. These swordsmen, like Andrew, were also second-level powerhouses. Andrew could smell the dangerous aura of similar people from them. Andrew, the leader of the constructed knights of Lord Serdek's army, pays homage to the distinguished Lord Simon. Marquis Geoffrey. Andrew knighted and greeted Baron Geoffrey. Marquis Simon Geoffrey narrowed his eyes, and looked at the warrior in front of him, who exuded a reckless aura. His face had the characteristics of a native of the plain, and there were fine totem tattoos at the base of his ears, giving him the aura of a strong man. It bursts out from the body, and looks very powerful. He was a little envious that Serdek was so lucky to find such a capable subordinate. The 3 second-rank swordsmen around him nominally obeyed his orders, but in fact they were also nobles. Marquis Geoffrey had to be very polite every time he spoke. If he were a second-level warrior with knight status, he might not have such worries. Marquis Geoffrey stood at the door of the tent, and did not invite Andrew to come into the tent and sit down, obviously also expressing his attitude. He took 2 steps forward, stood in front of Andrew and asked, "I heard you just won a victory." Andrew tightened his abdomen, raised his chest, raised his head, straightened his body, and said loudly, "Yes, it is in the Mevagissai Gorge area. Then what brings you here to see me?" Marquis Simon Geoffrey had an aristocratic look on his face, as if without such an expression on his face, it seemed to have no style. Then he said, "If you come here, the purpose of this is to sell us some unidentified black magic crystals, and I'm afraid we have to go to Marquis Vostercy." Andrew said straight to the point. "According to the intelligence from the West Route Army's reconnaissance team, there are currently 3 evil ghost legions approaching here. I am here to ambush one of the evil ghost legions together with your constructed swordsman group." "Lord Marquis." "The ghost army." Marquis Geoffrey's pupils shrank slightly, and then he asked, "Then do you know how many evil ghost warriors there are in these evil ghost legions?" "The smallest evil ghost army has about 15,000 evil ghost warriors," Andrew answered calmly. Marquis Geoffrey looked into Andrew's eyes and asked, "How many people are there in your constructed knights?" 1,500 construct knights," Andrew replied loudly. In fact, he also wanted to say, "There are also 2,500 ant cavalry, and 7,000 giant ghost-patterned soldier ants." Unfortunately, before he could finish speaking, he was interrupted by the conceited Marquis Geoffrey. "That is to say, including the construct swordsmen on my side, there are only 3,000 construct warriors in total." Marquis Geoffrey's face was a little distorted, and then he asked, "Do you think we construct warriors can defeat those construct warriors? An army of evil spirits?" It should be possible,
Andrew replied confidently.
You think so?
Marquis Jeffrey felt a little funny. He turned around and took a few steps towards the tent, then turned back suddenly and said loudly,
I think you may have won too many battles, and have seriously underestimated the true strength of those evil ghost warriors. Did you know that there will be many uncertain factors in this? The most elite swordsman group of the Bene Legion is facing the battlefield head-on. Evil Ghost, you have to maintain 1:1 to have a slight advantage. If you still have a heavy cavalry regiment numbering over 10,000, and if this heavy cavalry will be at the forefront when the war begins, I wouldn't mind joining forces with you to fight against this evil ghost army. But if you don't, you can only say sorry. I have no interest in it.
After saying that, Marquis Jeffrey turned and walked into the tent, ignoring Andrew. Andrew wanted to catch up and try to persuade him, but he was stopped by 3 powerful second-level swordsman constructors.
Commander Andrew,
please, a guard said to Andrew. His tone became a little rude. Andrew snorted coldly, turned around, and left the camp of the constructed swordsman group, prepared to face the coming evil army alone. You can see far away on the vast grassland, but on the overlapping hills, if you want to detect the enemy in the distance, it is best to have 1 or 2 magicians. Since there is a magician investigation team in the West Root Army, Andrew can accurately grasp the whereabouts of evil spirits. At this moment, the vanguard of an evil ghost army has climbed over the overlapping hills and is quickly approaching here. 1,500 construct knights have prepared everything. All the extra burdens on the magic pattern war horses have been removed. These magic pattern war horses have been fully rested. Even the construct knights have maintained their best performance. Fighting status. All the construct knights lined up in a row and stretched out a nearly 1 kilometer long front on the hillock. They carried the sand and sunshine on their backs, and each held a 5-meter long knight spear in their hands. The magic patterned warhorse stepped on the soft moss and snorted from time to time. The moist air blows on the body, making the clothes feel damp. There is a fishy sweet smell floating in the air. This weird smell is emitted by the moss on the ground. Many green and purple moss even have rice grains blooming on them. Small yellow flowers. An earthworm crawled out of the soil, its pink flesh twisted together, looking like a small snake. A magic flare lit up in the sky in the distance. Andrew set his sights on the flare and waited for a while before saying,
They are coming. Everyone. We are ready to fight.
All the knights raised their spears. The vanguard of the evil ghost army appeared at the highest point of the grassy slope opposite. First, the head of an evil ghost warrior was revealed, and then a second one appeared. After the third one, a large number of evil ghost warriors poured out, almost covering the entire area. The slopes were crowded. Almost all the evil ghost warriors roared in unison, and for a while the sound of ghosts crying and wolf howling sounded on the grassy slope opposite. Marquis Simon Jeffrey had packed up his gear a long time ago. They were just unwilling to leave like this. It was not until they saw a large number of evil spirits appearing on the hillside not far away that Marquis Simon Jeffrey led the constructed swordsman group to retreat eastward. But Marquis Jeffrey did not go too far. He was sure that even if the evil ghost army was charging towards here,
his team of constructed swordsmen could easily throw away the pursuing evil ghosts on this grassland. He let the construct knights rest here, while he, along with several of his cronies and the leader of the swordsman regiment, stood at the highest point of the hillside, preparing to wait and see what happened to the construct knights of the West Root Army. What a strong fighting power. It is said that this constructed knights represents the highest combat strength of the Western Root Army and can be regarded as a flag of Lord Serdek. Marquis Jeffrey has not yet seen how strong this constructed knights are. Why do 1,500 people have the courage to fight against an evil ghost army? So when Simon Jeffrey saw the traces of evil spirits appearing on the high hills in the north, he even had a glimmer of hope in his heart, hoping that the evil ghosts could defeat the constructed knights in one fell swoop. A large number of evil ghost warriors began to gather on the opposite hillside. When the number of evil ghosts reached nearly 4,000, the grassy slope was already crowded with evil ghosts. Under the command of the evil general, they were able to clumsily line up in long rows, forming a not so neatly square formation one row after another. These evil ghost warriors have been hiding in the mountains of North Sunderland for a long time, gnawing tree bark. Now they are finally able to climb out of the mountains and see such fat humans and war horses in front of them. There are only a few 4 or 5. Thousands of evil ghosts rush forward, and even one kick from one person could trample these construct knights to death. Many evil ghost warriors realized that this battle did not seem that dangerous, and the smell of meat wafting in the air was already unbearable for many evil ghosts. The evil ghost warriors in the front row began to move forward involuntarily, holding war blades in their hands, and bone spurs growing out of their bodies little by little. Although their footsteps were messy, many evil ghosts rushed down the grass slope at the same time. Their footsteps were connected together, like spring thunder exploding in the distance, and their sounds were low and connected together. Marquis Jeffrey and his constructed swordsman just watched from a distance, waiting for these evil ghost warriors to rush over and completely destroy the constructed knights of the West Route Army. If they were lucky, they might be able to survive. If you pick up a few sets of magic pattern structures that are repaired and can still be used on the battlefield, you will make money in that case. The evil ghost warriors at the front were running very slowly at first, but every time their footsteps fell, it seemed to give them a little courage. With the accumulation of courage, the ghost warriors ran faster and faster, and the ghost warriors at the front seemed to be out of touch with the ones behind them. Then the evil spirits behind also started running as hard as they could. When all the evil spirits started running wildly, the grass on the opposite side was shaking. There was a row of constructed knights standing on the high hill, and Andrew stood at the front of the knights. He saw the evil ghosts starting to run towards this side, and was worried that the charge distance of the construct knight would be greatly reduced. So he quickly raised the butcher's eye in his hand and shouted, "For the glory of Benna! Come on!" The knight shouted. A group of construct knights immediately clamped their legs on the horses' bellies, and a group of magic-patterned horses rushed out like arrows from the string. The evil general, who was at the front of the evil army, had a puzzled look on his face. He couldn't understand how such a small construct knight dared to be so decisive. I saw a large group of ant cavalry emerging from behind a row of construct knights. Those ferocious-headed ghost-patterned soldier ants carried cavalry with spears and charged behind the construct knights. The evil ghost army rushed down from the grassy slope on the opposite side, only 200 meters away from the charging construct knights. Andrew led this group of construct knights without slowing down at all, and rushed straight towards the evil ghost warriors in the front row. Just when the evil ghost warriors sprouted fine bone spurs all over their bodies, and each evil ghost turned into a black hedgehog, countless giant ghost-patterned soldier ants suddenly emerged from the moss-covered ground under the evil ghost's feet. In an instant, the giant pliers above his head clamped the evil ghost warrior's ankles and calves, and the sound of countless bones rubbing against each other was heard. Many running evil ghosts had one of their legs pinched off by the giant ghost-patterned soldier ants under the influence of inertia. Chapter 1548 Battle of Highlands 4. Countless evil ghost warriors were instantly dragged into the crypt by the giant tortoise-patterned soldier ants. The remaining evil ghost warriors could not maintain the square formation. As the construct knights rushed down the slope with knight spears, one after another the knight's spear pierced the hard bone armor of the evil ghost warrior. The sharp spear penetrated the body and pinned the evil ghosts to the grass. An evil ghost warrior hiding in the back of the military formation struggled to break free from the giant claws of the giant ghost-patterned soldier ant, and saw the evil ghost companion in front being stabbed into the body by a construct knight. The construct knight dropped the knight's spear in his hand and drew out his knight's sword to block the counterattack of the evil warrior behind him. The magic-patterned warhorse, covered in hard armor, stood upright under the violent collision, and its iron hooves stepped hard on the evil ghost warrior's chest. The long sword in the construct knight's hand swept forward, and the tip of the sword just passed by the neck of the evil ghost warrior. The edge of the long sword was covered with the brilliance of runes, and the sharp blade cut into the scaly bone armor. And suddenly the skeleton fragments shattered. The evil ghost warrior wanted to look down, but it happened to see its own body. The huge blood hole on its neck was covered with sticky purple blood. Only then did it realize that its head had detached itself from the body and was flying high. As the surrounding scenery became spinning, the evil ghost warrior couldn't even let out a low roar. These devil-patterned warhorses carried the construct knights and struggled to pass through the evil ghost army formation. The battlefield was filled with giant ghost-patterned soldier ants entangled with the evil ghosts. The power of these giant soldier ants was greater than that of the evil ghost warriors. Many times, as long as the evil ghost warriors are bitten by their fangs, they will never let go until they die. Moreover, these giant ghost-patterned soldier ants are good at teamwork and cooperation. When they see their companions entangled with evil spirits, they will also pounce on them and strangle them together. These giant ghost-patterned soldier ants are less afraid of death than the evil ghosts, even if their bodies are split in half by the sword in the hands of the evil ghost warriors. The corpses will still hang on the evil ghost warriors. The constructed knight rushed out as fast as possible, and then rearranged their charging formation on the hillside on the other side. The ant cavalrymen who followed the construct knights and rushed down were holding spears, and specially selected the dying evil ghost warriors to hit them. When they saw the evil ghosts entangled with the giant soldier ants, they would not hesitate to rush up and use their war spears, poke a few holes in them. The soldier ants under them also spit out large amounts of sour juice at the evil ghost warriors. There were only more than 4,000 evil spirits in this vanguard force, and almost all of them fell into the ambush circle of giant ghost-patterned soldier ants. The evil ghosts with a clearer mind rushed out of the ghost-patterned soldier ants underground and began to fight desperately. Rush outside. The entire battlefield became chaotic. The evil ghosts could not stand side by side to resist the giant ghost-patterned soldier ants. And no one paid attention to the construct knights, who rushed out of the military formation like a whirlwind. All the evil ghosts almost fought independently, except those who were entangled by the giant ghost-patterned soldier ants. And the rest were ready to escape from here. The evil ghosts no longer had a firm will to fight, and only knew how to run away. The situation on the battlefield was quickly controlled by the construct knights. Marquis Geoffrey originally thought that the constructed knights of the Western Route Army had no combat power at all. But then he realized that he was too naive. Looking towards the battlefield from a distance, those ghost warriors who usually looked like ferocious gods now became panicked, like a group of wanderers being driven around. When did evil spirits become so cowardly? It turns out that sometimes they are scared too. The appearance of the ant riders refreshed Marquis Geoffrey's understanding. What type of military is this? Can those monsters be ridden too? Seeing countless giant monsters emerging from the soil, Marquis Geoffrey did not stop the killing on the battlefield. But these evil ghost warriors became the targets of slaughter like pigs. The other constructed swordsmen were also a little dumbfounded. They didn't expect that this battle would turn out to be one-sided. It turns out that we don't need to join forces to defeat this evil ghost army. Those rumors about the West Route Army seem to be true. All kinds of thoughts poured out from the hearts of these constructed swordsmen. Many nobles who can become constructed swordsmen actually have their own pride in their hearts. This group of constructed swordsmen led by Simon Geoffrey was pieced together by the noble lords of Handanar City. Many noble lords only have a dozen constructed swordsmen around them. They have magic pattern constructs. And then, they will recruit first-level swordsmen to join his constructed guard. This kind of constructed swordsman actually has no freedom at all. They themselves do not have magic pattern constructs. Only by joining the construction guards of the great noble lords can they become swordsmen capable of constructing swords. Once they leave the construction guards, they must return the magic pattern constructs. This type of constructed swordsman usually only receives some monthly salary and some subsidies during wartime. And they will also receive a small commission from the spoils of war. There is also a constructed swordsman with a free identity. A true noble needs to possess a title, a territory, and a magic pattern structure. These three symbols symbolize status and status, as well as wealth. The magic pattern structure is considered a great wealth for the nobles, and can be passed down in the family. Some small noble families only have one set of magic pattern constructs, which are also inherited. The successors will become construct swordsmen after hard training. In the constructed swordsman group of Marquis Simon Geoffrey, there are many swordsmen with magic patterns. Although they are members of the constructed swordsman group, they are also free agents. Constructed swordsman group, there are not many constraints on them. The only person who can make them slightly fearful is the noble status of Marquis Simon Geoffrey. These little nobles would not dare to offend a marquis. If Marquis Simon Geoffrey makes some major mistakes in the command process, these constructed swordsmen have the right to leave at any time. The worst they can do is give up some of the loot that has not yet been divided. But sometimes a commander makes the wrong decision. If you don't do it well, you will lose your life. What's the point of having those trophies when his life is almost gone? Or just like this moment, Marquis Simon Geoffrey rejected Captain Andrew's invitation to participate in the war, and missed some easy opportunities. Some commanders who do nothing will be abandoned by their constructed swordsmen at any time. In fact, if Marquis Simon Geoffrey is not watching this good show, these free status constructed swordsmen may not be allowed to do anything. The ideas that gave rise to these. But Marquis Simon Geoffrey firmly believed that Andrew and his constructed knights were just attacking stones with eggs, and this battle was doomed to fail. The current situation on the battlefield is exactly opposite to the judgment of Marquis Simon Geoffrey, which has caused the prestige of Marquis Simon Geoffrey to drop to the lowest point. The entire constructed swordsman group became extremely quiet, and no one even talked about this battle anymore. Many constructed swordsmen with noble status communicated with their eyes. For a time, the atmosphere in the constructed swordsman group became extremely weird, seeing more and more giant ghost-patterned soldier ants pouring out of the burrow. The evil ghost warriors fell into despair. The construct knights charged once, twice, and the night spears more than 5 meters long penetrated the bodies of the evil ghost warriors. The ant cavalry following behind would cut off the heads of these evil ghost warriors, and would also be responsible for removing the night spears from them, pull it out from the soil, and hand it to the construct knights for the next charge. Marquis Jeffrey's face was ashen, and he stood watching from a distance without saying a word. In fact, he was no longer in the mood to watch the battle. But he had no excuse to leave immediately. After all, he had to maintain his image. Before this, he was the most outstanding commander of the constructed swordsmen in Handanar City. Now, if these things are reported back to Handanar City. Thinking of this, Marquis Jeffrey felt a blockage in his heart, as if someone had punched him hard in the heart. It was not until the battle ended, with the vanguard of the evil Ghost Legion being defeated miserably in the southern part of the Villagasi Hills, that Marquis Simon Jeffrey left in a hurry with the constructed swordsmen who had their own thoughts. On the battlefield here, Andrew led all the constructed knights to hunt down the evil ghost warriors who fled north. Of the vanguard force composed of more than 4,000 evil spirits. After this battle, only less than 2,000 were able to escape in embarrassment, although there was a large army of evil ghosts behind them. For Andrew, this did not count. What? Wolf Knight Tego led the ant cavalry to stay and clean the battlefield. The cavalry harvested the heads of evil spirits and skinned the black-striped demons on the battlefield. The biggest restriction on Andrew is that he does not follow Andrew to pursue these evil spirits north. Without the assistance of the ant cavalry, his construct knights are destined to not be able to pursue them very far. The two druids who managed these giant ghostly patterned soldier ants strictly followed Serdak's instructions. After the battle, the giant ghost patterned soldier ants who died in the battle were either burned or buried on the spot after taking out the magic core and peeling off the hard armor. Feed the remaining giant ghost striped soldier ants to prepare for the next battle, and they will not participate in Andrew's pursuit. After peeling off the black demon's skin, the remaining evil ghost's body is almost useless, and these will become food for the giant ghost striped soldier ants. The reinforcements constructed swordsman group left quietly the moment the battle was won. Only the ant cavalry collecting trophies were left on the battlefield, as well as the giant ghost patterned soldier ants waiting to leave together. They also took a rest. He will dig a temporary hole and bury his body in the soil. The battlefield became very quiet, and Wolf Knight Tego seemed very patient. He knew that Andrew would return soon, because he learned from the magician reconnaissance team that the evil ghost army in the north was not far from the evil ghost vanguard. Too far. Andrew and the others didn't have much pursuit distance. Without the ant cavalry and the giant soldier ant army, Andrew would not be reckless enough to let the construct knights attack the large army of the evil ghost army. So they would soon withdraw from the north. Now that there are no reinforcements, the constructed swordsman corps is guarding the southern boundary line. According to Serdak's order, the constructed knights, ant cavalry and giant soldier ant army will continue to insert into the reinforcement occupied area to the north, and catch up to the north. The reinforcements left. Serdak's order was to hope that he and Andrew could preserve the more than 100,000 Gubois horses in the reinforcements of Handanar City, which was a considerable fortune. In the battle just now, he and Bonita cooperated with the berserker Andrew to kill an evil ghost general in the military formation. As everyone became more and more familiar with the evil generals, their countless weaknesses were exposed. Although these evil ghost generals are powerful, fighting against evil ghost generals is much easier. He casually chopped off the long green horn on the evil ghost general's forehead. Wolf Knight Tego strung the evil ghost general's head with a hemp rope and hung it bloody on his waist. Then he sat on a high hill on the edge of the battlefield, waiting for Andrew and his constructed knights to return safely. The large troops of the Western Route Army walked north along the purple tundra for 2 more days before arriving at the edge of a canyon extending from the southwest to the northeast. There is a high hill on the east side of this fault canyon, which is almost more than 60 meters deep. It is said to be a high hill, but it is actually just a huge gentle slope. There is even a river passing under the slope. This river eventually flows into the fault canyon, and there is a lake in the middle of this canyon, which is only more than 80 kilometers long. From here, you can see the rolling hills of Villagasi to the north. After the actual inspection of the magician reconnaissance team, Serdak believes that this is the most advantageous high hill in this area, and Handanar City, the reinforcements boundary marker line, was on the other side of the fault canyon. He wanted to build a military stronghold here, but he had no intention of fighting in the wilderness with the evil ghost legions that were about to kill him. There are very few trees on the tundra in the Moyenling Highlands, but there are still some deciduous forest belts in the canyon. However, Soldek has no plans to cut down all the trees in the canyon to build military strongholds for the time being. The main material for building the stronghold this time is the shale that can be seen everywhere in the Moyonling Highlands. These shale can be stacked very high without much modification. As long as each layer is filled with volcanic ash cement, a solid wall can be built quickly. Of city walls. As soon as the infantry soldiers of the West Route Army arrived here, they began to mine this stone around the high hill. Then, they took turns building a wall around the high hill day and night. Soldek planned that this place would become the site of the West Route Army. In a camp. Unfortunately, the foundation of the wall had just been built, and a large number of evil ghost warriors appeared in the Viliagasi hills to the north. The evil ghost warriors saw the West Route Army's camp from a distance, and did not rush forward to start a fight. They stopped at the edge of the hilly land, apparently waiting for the ghost warriors behind them. According to the information that Avid brought to Serdek, this evil ghost army belongs to the westernmost of the 3 evil ghost armies coming from the Northumberland Mountains. The other 2 evil ghost legions chose to repair in the Viliagasi hills, and were not in a hurry to show up. The one that had just been hit hard by the constructed knights and ant cavalry was the easternmost ghost legion. The ghost generals were probably worried that they were not strong enough. There are still ghost warriors scattered throughout the Northumberland Mountains. They were rushing towards the Viliagasi hills, but the evil ghost warriors behind them seemed much looser, being stared at eagerly by a large group of evil ghost warriors in the hills. The atmosphere in the West Route Army camp became tense. No one knows when those evil spirits will rush up. From the outside, the camp seems to be motionless. But in fact, the camp is still seizing the time to build walls. Chapter 1549 Battle of Highlands 5. The evil ghost army is stationed on the edge of the Viliagasi hills. Evil ghost warriors are constantly coming from the north. There are traces of evil ghosts all over the mountains and plains. The evil ghosts on the edge of the hills are more like a dark cloud in the sky, weighing down the soldiers on the West Route Army who are a little out of breath. The evil ghost warriors are strong, and when standing together, they will gather a strong momentum. In the past 2 days, even the sound of talking and laughing in the military camp has decreased a lot, due to the pressure brought by those evil spirits. Many infantry soldiers took the initiative to carry stones on the edge of the canyon. The walls outside the military stronghold continue to rise at a speed visible to the naked eye. High. The clouds on the highlands of Moyonling are very low. It is the rainy season recently, and the cumulonimbus clouds in the sky are like pieces of snow-white marshmallows. The tundra is full of water vapor, and many dry creeks are gurgling at this time. Serdek's tent was set up on the highest point of the high hill, and the tents of all the infantry regiments surrounded his military tent. Standing at the entrance of the camp and looking north, you can see countless black figures crowding the hills to the north. Those evil ghosts are also looking at this side. They should be more eager than the Western Route Army. These evil ghosts ate almost all the large animals on the Moyonling Highlands until they were extinct, and then gnawed tree bark in the mountains for several months. Now that they saw the Empire's army, they may not even see them as enemies in their eyes, but countless delicious grilled sausages and steaks. The foundation part of the wall of the Western Route Army's military stronghold has been completed. The stones carried back by the infantry soldiers from the edge of the canyon are being used to build the main body of the wall. No one can afford to wait for this battle, whether it's the evil spirits or the Western Route Army. The top leaders of the evil Ghost Legion are worried that the West Route Army will build a military stronghold. If the evil ghost warriors want to attack again, they don't know how many evil ghost warriors will have to be sacrificed to open a gap. Serdek and the officers of the Western Route Army were worried that the evil spirits coming continuously from the Northumberland Mountains would eventually accumulate to a very large number, and the military stronghold might not be able to hold it. In the tent in Serdek, Selena was holding a cup of black tea from Helensa city and teaching Zigna how to draw runes. Recently, everyone has been influenced by the magicians in the investigation team. In their free time, they will practice drawing magic patterns. Recently, these magicians are making magic shield scrolls. Selena taught Zigna some dark-related things. Some runes. Obviously, Zigna is not yet old enough to sit still. Drawing complex runes on magic parchment every day is extremely boring for her. At this moment, she pouted, twisted her body, and drew a symbol impatiently. If Selena hadn't been here to keep an eye on her, she would have disappeared without a trace. In order to provide sufficient volcanic ash cement to the military stronghold, Serdek and Aphrodite have been running back and forth between the rental warehouse in Helensa city and the stronghold warehouse almost day and night these 2 days. Fortunately, Serdek Dak has accumulated a lot of magic pockets and can carry a lot of supplies every time. Half-elf archer Samira and magician Avid walked in from outside. Serdek was sleeping soundly on a wicker chair, with a hand-drawn map of Mayun Ridge covering his face, probably hearing the footsteps. Serdek woke up, opened the parchment map on his face, and saw that it was Avid walking in from the outside. He sat up from the wicker chair and asked him,
Willie,
"What is the current situation of the evil ghost army over in the Agassi Hills?"
the magician Avid also knew that even saying,
"Pay attention to rest,"
would be of no use at this time. The war is coming, and no one can get a good night's sleep. He pointed directly at the map and said,
"There are currently 3 evil ghost legions coming towards us. The evil ghost legion gathered in the northern hills is the westernmost one. This evil ghost legion has the largest number of evil ghost warriors among the 3 evil ghost legions. So far, there are probably about 20,000 evil spirits gathered in the Weliagassi Hills. So far, we have only found a few evil ghost generals, but not the evil ghost leader. When the vanguard of the evil ghost army in the middle entered the southern area of Weliagassi Hills, it happened to run into Andrew's constructed knights. The vanguard was completely scattered. Now the evil ghost army is repairing here. It is a distance away. We still have about a day's journey from here. There are some evil spirits in the eastern section of the North Sunderland Mountains chasing the Handanar city reinforcements to the north. So the number of evil ghosts on the east route is the smallest. Only about 10,000 so far. And they are coming from the direction of the inner lake. If we don't rest along the way, it will take at least 3 days to get here." Their vanguard happened to meet the constructed swordsman group led by Marquis Simon Jeffrey, who was moving eastward in the eastern section of the Weliagassi Hills. They fought tentatively not far from the inner lake. Constructed swordsmen, the number of swordsmen was much smaller than that of the devils, so they did not take advantage. According to the news coming back from there should be some constructed swordsmen who quietly broke away from the construction of Marquis Simon Jeffrey after the battle. Swordsman Corps.
Soldak's eyes lit up when he heard Avid say this.
Do you know where they all went? Most of the constructed swordsmen who left chose to go north. They walked very scattered. Some constructed swordsmen simply joined the adventure group hunting near Nehu.
Avid replied,
"You said these constructed swordsmen who left the team joined the adventure group over there?"
Serdek said with some regret. "There are also some constructed swordsmen who have caught up with Andrew's constructed knights. It is said that they have offered to join the Western Route Army, and some are trying to pass through the canyons of the North Sunderland Mountains. They should be looking for Handa heading north. Reinforcements from Inaar City."
Magician Avid introduced everything in detail. Serdek nodded. He was a little disgusted with the aristocratic military system of the Green Empire. Many expeditionary armies are made up of the lord armies of noble lords, large and small. The noble lords also have to prepare all logistics materials for the lord armies going out. In other words, everything used by these lord armies on the battlefield is made of those noble lords pay the bill, which is the basic investment in launching a war. And the spoils divided after winning the war are the specific income of these noble lords. Although war is a violent industry, and a victory can make everyone make a lot of money, the failure of the war also means that these noble lords lose all their money. Of course, in addition to these large and small noble lords sending their lord armies to participate in the war, there are also some small nobles who cannot afford a private army who join the legion in their own name. This type of nobles often join some constructed swordsman groups, and they pay for their own expeditions. However, after the war is won, the spoils of war belong to them personally. In many cases, the legion only takes a small commission. It is easy to say that this kind of army will win the war. Once the war shows signs of failure, it will disintegrate very quickly. Just like the constructed swordsman group of Marquis Simon Jeffrey. There is actually no sign of defeat yet. It's just that Marquis Simon Jeffrey made 2 mistakes in judging the battle situation, which caused the constructed swordsman group to the constructed swordsman had great doubts about Marquis Jeffrey. Therefore, some free noble knights took advantage of the fighting opportunity to quietly leave the constructed swordsman group.
Currently, Marquis Simon Jeffrey is leading the remaining teams of the constructed swordsman corps stationed on the south bank of the inner lake.
The magician Avid added at this time. Soldek asked again,
"Where is the current location of Andrew's constructed knights?"
Magician Avid pointed to the canyon in the North Sunderland Mountains and said,
"They have now entered the canyon and are planning to pass through the canyon to reach the northern tundra. But the current traveling speed is a bit slow."
Serdek and Samira raised their heads at the same time and looked at the magician Avid, waiting for his next explanation.
"Since the reinforcements from Handanar City just passed through this canyon, the heavy armored infantry regiment of the reinforcements gave the evil ghost warriors hiding in the mountains some sweetness. These evil ghosts don't care much about the army passing through this canyon. After all, is it the heavy armored infantry regiment of reinforcements, or the constructed knights of the Western Route Army? They are constantly harassing Andrew's constructed knights. But Andrew is eager to fight all the evil spirits. The constructed knights have to fight with the evil ghost warriors every day along the way.
Magician Abbott stopped after speaking. Serdek asked again.
How many adventure groups are there currently in the North Sunderland Mountains?
In fact, he is still a little worried about the adventure groups hunting in this area. Now a large number of evil ghost legions are rushing out from the North Sunderland Mountains. Once these adventure groups collide with a large army of evil ghost legions, if they do not run away in time, they are likely to be killed, swallowed by the evil ghost army. These adventure groups are the main force in cleaning up the remaining evil spirits after the war. If they can do it smoothly, Serdek still wants to take care of them.
There are less than 100 adventure groups, and most of the adventure groups are currently hunting evil spirits in the Mevagissai Gorge. Most of these adventure groups are in the Inner Lake area,
Abbott said. Samira, who had been sitting next to her without saying much, asked the magician Avid.
Is there any news from the reinforcements in Handanar City? The heavy armored infantry regiment on the reinforcement side is currently being bitten by a group of evil ghosts. They have been forced to stop in the tundra north of the North Sunderland Mountains. Like us.
They are building a city wall. But due to the nearby there were no suitable building materials. Just an earthen wall with a ditch built on the hillside.
Magician Abbott introduced. Just as the magician Abbott reported various information detected by the magicians to Serdek, the reinforcements from Handanar City were fighting fiercely with the evil spirits on the tundra north of the North Sunderland Mountains. The location of the battlefield happened to be on a grassy slope. The terrain of this grassy slope was very gentle. There was a huge trench across the middle of the slope, and on the other side of the trench was a wall made of clay. A group of evil ghosts rushed over from under the slope with swords in their hands. They jumped down the ditch under the rain of arrows, and then climbed over the earth wall to fight with the heavy armored infantry soldiers guarding behind. 2 rows of heavily armored warriors holding square tower shields stood at the front of the military formation. They used their shields to block the oncoming evil ghost warriors. Similarly, the warriors behind would pierce the evil ghost's body with Paglio spears. However, the moment the evil spirits rushed forward, they would use their tall bodies and sharp blades to stab the infantry warriors from the upper edge of their tower shields. Many shield warriors had their heads cut off in this way, or simply had their heads cut off. There was a bloody hole in his face. Almost all the evil ghost warriors who rushed at the front had several spears and feather arrows stuck in their bodies. Before they fell, they would pounce on other heavy armored infantry soldiers and use the bone spurs on their bodies to kill them together with the infantry warriors. All ghost warriors will become extremely bloodthirsty on the battlefield, and they are not afraid of death. The ghost warriors in front will fight a bloody path and fall, and the ghost warriors behind will become even crazier. This caused extremely heavy casualties to the shield warriors in the reinforcements in Handanar City. In just half a day, Marquis Heller mobilized 2 heavy armored infantry regiments, mainly shield warriors, to the battlefield ahead. At this moment, Marquis Heller's heart was extremely bitter. If the captains of these infantry regiments hadn't wanted to hunt evil spirits on the way and provoke so many evil ghosts to follow him, maybe he could have built a city here. Come to the village. As long as we rely on the fortifications of the city, we can stop these evil spirits in front of us. But now, the earthen city wall has not been repaired. And now it is just this battle that is almost crushed by the evil ghost warriors. Fortunately, at dusk, these evil ghost warriors retreated hastily from the battlefield, giving the reinforcements in Handanar City some breathing space. The injured heavy armored infantry soldiers gradually withdrew from the battlefield to the back. The remaining soldiers began to clean the battlefield, collecting valuable things from the ghost warriors, and then carried the bodies of the dead infantry soldiers together to check their identities and sort out their belongings. The heavy armored infantry regiment that did not participate in the battle had to repair this huge trench and earthen wall at night. A lot of heavy armored infantry were killed in the battle, but the reinforcements had no way to retreat and could only stick to this hillside. There are not too many evil spirits gathered below the hillside. They are eating the food obtained from the battlefield, and they will make low roars from time to time. Some time ago, Handanar City frequently received battle reports from the Bena Army and the Western Route Army. Whether it was Cornberg County or the Gandor Mountains, there were good reports one after another. So much so that the lords in the city felt that victory would be easy if they fought against the evil spirits. The lords think that it may be that the evil spirits in the abyss have now realized that there is no room for survival in the Warsaw Plain. so they have become less willing to fight. As a result, the Bina army has won successive victories, even guarding Gonde. The Western Route army on the edge of the Erzon Mountains also killed a large number of evil spirits. But now, when Marquis Heller actually came to the battlefield in the Moyonling Highlands, he realized that it was completely false to say that the evil ghost warriors had no fighting ability. Those evil spirits can really eat people on the battlefield. They eat people, horses, dry food, and almost anything. Chapter 1550 Battle of Highland 6. The battle between the Handanar city reinforcements and the evil ghosts is still going on. The evil ghosts insist on attacking the camp, where the reinforcements are stationed only during the daytime every day. When dusk comes, these evil ghosts will retreat very simply. Never for a moment. This made the reinforcements standing on the tundra in the northern part of the North Sunderland Mountains a little confused. They felt that this group of ghost warriors seemed to be afraid of the dark. On the northern tundra, nearly 10,000 evil ghost warriors faced off against the reinforcements from Handanar city. At night, the reinforcements would take the opportunity to repair the earthen walls and also clear the trenches under the earthen walls. During the day, the shield warriors of the heavy armored infantry regiment would stand at the front of the military formation and engage in desperate hand-to-hand combat with the evil ghost warriors. Although nearly 1,000 heavy armored infantry warriors sacrificed their lives every day, the situation in the battle between the reinforcements and the evil ghosts had not been reversed. Signs. The two sides were in a stalemate on this slope for several days. The reinforcements continued to suffer casualties for several days, which demoralized the infantry soldiers in the legion. Many heavy armored infantry regiments went to the battlefield bravely. Although they could harvest some trophies every day, the laughter of a few days ago had long since disappeared in the military camp. A row of wounded soldiers were sitting in front of the tent, basking in the sun. In addition to being worried about the current war situation, there seemed to be a sense of relief on their faces. However, those heavy armored infantry regiments that had not yet had their turn to go to the battlefield became a little lifeless and practiced military formations on the grass behind the camp in advance. And those shield warriors can't wait to turn their heavy armor into canned luncheon meat. They also wear a layer of tight-fitting leather armor under the full coverage armor, and add a layer of armor to their helmets. They are determined to arm themselves to the teeth. In just a few days, Marquis Valentine Heller's eyes were filled with red bloodshot eyes. After fighting with this evil ghost army for several days, the reinforcements had no chance to withdraw from this battlefield. The only way to get rid of these evil ghost warriors now is to rely on other reinforcements. When I think about it, I feel that this is really ironic. My army came here as reinforcements from Handanar city, but now it is stuck on the battlefield in the tundra in the northern part of the North Sunderland Mountains, waiting for other lords' armies to arrive. Rescue. But on this highland of Moyonling, except for Soldak's West Route army, there was no other army at all. Looking at the red brazier in front of him, Marquis Valentine Heller, who was sitting on the armchair, felt disturbed. He thought that he had oversimplified the battle situation in Moyonling. In order to occupy more territory, the reinforcements actually ran into danger without knowing it. Thinking of this, Marquis Heller reached out and picked up the gold quill from a makeshift wooden table. After dipping a little ink, he quickly wrote a line of words on a piece of parchment. After writing, the parchment was rolled into a tube and tied with a rope. And then another piece of writing was written. The previous letter was written by him to Count Serdek, and he didn't even dare to think about Serdek's expression when he saw this letter. The second letter was written by him to Simon Jeffrey. Marquis, I hope that after seeing this letter, Marquis Jeffrey can lead the constructed swordsman group over from the south as soon as possible. Marquis Heller thought to himself while sitting in his chair. Somebody come! Sir, what are your orders? Send someone to deliver these two letters. This one should be given to Marquis Simon Jeffrey, and this one should be given to Count Soldak of the Western Route Army. We must do it as soon as possible. Marquis Heller's voice was a little hoarse. He picked up the cup and took a sip of water, only to find that there was only a bit of bitter tea residue left in the cup. Yes, sir! The adjutant who walked in from outside responded immediately. Not long after, two messengers quickly left the reinforcement camp on fast horses. They bypassed the battlefield in front and ran straight towards the North Sunderland Mountains. At this time, the battlefield on the grassy slope was still filled with shouts of killing. When the constructed swordsman passed through the easternmost tip of the North Sunderland Mountains, Marquis Simon Jeffrey saw another evil ghost army that had assembled and headed south, with each swordsman possessing 2 war horses. The constructed swordsman group successfully got rid of the pursuit of the evil ghosts, leaving them far behind in the hilly land.
At this time, he had brought the constructed swordsman group to the shore of the inner lake in the easternmost part of the Northumberland Mountains. There were many traces left by the adventure group after they camped in this area. The clear lake water rolled up with white waves and lapped at the lake. On the pebbles on the shore. This inner lake covers a large area and has clear water, like a flawless sapphire set in the easternmost tip of the Northumberland Mountains. It was the rainy season at this time, and the water level of the lake continued to rise. And in some places it had spread to the grassland beside the lake. The constructed swordsman corps camped on a high hill on the shore, and the atmosphere inside the regiment seemed a bit dull. In order to get rid of the pursuit of the evil ghosts, the constructed swordsmen went through a battle, and the result shocked everyone. If the constructed swordsman group were not very mobile, these constructed swordsmen would probably not be able to join the group. The pursuing evil warriors retreated completely in their hands. Just 3 days ago, they had just seen the battle between the Western Route Army's constructed knights that was almost a one-sided massacre. Those construct knights were holding knight spears, and every time they charged at extreme distances, they could pin a group of evil ghosts to the grass, and then let the group of cavalry sitting on the monsters cut off the heads of the evil ghosts. Every time the construct knights charge, the evil ghost army formation will be smashed into pieces. But it was the turn of Lord Simon Geoffrey's constructed swordsman group to face a hunting group of less than 1,000 evil ghost warriors in the eastern part of the Northumberland Mountains. Not only did his constructed swordsman group fail to kill that, a group of evil ghost warriors were almost held back by these evil ghost warriors. And then, they were surrounded and annihilated by a large number of evil ghosts, who caught up from behind. Such a disparity in combat power between the two constructed armies extinguished the last bit of pride in Marquis Simon Geoffrey's heart. It's not that he doesn't know how many constructed swordsmen have escaped privately during this period. But what's the use of knowing it? Can he personally lead people to chase back those deserters? The lords of Handanar City have always refused Duke Newman's recruitment order. It is the noble lords who have a pessimistic attitude towards the war between the Bina army and the evil Ghost Legion. However, the victory of this battle in Cornbury County made these noble lords. Some new ideas came into my mind. It was finally possible to put these ideas into action. So a reinforcement force was born to reinforce the Moyinling Highlands. But on the battlefield, Marquis Simon Geoffrey discovered how big the gap between the armies was. However, he could not lead these constructed swordsmen to withdraw from the battlefield in the Moyinling Highlands. His current task was to guard the boundary line in the southern part of the Welyagaxi Hills. But now the entire Welyagaxi Hills were occupied by 3 evil ghost legions. Torn to pieces, his team of constructed swordsmen even wanted to hide by the Neha Lake. Many constructed swordsmen have clearly expressed their dissatisfaction with him in private. In fact, this is not the worst. The news received from the reinforcements in the morning made Marquis Geoffrey's current situation even worse. In fact, he hoped that the constructed swordsman corps could be stationed in Neha to restore their morale. But the reinforcements were currently fighting the evil Ghost Legion. Looking at the parchment in his hand, the messenger was still standing aside and looking at him eagerly. Marquis Geoffrey took a deep breath, then put the parchment roll aside and said to the messenger, "Give my letter to Marquis Heller as soon as possible." Although he said this, he has not yet written it. After thinking for a long time, Marquis Geoffrey prepared his words and then began to write. "Dear Valentine Heller, I hope that by the time you read this letter, the situation on your side has gradually turned around. After receiving your letter, I immediately assembled the Armored Swordsman Regiment, abandoned the southern line of the Welyagaxi Hills, and quickly rushed towards the northern tundra. I know very well how cruel this war is, and I hope you can persist for a little longer. One time, there was only a dim spark left in the brazier, and a layer of silver frost covered the bottom of the brazier. Marquis Simon Geoffrey picked up the teapot hanging on the brazier and poured himself a cup of warm black tea. He stood up and cut out a piece of red ink pad with a silver knife, inserted the knife into the ink pad, and placed it in the brazier to soften. Then he rolled up the letter, stuck it with ink pad, and handed it to the messenger on the side. Then he strode out of the tent, waved to a group of constructed swordsman corps officers waiting outside the tent, and said loudly, "Everyone, you must have heard that the main force of our infantry regiment is currently being attacked by the Ghost Army in the tundra in the northern part of the Northumberland Mountains. The battle there is very fierce. Marquis Heller hopes that our constructed swordsman regiment can support the past as soon as possible and annihilate those evil ghosts as soon as possible." As he spoke, Marquis Geoffrey regretted that he should not have rejected Captain Andrews' proposal. If the constructed swordsmen and the constructed knights of the West Route Army unite at this moment, as long as they reach the northern tundra, it is estimated they can rescue the reinforcements from the crisis.
But now, he had to take this group of less than 1,300 constructed swordsmen to cross the Northumberland Mountains immediately. When the messengers of the reinforcements rode fast horses around the clock to the military camp of the West Route Army, they happened to see thousands of evil ghost warriors rushing towards the hillside of the high hill, towards the city wall less than 10 meters high that the West Route Army had just built. Climb. The low roars of the evil spirits almost filled the entire battlefield. The Evil Ghost Legion may have gathered more than 30,000 evil ghost warriors here, and these evil ghost warriors are densely gathered in the hills of Viliagossi, compared with the heavy armored infantry regiment of the reinforcements. The heavy armored infantry regiment of the West Route Army seemed to be more organized when facing the evil ghost warriors. Moreover, under their feet was a 10-meter-high city wall, and the 3-meter-high evil ghost soldiers still need to climb up if they want to rush to the city wall. The heavy armored infantrymen at the city head stood in a row holding Paglio spears in their hands. They thrust out the spears in their hands almost at the same time, then turned sideways, and quickly made way for the spear warriors behind them. When the evil ghost warriors rushed to the city, they almost always had at least 2 war spears stuck in their bodies. Then, they saw the shield warriors hiding behind the walls. Almost all the officers in the infantry regiment were standing at the front of the city wall holding swords and shields, because Commander Cerdak would also fight against these evil ghost warriors on the city wall. A halo of fanaticism lit up under his feet, and spread to the feet of other heavy armored infantry warriors, causing powerful power to surge out from under the feet of those infantry warriors. Behind him, the angel shadow appeared like the most dazzling flag on the city wall. As long as the infantry soldiers guarding the city wall saw the shadow of the angel, they knew that the supreme commander of the Western Route Army, Count Soldak, was also fighting with them. The gold-decorated shield in Serdak's hand is simply the nightmare of all evil warriors. No blade can pierce this shield. And there will also be some evil generals mixed in with the evil ghosts and climbing to the top of the city. But no matter which section of the city wall there is a second-level powerhouse every 100 meters. The two-headed ogre Gulaitum, the half-elf archer Samira, and the heavily armed gunner Gary Decker each guard a section of the city wall. And among the other lords of the Western Route Army, there are also several relatively low-key second-stringers. Those who have become strong will naturally climb up the city wall at this time to fight against the evil generals who sneak up. Everyone is more confident in fighting this battle, because as long as it lasts until sunset, the evil ghost warriors will retreat like the tide. Even if the Western Route Army camp sends an infantry regiment to rush out of the military camp at dusk, the evil ghost army on the opposite side will quickly withdraw northward from the Viliagossi hills. They will retreat very decisively without any hesitation, determined not to give the fog of war a chance to be swallowed up. In the past 2 days, the evil spirits almost only attack the military camp during the day. Cerdak only needs to hold on to the daytime period, and the camp here will be safe. The battle started with the West Route Army south of the Viliagossi hills. The evil ghosts were somewhat helpless to find that the West Route Army was still so ferocious. In 2 days, the evil ghost army killed 6 evil ghost generals one after another, except for the attack on the Western Route Army on the first day. The ghost warriors gained certain advantages. For the rest of the time, the evil ghost warriors were pinned under the city wall by the heavy armored infantry. In fact, there are still 30,000 aboriginal warriors from the Agrod tribe in the West Route Army at this moment. And this tribal army is followed by 2 great witches. On the first day, there were no fresh sacrifices for the West Route Army, when the heads of the evil ghosts were cut off after they died in battle. The great witches here had enough sacrifices. Anyway, these evil ghost heads were thrown away. The box will also slowly rot. So it is better to sacrifice it so that the infantry soldiers guarding the city can have the blessing of the blessed body. There was no need for Cerdak to do this kind of thing. On the temporary altar, the 2 great witches were blessing the infantry soldiers waiting in line with God's blessing. Therefore, the battle situation on the West Route Army's side seemed to be fierce. But in fact, the West Route Army had an absolute advantage. Soldak did not even use the cannon fodder corps of ghosts marked red ants hidden behind. This unbuilt stronghold was defended. Of course, the scene in front of them was extremely desperate in the eyes of the reinforcement messenger, because the Western Route Army also encountered the attack of the evil Ghost Legion, which meant that they could not allocate their troops to help Marquis Heller. Chapter 1551 Battle of Highland 7. Countless ghost warriors charged from the north towards the high hill where the West Route Army was located. The Ghost Army threw at least nearly 10,000 ghost warriors into the battlefield. This number was almost the total number of ghost warriors on the northern tundra battlefield. The city wall on the high hill looked more like a huge square platform,
and all the heavy armored infantry soldiers of the Western Route Army fought against the evil spirits on the high platform. The evil ghosts climbed up from the bottom of the hillside, and had to climb up to 4 arms, which were almost 10 meters high. The spear warriors were at the edge of the stone wall, thrusting the spears in their hands into the bodies of the evil ghost warriors, waiting for the evil ghosts. They rushed forward despite their injuries, and immediately there were shield warriors blocking the front. The way the Western Route Army fights the evil spirits seems to be no different from the reinforcements from Handanar City in the northern tundra. It's just that the infantry soldiers of the West Route Army fought in a more orderly manner, and they still stood on the stone wall about 10 meters high to wait for work. Every time the evil ghost warriors rushed to the city wall, there would be an officer nearby with his infantry soldiers. Defeat the evil spirits. Probably because of the blessing effect of the blessed body, the soldier's physical strength can be quickly restored, and the infantry soldiers can guard the city for a whole day. The corpses of countless evil ghost warriors were hung on the city wall, and more corpses of evil ghosts were piled at the foot of the wall. As the sky turned dark, these evil ghost warriors heard the low sound of horns in the hilly camp. They stopped taking another step forward and turned around with their war blades in hand and ran back. Surdak also tried to organize an army to rush out of the camp in the evening, but because they were a group of heavy armored infantry, they could not outrun the evil ghost warriors. These evil ghosts did not want to fight at night at all, and the heavy armored infantry invaded way on the edge of the Lyagaxi Hills. The evil ghost legion retreated decisively, determined not to fight the heavy armored infantry at night. The evil spirits quickly retreated at night, and then emerged during the day to attack the military strongholds of the Western Route Army. The two sides launched a tug-of-war on the battlefield in Gaogang. The infantry soldiers on the West Route Army suffered casualties every day. There were many injured soldiers, but only a few soldiers were killed. Once someone was injured, the chore soldiers waiting below the city wall would lift them off the city wall. The soldiers on the city wall stood very densely, and everyone had the blessing effect of the blessed body. As long as they deliberately avoided vital parts during the battle, their lives would not be in danger. On the other hand, there are people responsible for cleaning up the corpses of the evil ghost warriors every evening after the battle. They were mainly collecting unidentified black magic crystals, and also cleaning up the evil ghost corpses piled under the city wall. Surdak has been leading the infantry soldiers to fight on the city wall these days. He gets up from bed every morning, puts on his armor, and after breakfast, he climbs to the top of the city to join the battle. At night, he sees the evil ghosts retreating with his own eyes, and then walk down the city wall exhausted. The city defense battle here reminded Suldak of the days when he defended the city of Ozimra in the Maka Plain. After dinner, Surdak would go to Nika's medical tent to help. Surdak found that the treatment effect of the Holy Light spell he had recently released was much better than before. He felt that the power of Holy Light accumulated in the body should be in a full state, so that there would be such a good therapeutic effect. Before going to bed, Surdak also wanted to hear the latest news discovered by the Magician Investigation Team, including the movements of the evil ghost army in the North Sunderland Mountains, and so on. While lying on the bed, Surdak still closed his eyes and recalled some insights from the day's battle. Perhaps it was because he had been pushing the upper limit of his physical strength in the past few days, so he was very sleepy every time he lay in bed. It happened that in this half-asleep and half-awake state, Surdak was able to perceive the plain laws of the Warsaw Plane through the strange stone in his body. The most direct benefit of mastering the power of the Warsaw Plane law is to break through the extreme speed, such as swinging a sword, striking with a shield, and running. Even if the speed is increased to the extreme, these movements are still traceable. Strong people will use faster speed or anticipation to resolve some sharp and deadly moves. However, after Suldak realized the power of the laws of the Warsaw Plane, and that the limit of breaking through this speed is jump, Suldak found that sometimes the sword he slashed suddenly disappeared, and then appeared inexplicably in the enemy's body. It was as if the sword had originally grown on the body of the evil ghost warrior. When Surdak drew the sword, he could clearly feel the layers of obstacles in the evil ghost's body. This kind of slashing borrows the power of the laws of the Warsaw Plane, so the evil ghost warriors are almost unable to stop Suldak's slashing. In addition, Surdak also realized the plane law related to power, controlling the gravity field. He can make the enemy feel the magic effect of double gravity. This description is actually a bit inaccurate. Surdak will make the enemy feel as if they have fallen into jelly, and every movement of the body will be greatly resisted. There is a strong feeling of suffocation even when breathing. Through these few days of understanding, Surdak found that he had a more specific understanding of the laws of planes. When fighting on the city wall, during several critical moments, Surdak used these understandings of the power of the laws to allow himself to avoid danger. Later, he even discovered that the world seemed to have fewer and fewer constraints on him. Yesterday at noon, he killed an evil general on the city wall. The evil general had just climbed up to the top of the city, and before he could wave the war blade in his hand, he was caught under Serdak's gravity field. The evil general's movements suddenly stagnated. The sword swung by Serdak suddenly flashed in front of the demon general's throat, and the sword cut off half of the demon general's chin. In the past few days, the West Root Army and the Evil Ghost Army have clearly gained the upper hand in the battle. Since the West Root Army opened the south gate of Moyonling, the situation of the Evil Ghost Legion has gone from bad to worse. Now that the West Root Army has reached the base camp of Moyonling Highlands, these Evil Ghost Legions happily accepted the challenge. I thought it would be better to push back the Western Root Army on the high hill and rush back to the temporary camp at Nanlu Mountain Pass. But the Evil Ghost Army on the opposite side could not attack for a long time and was unwilling to retreat. So they could only remain in a stalemate here, facing a hard battle every day. The Evil Ghost Warriors retreated at dusk, leaving behind a trail of loot. As the lone Evil Ghost Warriors in the Mevajisai Canyon were cleared, some adventure groups followed the Western Root Army to the battlefield here. Many members of the adventure group were discussing the evil ghosts in the hills opposite. How long can we persist? Chapter 1552 Battle of Highlands 8. The sound of horse hooves came from the west side of the hilly land. The messenger rushed out from a hilly area in the north of the canyon with 2 horses. Behind him were several evil ghost warriors. These evil ghost warriors obviously couldn't outrun the galloping at full speed. The ancient boat came to war horses, but they didn't give up, and still stuck to the back. There is a canyon in front of the messenger. If he wants to reach the military camp of the Western Root Army, he must bypass this canyon. The messenger on horseback turned his head and glanced at the Western Root Army camp, then rode his horse along the edge of the canyon and galloped toward the southwest. Seeing that they could not catch up, the evil ghost warriors behind them pulled out bone spears from their ribs and threw them at the messenger. Black bone spears came through the air one after another. The messenger pressed his body tightly against the horse's back. The sharp bone spears passed by the messenger. One of the bone spears even flew past his arm. On his right, there was a clear-cut mark on the arm bracer. The messenger lowered his head and glanced behind him secretly. He found that several evil spirits were thrown 100 meters away by him, and he touched the neck of the war horse with some pride. The 2 Gubwa horses he brought out this time were the best horses in the reinforcements, and they ran very fast on the tundra. Just when he was distracted, an evil ghost suddenly appeared from the hillside. The slope was not high, but it blocked the messenger's view. When the evil ghost warrior rushed towards him diagonally from the slope, the messenger saw that the evil ghost warrior was approaching, and it was already too late to hide. The nearly 3-meter-tall evil ghost, which weighed almost 700 or 800 pounds, jumped down from the slope, pounced on the horse the messenger was riding. The messenger was agile, and stabbed the evil warrior in the heart with his long sword. The evil ghost did not dodge, but hugged his shoulders with both arms, letting the sharp sword pierce the arm wrapped in thick bone armor. The evil ghost's shoulders were covered with sharp thorns, and the messenger was in front of the evil ghost when he pounced. Instantly jumped off the horse. The evil spirit collided with the galloping Gubwa Lai war horse. The horse fell down while galloping and rolled together with the evil spirit. The messenger was also thrown hard to the moss-covered ground. Fortunately, he was wearing thick hard leather armor. His body rolled around on the grass a few times and then stopped. On the contrary, the evil ghost warrior who knocked down the war horse bit hard on the war horse's neck with a bloody mouth, and the war blade in his other hand stabbed into the chest of the war horse. The messenger struggled to get up from the ground. His right arm had completely lost all feeling. After blowing a whistle, another Gubwa Lai war horse that ran ahead circled on the grass and ran towards the messenger. The evil ghost warrior drank enough of the horse's blood. When it raised its head, the messenger grabbed the saddle with both hands, flew up and mounted Gubwa's horse, and galloped southwest along the canyon cliff. He left the evil ghost warrior behind and soon disappeared. At this time, several evil ghost warriors who were chasing after them also gave up the pursuit. After slowing down, they gathered around the dying horse and cut the bloody horse meat with their swords to eat. The messenger rode his horse, not daring to look back, and ran southward along the canyon. After a long circuit, he arrived at the gate of the West Root Army camp. His body was covered with mud, water and blood stains, and he was teetering on the horse. After he showed his identity plate, the guard at the camp gate did not make things difficult for the messenger and took him directly to the camp. They originally planned to take him to the medical team for bandage, But the envoy insisted on seeing Suldek first. So the camp gate guard could only lead the envoy toward the north city wall. Soon, the messenger was taken to the north wall of the stronghold by the camp guards. There is still fighting on the north wall. Countless evil ghost warriors braved the rain of arrows and climbed up from below. The city wall was almost crowded with heavy armored infantry soldiers. Through the heavy human walls, you could vaguely see the fighting going on the city top. The shouts of killing, the roars of the evil ghost warriors, and the clashing of swords were almost integrated into one. He could also very vaguely see a construct knight, leading a group of heavy armored infantry warriors, fighting in a melee with the evil ghost warriors climbing up from under the wall. The shadow of an archangel appeared behind him, which was extremely eye-catching on the city wall. Serdek inserted the sword of Kerwin into the scabbard and put away the gold-decorated shield in his hand. His body was stained with sticky purple blood, and there was a fishy smell all over his body. I don't know how many evil ghosts died in his hands. And the evil ghosts under the city wall are still coming up. In the past 2 days, the number of times the evil general has climbed onto the city has gradually become less frequent. It is for this reason that Serdek walked down the city wall at this time. He took a warm towel from the hand of an adjutant beside him, took off his hat, and handed it to the adjutant beside him, then covered his face with the warm towel, applied it for a while, and then wiped it carefully, revealing a patch of hair under the towel. A young and determined face.
You want to see me?
Serdek put down the towel, put the helmet on his head again, and asked the messenger sent by the reinforcements. The messenger looked very embarrassed, covered in dust and blood stains, and he looked like he had suffered a lot along the way. The messenger stood in front of Serdek and performed a standard noble knight salute to Serdek. He said very seriously,
Your Majesty, Count Suldek, I bring greetings from Marquis Valentin Heller.
Serdek glanced at him indifferently. The heavy armored infantry under the city wall made way for Serdek to make way for him. Serdek walked all the way towards the command post.
How is the war situation on Marquis Heller's side? There are quite a lot of evil ghosts running out of North Sunderland this time.
A teasing smile appeared on Serdek's face, and it disappeared in a flash. The messenger didn't dare to raise his head. As he spoke, he took out a letter from his arms.
The situation with Lord Marquis Heller is not good. He wrote you a letter and ordered me to deliver it to you.
Suldek reached out and took the letter.
Let me see.
There was not much written on the parchment. After reading it, Serdek frowned and asked the messenger,
Oh, you didn't go west along the North Sunderland Mountains as I arranged?
The messenger replied with some embarrassment.
Yes. Your Majesty the Marquis is taking us through the North Sunderland Mountains and is currently on the northern tundra.
Serdek walked into the command post, and the messenger had no choice but to follow him. Signa was sitting in front of the sand table, putting flags on the sand table out of boredom. She was shocked when she saw Suldek walking in with someone. Recently, Serdek always stayed at the top of the city during the day and almost never came back at this time. Otherwise Signa would not use a sandbox as a toy. Serdek placed the parchment letter in his hand on the square table, then turned around and looked at the messenger who followed, and said slowly,
Marquis Heller said in the letter that he hopes I can send an army to help the reinforcements relieve the siege. Of course, as the commander of the Western Route Army, I have a duty to do this. But I think you also saw the situation here on the way here. The Western Route Army is currently blocked in the southwest of the Villadasi Hills. Although we are confident that we can defeat this evil army, I hope that Marquis Heller and the reinforcements can persist for a while. With the current situation, I am afraid that I cannot mobilize them. Man up the northern tundra.
I seem to have heard this rhetoric not long ago. The messenger forced out an embarrassing smile and asked Suldek,
Please think about it again. There are not many evil spirits in the northern tundra.
Serdek thought about what the messenger said and said directly,
Maybe you didn't understand what I said. The current situation is quite complicated. Our West Route Army's combat power is also very limited. We may not be able to reach the northern tundra as scheduled. I hope Marquis Heller can persist.
I won't write a reply for a while, but you must convey what I said to His Excellency, Marquis Valentin Heller, word for word.
The messenger's face turned pale, and he finally understood. These words were exactly what Marquis Valentin Heller said to the herald sent by the Western Route Army half a month ago. At this moment, Earl Suldek remained intact. Return this sentence without moving. He looked at Count Suldek in despair and replied,
Yes, Lord Earl Serdek.
Serdek nodded and waved to him, indicating that he could leave.
Well, you have also seen the battle situation here. Please convey the news to His Excellency the Marquis as soon as possible.
The messenger walked out of the command post of the Western Route Army. This is the highest place in the entire military camp. Looking north from here, one can clearly see the evil ghost warriors rushing out from the Weliagaxi hills all over the mountains and plains. There are 6 rows of heavy armored infantry soldiers standing on the wall on the north side of the West Route Army camp. Currently, only 3 rows are participating in the battle. Once a soldier is injured, he will be replaced immediately. The heavy armored infantry soldiers in the back row will quickly fill in, limiting the fighting battlefield to a small area at the top of the city.
The battlefield on the city wall looked solemn and orderly, and the messenger knew that since Serdek had given a reply, this decision would not be changed easily. If the reinforcements want to get out of trouble this time, they may have to pay a heavier price. At the same time, Andrew's Construct Knights appeared at the north exit of the canyon in the North Sunderland Mountains. Along the way through the canyon, the Construct Knights encountered several ambushes from Ghost Warriors. But this group of Ghost Warriors seemed to have misjudged the combat power of the Construct Knights. Every ambush was like a suicide attack. With a team of less than 100 evil spirits dared to attack the knights of more than 4,000 people. Even the giant ghost pattern soldier ants following behind didn't even have time to rush over. And the battle ended in a hurry. It seems like these evil ghosts are just here to feed the giant ghost pattern soldier ants. Finally out of the canyon, there are almost no traces of evil spirits in the wilderness. Andrew really wanted to lead the Construct Knights to attack the evil ghost army that was besieging Handanar City's reinforcements. But he also knew that he couldn't act recklessly at this time. Looking at the neatly arranged Construct Knights behind him, he waved his hand. Under the guidance of the magicians of the reconnaissance team, the constructed knights of the West Route Army did not rush directly to the location of the reinforcements in Handanar City, but rushed all the way north towards the north exit of Mayun Ridge. Chapter 1553 Battle of Highlands 9. Marquis Valentin Heller is very self-aware. Although several messengers were sent out during this period, he also knew that it was unlikely that troops would come to relieve the siege in the short term. The earthen walls rebuilt every night would become bare after the fierce fighting all day the next day. At the beginning of this war, nearly 1,000 heavy shield warriors had to be filled in with their lives every day in order to defend this wall. A temporary camp. After a few days of adaptation, the current shield warrior has mastered the basics of fighting against the evil ghost warrior. The daily battle loss rate has also continued to decrease. Today, only a few hundred infantry soldiers are killed every day. Every time at dusk, when the soldiers were cleaning the battlefield, Marquis Heller felt extremely heavy, because if he could not wait for reinforcements, the battle would be destined to be a dead end, and all the infantry soldiers might die here. The construction speed of the city is much slower than Marquis Heller's plan, and the current camp is still behind the earth platform. As for the earthen wall, it was rebuilt every night, and would be trampled down by those evil spirits the next day. In fact, Marquis Valentin Heller really wanted to know how the Western Route Army built the walled city during the battle with the Moyling Evil Ghost Army. It seemed such a simple thing. But when the reinforcements arrived at Handanar City here, it's a mess. Moreover, the location of the reinforcements this time is still in the deepest part of the Moyling Highlands. It can indeed radiate to the entire northwest area of the Moyling Highlands. If the Handanar City reinforcements can stand here, then this territory will become the possession of the noble lords of Handanar City. Marquis Valentin Heller knew very well that the reinforcements could not last long in this state. He hadn't shaved for nearly a week. He was sitting in the commander's tent with a look of decadence on his face. Countless lines were drawn on the map on the table. Each line seemed to represent a plan of action. Unfortunately, there was no one. A line can be connected to the south exit of Mayun Ridge. None of the options he could think of worked. There are only 70,000 heavy armored infantry soldiers, and hundreds of thousands of war horses. These are all the private property of the noble lords of Handanar City. If all the lord's troops among Marquis Heller are buried in the northern tundra this time, that means he will offend all the nobles in Handanar City. A glass of fruit wine tasted bitter in his mouth. He turned the wine glass in his hand, closed his eyes covered with red bloodshot eyes, and leaned on the chair, feeling a little dizzy. As soon as he closed his eyes, mountains and plains would appear in front of him. Evil ghost. Lord Marquis, the scouts we sent to the northern region are back. A personal guard whispered in Marquis Heller's ear. Marquis Heller opened his eyes and looked around suspiciously. After confirming that the words he heard were not his hallucinations, he sat up straight. At this time, 2 scouts were waiting at the entrance of the tent. When they both walked in, "How is the situation in the northernmost part of Mayun Ridge?" Marquis Heller asked urgently. One of the scouts stood up and replied, "There is indeed a north pass in the Moyling Highlands." Marquis Heller then asked, "Where?" The scout glanced at the messy map, reached out and pointed accurately to the north and east of the map, and said,
"Here, however, it is not the Evil Ghost army currently stationed there, but an army of local indigenous tribes that occupies the mountain pass. They even built a 60-meter-high city wall at the North Mountain Pass, and their army is very large. Even with siege equipment, it is impossible to conquer this city wall."
The hope in Marquis Heller's eyes was extinguished in half in an instant, but he still asked without giving up.
"Are you sure it's not the West Root army?"
The scout said with great certainty.
"It is certain that everyone is aboriginal from the local tribe. In order to confirm this information, we even walked under the city wall. Those aboriginal warriors did not seem to have any ill intentions towards us. To be precise, he was very friendly, and even stood on the city wall to greet us in aboriginal language."
Hearing what the scout said, Marquis Heller's eyes lit up again, and he loudly ordered,
"Hurry and prepare the war horses. This time I must go and meet the leader of this indigenous army in person."
When Marquis Heller rushed out of the camp on horseback, he had an extremely bold idea in his mind. If this thing could succeed, the situation of Handanar City's reinforcements in the Moyinling Highlands might be completely reversed. He did not expect that there would be such an army composed of local aborigines in the northern area of Moyun Ridge. He has lived in the Warsaw Plain for nearly 10 years, but he has never heard of such a powerful aboriginal tribe in the northern part of Handanar County. A city wall can actually be built on Moyun Ridge. Marquis Heller drank a bottle of spiritual power potion and quickly cheered himself up. He did not intend to rest at this time. Now the Agrod tribe's army was a life-saving straw for the reinforcements of Handanar City. He had to ignore it. Just grab everything with all your strength. So he didn't want to wait for a moment. After hearing the news that the indigenous tribal army was not hostile to the Imperial Army, he immediately rushed towards the northern pass of Moyinling. The northern tundra is about 300 kilometers away from Beishan Pass. When Marquis Heller rode all the way to Beishan Pass, it was already night. The evil ghosts in Cornburg County all like to fight at night, but the evil ghosts in the Highlands strictly insist on finishing work at night. Never fighting at night is the most distinctive feature of the Moyinling evil ghosts. Although the evil ghost's behavior is a bit strange, but it undoubtedly saves Marquis Heller from worrying about surprise attacks by evil spirits at night. The night sky in Moyinling is full of stars. The continuous snow-capped mountains in the distance have long since turned into black shadows and merged into the endless night. If it weren't for a row of torches on the city wall, Marquis Heller might not have been able to see the city wall built at the mountain pass. As the scout said, the walls here are almost as high as the walls of Bennis City. At this altitude, the only way for the Imperial Legion to breach the city walls was to build huge siege engines. The group of people came to the bottom of the city wall, and the 4 guards carefully held up the knight's light shield and rode at the front, blocking Marquis Heller tightly behind them. When the aboriginal warriors on the city wall saw the group of people below the city, they spoke a series of confusing aboriginal languages at the top of the city. The language barrier may be the biggest problem now. Just when Marquis Heller was scratching his head, he didn't expect that the gate under the city wall was actually opened. The aboriginal warrior guarding the gate was still waving vigorously to signal them to hurry up. Go in. Marquis Heller was filled with doubts. When did the local aborigines become so friendly to the Imperial Knights? But since the purpose of coming here is to have a good talk with the aboriginal leaders here, even if the trip is a bit dangerous, Marquis Heller can only bravely ride in at this time. When passing through the city gate, several of the guards around Marquis Heller posed, grabbed a handful of silver coins, and threw them to the aboriginal guards at the city gate. Unexpectedly, the guards reacted quickly. Holding a light blue iris shield, they actually caught all the silver coins. Then, they looked at the silver coins inside the shield and said, "Oola wow," again, seeming to be concerned about these. Ian Jr. was not very interested. The aboriginal guard thought for a moment, and actually pulled out a wolf tooth from the necklace, and threw it to the guard. Then he spoke a bunch of aboriginal words. Although the guards couldn't understand what the aboriginal guards were saying, they could tell from his expression that they were not interested in those silver coins. And it seemed that they would talk about the exchange next time. Just bring out something else. Every night is the best time to prepare for the Western Route Army stationed on the high hills in the southern part of the Villagassi Hills. At this time, the infantry soldiers who had been fully rested during the day would carry pieces of shale to the top of the city, and the city wall to the north of the stronghold would be raised every night. After a day of fierce fighting, the infantry soldiers after dinner would take stock of their achievements during the day. Although this kind of city defense battle is a bit boring, for the soldiers defending the city, the achievements they obtain are extremely stable and rich. The evil ghosts rushed up from under the city wall desperately, unable to break through the shield wall of the shield warriors at the head of the city. The spear warriors behind would even work together to stab the evil ghost warriors down. Dinner is chestnut rice porridge and meat pie. This kind of food with a strong Helensa flavor is eaten every few days. For the infantry soldiers, this is definitely the taste of hometown. And everyone knows Sir Commander Dark's hometown is Helensa. And it is like an honor to be able to eat this delicious food. Although the daily battles are fierce and cruel, the morale of the infantry soldiers of the Western Route Army is high.
After this battle, what do you want to do? Will you continue to follow the Lord to fight in other planes?
An infantry soldier lying outside the tent looking at the stars in the sky asked his companions. He was rubbing a bright gold coin on his linen shirt. He had polished the gold coin until it was shiny. But he had not stopped yet. It seems that doing this has become a habit when chatting.
Go home. After fighting this plane war, I plan to go home. I have saved a little money in the past few years. When I go home, I will marry 2 more wives and rent an oak forest. The golden and silver oak tree of Helensa Ifgwa is very famous. I also know how to make a barrel.
Another older veteran said in a hoarse voice. There was a burst of chaotic footsteps, and the infantry soldiers under the nearby tent stood up one after another. The 2 infantry soldiers also stood up quickly, and looked towards the place where the footsteps sounded. They saw Commander Soldak hurried past with a few followers, and the infantry soldiers under the tent on both sides saluted. Commander Serdak hurried over, but his friendly voice remained.
After a day of fighting, everyone should have a good rest.
The 2 veterans looked at Commander Serdak's back.
Where is our lord going?
The older veteran replied matter-of-factly.
Where else can we go? At this time, it is natural to go to the medical tent. There are many seriously injured soldiers there waiting for his treatment.
Chapter 1554 Battle of Highlands 10. At the northern pass of Mayun Ridge, the Agrod tribe camp. After hearing the report from the guards, a noble lord came outside the north city wall. Now Chief Logan has been invited in. He thought it was Lord Soldak. Then I heard the guards say that the person who came was not Lord Serdak, nor any of the officers under Lord Serdak, but a noble lord whom they had never seen before. And they didn't understand egg. In roads, neither party could communicate. It was only because they were from the Green Empire that they were allowed to enter the Beishan Pass camp. Chief Logan quickly asked the guards to invite the lord to the meeting hall. He thought that after receiving a recruitment order from Serdak a few days ago, the Agrod tribe had already sent out 50,000 troops, heading west along the routes of the mountains in the northern foothills. Another noble lord was sent at this time, perhaps because the plan had changed. Thinking of this, I couldn't help but speed up my pace. The situation on the Moyenling Highlands is changing rapidly. For the Agrod tribe coalition, it is okay to rely on the wall of Beishan Pass to block the retreat of the evil ghost army. But if they want them to send troops to attack the evil ghost camp in Horsens Mountain, it's a bit risky. There are also 2 tribal chiefs who take turns at night in the meeting hall. They keep vigil in the meeting hall to deal with emergencies on the north city wall at night. However, there was a bloody battle when the Daviai city wall was first built, and there has been no war since then. And the evil spirits will not be active at night. The allied forces of the Agrod tribe are guarding the North Mountain Pass. They have not seen the evil ghost army at all in the recent period. Serdak left behind plenty of military supplies before leaving. After the last bloody battle, the clan leaders of each tribe suddenly felt that the evil spirits that were more terrifying than the savage beasts were not so scary anymore. When Chief Logan saw Marquis Heller, he felt that this noble lord was more imposing than Lord Soldak. No wonder the guards said the visitor was a lord when he reported. The meeting hall is where the clan leaders of the tribal alliance usually discuss matters. It is located at the front of several rows of small buildings built behind the northern city wall. The square building with brick and stone structure is quite similar to the architectural style of the Tarapagan area. There are also 2 wing rooms on both sides of the main hall. The main entrance is made of square rocks and is filled with firewood. The ashes below. A group of patriarchs gathered in the meeting hall, and they were chatting with Marquis Heller. They came here to exchange something with the lord from the empire. Warcraft materials are also good. Magic herbs are also good. Now that the evil spirits in the northern mountains at the foot of the north mountain of Mayun Ridge have almost disappeared, the hunters in the tribe can go hunting in the mountains further north. Some materials that are of no use to them are good things in the eyes of this group of imperial people. There are many materials that can be exchanged, such as linen cloth, copper and iron utensils, food, daily necessities for daily life. Anything can be. But this noble lord was sitting in the meeting hall with a sullen face all the time. He would occasionally say something in imperial dialect, and then find that everyone couldn't understand him. So he would remain silent. The walls around the hall were lit with pine torches. The wood was soaked in pine oil, and could burn for a long time after being lit. The room was filled with a strong smell of pine oil. The dome of the room was very high, and the smoke drifted out through the transom windows on the roof. Therefore, the hall was filled with the smoke of fireworks. Chief Logan walked in from outside, and all the chiefs stood up to greet him. Marquis Heller saw Chief Logan walking in, and knew that this was the leader of the Aboriginal tribe. He nodded to Chief Logan and asked,
"Can you understand the Imperial language? If you can understand a little, we can have a simple communication."
Chief Logan looked at Marquis Valentine Heller, and smelled the unique smell of the Imperial aristocrats from his body. The arrogance and indifference in his bones. No matter how you do it, it's hard to hide it. Marquis Heller said calmly,
"I am Marquis Valentine Heller, the Lord of the Tundra in the western part of Mayun Ridge."
He felt that speaking to an Aboriginal native in this way was already giving him the greatest respect. What Chief Logan wanted to say suddenly became unspeakable. What is the Western Tundra Lord of Mayun Ridge? Shouldn't the entire Mayun Ridge be the territory of Lord Surdak? If it weren't for Lord Surdak's promise to hand over Mayun Ridge to the Agrod tribe to live and live, wouldn't it be an empty talk? But if Lord Surdak's promises are all false, then he has used so many weapons, equipment and military supplies to help the Agrod tribe form an army of hundreds of thousands. Wouldn't he have shot himself in the face? Foot? At this moment, he wanted to ask Marquis Heller, "Isn't the Lord of Moyling Highlands Count Soldak?" Suddenly, he realized that the person sitting in front of him was actually a marquis, and Lord Soldak was heard to be just an earl, which was one step lower in the noble hierarchy. Chief Logan wanted to know more about the situation, so he leaned forward and said,
"I am Logan, the chief of the Coleman tribe of the Agrod clan. What do you want to do here?"
The string of titles made Marquis Heller a little dizzy, but he still heard the last sentence clearly. Marquis Heller said directly,
"We have just learned that the Agrod tribe built a wall at the north pass of Mayun Ridge. I came here to borrow money from the Hagway tribe to leave Mayun Ridge." "Leaving Mayun Ridge?"
Chief Logan's expression changed slightly. Further north is the Northern Mountain Range, which is where the Agrod tribe lives. Chief Logan feels that they have no reason to leave. Even if they leave, they should leave through the South Pass. Now they will take a detour and leave through the North Pass. It's just a little abnormal. The tribal chiefs sitting around saw the great change in the face of Chief Logan, and they all looked at Marquis Heller in astonishment. And the meeting hall became silent for a while. Now is the time when the Agrod tribe and the Imperial Army are uniting to resist the evil Ghost Army. Why does the Imperial Army want to take a detour and leave Mayun Ridge at this time? And the road we choose also passes through the settlement of the Agrod tribe. Marquis Heller has keenly sensed some subtle changes in the atmosphere in the meeting hall. He guessed that if he said that he wanted to use a way to leave Mayun Ridge, the native tribes would most likely not trust the Imperial Army entering their territory. He then explained,
"Currently, my army is being bitten by an evil Ghost Army, and the reinforcements from Handanar County cannot arrive in time. So we can only make the worst plan and choose to evacuate the northern tundra. But if we can find a strong reinforcement to help me block the attack of the evil spirits, then my heavy armored infantry regiment can hold the land here and wait for the reinforcements to arrive."
Then he stated the purpose of his trip.
"If your tribe is willing to send troops to fight with us to resist the evil Ghost Army, I think it will be very beneficial to both of us. And as long as you are willing to work with us to resist the evil ghosts, the promise I can make is to provide certain compensation in terms of military supplies."
He thought that if Chief Logan refused his proposal to use a road to leave, he would most likely agree to his second proposal.
"Do you want us to unite to fight against the evil spirits?"
Chief Logan asked. He was a little more suspicious of Marquis Heller's identity. Hasn't the alliance contract between us been signed long ago? If you come here and directly say that you are being besieged by evil spirits, please ask us to send troops to rescue the siege. I am afraid that the Agrod Alliance army is already on the road at this moment. But why did Marquis Heller go in such a big circle? The most likely possibility is that Marquis Heller simply doesn't know about the alliance contract signed between Lord Soldak and the Agrod tribe.
"There is indeed such a plan. I think the Agrod tribe is building a city wall here to resist the evil Ghost Army. It is probably to prevent the evil Ghost Army from continuing to invade the north. So it will definitely be beneficial to unite with us to fight against the evil Ghost Army. A harmful thing. As long as your tribe can help us solve this crisis, I can promise that when our supplies arrive here, I am willing to give some of them to our future allies for free."
Chief Logan had even greater doubts in his heart. Aren't the supplies we are using now originally provided by you? There must be some problems between Marquis Valentine Heller and Lord Soldak. But at this time, there is no one to discuss. Chief Logan thought for a while, and then said to Marquis Heller,
This matter is not something I can decide alone. I need to discuss it with other tribal chiefs. Come here. Take Marquis Valentine Heller and his party to have a rest.
Chief Logan said the last words in Aboriginal language. Immediately, 2 guards came in and asked Marquis Heller to leave the meeting hall. Marquis Heller didn't expect that he hadn't said what supplies he would give away. He was actually invited out by this group of natives. Marquis Heller suppressed the anger in his heart. The only one in Handanar City who dared to treat him like this was Archduke Newman. Although they know that this kind of discussion is essential, it is not a good thing to enter the second round of discussion so quickly, because they simply have no conditions for listening to themselves. Maybe these natives may have better results after hearing the conditions they set out. Marquis Valentine Heller led a group of personal guards on the stone road streets in the residential area behind the city wall. Thinking about how to impress the leader of the indigenous tribe, he thought Chief Logan looked easy to talk to. Maybe if you provide some weapons, armors, and horses to the native tribes, they will happily agree. As Marquis Heller was walking, he heard the guards around him whispering,
Why do the buildings here resemble the style of our Tarapagan area? Yes. If I wasn't sure that I was in the highlands of Moyling, I would have thought I was back in some small town in my hometown.
Marquis Heller felt as if someone had punched him hard in the heart. Chapter 1555 Battle of Highlands 11. After Marquis Heller left the meeting hall, the clan leaders of each tribe began to speak, asking Chief Logan what the Lord of the Green Empire was doing here. The tribe leaders did not understand the imperial language and thought Marquis Heller and others were here to deliver supplies. They also thought about taking out some useless warcraft materials in exchange for some linens and daily necessities. But after hearing Chief Logan say that these people were here to ask for help, a tribe chief immediately stood up and expressed his stance.
Our vanguard has already set off, so it's not impossible to take a detour to support them.
Chief Logan then expressed his doubts. He felt that there seemed to be a deep gap between Marquis Heller and Lord Surdak. Otherwise, he would not have known about Lord Surdak and Agrod, the matter of tribal alliances. However, the various clan leaders feel that it is not important whether Marquis Heller knows about this matter. This matter mainly depends on whether the Agrod tribe chooses to help or not.
I think it doesn't matter if we have another imperial army.
The clan leader said something loudly. Many clan leaders said that Marquis Heller and Earl Soldak were both noble lords of the Green Empire, and some estrangements did not matter. Everyone was fighting against evil spirits together, and any conflicts should be resolved after the war. Chief Logan sat in the main seat of the meeting hall and shook his head silently, indicating that things were not that simple.
Before sending troops to Moyun Ridge, the great elders have already negotiated with Lord Surdak. After we drive the evil spirits out of Moyun Ridge, this highland of Moyun Ridge will be our Egrod from now on, the tribe's habitat. Lord Surdak only owns this land in name only, and has the right to mine and manage this land. In the future, Lord Surdak's army may use the Moyonling Highlands as a springboard to pass through the northern mountains and go further north to the wild lands to open up new territories. These are all things we have already negotiated, but now Lord Valentine Heller says that the western tundra belongs to them, which means that at least a quarter of the territory will no longer belong to us.
Chief Logan touched his forehead. He had a headache. A tribe leader sitting below said loudly,
Logan, the Moyling Highlands are so vast. Even if we occupy half of it, it will be enough for our tribe to settle here.
The other clan leaders all agreed.
That's right.
What they were more concerned about was the batch of supplies that Marquis Heller promised to give, but did not have time to give details. When the clan chiefs of each tribe heard someone express their stance, they found that everyone seemed to have thought of it together. More clan chiefs expressed their stance immediately.
Actually, the woodland in the northern mountains is more suitable for survival. Our tribe is already accustomed to life in the woodlands and mountains. There is no need to move back to the Moyling Highlands with you.
Chief Logan sighed and said worriedly,
Actually, I am worried that rashly helping Marquis Heller will anger Lord Soldak.
Before Chief Logan finished speaking, the chiefs below started shouting, and the atmosphere became even more heated.
We don't know what conflicts there are between them. How we choose to do it is not up to us. That's right. Even if it makes him unhappy, it doesn't seem to be a loss to us, and we're not afraid of him. Why do we have to choose? Isn't it better to eat both sides?
The chiefs of each tribe are selected and trained from among the strongest warriors of the tribe. They are extremely brave and have no problem leading tribal warriors in battles. However, when looking at the internal conflicts in these armies, their vision is extremely short-sighted.
It's just that we can actually accept the benefits from both sides at the same time. We will help whoever gives more.
A clan leader said this. The atmosphere in the meeting hall became more lively, and the patriarch seemed to have found a way to get rich. Some people said it was even more outrageous. There was a rush of footsteps outside the meeting hall, and before anyone walked in, a clear and melodious sound like silver bells was heard entering the hall.
I disagree.
Delia quickly walked into the meeting hall, wearing a magic pattern structure, and objected. The tribal chiefs looked at Delia with some surprise. Many of the chiefs looked at Delia with fear. Her strong aura was getting stronger and stronger. It was obvious that she would probably take over the position of Chief Logan in the future, become the patriarch of the Igrodi tribe.
Delia, you are still just the captain of the temple guard, and you do not have the right to issue orders to the tribes,
a patriarch said with some dissatisfaction. His voice was not loud, but it was heard clearly by Delia. Delia walked directly in front of the patriarch, and suddenly a bright war spear appeared in her hand. The sharp tip of the spear almost touched the patriarch's Adam's apple. The clan leader was so frightened that he swallowed the spear, and a very fine scratch immediately appeared on his Adam's apple, straight down, and a stream of blood dripped out.
Do you think I dare not kill you?
Delia's eyes were like daggers, and the man was so frightened that he suddenly fell to the ground, very embarrassed. The clan chiefs around were also shocked. They rarely saw Delia angry. The last time was when a tribal warrior from the Nicro tribe secretly killed his companions and monopolized a white rock rhinoceros horn. A spear was nailed to a big tree in the middle of the tribe. Just when the clan leaders were at a loss, an old and steady voice suddenly sounded from the ear room on the left side of the meeting hall.
Delia, back off.
Everyone looked towards the side room of the meeting hall, and saw Elder Amberby walking out of it holding a staff. He walked unsteadily, as if at any moment he might lose his breath, fall over, and die. As soon as Elder Amberby appeared, the meeting hall instantly became quiet. All the clan leaders stood up, and no one dared to speak in private. Chief Logan quickly stepped down from his seat and helped Elder Amberby sit on the chair. Elder Amberby slowly looked around and motioned for everyone to come closer. Then he spoke in a hoarse voice.
Everyone must have seen the cavalry regiment of the Western Root Army fighting the evil Ghost Army on the battlefield. It can be said that they were invincible in the face of the evil Ghost Army on the Moyling Highlands. There is no evil Ghost Army that they can't defeat. At least that's what I saw. But this Marquis of Heller was in trouble in the northern tundra. But instead of asking Lord Soldak for help, he found us nearby. Let's talk about the current situation on the battlefield. Lord Soldak's army has begun to slowly approach Horsens Mountain. How can we not be able to help them rescue them at this time? Logan is absolutely right. There is a conflict between them, and I can tell that the problem should be the territory. So we can't rush this matter. We need to see the attitude of Lord Surdak. After all, he is our most trustworthy ally,
Elder Amberby said while sitting in his chair.
Logan, you can appease Marquis Heller first. At this time, we should let time tell us the correct answer. Yes, great Elder.
Chief Logan agreed. Elder Amberby personally decided this matter, and the patriarchs of the Agrod tribe were naturally speechless. The atmosphere in the meeting hall was still a bit dull. At this time, a guard suddenly walked in from the outside and reported to Chief Logan.
Chief Logan, the Lord did not say anything and asked the night guard to help him. After opening the city gate, the group of people rode away overnight.
The tribe leaders, who were originally considering whether to contact this noble lord in private and exchange some supplies, were all dumbfounded for a moment. Chapter 1556 Battle of Highlands 12. Marquis Heller led his guards on horseback until dawn. The night on the Moyling Plateau was extremely cold, and a group of knights shivered from the cold on their horses, until a flash of light appeared on the horizon. The knights stepped to a stop on the moss-covered field. It was a vast place, and you could see several kilometers away at a glance. They saw that there were no evil spirits around, and there was no pursuit from the Igrod tribe behind them. Only then did Marquis Heller pull the reins of the warhorse, raised his hand, and signaled the knights to stop and take a rest. Marquis Heller can be sure that this Igrod Tribal Alliance army is inextricably linked to Surdak. When I first entered the Agrod camp, I felt that the behavior of the native tribesmen was a bit strange. Now that I think about it, I feel that this trip is really dangerous. Marquis Heller felt that he was really smart. If he hadn't reacted in time, he might have been trapped in the Agrod camp by now. However, we were unable to find strong reinforcements this time. If we return to the camp, we will continue to fight against the evil ghost warriors. Thinking of this, Marquis Heller felt depressed again. At the foot of the mountains at the northern foot of Moyun Ridge, an Igrat Alliance army marched along the gravel road on the edge of the mountainous area towards Horsens Mountain in the west of Moyun Ridge. The total strength of the Igrat tribe's Western Expeditionary Army reached 50,000. This army set out from the Baishanka camp and headed west. Because they were all heavy armored infantry and had to carry a certain amount of supplies. Very slowly. According to Serdak's instructions, they needed to reach the west of the North Sunderland Mountains. This army walked for 8 days and only traveled less than 200 kilometers, and had just arrived at the northwest corner of the Moyonling Highlands. The leader of this Western Expeditionary Army is Samos, the leader of the Lilki tribe of the Igrat clan. Along with this Western Expeditionary Army, there are 11 tribal chiefs. According to the arrangement of Chief Logan, this army will go around the source of the Alinch River and then go south along the foot of the mountains on the west road. Since the Igrat tribe does not have enough horses, the Legion's material supplies are the biggest problem they currently face. All the Aboriginal soldiers brought 10 days marching rations before leaving, and currently they only have 2 days' worth of rations left. The evil spirits have already plundered all the edible food in the highlands of Moyonling. The soldiers could not find wild vegetables and berries to satisfy their hunger like they did in the jungle at the foot of the mountain. They could only wait for the supply team behind them to arrive in time. This is the upper reaches of the Alinch River, and some evil ghost investigation teams can already be seen wandering around here. Apparently they have discovered the Western Expeditionary Army of the Igrat tribe. However, due to the large number of soldiers in this army, they only dare to wait and see from a distance. The Aboriginal warriors of the Igrat tribe also know that there are evil spirits around, and they have sent out the scout team. Now there is no shortage of sacrifices in the tribe. These Aboriginal warriors sent out have received the blessings of God, and they are capable of fighting the evil ghost warriors alone in the wild. As before, the large army was stationed on the grassland beside the Alinga River. Light a fire on the grassland by the river. Boil water. Cook the marching rations into porridge, and then collect some wild vegetables from the surrounding grassland and put it in. This kind of marching ration may be hard to swallow in the eyes of the heavy armored infantry soldiers of the Western Route Army. Every infantry soldier likes to complain about this kind of marching ration. But in the eyes of these Aboriginal soldiers, it is rare. Delicious.
Chief Samos, the information returned by the scouts who were investigating the source of the Alinch River shows that there are traces of a large number of evil ghost warriors near the river. But the specific location of this evil ghost army has not been determined yet.
An Aboriginal the warrior walked to the side of Chief Samos and reported in a low voice. The strong man with the tiger totem pattern on his face is the leader of the Liurki tribe. He only wears a pair of heavy armor and sits naked next to the campfire.
I know. We must be more vigilant at night. We may have to stay here for a while in the next few days,
Chief Samos said to several chiefs of other tribes around him.
Are you worried that evil spirits will attack us?
Asked a clan leader. Chief Samos narrowed his eyes and said in a low voice.
Not only that, I am also worried that the evil ghost army will cut off our supply line after figuring out our movements.
Several clan leaders sitting around the campfire became nervous. After all, this was the first time that the Igrat tribe sent troops to conquer the evil spirits in the Moyonling Highlands. Before that, everyone was prey in the eyes of evil spirits. Now the situation is actually reversed. It is absolutely impossible to say that I am not nervous. All the Aborigines in this Western Expeditionary Army had experienced the Battle of Beishan Pass. Facing the evil spirits, these Aboriginal warriors felt both apprehensive and somewhat hopeful. The indigenous warriors, who were wearing heavy armor and weapons, wanted to use a field battle to verify their current strength. The first ray of sunlight after dawn shone into the riverside camp, and the low roars of evil spirits also sounded on the other side of the Alinch River. The water level in this section of the river was not deep. A legion of evil ghosts, numbering at least 8,000 evil ghosts, suddenly appeared on the other side. Under the orders of the evil general, rows of evil ghost warriors jumped into the waist-deep icy river water, striding towards the Igrat tribe camp on the other side. When the evil spirits launched an attack, the Aboriginal warriors in the camp were well prepared. Rows of Aboriginal warriors were waiting on the shore. Just when the evil spirits sounded the attack horn, streaks of sacrificial light emerged from the Igrat camp. This Igrat army stationed by the river couldn't run away even if they wanted to. After all, they ran much slower than the evil ghosts. They could only form a shield wall in place and guard the river bank to resist the charge of the evil ghost warriors. Obviously, the Aboriginal warriors, who have full coverage heavy armor, are extremely powerful in combat. They may not be as powerful as the evil ghost warriors, But these Aboriginal warriors trust each other. And a fleur-de-lis shield cannot stop the evil spirits. When the ghost warrior performs a cleave, there will be a second shield, and the third shield will be raised one after another. The Aboriginal warriors behind would push their companions in front with their shoulders, and they would find the right moment to thrust out the spear in their hands. Their line of defense was like a wall built along the river bank. There are 3 great witches in the camp of the Aboriginal warriors. As they continue to offer sacrifice, more Aboriginal warriors received blessings and joined the battle. The 12 clan leaders also appeared on the battlefield immediately. The most conspicuous one was the Samos clan leader, because he also wore a set of magic pattern armor. The warriors of the Igorot tribe preferred to hold it in their hands, fighting with spears. Chief Samos also held a shiny black iron war spear in his hand, and he stood in front of an evil ghost general. Fighting alongside him were several other clan leaders. The evil ghost general's body was burning with a layer of black flames, and he was trying to carve out an area on the grass by the river so that more evil ghost warriors could land. It's just that he was spotted by Chief Samos as soon as he jumped ashore, and now he was embarrassed and surrounded by several chiefs. However, the evil ghost warriors behind him were blocked in the river by the Aboriginal warriors. Only a few of the evil spirits crowded onto the grass on the shore. Amidst the bursts of shouts of killing, one by one the evil ghost warriors were covered in blood holes and fell on their backs into the turbulent cold river water. Some of the Aboriginal warriors holding shields at the front were also wounded all over by bone spurs and lay on the grass stained with blood by the river. The water of the Helensa river has turned lavender. The Aboriginal warriors finally learned that these evil ghost warriors were neither as vulnerable as they appeared in the Battle of Bashan Pass, nor as invulnerable as those seen in the dense forests of the northern mountains. The heavily armed Aboriginal warriors had found ways to deal with them. Their methods. People kept falling on this battlefield. The evil spirits were determined to fight. There were many corpses of evil ghost warriors floating in the river. The evil ghosts rushing up from behind stepped on the corpses of their companions and fought to the death. The Aboriginal warriors by the river had been forced back more than 10 meters by the evil ghost warriors, and a battlefield filled with corpses lay beside the river. The evil ghosts rushed to the grass on the shore, and their morale suddenly became high. They became even more fierce as they charged forward. The Igorot indigenous warriors who retreated frequently gradually became tired of dealing with the continuous attacks of the evil warriors, and for a while the situation on the battlefield began to reverse. There were even some evil spirits squatting on the battlefield, tearing apart the corpses of Aboriginal warriors with their hands, and began to eat their flesh and blood. Although Chief Samos had already killed the evil ghost general with bruises all over his body. As the evil ghost warriors rushed to the shore, more and more evil ghost warriors joined the battle here, and the evil ghost general, who was covered with bruises, unexpectedly broke out again, with new fighting power. The war blade in his hand picked off 7 tribe leaders in succession. Victory or defeat on the battlefield can change in just the blink of an eye. Many Aboriginal warriors wanted to rush towards the battlefield when they saw the leader of their tribe lying in a pool of blood. The originally arranged formation immediately had a hole. The evil ghost warriors rushed towards the Igorot tribe's camp along the gap. It was impossible for the Aboriginal warriors behind to stop them. However, all the shield warriors ran to the forefront of the battlefield. Almost all the Aboriginal warriors in the camp fought with the evil spirits with war spears. For a time, the number of casualties among the Aboriginal warriors began to increase sharply, and the evil ghost warriors once approached the altar set up by the great witches in the camp. Just when the situation of the Igorot tribe army became precarious, a group of cavalry appeared on the grassland north of the Helensa River. These cavalry were all riding black-horned elk. The Aboriginal female warrior running at the front was impressive. It was Delia, who came from Bashan Pass. The magical light of the magic pattern construct on her body continued to flow, and the black-horned elk under her suddenly accelerated, rushing into the battlefield by the river with an afterimage behind her. Chapter 1557 Battle of Helensa 13. In her hand, she held a battle spear that glowed with dazzling light. The black-horned elk rushed into the battlefield, trampling the blood-stained grass by the river with its 4 hooves. Every time it jumped up, it could escape more than 20 meters away. Almost instantly, he rushed to the evil general, who had picked off several clan leaders. The war spear was raised above his head and pierced hard into the chest of the evil general, who was covered in black flames. The evil general had already smelled the danger. The bone spurs on each joint on his body surged, and the war blade in his hand also slashed diagonally downward, trying to block Delia's sharp blow. Chief Samos, who was standing aside, immediately cooperated with Delia and helped her block the 2 evil ghost warriors who were trying to rush forward. The war spear in Delia's hand flashed with a dazzling light, and the spear tip suddenly grew a length. Just before the demon general's war blade slashed onto the war spear, the sharp spear tip pierced the demon general's chest. The gleaming war spear penetrated the top bone breastplate of the evil spirit general, and the flashing light dispersed the black flames on the evil spirit general's body. The evil general looked at the war spear stuck in his chest in shock. He wanted to grab the war spear with both hands, but was hit in the face with an elbow from Delia, who jumped up from the back of the black-horned elk. A spike on Delia's elbow pierced the evil ghost general's bony face, causing the evil ghost general to fall on his back. Delia took advantage of the situation and pulled out the war spear inserted into the chest of the evil general. The morale of the Agrod tribe soldiers was greatly boosted on the battlefield. There were only less than 100 temple guards. They rode black-horned elk into the riverside battlefield, immediately injecting new vitality into the Agrod tribe army. The aboriginal warriors kept shouting Delia's name, and the defense line that was on the verge of being broken was quickly filled in by the warriors behind. The battle lasted until noon, and the Western Expeditionary Army of the Agrod tribe won the final victory. However, the number of casualties in this battle also exceeded the expectations of the leader of the Samos tribe. The actual number of casualties exceeded 20,000, and the number of killed soldiers alone was more than 9,000. Just this battle almost completely crippled the Agrod tribe's Western Expeditionary Army. The aboriginal soldiers of the Western Expedition didn't even have time to clean up the battlefield before countless evil ghost corpses were washed downstream by the Helensa River. The severed head of the evil spirit became a new sacrifice. Throughout the afternoon, the great witches held a memorial ceremony for the fallen warriors by the river next to the camp. According to the customs of the Agrod tribe, the fallen warriors should return to the arms of the tree god after death, and their bodies should be buried under the big tree. There are no trees on this grassland by the Helensa River, but it is also the foothills of the northern mountains. As long as you walk up the slopes, you can still find some trees growing on the cliffs in the mountains. Obviously, it is impossible for all the more than 9,000 aboriginal warriors to be carried to the mountain, and then dug out stones and buried under the cliff. There were too many corpses to move, so the small trees on the cliff could only be transplanted to the sandy hills on the bank of the Helensa River. All the fallen aboriginal soldiers were buried on this sandy hillock. Speaking of which, this may be the first major victory the Agrod tribe has achieved with its own strength. Although many people died, it also gave more aboriginal warriors hope of victory. When burying the corpses of their companions on the sand hill, many soldiers' eyes would unconsciously fall on Delia. At this moment, her aura of leadership seemed to become even more dazzling. The Western Expeditionary Army only stayed on the bank of the Helensa River for one night. The blood on the river bank had not completely penetrated into the soil of the grass. A large group of evil ghost warriors gathered again on the opposite bank. This area may be an area where evil spirits frequently move. These evil ghost warriors came very quickly and in a hurry. They didn't even attack the Western Expedition camp at dawn, and had been patiently waiting for more evil spirits to come over. However, because Delia came from Beishan Pass this time, the fighting will of the group of soldiers in the camp was very determined, and everyone did not even have any communication. Everyone knows very well that they cannot outrun these evil ghosts with their legs. Everyone has only one choice now, and that is to fight for the future of the Agrod tribe. Many warriors were sitting outside the tent, polishing the tips of their war spears, and wearing armor. It wasn't until the afternoon that the evil ghosts on the other side of the river launched an attack on the Western Expeditionary Army. Almost every time they fought, the evil ghosts would choose stud, and all the evil ghost warriors swarmed forward. This kind of battle is also very simple. Those who stand to the end on the battlefield are the winners. The evil ghost warriors did not win this battle, but they also completely crippled the Western Root Army of the Agrod tribe. There were very few uninjured aboriginal soldiers in the entire Western Expedition Army. Almost all the warriors accepted the blessings of the gods from the great witches on the sacrificial altar. With the powerful recovery ability of the divine body, many aboriginal warriors who had suffered minor injuries were no different from normal people. Just when the battlefield was being cleaned in the evening, some evil spirits appeared again on the grass on the other side of the river. They sat silently on the grass by the river, their purple-black eyes staring at the Western Expedition Army camp on the other side of the river. As night fell, there was no movement from the evil spirits on the other side of the river. But Chief Samos concluded that this group of evil spirits on the other side will definitely attack the Western Expedition Army again. However, the current Western Expeditionary Army of the Agrod tribe has no combat power at all. In addition, the soldiers have eaten up all the rations they brought for 10 days. He thought that there would be a material transportation team to deliver marching rations later, But what he learned from Delia was that Chief Logan did not prepare a follow-up food transportation team at all. And even the prepared reinforcements stayed behind, on the north side of the mountain pass. It can be said that the current Egrod Western expedition is an isolated and helpless army. After hearing such news, Chief Samos couldn't sleep that night, and some complaints about Chief Logan arose in his heart. I thought that Chief Logan might want to deliberately weaken the Liurki tribe. But this time the Kuhlman tribe also sent as many warriors, and even Delia rushed to the battlefield here. It didn't look like that at all. It looks like he is about to be abandoned. He sat at the entrance of the tent and looked up at the stars in the night sky, thinking about how he could stop the attack of the evil ghosts on the other side of the river tomorrow. Suddenly, I saw not only stars twinkling in the night sky, but also some lights like fireflies appearing under the thin clouds. These lights like fireflies did not even fly over the evil ghost camp on the other side of the river, but deliberately made a big circle and came closer. When a magician rode a magic weapon and landed in the Western Expedition camp, he then took out a magic flare and released it into the night sky. The bright green light exploded in the night sky. The fluorescent lights floating in the night sky flew towards the Agrod camp one after another, as magicians wearing black magic robes stood in front of Delia one after another. Magicians began to take out packages of marching rations packed in paper bags from their magic pockets. Only one magician was there, communicating with Delia in Imperial language. The other magicians were busy moving out the supplies from their magic pockets. The already exhausted marching rations suddenly piled up into a huge pile. Seeing that someone had delivered supplies overnight, Chief Samos was still very excited. At least tomorrow's breakfast for the more than 30,000 Western Expeditionary Army was secured. But how to deal with a group of evil spirits on the other side of the river is still a problem before the leader of the Samos clan. He cannot force the injured warriors to rush to the battlefield to die. But they can't leave. Even if the Tribal Alliance army at Beishan Pass can send another 20,000 soldiers, Chief Samos feels that he can easily defeat the group of evil spirits on the other side of the river tomorrow. That night, the evil spirits on the other side of the river kept howling, and those weird sounds kept many soldiers awake all night. The magicians did not leave immediately. Instead, after discussing with Delia, they took advantage of the night to have a group of Aboriginal warriors stand in a dense row by the river, and then move some sand that could still be dug. The Aboriginal warriors who dug the pit dug sand pits riddled with holes in the grassland along the river bank, as the oak barrels were buried in the sand pit one by one. Delia even asked someone to move some turf from behind the camp to restore the dug sand pit. This night was particularly busy for the Aboriginal soldiers of the Western Expeditionary Army. When it dawned, everyone discovered that there were many more evil ghost warriors gathered on the other side of the river than in the previous 2 days. Many evil ghosts were already standing in the river, ready to swim through the waist-deep river to the west. Come this way to the army camp. What makes the Aboriginal soldiers of the Western Expedition even more incredible is that Chief Samos and Princess Delia seemed to have no intention of going to war at all this time. They even asked the soldiers to retreat into the camp, vacating the entire battlefield on the river bank. Just when these Aboriginal warriors were very confused about this, on the edge of the tundra on the other side of the river, a group of knights appeared like ghosts. The dark red monsters rushed out from the grass, looking like balls in the morning Sunday dancing flame. Chapter 1558 Battle of Highlands 14. The Construct Knight at the front was Andrew. He appeared on the horizon of the tundra with a group of knights, followed by countless giant ghost-patterned soldier ants. The appearance of the Construct Knights caused the evil spirits on the tundra to subconsciously raise their weapons and turn around to rush towards the Construct Knights. The tundra on the south bank of the Olinda River can be seen everywhere with evil spirits gathering from all directions, all looking towards the Constructed Knights. With a trace of fanaticism in Andrew's eyes, he saw that this area was indeed filled with evil spirits, as the magicians of the reconnaissance team had said. He didn't want to give the evil spirits any time to deal with it this time, so he pulled the horn hanging around his waist. In his hand, he blew loudly. Woo! A low horn sound sounded from beside Andrew, and the knights following him decisively raised the knight's spear hanging next to the saddle, then leveled the knight's spear, and pointed the tip of the spear at the loose evil spirits on the tundra in front. Ghost. Andrew had already taken the lead and rushed out. The magic pattern constructs on the knights behind him also lit up one after another. The knights could use the magic pattern constructs to inject the power from their bodies into the body of the warhorse. These magic-marked warhorses suddenly accelerated, and in conjunction with the knight spears, they poked blood holes, as big as bowls, into the chests of the evil spirits in front of them. In this plain area, as long as the warhorses are allowed to increase their speed to the extreme,
Even these evil ghosts cannot stop these construct knights charging at full speed. Andrew took the lead in rushing toward an evil ghost warrior. At the moment when he collided with the evil ghost, the butcher's eye in Andrew's hand split the evil ghost warrior's forehead first. The horse rushed over again, and Andrew struck with all his strength. Immediately, the evil ghost's head in front of him exploded into a cloud of blood mist. The huge body of the evil ghost warrior was also knocked away by the charging horse. These war horses are covered with specially customized hard armor. These hard armors are hung on the war horses, and there are hard horns near the head and front legs. Unexpectedly, Andrew's full blow actually killed an evil ghost. Andrew pulled the reins of the war horse and rode the horse in a circle on the grass. He raised the butcher's axe in his hand and let out a loud roar. The group of construct knights who rushed up with him also stopped on the grass, and the magic-patterned horses under their crotches stood up amidst the neighing sounds. Behind the construct knights was a dark red tide. Just when the construct knights stopped, these giant ghost-patterned soldier ants crossed over the construct knights and rushed towards the evil ghost army in the Helensa River. Go! The evil ghost warriors gathered by the Helensa River suddenly realized that their own army was actually surrounded. They knew that these dark red monsters covered in hard armor were difficult to deal with. Seeing that they had nowhere to escape, some evil ghosts turned around and raised their weapons to prepare for a life-and-death battle with the giant ghost-patterned soldier ants. Those evil ghosts approaching the river bank turn around and look at the Egrod West expedition camp on the other side of the river. Amidst the chaotic and noisy roars, a large number of evil ghost warriors chose to cross the Helensa River. They planned to open a passage from the western expedition of the Egrod tribe to avoid fighting those dark red monsters. The entire evil ghost army was in chaos. The evil ghost warriors were like a group of flamingos spreading their wings in the lake, fluttering in the river, riding countless boiling water splashes, and rushing towards the river bank of the Western Expeditionary Army. Come! After these 2 days of fierce fighting, the evil ghosts also discovered that this Western Expeditionary Army was not as powerful as they imagined. The infantry soldiers in the Western Expeditionary Army suffered casualties, and the confidence of the evil ghost warriors began to grow little by little. This is also the reason why they were still able to gather more ghost warriors after 2 days of fierce fighting. Now that the evil spirits found that the legion was besieged by the Helensa River, they wanted to escape in time before the constructed knights were completely killed. After flowing through the waist-deep turbulent river, the evil ghost warriors quickly stepped into the grassland on the north bank of the river. As soon as those big feet that were tightly wrapped in bone armor stepped onto the grass, all the evil spirits did not expect that something happened. A series of explosions caused the grassland on the river bank to be completely swallowed up by dust and smoke. Those unlucky evil spirits who rushed at the front were blasted into the sky by gunpowder barrels, and broken bone and armor fragments flew everywhere. The evil ghosts standing in the river were also frightened by the big explosion. Many evil ghosts were affected by the shock wave of the explosion and fell into the river one after another. Some evil ghosts felt that the sound of the explosion was getting smaller and continued to rush into the Western Expedition Army's camp. Then the black gunpowder on the river bank exploded again. An explosion sounded one after another. This time not only the evil spirits were frightened by the explosions by the river, but also the aboriginal soldiers in the Western Expedition were frightened by the explosions. Looking at the grassland by the river that was swallowed up by a large amount of smoke, the aboriginal warrior felt that he was standing by the river just now, and would probably be blown to pieces at this moment. While the ghost-patterned soldier ants rushed into the evil ghost legion's camp, Andrew led the construct knights to distance themselves from the evil ghosts again and organized another charge. Countless evil warriors fell in a pool of blood. Andrew's constructed knights started charging mode. At this moment, the wolf knight Tego came up from behind with the ghost-patterned soldier ants. He mixed in the camp of the giant ghost-patterned soldier ants and harvested the heads of the evil ghost warriors. After reacting, the Agrod indigenous warriors began to form a shield wall at the edge of the camp to block the evil spirits who rushed out of the explosion zone. In fact, there were not many evil spirits who dared to risk their lives to rush out of the explosion area, so the battlefield pressure on the Western Expeditionary Army was not too great. After most of a day's siege, the evil ghosts on the banks of the Helensa River were able to escape even though they were dead. Andrew led the constructed knights to defeat an evil ghost army in the northwest corner of Moyinling Highlands. At the same time, the Western Expeditionary Army also received a large amount of supplies from the Magician Scouting Group, enough for the army to be stationed here for half a month. Delia stood with the indigenous warriors, looking at the battlefield across the Helensa River. The news that the Western Expeditionary Army had achieved a great victory at the Helensa River soon reached the ears of the elders of the Agrod tribe.
The specific battle situation was also described to the tribe chiefs and elders. Only then did the tribe chiefs and elders realize how wise Elder Ambroby must have been when he stood up to prevent the tribe chiefs from contacting the Marquis of Heller. Andrew and his constructed knights brought a victory to the western expedition, and also brought the latest news from Count Suldek. According to Serdak's instructions, the Egrod tribe's western expeditionary army did not continue to approach Horsens Mountain. They just stationed themselves by the Alinge River to put some pressure on the Evil Ghost military camp in Horsens Mountain. What's more, this group of infantry soldiers of the West Route Army still need a good rest. Most of the infantry soldiers need to return to Beishan Pass to recuperate. At the same time, some Aboriginal warriors will set off from Beishan Pass and join the military camp of the Western Expeditionary Army. The Evil Ghost Legion did not dare to continue attacking the Western expedition of the Egrod tribe in the Alinge River, in order to show off their fangs. They instead launched a fierce attack on the Handanar city reinforcements on the northern tundra. Although Marquis Valentine Heller found a station on the northern tundra, which was a very suitable slope for defense, it was a pity that the Evil Ghosts followed the reinforcements step by step, and there was no time for them to build a defensive stronghold. Marquis Heller faced the attacks of the Evil Ghost warriors every day, and the casualties of the reinforcements were like straws pressing on a camel's body. Marquis Simon Jeffrey and the constructed swordsmen arrived in the northern tundra almost one day later than Andrew's constructed knights. The constructed swordsmen appeared in the military camp, immediately injecting new vitality into the Handanar city reinforcements. However, the constructed swordsmen brought over by Marquis Jeffrey were less than 1,000, and there were suddenly 500 constructed swordsmen missing. The swordsmen also shocked Marquis Heller. The constructed swordsman group and the reinforcements from Handanar city came together, finally giving these evil ghosts their first taste of pain in so many days. In the camp, Marquis Heller and Marquis Jeffrey were sitting in front of the square table. The light in the tent was dim, and a beam of sunlight shone in from the tent opening. Through that beam of light, the dust flying in the air could be clearly seen. Marquis Valentine Heller looked very haggard. The beard on his face had turned into a beard. His eye sockets were sunken, and his eyes were gray and black. It was not known how long he had been out of water. Obviously, the current situation of the Handanar city reinforcements kept him awake all night. Marquis Simon Jeffrey also knew that even if his own regiment of less than 1,000 constructed swordsmen joined, the reinforcements would still not be able to defend this place.
What should we do next?
Marquis Jeffrey looked at Marquis Heller opposite and asked softly. When he left Handanar city, Marquis Valentine Heller was so high-spirited. He never expected that Marquis Heller's support army would be defeated so quickly. Marquis Valentine Heller has been commanding the infantry regiment to resist the surrounding Evil Ghost warriors since he returned from the North Pass. It's a pity that the Evil Ghost warriors gathered here have filled their stomachs, and their combat power has surged again. They are no longer something that the reinforcements from Handanar city can defeat.
There have been a lot of casualties in the battles in the past few days, and the number of ghost warriors around is still increasing. If you hadn't arrived in time this time, the reinforcements might not be able to last until tomorrow.
At this point, Marquis Heller couldn't help but curse.
This battle was really bloody.
Marquis Simon Jeffrey hesitated for a moment before tentatively asking,
Have you ever thought about leaving here? While the horses are still here, we can let the infantry soldiers from the reinforcements leave here on horseback. I will take charge of the constructed swordsman regiment.
After the break, I think so too.
Marquis Heller glanced at Marquis Jeffrey, and then said, The reinforcements suffered successive defeats in the northern tundra during this period. Marquis Heller finally made the decision to retreat after the constructed swordsmen arrived. Fortunately, they still have a large number of war horses, and the infantry soldiers do not lack mobility. As Marquis Simon Jeffrey said, as long as someone can help them cut off the rear, the reinforcements still have a chance to retreat at this moment. It's just that Marquis Heller has never thought of a retreat route. In fact, the wisest choice is to head east from here. It is said that the area east of the central axis of the Moyinling Highlands is already an area occupied by the Western Route Army. It should be safe there. A little? After hearing from Marquis Simon Jeffrey that the Lake Knee in the eastern part of the North Sunderland Mountains was also very safe, Marquis Heller once again had the idea of retreating to the lake and stationing there. However, if he wanted to retreat to the shores of Lake Nene, Marquis Heller would have to lead 50,000 remaining soldiers through the canyons of the North Sunderland Mountains. This section of the road was considered the most unsuccessful one for the reinforcements. If the hunting teams of the various lords hadn't provoked the evil spirits in the mountains, the situation might not have been so bad. There are now less than 50,000 remaining reinforcements. In fact, Marquis Heller has thought about asking for reinforcements from Suldak's Western Route Army more than once.
He knew that as long as he promised Serdek, the Handanar city reinforcements would give up the right to develop the territory of Moyenling. And if he gave Suldak enough benefits, he should be able to get the support of the Western Route Army. No matter what, you have to show something. On the battlefield in the western part of the Villagassi Hills, watching the defensive fortress on the high hill grow higher day by day, the evil ghost warriors began to realize that no matter how they attacked, it seemed to be in vain. In the following period, the attack rhythm of the evil ghost legion began to slow down. Serdek then asked the heavy armored infantry soldiers of the Western Route Army to start building strongholds faster. The adventure groups following the West Route Army finally found some hunting opportunities. And after tasting the sweetness of hunting, the adventure groups began to appear near the Weliagaxi Hills to hunt down those uneasy ghost warriors. Chapter 1559 Battle of Highlands 15. In the south of Mayun Ridge, the temporary camp of the West Route Army. This place has become a transit point for supplies. After a large amount of supplies are transported from the forestry camp, they will be stored in this camp. Recently, there are always some military merchant groups starting from here, transporting truckloads of supplies to the military stronghold west of the Villagassi Hills. Some adventure groups, who returned from the battlefield, also repaired in this camp. Marquis Vorstizer walked to a pile of supplies and began to count the military supplies. The clerk on the side asked him,
"Your Majesty, Marquis, would you like to bring some of these supplies with you?"
Marquis West Caesar shook his head, took a breath and said,
"Forget it. Put these armor patches for repairing the armor here first."
He paused before saying,
"The transport team must be streamlined. This time we will go north first, and then follow the north shore of Lake Neanderthal around the North Sunderland Mountains."
The days in the camp were not easy for Margrave West C. As the logistics quartermaster of the reinforcements in Handanar City, he needs to provide various supplies to the reinforcements, the most important of which is the rations for the soldiers. Since there is no shortage of pasture in the Moyenling Highlands, the Marquis of Caesar does not need to provide fodder for the war horses. However, if he wants to keep the horses on the battlefield from losing weight, he must provide beans and cereal bran to feed these horses. In addition, Marquis Zizawa also needs to provide arrows, kerosene, hemostatic bandages, and other supplies to the reinforcements. These are his business. Of course, he came to the Moyenling Highlands with the reinforcements from Handanar City for more than just these reasons. The purpose of his coming here is to purchase some unidentified black magic crystals. But Marquis Shiza had lived on the highlands of Moyenling for more than half a month, and the unidentified black magic crystals he received were not enough to fill the money bag around his waist. Of course, the worst is not these. What gives Marquis West Caesar a headache is that his logistics transport team has been completely cut off from the reinforcements of Handanar City on the northern tundra. Nowadays, the mountains and fields on both sides of the canyon passage leading from the North Sunderland Mountains to the northern tundra are filled with evil spirits. During this time, the Marquis of Caesar has organized 3 material transport teams, but unfortunately none of the transport teams can pass through the canyon. Marquis Caesar originally wanted to find Marquis Simon Jeffrey's constructed swordsman group to help escort a batch of logistic supplies. But currently the Villagassi Hills have been completely captured by the evil ghost legion. There was news before that Marquis Simon and the constructed swordsman group operates along the south bank of the inner lake. However, Marquis Shiza sent many messengers to search for Marquis Simon Jeffrey along the inner lake. The news the messengers brought back was that Marquis Simon Jeffrey and his constructed swordsman group could not be found. When these reinforcements first passed through the canyon in the eastern part of North Sunderland, Marquis West Caesar knew that the logistics supply line would become the biggest problem. Now his speculation has come true. If the rations can no longer be delivered to the reinforcements in Handanar City, they may have to eat up all the rations they carry. No matter what method we use, we must deliver this batch of supplies this time. If my estimate is correct, Marquis Heller's rations will be almost exhausted in the next few days. If we can't deliver them again, wait for us. It is estimated that it is the court of the House of Representatives in Handanar City, he said to the clerk. This clerk was a close confidant of the Marquis of Worcester. Hearing what the Marquis said, he said with an embarrassed look,
"My lord, the Marquis of Heller has gone too deep this time. Now there are many places in the North Sunderland Mountains.
They are all evil spirits. Without the escort team, the logistics transport team would not be able to go that far.
Heller's side is probably in trouble. Now almost all the adventure groups have withdrawn from the North Sunderland Mountains. Simon's constructed swordsman group has also disappeared in the Villagassi Hills. It seems that the situation has changed. Will you have to find a way to send the supplies yourself?
Marquis Shiza frowned and said,
Your Majesty. Marquis, how about we hire some adventure groups to escort our transport team to the north? I think there should be an adventure group that is familiar with that area.
The secretary made a suggestion to Marquis Shiza. Marquis Shiza was stunned for a moment, then looked at the clerk and said with joy,
Yes, hiring a few adventure groups can not only protect the transport team, but also serve as guides to lead the way. After all, these adventure groups are more familiar with this Moyling Highland than we are. This is a good idea. So let's do it.
Then he said,
Let's go and contact the adventure group here in the camp to see if they have any ideas about taking on this mission.
The Western Root Army built a military fortress on a high hill on the edge of the west of the Vilagasi Hills, and the surrounding walls were built unconsciously. At the beginning, this wall was just a base. The entire fortress was like a huge platform on a high hill. The heavy armored infantry soldiers stood on the high platform to resist the charge of evil spirits. But later on, the city wall began to take shape, and then the speed of building it every night soared. The entire stronghold is surrounded by high stone walls. From the outside, the fortress on the hill looks even taller. But in fact, this stronghold only has this wall. And there are still temporary gray and white tents inside the wall. The magician reconnaissance group has been very busy these days. Almost all the magicians are out on missions. Soldak led the West Root Army to fight on the Moyling Highlands. Although the heavy armored infantry regiment is also very powerful. But the powerful role of cavalry also gradually began to be reflected. First of all, the cavalry has more flexibility. In addition, if Serdak's men were a heavy cavalry instead of heavy infantry, they would probably have reached the foot of the North Sunderland Mountains by now. Whether it is a constructed knight regiment or a heavy cavalry regiment, they are more practical than heavy armored infantry on the battlefield of Moyling Highlands. The Green Empire's most famous army on the Roland continent is also the constructed knights.
The news just came back that Andrew led the constructed knights in the upper reaches of the Orange River, and together with the Egrod tribe's Western Expeditionary Force, defeated an evil ghost army.
Magician Avid walked in from the outside and said can't wait to report on Serdek Hui. Soldak quickly picked up the red and blue pencils from the table, turned around and painted the area north of the Orange River in red. From the map, the Orange River connects the northern pass of Mayun Ridge to the entire eastern region, the southern entrance, and finally to the Mevagisi Gorge. The territory occupied by the Western Root Army on the Moyling Highlands now forms a big sea, which already includes the Vilagasi Hills, the North Sunderland Mountains, Nehu, north and south the two tundras, and the Horsens Mountains to the west are enclosed. It is estimated that the evil spirits in Horsens Hill Military Camp are feeling it the most right now, especially now that the West Root Army has firmly controlled the northern and southern exits of the Moyling Highlands. The Evil Ghost Legion has become a trap beast. As the West Root Army continues to approach, the pressure on the Evil Ghost Army will continue to increase. However, Soldak did not want to push these evil spirits too closely, so he asked the Western Expeditionary Army of the Egrod tribe near the source of the Allinga River to station in place, and also asked the Western Expeditionary Army to station itself at the western end of the Vilagasi Hills. Build military fortresses to further reduce the scope of Evil Ghost's activities.
Where are the reinforcements in hand in our city now? What's the situation like?
Serdek continued to ask. Master Abbot pointed with the cedar staff in his hand near the foot of the northern mountain of the North Sunderland Mountains, and reported to Soldak.
Currently, the hand in our city reinforcements have withdrawn from the northern tundra. Marquis Simon Jeffrey's constructed swordsman group is behind to block the pursuit of the evil spirits. Let the reinforcements move eastward along the mountains. If there is no evil ghost army to stop them, it will probably take another day to reach the north shore of Nehu.
Serdek said nothing and continued to look at Master Abbot.
There happens to be an evil ghost army near the north bank of the inner lake. The reinforcements from Handanar City are heading in the direction they are heading,
Master Abbot added. Soldak knew that the evil ghosts in the North Sunderland Mountains were constantly gathering, but he did not expect that there would be so many evil ghosts hidden in this mountain. In fact, what Soldak was concerned about was not the reinforcements from Handanar City, but the war horses in their hands. That is the finest Kubo war horse on the big meadow of Handanar County. Although these ancient Bolai war horses cannot form heavy cavalry and constructed knights, there is absolutely no problem in using them to form a ranger.
Where are the war horses? The current condition of those war horses is pretty good,
Master Abbot replied.
They plan to go east and then go around from the north bank of the inner lake to the southern entrance of the highland. Are they trying to evacuate?
Serdek asked, staring at the map. Master Abbot said.
There should be such a plan.
The Handanar city reinforcements evacuated from the temporary camp in the northern tundra after nightfall. They left in a hurry. Although they took away everything they could, the hillside was still full of messes. Almost all the tents were packed up and taken away, including the windproof ropes that fixed the tents. But the iron footings nailed into the soil could not all be lifted out. There were also some overturned iron pots and wooden racks next to some makeshift earthen stoves. All the heavy armored infantry put bits on the horses' mouths, removed the bells from the horses, and quietly left under the hazy night. In fact, the evil ghost army was aware of it. But these evil ghosts were frightened by the night battle of the West Route army. So even if they were aware of some situations, they did not dare to act rashly. Waiting until after dawn, this evil ghost army followed the traces left by the reinforcements when they retreated. The 50,000 remnant soldiers led by Marquis Heller had not yet gone far. In order for the horse infantry to get rid of this evil ghost army, Marquis Simon Geoffrey could only bite the bullet and lead the constructed swordsmen to attack these evil spirits. A group of evil spirits stopped him. Fortunately, the constructed swordsmen don't have to fight to the death with this evil ghost army. They only need to intercept it briefly. Of course, it would be better if it could be delayed a little longer. Although this Handanar city reinforcements had a large number of war horses, they could not move very fast because there were a large number of wounded soldiers in the legion. Marquis Heller did not want this evil ghost army to remain stubbornly behind the reinforcements in the next period of time. It's just that Marquis Simon Geoffrey is also in trouble at this time. His construct knights have just gone through the disintegration storm, and the morale of the group is not high. Now they have to cut off the rear for the reinforcements, which makes this group of constructs the swordsmen were quite complaining. They came to Moiling Highlands from Handanar City in order to kill some evil spirits and obtain some unidentified black magic crystals. However, due to Marquis Simon Geoffrey's wrong judgment of the situation, the constructed swordsman group missed the opportunity and failed to join forces with the Western Route Army constructed knights to kill the evil ghost. Subsequently, the constructed swordsman group and the evil ghost legion launched several small-scale battles, with almost no results. Some constructed swordsmen with free identities began to secretly leave the team. Now, Marquis Simon Geoffrey actually asked the constructed swordsmen to break up on the battlefield. All the constructed swordsmen began to consider the way out after the mission was completed. Although they belonged to the private army of some big lords in Handanar City, they don't do all menial jobs. This time, the lords of Handanar City originally planned to take advantage of the battle situation in Moiling Highlands to occupy as much territory as possible. But he didn't expect that Marquis Valentin Heller was too ambitious. He almost classified the entire western central area of Moyun Ridge into the occupied area, and led the horse and infantry deep into the northern tundra. Marquis Simon Geoffrey stayed in the messy camp. When the sky was dim, he watched the evil spirits in the camp not far away surrounding him.
These damn guys! Have the traps been set? We have to give them some color and hope they can eat meat this time.
Marquis Simon Geoffrey shouted in a stern voice. He sat on the horse and raised his proud chin. Several constructed swordsmen signaled that they had been arranged, and the other constructed swordsmen just waited silently. Everyone was silent without any response. The atmosphere in the constructed swordsman group instantly became very strange and a little embarrassing. After all, Simon Geoffrey was a noble marquis. His face instantly turned red, and he glanced at the swordsmen around him with some anger. The evil ghosts not far away had already touched upon them. Marquis Simon Geoffrey was not prepared to fight with these evil ghosts. Then he said,
"We withdraw."
Although his voice was a little low, it did not prevent it from falling into the ears of every constructed swordsman. These constructed swordsmen pulled the reins and retreated to the southeast without looking back. Marquis Simon Geoffrey on horseback grinned at himself, looking at the constructed swordsmen who flew south without saying a word, thinking that they would only respond to this order. This constructed sword, it's really a failure to be the leader of the Night Corps. The evil spirits who rushed to the hillside found that the temporary camp behind the earth wall was empty except for a few traps. The evil ghost warriors began to let out a low roar. And then, the entire evil ghost army began to move. They quickly pursued them along the direction in which the reinforcements of Handanar City were retreating. Not far ahead, you can still see the figures of some constructed swordsmen. And the ghost warriors began to speed up. A chase started again on the tundra. But this time, even the constructed swordsman group of Marquis Simon Geoffrey was involved. Chapter 1560 Battle of Highland 16. On the northern tundra, an evil ghost army of nearly 10,000 people chased behind the reinforcements of Handanar City. They took long strides and ran wildly across the vast tundra. The group of less than 1,000 constructed swordsmen that stood in front of the evil spirits actually collapsed in an instant. Marquis Simon Geoffrey never expected that this group of constructed swordsmen would disobey his orders again. These constructed swordsmen were all private guards of various noble lords in Handanar City. Now they looked like a group of flies on the garbage pile dispersed with a buzz sound. No constructed swordsman is willing to face the group of evil spirits in front of him. The last trace of arrogance on Marquis Simon Geoffrey's face turned into helplessness and bitterness. He never expected that this group of constructed swordsmen, for whom he had high hopes, would be so vulnerable to evil spirits. At this moment, he thought about how much he looked down on the Western Root Army's constructed knights before. But now all the doubts he had about the Western Root Army's constructed knights seemed to have come true for him. Unexpectedly, the ridiculous clown is actually me. Marquis Simon Geoffrey looked at these small groups of constructed swordsmen on the northern tundra, running around like scattered sand, and he wished he could pick up a stone from the ground and slap them on the head. All the constructed swordsmen had abandoned him, and the loss in his heart made him feel as if his entire life had been an incomparable failure. Seeing that the group of evil ghost warriors were about to pounce, the few guards around them could only surround Marquis Simon Geoffrey and leave the battlefield quickly, chasing the reinforcements from Handanar City in front, and heading towards Marquis Heller. Fine countermeasures. Marquis West Caesar never expected that he would see Marquis Valentine Heller again in such a situation. He hired 7 adventure groups at the camp in the southern mountain pass, and finally gathered a temporary escort of 200 people before heading towards the northern tundra with a batch of emergency supplies. The Marquis of Nishizawa fully listened to the opinions of the leaders of the adventure group this time. They detoured all the way from the north bank of the Neho Lake, and finally went westward along the north side of the North Sunderland Mountains before reaching here. Along the way, if they encounter a large group of evil ghosts, the adventure group will take the transportation team to hide in the mountain call to avoid them. If they encounter a small group of evil ghosts, the adventure group will join forces to formulate a combat plan and set traps to ambush those evil spirits. Evil Ghost. Marquis Caesar discovered that these adventurous groups had rich combat experience and had a clear understanding of the evil spirits in the highlands. These 7 adventure groups hunted at least more than 100 evil ghosts along the way, and the black magic crystals they harvested were dozens of times higher than the reward for their escort mission. No wonder the several adventure group leaders, when they accepted this task, said openly or secretly, "This is because of the face of the Marquis." So they agreed. Finally, the logistics transport team met the reinforcements of Handanar City at the foot of a mountain near the northern part of the North Sunderland Mountains. As the Marquis of Forster Caesar judged, most of the infantry soldiers in the regiment had run out of food. Fortunately, he arrived just in time. Almost all the supplies brought by the transport team were emergency marching rations, which could sustain these infantry soldiers for at least another half-month. The current state of this support army is extremely bad. More than half of the infantry soldiers in the army are injured. Many injured soldiers are almost lying on their horses, having retreated here from the northern tundra, and are continuing to flee south. An evil ghost army is catching up from behind, and the reinforcements are currently unable to fight. At present, we can only temporarily abandon 1 heavy armored infantry regiment and let them stay in place to block the pursuit of the evil ghost army. As for the specific arrangements for which heavy armored infantry regiment to die, Marquis Heller decided to leave this matter to the goddess of misfortune to decide. The commanders of the infantry regiments need to draw lots. Those who draw the bad luck lot must stay in place with their legions and use their lives to stop the evil ghost legion behind them. The adventure group saw the messy appearance of the reinforcements in Handanar City. After completing the material escort mission, they refused to take on other missions issued by Marquis Vester Caesar. They dispersed into 7 small teams and carried out the mission as quickly as possible. Speed away from Hans Dana's city reinforcements. Marquis West Caesar actually hopes that they can stay. At least they are familiar with this area. It would be great if I could serve as a guide and lead the Handanar City reinforcements to escape the pursuit of the evil ghost army. Probably because Marquis Caesar paid the reward readily and kept his promise without asking for anything further. Before the last adventure group left, the leader of the adventure group said to Marquis Caesar very sincerely, "Lord Marquis, we all understand what you are thinking. Please forgive our inability. This is the Moiling Highlands. If you want to get out of this predicament, I believe you can find the correct answer without us having to tell you. Only Commander Surdak can solve this kind of thing. And we are just an adventure group hunting lone evil spirits. We cannot be the heroes who save your army." After saying this, the leader of the adventure group decisively left with his team members. Marquis Valentine Heller's eyes were red. His eye sockets were sunken, and his two dark circles looked like a big smoker. I don't know how long it has been since he trimmed his beard. For a marquis with a slight mysophobia, God knows what he has been through these days. The reinforcements have been forced into a desperate situation, and the ghost warriors chasing after them will not show any mercy to this extremely haggard commander. Marquis Simon Geoffrey, who had always been extremely proud, was now sitting aside with a dull expression on his face, as if he had not yet gotten out of his predicament. Marquis Nishizawa heard that the swordsmen of the entire constructed swordsman group had abandoned him, and he really couldn't figure out what he had done to make those constructed swordsmen ignore the severe punishment of the lords. The swordsman group must be disbanded. Now that the three marquis met, they couldn't even take a break in the tent, or even stay where they were. The three marquis just took a break on a hillside, and let the infantry soldiers eat some marching rations brought by the Marquis of Caesar. Then the reinforcements continued to walk eastward along the escape road, according to the retreat route planned by Marquis Heller. If the Handanar City reinforcements can successfully pass through the canyon in the North Sunderland Mountains and safely reach the south bank of Lake Inai, they will probably be able to get rid of the vicious group of blood-sucking locusts behind them. Ghost. When the reinforcements from Handanar City followed Marquis Heller's idea to attack the north entrance of the North Sunderland Mountain Gorge, the evil ghost army devoured the heavy armored infantry regiment that was blocking the ground and caught up again. They spread out in a fan shape, and the reinforcements' retreat to the north was blocked. Even if you go east, you will probably be blocked by these evil spirits in a mountain call. Now we can only bite the bullet and crawl into this gorge in the North Sunderland Mountains. Marquis Heller, surrounded by his personal guards, climbed to a high hill near the north exit of the North Sunderland Gorge. He saw a group of ghost warriors emerging from the woodland on the left side of the north exit of the canyon, heading towards the reinforcements. The men and horses are here to cover it. Marquis Heller's vision suddenly went dark. If his feet hadn't been in stirrups, he would have almost fallen off the horse. The commander of the infantry regiment was already behind him, shouting at the top of his lungs, "Attention! All squads! Prepare to fight!" Can the reinforcements from Handanar City continue to fight? In fact, Marquis Valentin Heller himself did not know how long these infantry soldiers could hold on. In the army, the morale of the soldiers has reached its lowest point. If they could surrender, they would probably have surrendered long ago. Finally, when night fell, the evil spirits retreated like a tide again, leaving only corpses on the ground. After so many days of testing, they still did not dare to fight at night. The infantry soldiers of the Handanar City reinforcements could finally sit down and take a breath. But there was almost a dead silence in the army. No one was willing to take care of the horses that had been walking for a day and a night. Everyone just lay on the grass and fought for every moment. Use every second to recover your energy. In the temporary camp, apart from the painful groans of the wounded soldiers, there was only the snoring of the horses. Marquis West Caesar was speechless and found that the logistics transportation team he brought this time to transport the supplies was no different from dying. Moreover, it seemed that he had made it through force. If he had arrived one day later, they might have these supplies are no longer needed. Marquis Caesar's legs felt a little weak when he thought that evil spirits would pounce on him from all directions after dawn. His mission in Moyinling Highlands this time is to purchase unidentified magic crystals. Military matters will be fully taken care of by Valentine Heller. In the dusk, Marquis Heller's face was hidden in the shadows, and his expression was almost invisible. He stabbed the sword fiercely into the grass and said in a hoarse voice, "I'll go see him, as long as he agrees to lend a helping hand. It should be too late." Marquis Simon Geoffrey raised his head and looked at Marquis Heller in surprise. "The three of us will meet him together." Marquis West Caesar breathed a sigh of relief quietly, and then said, "Actually, a commander of the Mage Regiment of the Western Route Army once gave me a magic flare and said that if we Tion figured it out and was tired of the war in the Highlands, and was even willing to pay some price to have a good talk with their commander." Marquis Heller and Marquis Simon Geoffrey simultaneously turned to look at Marquis Caesar. When he saw the three magicians writing down on magic lanterns, Marquis Heller realized that the magic flares had such a function. And to meet Count Soldak, you don't even need to ride a horse to break through the layers of blockades of evil spirits. They didn't expect that Cerdak actually had such a mage group. Cerdak jumped down from behind the magician Avid and stood firmly on the grass slope. He looked at the grassland in front of him in the moonlight. The group of infantry soldiers did not set up tents and were lying directly on the grass. Countless war horses. The saddles have not been removed. Many of the war horses are still carrying luggage, silently gnawing the moss on the ground under the night. Stepping on the soft moss, the night wind carried a faint smell of blood. Serdek did not look at the wounded soldiers lying on the ground, but walked directly in front of the three Marquis. Aphrodite wearing black robes and a mithril mask, and the half-elf archer Samira followed closely behind him. Aphrodite even took out a chair from her magic belt bag and asked Serdek to sit down. She felt that a winner should look like a winner. Serdek didn't speak first, and whatever he said at this time seemed like a mockery.
What do we need to pay to let us go?
Marquis Valentine Heller stared at Serdek gloomily, his hoarse voice filled with undisguised exhaustion. Looking at his red eyes, Serdek grinned and said calmly,
I think you can ask the evil spirits who stalked you about this question. Maybe they have a better answer.
Seeing that Marquis Heller still couldn't let go of his arrogance, Marquis Caesar quickly continued,
Commander Serdek, the Lord Army of Handanar City admits that the Battle of Moyonling Highlands is a complete failure. We have decided to withdraw from the territorial development of Moyonling Highlands and ensure that reinforcements from Handanar City will be sent in the next period of time. We will leave the Moyonling Highlands in batches, and we will publicly admit in Handanar City that the development of Moyonling Highlands belongs entirely to the Western Route Army. But I don't know if this will help us safely withdraw to the safety of the Southern Mountain Pass.
The Marquis of Caesar kept his attitude very low, so Serdek could not say anything else. Then he said directly,
This is not enough for me. This highland originally belonged to me. Before you came, I had already laid out the battle plan. If you hadn't joined in rashly, I estimate that the Western Route Army would have occupied the entire Northumberland Mountains by now. Your arrival has given them hope to continue struggling, filled their bellies, and given them the will to fight again. I don't know how many precious lives of infantry soldiers it will take to deal with these filled bellies. After saying this, Serdek paused for a moment, without looking at the extremely ugly Marquis Heller, and asked directly to Marquis Caesar, Marquis West Caesar, do you still remember when you proposed to me to exchange supplies for black magic crystals? I said that the most important thing I lack is a war horse?
Marquis Caesar suddenly realized, took a deep breath and said,
You mean you want the war horses of the Lord's Army of Handanar City? How many do you want? Of course, of all the war horses you currently have. I'm referring to those on the highlands.
Serdek replied with a smile.
This is impossible.
Marquis Heller's voice was hoarse and cold, and he said decisively,
I didn't want to negotiate any terms with you. You took the initiative to come to me. It doesn't matter if you don't agree. Just treat me as if I didn't come tonight.
After saying this, Serdek stood up and prepared to leave.
I agree.
Marquis Caesar agreed without hesitation.
I agree too.
Marquis Simon Geoffrey also quickly expressed his opinion. Only Marquis Valentine Heller said angrily,
You have no right to make decisions for me. According to the regulations for temporary reinforcements executors set before the expedition, we have this power.
Marquis West Caesar narrowed his eyes, looked at the stern Marquis Valentine Heller beside him, and said seriously, Chapter 1561 Contract. Under the night, Serdek looked at Marquis Valentine Heller calmly.
We are all smart people. Even if you don't want to give these war horses to me, these war horses can't leave the Moyonling Highlands. Instead of bargaining with me here, why not think about returning to Handanar City now?
How to explain this failed expedition to the lords in the city? You can't tell them that hundreds of thousands of war horses were all fed to the evil spirits on Moyun Ridge. If that happens one day, I believe even His Majesty Charles will remember it. When the time comes, I will inevitably write a letter of complaint to the military department.
Marquis West Caesar also agreed.
Yes, we are destined to not be able to take these war horses away. We are willing to exchange them for the friendship of Count Serdek.
Serdek glanced at Marquis Caesar and said very bluntly,
If there weren't those annoying boundary markers on the Moyonling Highlands, maybe we could become friends. Serdek, your conspiracy has succeeded. You are satisfied this time.
Marquis Valentine Heller said through gritted teeth with eyes full of reluctance. Serdek ignored Marquis Heller, walked straight up the slope, looked at a light on the ground line to the east, turned around and said to Marquis Heller,
What kind of conspiracy are you talking about at this time? You and I are both noble lords. When you came to Moyun Ridge to help our West Route Army fight against the evil Ghost Army, I opened the door and lined up to welcome you. But why are you here? What are you doing? I have no intention of resisting those evil spirits. So I don't think I need to talk about these things anymore. Now that you want to leave here, I'm here to see you off on your way. You want to give me the supplies you brought. Finally, I want to say thank you to the three marquises.
Marquis Heller was so angry that his face was livid, and even his lips were trembling slightly.
Okay, Heller. This time we admit defeat.
Marquis West Caesar patted Marquis Heller's shoulder and said, then turned to Serdek and said,
I will do it in Handana.
Urching awaits your triumphant return. Commander Soldak. I will definitely go.
Cerdak replied unceremoniously. Then he added,
Oh, by the way, when you return to Handanar City, you must thank the lords in the city for me. Especially thank you to the reinforcements of Handanar City for supporting our West Route army.
Warhorse.
Marquis Heller was so angry that he couldn't help but let out a cold snort. Soldak didn't care what Marquis Heller's reaction was, and then said to Marquis Worcester Caesar,
Marquis Shiza, if you still want to buy unidentified black magic crystals, my price is 25 gold coins each. Do you want to consider it?
Marquis Shiza hesitated for a moment before asking,
How much can you sell to me? About 30,000.
Cerdak said casually. Marquis Valentine Heller and Marquis Simon Jeffrey both looked at Marquis Worcester Caesar at the same time. Everyone knew the price of the black magic crystal offered by Soldak, and compared it with the unidentified black magic crystal circulating in the market. Crystal is at least 10 gold coins more expensive. But Marquis West Caesar didn't seem to notice this at all, and actually agreed happily.
Okay, I will prepare 750,000 gold coins as soon as possible, and then complete the transaction at the camp at the southern pass of Mayun Ridge.
Soldak smiled slightly, nodded to Marquis Caesar, and said,
No problem. Okay, if that's the case, then I'll have people come over to receive these horses.
Cerdak said to the three Marquis at the same time this time.
Not now. My infantry soldiers have to rely on these horses to return to Handanar City.
Marquis Valentine Heller objected again. This time he was not so excited. His voice was filled with infinite fatigue, and his mood was somewhat negative. Cerdak stood there and thought for a while. Wherever he looked, there were infantry soldiers lying on the grass everywhere. Many soldiers were covered with scars. Not only were their tents not set up, they did not even take off their armor. When he came down, he lay down on the damp grass and fell asleep. Cerdak didn't want to go to Handanar City a month later to ask for these horses.
Then we will hand over these war horses at the camp at the southern foot of the Moyinling Highlands. As for the next section of the road, I think you should have other methods.
Soldak took a step back and said to the three Marquis, No way.
Me. Before Marquis Heller could finish his words, he was directly interrupted by Soldak.
That's my bottom line. Otherwise there's nothing to talk about.
He did not look at the face of Marquis Valentine Heller, but stared at Marquis Worcester Caesar and Marquis Simon Jeffrey. He waited for a moment, but did not get what he wanted from these two marquises. Answer. Soldak took a deep breath, nodded to the three Marquis. Okay, with a standard knightly salute, and then said,
I still need to be in charge of the Western Route Army's battle in the Weliagasi Hills, and I have to rush back as soon as possible.
After saying that, he waved to Samira and Aphrodite very simply, and motioned for them to leave together. Avide and Basil, who were waiting on the grassy slope, immediately took out the magic harpoons from their magic pockets, and then the floating magic patterns on the two magic harpoons lit up. Seeing Soldak walking straight towards the two magicians who were accompanying him, Marquis Simon Jeffrey immediately stepped forward to stop him and said,
Count Soldak, you see, without these horses, the reinforcement infantry regiment would really not be able to return to Handanar City. Do you think I would care about this?
Soldak didn't stop and casually shouted back. It is estimated that few people would dare to talk to Marquis Simon Jeffrey like this. Hearing what Soldak said, Marquis Simon Jeffrey was so angry that he froze on the spot and didn't know how to answer this sentence. Cerdak walked very fast, and the two magicians were already riding on the magic handle, waiting quietly for Cerdak and Samira. Aphrodite rode on a magic harpoon alone, and the magic harpoon then floated into the night sky. Even Marquis West Caesar did not expect that Soldak would leave so simply, without any conditions at all. He quickly caught up with Cerdak, who was about to float away, pressed the steering wheel of Master Avid's magic harpoon, and said quickly,
Okay, we will hand over all the horses at the camp at the southern mountain pass.
Cerdak motioned to Avid to stop the magic fork, and said without any expression on his face,
If you agree to the conditions we discussed, then please sign your names on this magic contract.
Aphrodite rode a magic harpoon and swam to Soldak's side like a flexible trout, and handed a magic contract that had been prepared long ago to Marquis West Caesar. When Marquis West Caesar saw the magic contract scroll handed over, he had a helpless and wry smile on his face. But he took the scroll without saying anything. Obviously, the handover of war horses this time could not be based on mutual trust, so signing a magic contract was very necessary. But he did not expect that Cerdak would prepare the contract scroll so quickly. Unfolding the scroll, I found that the ink on the magic contract had not even dried, and I realized that it had just been written. While secretly sighing, there are really many benefits to following a few magicians at this moment. While taking the contract scroll to Marquis Wes Caesar and Marquis Simon Geoffrey for review, Marquis Heller had been very reluctant at first. But under the look of Marquis Caesar, he finally lowered his head and signed the contract scroll. Cerdak got the contract scroll signed by the three marquises, and then handed the contract scroll to Aphrodite. He did not jump off the magic pot handle again, but turned to the magician Basil and ordered, "Inform Andrew and Tago immediately, and ask them to rush to the north entrance of the North Sunderland Canyon before dawn, and escort the Handanar City reinforcements back to the camp at the southern pass of Moyun Ridge." The magician Basil immediately agreed. "I understand." Samira jumped from the magical harpoon of the magician Basil to the magic harpoon on which Aphrodite was riding. 3 magic lanterns slowly rose into the night sky. Then, a voice from Cerdak came from the night sky. "Let's go!" That night, the 3 Marquis were actually very worried that the knight sent by Soldak would not be able to arrive in time. Especially Marquis Wes Caesar. He was worried that Marquis Heller's actions this time would completely anger Cerdak. But he was not a military officer, and could not interfere with Marquis Heller's decision in terms of combat. Marquis Heller had prepared ways to block the evil spirit's attack before dawn. This time he very exaggeratedly connected some Gubo-Lai horses with ropes. Almost 50 horses in a row, and prepared a full 50 rows of Gubo-Lai horses. These horse formations do not have any combat power, so they can only rush forward and die. He just wanted to wait until dawn, and the group of ghost warriors behind him would rush up, stab the horses in the buttocks, and make them rush towards the ghost warriors. This would at least stop the group of ghost warriors temporarily. Pace. Anyway, these ancient Bo-Lai war horses no longer belong to Handanar City's reinforcements. What does it matter if we lose a few thousand of them casually? Regarding the retaliatory arrangement of Marquis Valentine Heller, Marquis Simon Geoffrey did not think there was anything wrong. Even this action that made Soldak suffer a loss also made Marquis Geoffrey, I feel a little happy in my heart. As a swordsman, he did not have a deep affection for horses, and would not avoid eating horse meat like those knights. He even thought that maybe he could kill a few horses along the way and taste the horse meat. The 3 marquises did not fall asleep at the moment before dawn, but waited for dawn with their own thoughts. The evil spirits on the northern slope not far away had become ready to move. They walked down the hillside and formed a fan shape to block the retreat of the Handanar City reinforcements. Densely dense evil spirits also appeared at the north entrance of the North Sunderland Gorge. Marquis Valentine Heller discovered that this time the infantry regiment had no way to go. Chapter 1562 Escape. Amidst the panic of the infantry soldiers, the sky gradually brightened, and the mountains in the distance appeared in dazzling silhouettes. The color of the night sky is gradually getting lighter, and the stars in the sky are disappearing. The tundra at the foot of the northern mountains of the North Sunderland Mountains is gradually coming back to life. This season happens to be the rainy season, and the humidity on the tundra is very high. Although there is no heavy fog in the morning, all the grass and moss are covered with dew. Under the refraction of the sun, the grass looks like a layer of white frost. The group of evil ghost warriors on the north slope have begun to slowly approach, and Marquis Heller has pushed these horse formations to the front of the battlefield. In doing so, he was undoubtedly giving these evil spirits a sumptuous breakfast. The infantry soldiers were reluctant to part with these horses that had been with them day and night for more than 2 months, and they did not dare to disobey Marquis Heller's order. The atmosphere in the reinforcement infantry regiment seemed even more dull, especially when the soldiers found that even the way forward was blocked by a group of evil ghosts. Their eyes were filled with despair. I still remember that before the expedition, the army was still reorganizing outside Handanar City. The noble lords made war declarations in the military camp for several days. Everyone heard that the Western Route Army had opened up a situation in Moyinling. Only the noble lords would send troops to come together to reap the benefits. What everyone has to do every day after arriving in the Highlands is to carry boundary markers and enclose the land everywhere. But now, nothing good was gained, and one was blocked at the north entrance of the North Sunderland Gorge. Those evil spirits probably didn't have breakfast. They obviously couldn't wait any longer. It is slowly approaching the reinforcement camp. In the morning light, a group of knights appeared from the horizon of the tundra. The tundra here is full of gentle slopes. When the constructed knights appeared, the sound of horse hooves, like spring thunder, began to impact the eardrums of every infantry soldier in the reinforcements. The evil ghost warriors also planned to dedicate some troops to stop this group of construct knights. These evil ghosts had followed the reinforcements for several days, and had already become accustomed to the fighting style here. Therefore, when this group of ghost warriors saw these construct knights, they did not appear to be too scared. Even the ghost warriors, who were sent out to block these construct knights, also appeared to be a little distracted. The evil spirits think that this team of construct knights may just be a feint attack, and they may not dare to charge forward like this. However, when the construct knights were still more than 500 meters away from the evil ghost camp, instead of slowing down, they picked up their knight spears and charged at the evil ghost warriors. Only then did this group of evil ghost warriors realize that something was not right, and they all let out warning growls. 1,500 construct knights rushed across the grassland, followed by a large group of dark red monsters, like a sea wave. When the construct knights turned into streaks of white light, they rushed in front of the evil ghost warrior and held out their hands. The knight's spear stabbed into the chest of the evil warrior. The group of giant ghost-patterned soldier ants behind also took the opportunity to rush into the camp of this group of evil ghost warriors. 2,500 ant cavalry followed the team at the end. In addition to this group of ant cavalry, Delia's temple guard also followed at the end of the team. Delia, who was holding the Solarian war spear in her hand, rode the armored black-horned elk and arrived almost first. Her deer could jump more than 20 meters with each leap. After a few jumps on the battlefield, he was able to keep pace with Andrew, who was rushing at the front. The war spear turned into a dazzling golden light, and Delia instantly rushed in front of an evil ghost warrior. The light beam extended from the war spear in her hand penetrated the body of the evil ghost warrior. Patterns of holy light appeared on the body of the evil ghost warrior. As more holy light burst out from those patterns, the body of the evil ghost warrior instantly melted in the holy light, leaving only a few fragments. Cracked bone armor. Delia rode a black-horned elk and then rushed into the camp of the evil ghost army. Andrew and Tago saw the evil ghost warriors on both sides surrounding Delia, and immediately sped up and rushed forward. This evil ghost army was formed by a group of evil ghosts gathered along the way, and there was no evil ghost general leading the team. 3 second-level experts led the construct knights directly into the evil ghost army formation, and immediately rushed to pieces the group of evil ghost warriors, who turned around to block the construct knights. The giant ghost-patterned soldier ants have always been the first echelon to charge on the battlefield, but under Andrew's command, he could only follow the construct knight and eat dust. This group of giant ghost-patterned soldier ants was also very lethal, so naturally they rushed up at this time. The giant soldier ants are stronger than ordinary evil ghost warriors. If they stand together, some evil ghost warriors will be cut off at the waist by the soldier ants. The situation on the battlefield was reversed in an instant. Seeing the fighting state of these construct knights on the battlefield, Marquis Simon Jeffrey finally understood the difference between his construct swordsman group and this construct knight group. Marquis Forster Caesar looked at the matter from another angle. He finally understood why Soldak had so many unidentified black magic crystals in his hands. There is no doubt that when this plain war ends, Cerdak will probably become a new upstart in the circle of the Marquis of Bena province. And those infantry soldiers, who were still panicking under the approach of the ghost warriors, just now burst into cheers. After they walked around the gate of life and death, their suppressed emotions needed to be vented by shouting. Naturally, the horse formation composed of Goubois horses was no longer needed at this time. Some uninjured infantry soldiers in the army were even eager to try, just waiting for the commander's orders to rush into the battlefield. Obviously, the three Marquis had no such intention. They rode horses and silently watched the melee in front of them from the highest point of the slope.
Caesar, the price of those unidentified black magic crystals is so high. Why do you still have to buy them back?
Marquis Simon Jeffrey asked. He couldn't understand how the Marquis of Caesar, who had always been very business-minded, could agree to this deal that was destined to lose money.
There is no way. Almost all the unidentified magic crystals in the Moyenling Highlands are in the hands of Soldak.
Marquis West Caesar stretched out his hand and pinched the corners of his sore eyes and replied,
Eastern Route Army, the side could not receive the unidentified black magic crystals at all. And the black magic crystals from the Bena Legion were also rushed to digest internally. If we gain a firm foothold on the highlands of Mayun Ridge this time, maybe I can look forward to the future battlefield and slowly gather enough black magic crystals. But now we are about to withdraw from the Moyenling Highlands. No matter how expensive these black magic crystals are, I must take them back.
Speaking of this, Marquis Caesar showed a look of helplessness on his face.
You want to use these black magic crystals to shut the mouths of some lords. So you want to buy them even though you know they are expensive?
Marquis Simon Jeffrey asked. Marquis Caesar nodded and replied calmly.
Yes. Anyway, at least you can buy it here. This time we led the reinforcements to the Moyenling Highlands. Even if we completely offended Cerdak, Now in this situation. I didn't expect that I could still buy the black magic crystal from him.
He paused, and then asked both Marquis Simon Jeffrey and Marquis Heller at the same time.
Have you ever thought about how the nobles in the city would react if we brought nothing back? Almost all the military supplies were abandoned here, and we had to return to hand in our city with 50,000 wounded soldiers?
Marquis Heller wanted to say, but his pupil shrank slightly, and he did not say anything. Marquis Shiza continued,
we will all be nailed to the pillar of shame as the defeated in this life. And since those nobles have suffered huge losses, they will inevitably work together to suppress us in the future, and will even spy on the industries in our city, hand of the territory of Nar County. Now if we can bring back a sum of unidentified black magic crystals, and let those nobles who are about to be demoted due to insufficient merit points to stand in the same camp as us, at least we can ensure that we will not have any problems in hand in our city. Isolated. Every time we lose a battle, a scapegoat will be sent to the trial court of the House of Representatives for a public trial. I don't want the three of us to return to hand in our city and meet again in the trial court.
When Marquis Simon Jeffrey heard Marquis Caesar's explanation, he suddenly said,
That's why you would rather pay a high price to buy this black magic crystal. That's right. Something is better than nothing,
Marquis Caesar said.
I guess Soldak also saw this and knew I had to buy it. Then is it possible for us to buy the black magic crystal from the adventure group?
Marquis Simon Jeffrey asked.
You think I haven't tried it these days?
Marquis Shiza smiled bitterly.
It's simply hard to buy. Why?
Marquis Simon Jeffrey asked with some confusion.
Aren't those adventure groups hunting evil spirits just to sell the black magic crystal?
Marquis Zizaway explained.
I summarized the reasons why these adventure groups are unwilling to sell the black magic crystal to us. The first point is that they are probably worried about offending Soldak. The second point is that the magic crystal will not depreciate if it is left in our hands. The third point is that the magic crystal will not depreciate in value. At 3 o'clock, the adventure group kept the magic crystal in their hands. In fact, in order to be able to trade with the West Route Army, I heard that the West Route Army has a merit exchange list. The merit list can even be exchanged for magic pattern constructs and excellent magic arms. Speaking of which, we underestimated Serdak's methods. Actually, I have been thinking about it these days. If we had positioned our territory outside the Moyanling Highlands, we might not have been in such an embarrassing situation. The news of the West Route Army's victory in Moyun Ridge has been continuously spread back to Handanar City. To be honest, it is really hard not to be tempted.
The battle on the grassy slope began to turn into a one-sided situation as the three Marquis chatted slowly. These evil ghost warriors could not stop the charge of the constructed knights, and a military formation was in a state of collapse. This defeat spread rapidly like an infectious disease. Afterwards, this improvised evil ghost army began to flee in front of the reinforcements from Handanar City. Chapter 1563 Punishment. The battle lasted until noon. After the evil ghost warriors were dispersed by the construct knights, they began to flee across the mountains and plains. Wolf Knight Tego led 2,005 ant cavalrymen and a group of giant ghost pattern soldier ants in pursuit south. Some ant cavalrymen stayed here to clean up the battlefield. They skillfully cut off the heads of the evil ghost warriors and took out the magic core inside, and then put the evil ghost's head into a wooden box. Wooden boxes filled with evil ghost heads were piled on the grass. A group of giant ghost pattern soldier ants began to eat the evil ghosts that had fallen on the battlefield. The friction between teeth and bone armor made people's joints feel numb. Where there were giant ghost pattern soldier ants, the reinforcements from Handanar City hid far away. Marquis Heller looked at the group of approaching construct knights with some complicated eyes. Walking at the front was a warrior carrying a dark gold axe. His face had some characteristics of the indigenous people, but he was also different from the natives of the Warsaw Plain. Andrew performed a knighthood to the three marquises, and said with no expression on his face, "Three marquises. I am Andrew, the leader of the constructed knights of the Western Route Army. I have been ordered by Commander Soldak to escort the Handanar City reinforcements through the North Sunderland Gorge." Marquis West Caesar saw that Valentine Heller was still sullen and refused to speak, so he stood up and agreed. "Then I'll leave it to you to escort me on this journey." Andrew nodded matter-of-factly, and seeing that they had no other additional instructions, he turned and left. When I walked out of the reinforcement camp, I saw the Gubwa Lai war horses connected by ropes. I knew exactly what was going on, but I didn't say anything. Marquis Simon Jeffrey and Marquis Valentine Heller were both reluctant to face Andrew. Many reinforcement infantry soldiers ran across the edge of the battlefield from the camp to carefully observe the death of the evil ghost warriors who had their heads cut off. Many of the evil ghost warriors were penetrated in the chest by the construct knight with a knight's spear. There were bloody holes as big as the mouth of a bowl. And some evil ghost warriors were cut off by the fangs of giant ghost-patterned soldier ants. And their internal organs were spilled all over the floor. Some injured construct knights simply bandaged their wounds at the edge of the battlefield. In addition to hemostatic bandages, the medical bags they carried also contained some potions to speed up healing and relieve pain. However, these were not magic potions. It was the medicine powder that the druids, who came with the ghost-marked soldier, ants ground from ordinary herbs. Some were swallowed directly with water, and some were applied externally on wounds. Delia was also sitting on the edge of the battlefield, wrapping a bandage on her right arm. She got together with the members of the temple guard. Each of these cavalrymen from the Egrod tribe rode a kind of magical beast called a black-horned elk, which is a food that lives in the jungle at the foot of the northern mountain of Mayun Ridge. Grass monsters are best at running and jumping. Even the best hunter from the Egrod tribe would find it very difficult to catch them. The injury on her right arm was not caused by evil spirits, but the wound caused by holding the war spear, Solarian, tightly during the battle. To be precise, her right arm could not bear the war spear. Some capillaries burst when accumulating strength, making the entire right arm bloody. Before the trip, Elder Ambrobi also warned her to be cautious when using the Solarian war spear. At present, she is not able to control this war spear. But once Delia rushed to the battlefield, she could no longer suppress the fighting spirit in her heart. After the battle, she saw some cracks in her arms due to the inability to bear the power of Solarian's spear. And then she thought get up and listen to the words of Elder Ambrose. At this time, the only remedy was to wrap the entire arm tightly with a hemostatic bandage. At this time, Delia remembered that she had asked Elder Amberby how to fully master this Solarian war spear. Elder Amberby's answer was somewhat intriguing. What he said to Delia was, "Lord Soldek can help you." So this time, the Western Route Army conscripted knights received an order from Commander Serdek, asking them to rush to the north of the Sunderland Valley overnight. When she heard that a battle was about to take place, she did not hesitate and took the temple with her. The knights of the escort came here together with the Western Route Army's conscripted knights. Unfortunately, to her disappointment, Lord Serdek had already left here first. Delia pursed her lips slightly. She was wearing a set of magic-patterned leather armor. This tight-fitting leather armor outlined her figure perfectly. With her beautiful face, she looked like a queen on the battlefield. Goddess of War. Holding the radiant war spear in his hand, he cut through the evil ghost camp together with a group of construct knights. Almost all the evil warriors stabbed by her spear melted under the holy light. Until the end of the war, some construct knights and the construct knights were still secretly looking towards Delia. In this battle, she left such a deep impression on these knights. Then someone thought of the great feat she had done at Beishan Pass, riding a black-horned elk alone to lure away the evil spirit leader who was killing everyone in Beishan Pass. It was said that the evil spirit leader was later killed by her and Serdek. The commanders worked together to kill on the snowy peak. Delia was about to check on the situation of her group of guards. A group of construct knights came over carrying some wooden boxes. These wooden boxes were filled with the heads of evil spirits. There were almost hundreds of boxes piled on the grass. Andrew came out from behind and said to Delia, "Take these sacrifices back to the camp on the other side of the Orange River. If the escort's black-horned elk can't carry these wooden boxes, I can help you get some horses." After hearing what Andrew said, Delia set her sights on the large group of horses on the hillside. "Yes, these are the war horses. I heard that these war horses are also prepared for your Agrod tribe. It is estimated that the handover will not be completed until the southern mountain pass. At that time, you will need to bring some tribesmen to hand over. After all, it is not easy to drive away so many war horses," Andrew said, pointing to the horses on the grassy slope. "Are these horses prepared for us?" Delia asked in surprise. Andrew nodded enviously and said, "The boss said that the Moiling Highlands is a huge natural pasture. It is the most suitable place to raise some war horses. Now someone is willing to send a group of war horses. All we have to do is accept it." Thinking about Commander Serdek, Delia's eyes would have an extra sparkle. Andrew then communicated with Marquis Valentine Heller and finally secured a horse team for Delia that could transport these wooden boxes. Delia and her Templar guards did not continue to follow the construct knights, continue into the North Sunderland Valley, but returned to the Egrod tribe's western expedition camp on the Allinga River with this batch of sacrifices. After she returned to the Alinge River camp, she had to immediately take more tribesmen to the pass at the southern foot of Mayun Mountain to hand over more war horses. Time was tight.
so she seemed in a hurry when she left in the afternoon. Handenarshire reinforcements remained at the northern entrance of the North Sunderland Gorge for another day. Many soldiers in the reinforcement camp were seriously injured, and some infantry soldiers died of their injuries almost every day these days. Andrew asked the Construct Knights of the Knights to take out all the not-so-valuable medicines they carried with them, and give the infantry warriors the most basic treatment. The two druids who commanded the giant ghost-patterned soldier ants also unable to stand the miserable situation of the wounded lying in the camp here. I also ran over to help. But after all, there are only two druids, and there is a lack of herbs. So there is not much that the two druids can do. Marquis Heller was forced to give all the war horses in the regiment to the Western Route Army in exchange for the opportunity for 50,000 reinforcement infantry soldiers to leave the Moyling Highlands. These war horses will be handed over at the mountain pass in the southern part of the Highland. This news has spread in the reinforcement camp, and almost all infantry soldiers know about it. Many infantry soldiers believe that Marquis Heller has made a huge sacrifice for them, and the image of Marquis Heller has become taller in their hearts. As for the knights of the Western Route Army who escorted them through the North Sunderland Gorge, even though they took out a lot of medicine to help the wounded, most of the infantry soldiers still believe that they were a group of profit-seeking robbers, doing something contrary to the spirit of chivalry. The rumors about these Construct Knights in the reinforcement barracks are increasing every day, and the resistance against them is slowly accumulating. Andrew was not a savior filled with the heart of the Virgin. At first, some infantry soldiers resisted the help of the Constructed Knights, but he didn't pay much attention to it. Later, there were even two minor conflicts. Andrew issued an order, strictly ordering the Constructed Knights to contact the infantry soldiers from the reinforcements. The Wolf Knight Tego led the Ant Cavalry to clear the way in front, so he did not encounter such trouble. Without the medical help of the Construct Knights, more wounded soldiers died every day in the reinforcements. Every morning, the infantry soldiers from Handanar City's reinforcements had to hold a simple funeral before they could continue on their way. However, because everyone was on horseback, the marching speed was not too slow. It took 2 days for this group of reinforcements infantry soldiers to pass through the North Sunderland Gorge and came to the edge of the inner lake. This is the sad place for Marquis Simon Geoffrey. The only battle the constructed swordsman group fought here ended in failure. Then the entire constructed swordsman group fell apart little by little. Along the way, the tempers of the reinforcement infantry soldiers became more and more irritable, and they became extremely harsh on the Gubwa Lai war horses, as if they wanted to vent all the negative emotions in their hearts on these war horses. Along the way, you can always see some infantry soldiers holding whips to whip the ancient Bolai horses that carried them all the way. Let's go quickly. Walk more steadily. You beast is about to break my bones. After the reinforcements left Nehu, they officially entered the area occupied by the West Route Army. There were almost no traces of evil spirits on this grassland. Occasionally, some adventurous groups going out for hunting could be seen passing by in the distance. Andrew originally planned to escort the reinforcements here, so he returned to the battlefield in North Sunderland with the Constructed Knights. But seeing more and more infantry soldiers with twisted hearts beginning to torture the horses that accompanied them all the way, the little sympathy they had for them disappeared. There is no need for the giant ghost-patterned soldier ants and ant cavalry to continue moving forward. These two armies, and some injured Construct Knights, will take the opportunity to go to the high hill fortress in the west of the Viliagaxi Hills for some repairs. Andrew took the rest of the Construct Knights, and continued to escort the Western Route Army to the southern mountain pass. As a second-level strongman with the Berserker soul, Andrew is not the kind of person who likes to be patient. During the next trip, the smell of gunpowder between the Construct Knights and the reinforcement infantry soldiers began to get stronger. More than 1,000 Constructed Knights were almost scattered outside the 50,000 horse infantry. A small situation occurred in the front team, and the reinforcement team, following behind, was temporarily stagnant. A Gubwa war horse carrying a wounded soldier with a bandage on his right arm stopped. It lowered its head and saw a cluster of seed buckthorn growing on the grass. It took half a step forward and stretched its head to nibble on the cluster of seed buckthorn that had almost no leaves. The infantry soldier had a bandage on his arm, and only his left hand was holding the reins. The sudden step of the war horse made his body shake. Maybe it was a wound. The infantry soldier made a hissing sound, probably because it hurt him. He began to curse. The anger in my heart intensified with the curses. I felt that the curses could not vent the anger in my heart. So I took out the short riding crop from my boots and slapped the horse's buttocks hard on the back. The war horse neighed miserably on the spot and tried to run forward, but the infantry soldiers held the reins tightly and could only spin in circles. The horse's hooves trampled on the moss on the grass.
splashing wet soil everywhere. There were 2 construct knights on the periphery, who noticed what was going on here and immediately chased after them on horseback. They saw the infantry soldiers still pumping their horses unwillingly. Immediately, a construct knight squeezed over and drew out his long sword to cut it off, took the whip from the hand of the infantry soldier. Seeing the constructed knight draw his sword, the infantry soldiers on horseback gathered around him. The construct knight's helmet even covered his visor, looking extremely cold. Just listen to him say very formally,
"These Gubwa Lai war horses are already the property of the Western Route Army. You only have the right to use them, not to dispose of them. If you don't want to ride a horse, then use your legs to walk back."
After saying that, the construct knight put the long sword back into the scabbard, stretched out his hand to lift the infantry soldier off the horse, pulled out the dagger from his thigh, cut off the buckle of the saddle, and untied the saddle and head rope. They threw them all on the grass and drove the war horse with its butts covered with whip marks into the group of horses in front. When the surrounding infantry soldiers saw their companions being thrown on the grass, they all protested to the construct knight.
"How can you, a knight, do this? Who are you to take away his right to ride a horse? We don't need to be afraid of him. Let's go get that horse back."
The infantry soldiers gathered here, shouting loudly. The 2 construct knights stood together and shouted to the infantry soldiers in front of them.
"Do you also want to walk back?"
With just such a word, the infantry soldiers who came around became intimidated. Along the way, the reinforcement infantry soldiers sadly discovered that a group of companions walking on 2 legs slowly appeared in the army. This incident quickly alerted Marquis Valentin Heller, but it seemed that Marquis Heller's appearance in person was of no use. The infantry soldiers who were punished for walking back to the southern mountain pass still had to walk back. Chapter 1560 for the so-called friendship. The Handanar city reinforcements arrived at the southern pass of the Moyonling Highlands nearly 5 days later than expected. When the reinforcements arrived at the mountain pass in the southern part of the highland, nearly 2,000 of the 50,000 infantry warriors were lost. Without the army of priests, magicians, and paladins, it was difficult for these infantry warriors to receive treatment. Wound infection was the biggest executioner. The reinforcements still have a large amount of war preparation materials at the southern mountain pass, but it seems that they are no longer needed. Marquis West Caesar has no intention of spending a huge amount of transportation costs to bring this batch of materials back to Handanar city. Handling these war preparation supplies has become the most important thing for Marquis Caesar at the moment. As soon as he arrived at the southern mountain pass, Marquis Shiza was in a hurry to meet with the managers of several major business groups in the camp here. These large business groups are currently mainly doing business for the Western Route Army and adventure groups. They have almost a monopoly on all the materials needed by the army. On the opposite hillside next to the West Route Army camp is the merchant group's material warehouse, which occupies a large area of the grass. There is also a naturally formed free market in front of these material warehouses. Almost all members of the adventure group have set up some small stalls. The products sold are also diverse, ranging from metal buttons for clothes to large shelves for storing items. Lin's variety covers almost all daily necessities. Of course, the most popular products are some parts of the evil spirits, such as the black devil's skin stained with purple blood, or a sharp green horn, a sharp and minimalist-style gauntletless war blade, and a long curved bone spears, and so on. The southern mountain pass camp is very prosperous, and the noisy atmosphere in the market is in sharp contrast to the decadent-looking infantry soldiers. The morale of the infantry soldiers in the army was extremely low. Marquis Heller chose to camp on a grassy slope about 500 meters away from the Western Route Army camp. The camp of nearly 50,000 infantry soldiers occupied a large area on the hillside. Many people in the business group and adventure group were very curious when they saw such an embarrassed army returning from the depths of the highlands. Some people even worried about the situation on the Moyonling Highlands. The infantry soldiers rode a horse and led a horse behind them. Almost every soldier had several large and small packages. After arriving at the camp, the soldiers unloaded their luggage from the ancient Bolai horses, including saddles and hoods. After these horses took off their saddles, they were uniformly driven to the stream at the foot of the grass slope by the construct knights. They drank to their fill first. After enjoying the clear stream water, they rushed to the grassy slope opposite the river to eat green grass. As the war horses left the reinforcement camp one after another, the camp here seemed deserted. The reinforcement soldiers of Handanar city were accompanied by war horses along the way. Seeing these war horses leaving the camp, I realized how dependent they were on the war horses. The biggest problem was the large and small packages piled up at their feet. These infantry warriors were fully covered heavy armor, and are also equipped with heavy swords, tower shields, and war spears. Just wearing these things makes people walk like a turtle. There are also tents, sleeping bags, pots, rations, and other daily necessities. There will be no horses to carry these supplies in the future. They originally came from Handanar City hoping to get some bargains, but when they arrived at the Moyinling Highlands, they were chased and killed by a group of evil ghosts. They finally made it back to the mountain pass in the southern part of the highlands alive, and saw a group of evil spirits, where horses were led to the camp, and many infantry soldiers sat blankly on the grass piled with packages. The infantry soldiers began to worry about the upcoming journey. Although the reinforcements in Handanar City have a logistics transportation team, this transportation team has no obligation to help the infantry soldiers carry their luggage. The entire business group on the Moyinling Highlands knew the purpose of the support army coming here. They had offended Lord Soldek, and the horse and carriage dealer had to consider some of the negative factors. Although it had to accept their business, it is absolutely impossible to discount these infantry warriors. The four-wheeled truck set out from the Moyinling Highlands, passed through the mountain passes and canyons, climbed over the Gander Mountains, and crossed the large meadows to reach the city of Handanar. The whole journey would take at least more than a month. A roll of old linen luggage. Then, there is no need to check it in, because the freight may be more expensive than the luggage itself. For these infantry soldiers, luggage that is inconvenient to carry must be disposed of at the camp. Those without any value are directly discarded in the camp, and those that can still be sold at a high price are sold at a stall in the market. So after the Handanar City reinforcements arrived at the southern mountain pass camp, this not-so-large free market suddenly became lively. A large number of second-hand goods appeared on the market, including iron pots, kettles, travelers' backpacks, personal clothing, leather armor, mail armor, shields, heavy swords, etc. According to the thinking of these infantry soldiers, instead of discarding them because they can't walk halfway, it is better to sell them here. The time for their repairs at the southern mountain pass is uncertain. But what is certain is that they must sell all the materials they cannot take away at a low price before leaving. The trading houses kept the purchase price of such items very low. At this time, the business acumen shown by the businessmen can be described as adding insult to injury. They were so stingy that they refused to pay an extra copper plate for the junk of the infantry soldiers. The main reason why these things are not valuable in the market is that similar items used by the largest consumer group in the market, that is, the members of the adventure group, are generally stronger than the items used by the infantry. Even the business groups are not easy to deal with these cheap second-hand goods. The lack of market is the main reason why these materials cannot be sold. Those leather armor, mail, heavy swords and shields are relatively easy to sell as long as the price is low enough. The setting sun makes the mountains in the distance inlaid with a golden edge. The infantry soldiers had to set up their tents before dark. Even in the rainy season, nights in the highlands are very cold. When the sun disappears between the mountains, the moist cold wind will blow directly into the cracks of people's bones. At this time, a bonfire is raised. A pot of thick hot soup is boiled. The toasted wheat cake is put on a stick, and is roasted by the bonfire until it becomes fragrant. Only when you eat it will your whole body be warm. It's a pity that these infantry soldiers in the reinforcements are not in this mood at the moment. Many soldiers ate wheat cakes silently without speaking. Some even took a few mouthfuls of dry and hard wheat cakes, then buried their heads between their knees and cursed muffledly. He's numb. Marquis Valentine Heller returned to the southern pass and locked himself in a tent, refusing to see anyone. 117,000 Gubwa-Lai war horses were handed over to the Western Route armies, constructed knights one after another before dark. Andrew never thought about asking his construct knights to count the number of war horses and check the status of all the war horses. He handed over the task of taking care of these war horses to the 17th Heavy Armored Infantry Regiment Kit in the Western Route Army Camp. Head of the group, the construct knights left the camp in a hurry without even spending the night in the camp. He wanted to leave the camp at the southern pass before Serdek returned, so as not to be temporarily assigned some boring tasks by Serdek. Andrew has set his sights on the area between the North Sunderland Mountains and Lake neighborhood, although the Ant Cavalry and the giant ghost-patterned Ant Army have not followed. This just makes his construct knights more flexible. Serdek and his party rushed back to the southern mountain pass camp just the next morning after Andrew led the constructed knights to leave. Seeing a large group of ancient Bolai horses scattered like dark clouds on the grassy slope opposite the camp, Serdek felt very good. This time he came from the Highland Fortress, not only to see these ancient Bolai war horses, but also to conduct a deal with the Marquis of West Caesar for unidentified black magic crystals. The grass here has been chewed down to a few grass roots, and the horses are slowly moving to the more open grassland to the north.
Boss, are you planning to form some cavalry regiments?
Seeing the large group of Gubwa's war horses on the grass, Gary Decker, who came here with Soldak, couldn't help but ask. Surdak looked at the lively market in the distance, smiled, shook his head and said,
These ancient Bolai horses can only be used as mounts for rangers and horse archers. I don't plan to form such a cavalry regiment yet. I plan to give these war horses to the Agrod tribe for free range. If I can get scale horses, I may form another team of constructed knights.
Nika, who was following Surdak, quietly stuck out his tongue and thought to himself, it seems that Lord Surdak does not intend to stop the war. The group of maids who followed Nika have now grown into qualified field medical personnel. Everyone is usually busy in the medical tent, and rarely leaves the main force of the West Route Army. When a group of women saw the lively market on the hillside, they all chatted excitedly, and wanted to rush there immediately. This time Surdak brought Nika, and the others here mainly because most of the infantry soldiers in the reinforcements in Handanar city were injured. If they did not receive effective treatment, they would probably appear again before returning to Handanar city. Attrition situation. Although he was very dissatisfied with the reinforcements from Handanar city entering the Moyanling Highlands to grab territory, this did not mean that he would be angry with the infantry soldiers in the reinforcements. These infantry soldiers are basically civilians from various areas in Handanar city and county. Most of them are veterans with combat experience. There are only a small number of young soldiers serving in the army. Surdak is also a soldier who came out of the infantry regiment. I also have great sympathy for them. It's just sympathy. But this group of war horses cannot be allowed to ride back to Handanar city under any circumstances. Surdak passed by the lively free market without passing through the market. The group passed by the edge of the market and discovered that there were many reinforcement infantry soldiers selling old things in the market. There were almost no soldiers from the Western Route Army here, and almost no one recognized Soldak. Only some merchants in small stalls looked at Soldak and his group with suspicious expressions on their faces. Some swordsmen from the reinforcement swordsman regiment are also stranded here. They didn't want to go home as losers. This time they deserted on the battlefield, although they might not be sent to the trial court. They completely offended the three very powerful Marquis of Handanar County. Even if they can return to Handanar city safely, their life may not be easy. Although many of them are minor nobles, they have little power, so it is best to hide outside to avoid the limelight during this period. There are already constructed swordsmen who have joined the adventure group here, preparing to make some money before making other plans. As for the constructed swordsmen of the noble lord's bodyguards, the magic pattern structures on their bodies and the scaled horses on their crotches do not belong to them. If they dare to escape with the magic pattern structures and horses, their families will definitely be implicated. So these constructed swordsmen will definitely return to Handanar city. They are staying here now mainly to make preparations for the next trip. When Soldak met Marquis Vester Caesar, he was discussing the batch of military supplies with several big businessmen in the camp here. When he walked to the entrance of Marquis Caesar's tent, Soldak happened to meet this group of businessmen. Seeing the commander of the Western Route Army suddenly appearing outside the tent, these big businessmen all changed their faces with fright. Some businessmen even thought pretend to wipe away sweat and cover your face with a handkerchief. Others tried to hide behind their companions to avoid being seen by Surdak. Seeing the frightened looks on the faces of the merchants, Soldak did not go to greet them anymore, but followed the Marquis of Caesar's personal guards into the tent. There was still a lingering smell of smoke inside the tent, and the tired look on Marquis Caesar's face could not be concealed. The attendants were busy removing some tea sets. Seeing Soldak walking in from outside, Marquis Caesar quickly stood up to greet him.
I didn't expect that Commander Surdak would come so quickly.
Marquis Caesar came over with a smile, patted Soldak on the shoulder, took his arm, and asked him to sit on a chair.
I heard that reinforcements would arrive at the southern camp in the next few days, so I rushed over as soon as possible,
Soldak said to Marquis Caesar, and then asked casually,
I just saw a group of businessmen leaving here. Does the Marquis intend to dispose of the military supplies stored in the camp here?
Marquis Caesar was slightly startled, stared at Soldak, and admitted frankly,
that is indeed the intention. But the materials transported need to be disposed of on the spot. Not to mention the trouble of transporting them back to Handanar city. The logistics, the pressure on the side will be greater, and the losses suffered by the lords will be greater. Then if the deal has not been finalized, the West Route Army is willing to purchase it at 40% off the market price. Of course, I am talking about 40% off the transaction price in the Handanar city market,
Surdak said very directly.
Why don't you go and grab it?
Marquis Shiza's face became a little ugly. He originally wanted to maintain the demeanor that a noble should have. But after hearing what Suldek said, he couldn't help but fight back. Suldek spread his hands and said with a smile,
In this case, you can regard my suggestion to you as a friendship between friends. After all, the military supplies of the Western Route Army are provided free of charge by the military department. Yes, I am not short of these military supplies. Of course, I also hope that you can sell them at a higher price.
Chapter 1565. If possible, Marquis Caesar would have liked to pick up the candlestick at hand and smash it into Suldek's extremely disgusting face. This batch of materials was transported thousands of miles from Handanar City. Even if any transportation costs were not taken into account, the selling price was set at the market price of Handanar City. The merchants who bought this batch of military supplies have already made a lot of money. But Sir Dak actually wanted to give another 40% off on this basis. The merchants on the Moyinling Highlands actually did not want to take over the military supplies from the Lord of Handanar County. The main reason was that these military supplies in the hands of the Marquis of Shiza were not needed at all for the adventurous group on the Highlands. The weapons and equipment in the hands of this group of adventure group members are already very sophisticated. After all, they are hunting evil ghost warriors in the Highlands. Without magic weapons at hand, there is no way to kill those evil spirits. Many members of the adventure group even have. There are also some individual magic pattern structures. And many large adventure groups even have several warriors with complete sets of magic pattern structures. The military supplies of the West Route Army are provided by the military department and will not be purchased from businessmen. In addition to food, other supplies are easily lost in your hands. Therefore, businessmen are not that interested in this batch of military supplies in the hands of Marquis West Caesar. But what Marquis Shiza didn't know was that the military supplies Surdak privately purchased for the Agrod tribe were more than half cheaper than the market price in Handanar City. The food, tents, armor, weapons, etc. he purchased in Helensa City almost drove the entire trading system of Helensa City. The military can purchase this part of military supplies, but it needs the approval of the person in charge of the military. The logistics department of the military headquarters provided 3 months of supplies to the Western Route Army just a month ago. Currently, the supplies and quartermaster is still enjoying a wonderful vacation in Handanar City. If the Marquis of Caesar wanted to discuss the matter with the supplies officer, he would have to return to Handanar City. This round trip would take at least a month and a half. It is currently the rainy season in the Moyinling Highlands, and many supplies cannot be stored for too long. Marquis Shiza suppressed his impulse and said to Suldek,
Lord Surdak, I think we should talk about the deal with the black magic crystal.
Suldek patted the magic belt bag on his waist and said to Marquis West Caesar,
I have brought all 30,000 black magic crystals here.
Marquis West Caesar immediately gave instructions to the guards guarding the door of the tent.
Someone, bring in the boxes I've prepared.
The transaction is very simple. A large box can hold 100,000 gold coins, and 750,000 gold coins are packed in 8 large boxes. Unidentified black magic crystals are also contained in 6 small treasure chests. Marquis Shiza called his clerk to count the number of magic crystals. Surdak just opened the 8 large boxes and saw that the gold coins inside were stacked neatly. He just grabbed a bunch of gold coins and looked at them before throwing the gold coins back into the big box. The gold coins are in good condition and each has the royal emblem printed on the back. After Marquis Caesar accepted the black magic crystal, he no longer wanted to talk about other topics with Surdak. Suldek originally wanted to tell Marquis Caesar that the medical team of the Western Route Army could provide free treatment to the reinforcement infantry soldiers. Seeing that Marquis Caesar did not want to continue the conversation, he said goodbye to Marquis Caesar and then left Handanar City Reinforcement Camp. After arriving at the camp at the Southern Mountain Pass, Marquis Valentin Heller locked himself in a tent and refused to see guests for the past 2 days. Surdak had no choice but to ask Nika to set up the medical tent at the gate of the Western Route Army camp. The adventure group repairing at the Southern Mountain Pass heard that the Western Route Army medical team actually returned to the Southern Mountain Pass. Some injured warriors rushed to there was a long line at the tent door. At this time, medical resources are still very scarce on the battlefield. Many adventure group members are simply bandaged after being injured. Not every adventure group has a water magician. At the beginning, the infantry soldiers in the reinforcement camp did not receive any news. Later, some lightly injured infantry soldiers heard some members of the adventure group talking about the West Route Army medical team in the market. So they tried to get in, with the team waiting for treatment. Soon these infantry soldiers received magic treatment. and their wounds even healed. Changed to a better plaster that promotes healing. Everyone discovered that the medical team did not exclude infantry soldiers from the reinforcements seeking treatment. This news spread to the reinforcements camp, and the camp was immediately bombed. Some seriously injured soldiers, who had been lying in the camp waiting for death, were carried by their teammates to line up for treatment outside the medical tent. They saw a small figure wearing a black and white Lolita dress with a bow in her hair. The little girl got in from outside the crowd, covering her mouth and nose with one hand to avoid smelling the rotting smell of the wounded soldier. With the other hand, she lifted up the sheet from the wound and just checked it briefly. It was like she was performing magic tricks with her little hands. An extra green round card appears.
Carry him to the front of the team. There is no need to wait in line. The wounded in the medical tent can be carried directly and as soon as they come out.
Zigna ordered the person carrying the seriously injured soldier. Then she ran to see the next wounded person being carried over on a stretcher. Some of the injured were too serious, and she would say to the companion next to her,
"While he is awake, ask him if there is anything else that cannot be cured. Just take it away. Queuing up here is just a waste of time."
Among the reinforcements in Handanar City, the wounded warriors accounted for almost 6 layers, or more of the total number of soldiers. In order to allow these injured warriors to receive orderly treatment, Zigna followed the Nika medical team and ran over as a staff member to identify the injuries. However, a large number of infantry soldiers still died in the camp because there was no time to receive treatment. Regarding the commander of the West Route Army, the emotions in the hearts of the reinforcement infantry soldiers were extremely complicated. In the midst of the busyness, the Southern Mountain Pass camp once again ushered in a new night. Delia and the temple guards led nearly 1,000 natives of the Agrodi tribe to the Western Route Army camp on the 3rd day after the reinforcements arrived at the Southern Mountain Pass. It may be the first time for many aboriginals of the Agrod tribe to see the free market. Seeing the dazzling array of goods on the market, they couldn't help but be curious and ran into the free market to watch. These tribal aborigines do not have the universal currency of the Green Empire, and they cannot understand the imperial language. But even so, they still cannot stop their transactions with merchants. When they see some products they like, the aboriginal people will point to them with their fingers, and then put out some of the things they can carry with them, allowing the stall owner to choose. If the stall owners choose it, even if the transaction is successful. If they don't choose it, they will take away their items without getting too entangled. In fact, these aborigines of the Agrod tribe still have some valuable goods. They learned about the people's preferences through the construct nights at the Beishan Pass camp, and knew that warcraft materials and magic herbs were special in the eyes of these imperial people. Precious. This group of aborigines who followed Delia to the Southern Mountain Pass camp brought more or less valuable things with them. As soon as they arrived at the Southern Pass, they ran into the free market, and Delia, with a temple guard of nearly 200 people, came directly to the West Route Army camp to meet Commander Soldak. Almost all the warriors of these temple guards ride black-horned elk. This kind of monster is more than a circle larger than the ancient Bolin horse. It is almost as big as a Bactrian camel, and the stag has a huge head. The black antlers exuded the aura of a monster. As for the soldiers in the escort, at least more than half are young women. They wear rough warcraft leather armor, carry a bundle of spears on their backs, and have long swords hanging on their waists. Their bronze arms and thighs are almost exposed, which makes them look more attractive. Some are heroic. These female warriors have almost reached their peak stage, and the aura exuding from their bodies smells like a strong person. It's just that the equipment on them is not very good. Some female warriors are even barefoot, and some of them don't have linen shirts under their leather armors, and they have a wild aura all over them. Serdek actually wanted Delia to bring over a group of aborigines and drive the 117,000 war horses to the tundra east of the Moyinling Highlands to graze. Unexpectedly, when she came this time, she actually brought the temple guards with her. Delia asked the temple guards to wait outside the military tent in the camp, and walked into Serdek's tent alone, in order to facilitate the treatment of the injured infantry soldiers of the reinforcements. Serdek only wore a round-necked linen robe. When he heard that Delia was coming, he hurried back to the military tent from the medical tent. When Delia walked into the military tent, he happened to be washing his hands in the copper basin. The water in the basin was stained red by his bloody hands. A guard handed him a hot towel. He applied the towel to his face carefully, and then wiped his hands carefully, pointing to the chair next to Delia, who came in from the outside. She said,
"Have you met the evil ghost army while sitting here?"
Delia stood in front of the chair, looked at Soldak, who looked very casual, took 2 steps forward, and said to Soldak solemnly,
Lord Suldak, Delia hopes that the temple guards can join the West Root army.
Surdak was a little surprised. He turned around and looked at the dusty female warrior. He knew that the temple guard was also a very independent existence in the Agrod tribe. Almost all of these guard members were selected from various tribes. Potential warriors. After Delia became the captain of the temple guard, the ratio of female warriors in the guard has increased year by year. This escort represents the strongest fighting force of the Agrod tribe. As for Delia's inner thoughts, Suldak could also guess some of them. Now that the temple is gone, the guards have no last layer of restraint. Delia obviously has no intention of disbanding this escort. Joining the Western Root army and learning the combat skills and tactics of the constructed knights is the best way for this escort to grow.
Of course, I welcome the guards joining the Western Root army, but I also have to respect Elder Amberby's opinion on this matter,
Suldak said to Delia.
After all, the temple guards. For egg, it has special meaning to the Rhodes tribe.
Delia stared at Suldak and said without hesitation.
The great elder agrees with Delia's choice this time. Well, welcome, the temple guards of the Agrod tribe.
Surdak extended a fist toward Delia. The two collided for a while. And then Suldak asked Delia to sit down again and said to her,
The main purpose of asking you to come here this time is to ask you to send someone to take over the horses here. I will hand over these more than 100,000 war horses to you. I hope you will make use of the rich resources on the Moiling Highlands to make the horses quickly grow strong. The Empire's current demand for war horses is still very large.
Surdak introduced Delia to the many benefits of raising war horses, and asked people to arrange the residence of these temple guard soldiers. Delia then said that she was still unable to fully control the Solarian war spear, and Elder Ambrobi asked her to seek help from Surdak. After listening to Delia's words, Suldak knew what Elder Amberby was thinking. However, none of the life magic patterns currently in Suldak's hands are suitable for Delia, unless she chooses the strength and endurance life magic pattern of the ghost pattern soldier ants. But this kind of magic pattern is too common. So Suldak only used holy light to perform preliminary treatment on Delia's arm, and did not mention the implantation of the magic pattern of life. The more than 1,000 aborigines brought by Delia stayed at the southern mountain pass for 2 days, before they were satisfied with driving away 100,000 war horses. They will store these war horses in the eastern valley, where the evil spirits have not yet arrived. There will be no grazing on the tundra until it is completely cleared. This trip to the southern mountain pass allowed these aborigines to see the free market of the Green Empire and indirectly understand the prosperity of the empire. Many native people said that Count Suldak was really a generous lord. There are also some people who are worried that Lord Surdak is just using everyone to deal with the evil ghost army in the west. After the evil ghosts are driven away, the Western army will probably turn around and deal with the Agrod tribe. Some people have great respect for Lord Surdak, because he spared no effort to support the Agrod tribe. Weapons, equipment, and war horses were almost unconditionally supported, allowing the Agrod tribe to form an army of 100,000 people. And even it also occupied the north pass of Moiling Highlands. Many aboriginals were in awe of Lord Surdak, feeling that he was not only ambitious and broad-minded, but also very capable. Chapter 1566 Troubles. 189 Temple Guard soldiers settled in the Western Root Army camp at the southern mountain pass. Almost all of these soldiers were personally selected and trained by Delia. Not only were they outstandingly qualified, but they had basically reached their peak period strength. Among the guards, only Delia is a strong second-level warrior. Once the other warriors break through the second-level warriors, they will be recalled to the tribe. In these tribes of the Agrod clan, the second-level warriors can become tribal warriors, and the tribal warriors are candidates for the next clan leader of the tribe. Naturally, it is impossible to continue to serve in the temple guard, so there are no other second-level warriors in the guard. Become a strong person. The combat effectiveness of these escorts is much higher than that of the promoted cavalry among infantry soldiers. In the past few days, the arena at the camp training ground has been almost occupied by this group of guards. Those female warriors, all covered with strong muscles, are more brave than the male warriors. Surdak gave this guard the magic pattern equipment purchased by merchant Malacham from the imperial capital. Among this guard, only Delia's magic pattern structure is made of salamander leather armor with inscriptions. The rest of the guard army's magic pattern structures are all heavy plate armor forged with magic black iron. The surface of the plate armor was plated with a layer of mithril, and the magic patterns were engraved on the mithril plating. Finally, the surface was passivated, making it look like a metal can. An ordinary sword would only leave a string of sparks when it was struck. In addition to being equipped with a batch of brand new magic pattern structures, the bodyguard's mount, the black-horned elk, was also covered with a layer of specially made hard armor. Even the deer's head, neck, and lower abdomen were covered in scaly hard armor. These black-horned rice grains can also charge like war horses, and their explosive power is much stronger than that of ancient Bolai horses. The huge antlers of the black-horned elk can also lift the enemy into the air when hitting the enemy. The only regret is that this kind of black-horned elk is difficult to tame. This group of soldiers and the temple guards wanted to catch a black-horned elk. Elk usually walk for several months in the wild swamps further north of the northern mountains. These guards are good at using short flying spears, so Serdek specially purchased a batch of magic flying spears with accuracy and penetration from the trading house in Helensa city. When the guards throw short flying spears, usually using the momentum of the black-horned elk to throw forward, the short flying spear can be thrown more than 200 meters away in less than 2 weeks. These escorts were rearmed by Serdek, although they have not yet been baptized by the battlefield. It is certain that these escorts have completed a transformation like a rebirth. The problem Delia's right arm is facing now is similar to the problem Samira encountered at the beginning. The only difference is that Delia is now a second-level powerhouse, and can borrow external power through herself. When Larion used the spear, his entire arm still seemed to be useless. In the past few days, Serdek has been using holy light to treat the hidden wounds accumulated on Delia's right arm. At the beginning, Soldak thought about implanting the magic pattern of life into Delia's body. But now he has completely given up this idea, because Delia's arm is already covered with a layer of magic pattern. Now he can only consider other ways to enhance Delia's strength. The magic pattern structure of the salamander leather armor can help Delia increase some strength. But unfortunately it is not enough. Delia was lying on the treatment bed in the medical tent, with a green magic pattern of life appearing on her right arm. A ball of holy light condensed in Serdek's hand, and traces of holy light continued to seep into Delia's right arm, repairing her right arm. Small blood vessels and nerves bursting in the arms. Delia was lying on the bed with her eyes closed, not daring to look at Soldak. There was a slight blush on her cheeks, probably because she often exercised in the jungle. Delia's body has extremely strong balance and coordination. She is slender, but possesses extremely strong explosive power, no matter where she looks. Those amber eyes with flowing colors are everywhere. There is a dangerous aura looking towards prey. Soldak has been thinking about what Elder Ambrobi said to Delia these days. Only then did he think that when he and Delia killed the evil spirit leader at the gate of the temple, except for one in addition to a high-level magic core, I also received a wrist guard and shoulder pads. These 2 pieces of bone armor were left behind by the evil ghost leader after his death. He rummaged through his magic pocket for a long time, and finally found out the black wristband. It was just a small wristband for the evil demon commander, but when Serdek held it in his hand, it was actually quite big. Delia sat up from the bed, and recognized the black bone wristband in Soldak's hand at a glance.
Is this the wristband left by the evil ghost leader?
Delia asked. Serdek frowned and said,
Well, it should be valuable, but it's just not suitable for me.
As he spoke, Serdek tried to put the black wristband on his arm. As soon as it was put on the forearm, Serdek's arm burst out with a dazzling holy light, which seemed to be very repulsive to the black wristband. The black bone wrist guard also became extremely hot at this moment, and fine cracks even appeared on the surface. When Serdek took off the black wristband from his arm, everything returned to normal. Delia leaned over, took the black wristband in her hand, and said,
Let me try.
It was originally a short wristband worn on the evil ghost leader's wrist, but it actually happened to be wrapped around her upper arm. Then a series of cyan magic lines began to appear on the wrist guard. Delia's eyes widened. Those cyan magic lines actually matched the magic lines on her arms very well.
How do you feel?
Serdek asked. Delia jumped down from the treatment bed and picked up the Solarian war spear next to her. The extremely heavy feeling disappeared without a trace. The Solarian war spear exploded with dazzling light. Soldak exhaled and exclaimed,
It turns out that Elder Ambrobi was talking about this bracer.
Actually, Delia's face turned slightly red, and she wanted to take off the black wristband. Serdek quickly stopped her movement and said to her with a smile,
It's great if you can use it. I remember that there is also a bone shoulder pad.
After saying that, Soldak took out the shoulder pad again. But the bone shoulder pad was too big. When placed in front of the 2 of them, it was much larger than the breastplate.
This seems to be useless. Asking an inscription master to change it may still be useful,
Serdek said casually.
My lord, do you have time now?
Nika shouted from the tent door into the tent.
What's the matter?
Serdek asked.
I have a wounded soldier over there. I'm afraid you need to use holy light to save him,
Nika said cautiously. Signa had just hinted to her that it was best not to disturb Serdek at this time. But there was nothing she could do. She could wait, but the wounded soldiers lying in her medical tent couldn't wait.
Come right away,
Serdek responded, then stood up from the bedside, patted Delia's shoulder and said,
These hidden injuries on the arm are recovering well, and there is no need to continue treatment. You can try some restorative training.
After saying that, he hurried out of the tent and looked at his back. Delia, who was sitting on the treatment bed, sighed in annoyance. Delia, you should be braver, she encouraged herself in her mind. During this time, Nika and her medical team had completed the initial treatment for the wounded soldiers in the reinforcements. But it was obvious that follow-up treatment could not be continued, because the reinforcements will leave to return to Handanar City at the end of this month. And Nika and the medical team will also rush back to Galgang Fortress. The heavy armored infantry regiment there is still fighting against the evil ghost army. These days, there are some wounded soldiers waiting for the medical team. After these days of negotiations, the Marquis of Nishizawa has lowered the price of this batch of military supplies. But the merchants in the southern mountain pass are still unwilling to purchase the military supplies for the reinforcements. Marquis Voster Caesar, who had absolutely no choice but to go to the western route army camp to find Suldek, hoped that he could buy these military supplies. However, the purchase price offered by Serdek was still 40% off the market price in Handanar City. This price made it difficult for Marquis Caesar to make a decision. He wanted to get rid of these military supplies as soon as possible, and it was best not to come back again. Back-tossing. But the price Suldek gave was too low. In order to purchase those magic crystals, he already needed to invest a large amount of money into them. There was no way. In order to silence the mouths of the noble lords in Handanar City, even if he had to pay for the black magic crystal with his own money, it would be better than being attacked by those noble lords after returning. He knew that the group of noble lords there have no bottom line. Maybe his property in Handanar City will be swallowed up by these wolves, and me in one bite. By selling this batch of military supplies now, at least the money will fall into his pocket. If you want to postpone this matter further, even if it could be sold to the military logistics department at market price, the money would probably not end up in his pocket. That's why he hopes Lord Serdek can take over. Chapter 1567 Transaction. Suldek stood at the gate of the material warehouse and watched Marquis Vorstizer leave on horseback. The military supplies worth 300,000 gold coins were finally converted into 180,000 gold coins. This time, Serdek only took out 7,200 unidentified black magic crystals and bought this batch of goods. These supplies will be gradually transported to the Agrod camp at the North Pass of the Moyonling Highlands in the next period of time. All along, Serdek has been purchasing supplies from Helensa City, and then supporting the Agrod tribe through the Void Gate. It's just that once someone focuses on this kind of thing, it may be unexplainable in the end, unless he wants to make the secret of the Void Gate known to the public. Now I have bought this batch of military supplies brought by the reinforcements at a low price. Although if I check the source of these supplies in detail, I will still find problems in them. But no one will study these in detail. Therefore, these military supplies for the reinforcements became Serda a reasonable explanation for his support for the Agrodi tribe. Although the supplies from Moyonling Highland were successfully sold, there was no trace of joy on the face of Marquis West Caesar. During this expedition, Marquis Nishizawa planned to make a fortune. But unfortunately, due to a few misjudgments of the situation in the Moyonling Highlands, the reinforcements were forced to withdraw midway. Although the reinforcements from Handanar City are not considered to be completely wiped out, they are not much better than the total army being wiped out. Post-war pensions, various material losses, and huge legion casualties. These alone will make some noble lords, who live a more difficult life, declare bankruptcy. Although Marquis Shiza didn't say much, Serdek could see the fatigue in his eyes. This is a plain war. Once the war fails, a huge price will be paid to make up for it.
Dak, do you want to go to the free market together?
Signa stood on an arrow tower in the military camp, waved to Serdek and asked loudly. In the western route army camp, almost no one dared to call Suldek's name like this. Suldek raised his head, looked at Signa sitting on the steps of the arrow tower against the light, walked towards the western route army camp, and asked,
Do you want to buy something? I don't want to buy anything. I just want to stroll around,
Signa said crisply. Her little face was washed very clean, and her big black eyes flickered, full of desire to get out of the house.
Okay, let's go then.
Serdek agreed. If it were in Bena City, a child as old as Zigna might have to go to school in an academy. But she could only follow Selena on the battlefield in the Warsaw Plain, blowing the north wind on the Moyun Ridge highlands. Wind. Zigna cheered, then held the hem of her skirt with both hands, ran down the steps quickly, and rushed out of the camp gate in a flash. Then he held Soldek's arm intimately, and walked towards the free market under the hillside. The surrounding guards wanted to follow, but Soldek waved them away. The infantry soldiers of the reinforcements sold various personal belongings on the free market in the southern mountain pass in order to reduce the burden on the next trip. These personal belongings are so cheap that they can be sold for money. But there are still a large number of such worthless second-hand goods in the free market, such as small cooking pots blackened by campfires, sleeping bags sewn from rabbit skins and wolf skin mattresses, some of which are set on fire, used flint stones, or sewing kits, glass bottles filled with various seasonings, and even pillows, eye masks, earplugs, etc. Priscilla squatted in front of a stall and looked at the dazzling array of products on the sheets. She didn't know what to buy for a while. She is a member of the Temple Guard and has been with Delia for 3 years. This time she came to the Western Route Army camp at the Southern Mountain Pass, which was a great harvest for her. She finally saw the outside world, which was a completely different life from the Agrod tribe. Although it seemed quite dangerous, she liked adventure and hunting. She wore a very simple leather vest, a leather combat skirt that did not cover her thighs, and her feet were bare. An unsheathed sharp dagger was tied to her bronze thigh, and her messy hair was tied on top of her head. She took a fancy to a copper kettle, a copper-mouthed pipe, and a hand axe with a chipped blade on the stall. She picked these items out from the many products in the stall, then placed them in front of her, and asked the man who still had the ring wrapped around his chest. The bandage vendor spoke a string of Aboriginal words. The stall owner was a veteran of the Handanar city reinforcements. He set up a stall in the market just to get rid of some things that couldn't be carried away. He stared at Priscilla, an indigenous woman, with some impatience. He felt that she didn't even have a pocket on her body and had no money to buy these things. Squatting in front of the stall was just a waste of time. Moreover, these indigenous people had a strange smell about them. Taste. The indigenous woman in front of him was not beautiful. She had thick lips and was as strong as a man. Her bulging biceps and 10-pack abdominal muscles made him lose any illusions. He didn't even bother to take another look at the collar of the leather vest. It was really no different from a man's chest. When he heard the Aboriginal woman speak a string of Aboriginal words, he said casually and perfunctorily,
"I don't even understand what you are talking about. Go away quickly and don't affect my business here."
Priscilla couldn't understand what the stall owner was saying, but she could also understand the stall owner's disgusted eyes and driving gestures. She loudly repeated to the stall owner,
"I want to buy these 3 items. You can sell them to me.
Or should I give you something in exchange?"
Seeing Priscilla really want to buy it, the veteran thought for a moment, took out a silver coin from the bag, placed it in front of the 3 items, and said,
"1 silver coin can buy these 3 items.
Priscilla finally figured out that the stall owner didn't want to exchange. He only wanted the Empire's currency. As a tribal Aboriginal, Priscilla did not have this thing in her hand, but she had seen knights in the constructed knights taking some golden currency to exchange for magic crystals with their companions in the guard army. Probably silver coins. It was also one of the coins. So he took out the necklace from his neck. This necklace, which looks like it is made of straw rope, is not only tied with 2 magic crystals, but also a black magic crystal. The rest are colorful gems the size of walnuts. The necklace hung around her neck, hidden by the collar of the leather vest, and the veteran had never noticed it before. She casually tore off a black magic crystal from the straw rope necklace. Priscilla felt that the dark stone was not beautiful, so she wanted to take it out and exchange it. The veteran's eyes widened when he saw the black magic crystal handed over by Priscilla. "Although it has been more than a month since I came to Moyling Highlands, and I have fought more than a dozen battles with evil ghost warriors, and I have always been chased and beaten by the evil ghosts. But for this veteran, he is really seeing the black magic crystal for the first time." He stretched out his hand to take the black magic crystal, even if it means giving everything in the stall to this indigenous woman.
"This magic crystal is fine, but I don't have that much change. If I can't find it, why don't you pick more goods from this stall? You can take whatever you want."
The veteran pointed at the goods on his stall and gestured. Said. Priscilla understood that the stall owner asked her to choose more. It seemed that what those knights said was true. This kind of crystal was very valuable. Priscilla was very happy and immediately picked a helmet that could be used as a cooking pot on the stall. Then went to get the silver-handled dagger. And then her eyes fell on the craftsman's hammer. Without saying a word, the veteran placed the square-headed hammer in front of Priscilla. After thinking about it, he took out the tower shield behind him, spread it flat on the ground, and wiped out all the ones Priscilla had selected. Everything goes into the shield, regardless of whether she could understand the Imperial language. She said casually, "You can take these things, although their value is far from the value of this magic crystal. The transaction is a matter of mutual consent. If you are willing to exchange, just nod. If not, just take more of what you like." The veteran muttered, pointed to the magic crystal in Priscilla's hand, motioned for her to hand it to him, and then pushed the shield full of things to Priscilla's feet. Priscilla finally figured out that such a black crystal stone could be exchanged for so many good things. She handed over the magic crystal without hesitation, then picked up the kettle and curiously twisted the round lid of the kettle with a joyful smile on her face. When the veteran received the magic crystal, his hands were shaking a little. He tried his best to control the rhythm of his breathing to make himself less excited. Then he grabbed the magic crystal and wiped it hard on his trouser legs. Oh my God! It was still an unidentified black magic crystal, and the veteran was so happy that he almost fainted. He couldn't wait to leave the market immediately. It didn't matter if all the goods on the stall were discarded. As long as he had such a black magic crystal, it was enough. While Priscilla was checking the craftsman's hammer, the veteran wanted to sneak away with the black magic crystal. There are many people in this free market. As long as he sneaks into the group and sneaks back into the camp, he is sure that this indigenous woman will never find him again. Just when he was about to leave the stall, he suddenly found a hand on his shoulder. He was so frightened that he looked up and saw Soldak looking at him calmly. Zigna followed Soldak and stared at the veteran with disdain. Cerdak didn't say anything outrageous. He looked at the silent veteran and just said to him in Imperial language, "It is difficult to establish mutual trust between the tribal aborigines and the Green Empire people. This transaction is unfair. I know that the problem is not with you. It is that she does not understand the market conditions. But since you are setting up a stall in this free market, I hope you can deal fairly." The veteran didn't recognize Cerdak, but he could see the noble badge on his chest. Although Cerdak has been to the reinforcement camp twice, he usually wears a magic pattern structure, and the veterans can only glance at it from a distance. Now that Soldak was standing in front of him, he didn't know that the man in front of him was the supreme commander of the Western Route Army. Although he didn't know Cerdak's identity, the veteran could only stand obediently in front of the stall and listen to Cerdak's sermons based on the noble badge on Cerdak's chest. Cerdak did not directly tell the aboriginal female warrior that the deal was unfair. He turned around and said gently to Priscilla in aboriginal language, "Let me see what you bought." Of course Priscilla knew Cerdak, and she actually met the Lord at the free market. She immediately got down on one knee, put her right hand on her left shoulder, and saluted Cerdak. She said in aboriginal language, "Priscilla added the Lord." Soldak smiled slightly, feeling that he really didn't mind this business in vain this time. "It occurred to me that these guard soldiers should be gathered together as soon as possible to educate them about the knowledge of imperial currency and market prices." At this time, many people had gathered around. No matter where you are, there are always people watching. Soldak reached out and took back the black magic crystal from the veteran's hand, put it in his hand, and then introduced Priscilla in aboriginal language. "One unidentified magic crystal like this can be exchanged for 1, 2, 3, 45 gold coins. Such a gold coin can be exchanged for 100 silver coins. And such a gold coin can buy everything on his shield. The most valuable things here should be the silver-handled dagger and the shield itself. Of course, this craftsman's hammer also not bad, but it's only worth 2 silver coins at most." "The things in this market are so cheap?" Priscilla asked with a surprised look on her face. She didn't know much about arithmetic. After listening to Soldak's introduction, she only knew that 1 black magic crystal could be exchanged for many gold coins, and 1 gold coin could buy everything. Cerdak smiled and continued in aboriginal language. "Cheap? Oh, no. You may not understand the market conditions here. These have been used by others and cannot be considered brand new, so they will be discounted when they are brought to the market." The onlookers did not dare to criticize a nobleman, but many people pointed at the veteran and accused him of using dishonorable means to make profits. The veteran stood in front of the stall with his face flushed, not daring to leave without permission. With the help of Cerdak, the aboriginal female warrior exchanged a magic crystal for a bag of coins.
which contained 14 gold coins and 100 silver coins. She used 1 gold coin in it to exchange for all the coins on the shield goods, and finally completed the transaction with the veteran. After the transaction, Priscilla tied all 14 gold coins to the necklace and grinned happily. The veteran didn't expect that the deal could be completed in the end. He stood in front of the stall holding a gold coin and had mixed feelings for a while. Serdek did not criticize the veteran too much. After helping the female guard Priscilla complete the deal, he allowed Zigna to pull her away. In the afternoon, what everyone didn't expect was that the aboriginal female warrior Priscilla actually came to the free market with a group of companions. They, a group of aboriginal warriors, specially selected some metal utensils at the street stalls, including copper, iron, or inlaid with silver. As long as the stall owner said he could sell them, he would take out a silver coin from his pocket and hand them over, and readily sell all the utensils. Buy it. Throughout the afternoon, Priscilla and her companions bought many second-hand goods. She was going to take these utensils back to the tribe. The tribesmen had never seen these good things, and it didn't matter to her whether they were second-hand goods or not. In the next 2 days, the soldiers of this escort army went shopping in the free market, which completely and indirectly solved the problem of the reinforcement soldiers' personal goods being completely unsaleable in the free market. It also made the reinforcement infantry soldiers completely give up the plan of throwing away these useless belongings. The merchants in the free market finally realized that the Southern Mountain Pass camp had welcomed a new group of consumers. They are stupid and have a lot of money. They want to buy everything they see. They don't care whether it's new or old, as long as the things they bring out are novel enough and they can use them. Their favorite thing to buy is some things they usually use for cooking. Iron pot. After 2 weeks of repairs at the Southern Mountain Pass, the reinforcements from Handanar City finally, under the leadership of 3 marquises, slowly left the Southern Mountain Pass camp with a group of carriages, heading towards Dake at the southern foot of Mayun Mountains. Heading into the canyon. Chapter 1568 Fortress. A knight approached the window of the magic caravan and reported to Marquis Valentine Heller, who was sitting alone in the carriage. "My lord Marquis, Lord Soldak is on the high hill opposite. Do you want to go say hello?" The carriage became extremely quiet at first, and a few seconds later a deep voice was heard. "Forget it. Let's go!" The knight quickly rode his horse to distance himself from the magic caravan. This 4-wheeled magic caravan has a relatively short carriage and is suitable for walking on rugged mountain roads. Handanar City's reinforcements came with a total of 3 magic caravans this time, and there were also 73 4-wheeled trucks carrying important supplies. 50,000 infantry soldiers carrying simple luggage followed this convoy. Lining up, the long queue walked towards the Nanlu Mountain Road. When the reinforcements first arrived at the Moyanling Highlands, the soldiers were full of beautiful longings for the Highland battle. Every infantry soldier was riding an ancient Bolai horse. They were naturally high-spirited at that time, and did not even notice the people on the roadside along the way. Mountain View. On the way back to Handanar City, we had to rely on our legs to walk back. After walking less than 5 kilometers, the infantry soldiers in the team fell behind. The morale in the reinforcement team was extremely low. When these infantry soldiers were selling their belongings on the free market, they often heard stories about the adventure groups hunting evil spirits in the highlands. Then, they learned that except for their reinforcements from Handanar City, in addition, almost all the imperial people who came to Moyanling Highlands made money. Now, like bereaved dogs, they left the Moyanling Highlands in embarrassment. How could these infantry soldiers be happy in their hearts? The figure of the personal guard left the window. Marquis Valentine Heller was sitting in the carriage of the magic caravan. He casually opened the white lace curtains. He looked at the high hill on the right, and saw a small army. The 10-man cavalry team was on the high hill. He squinted his eyes, and saw that Serdek was indeed among the cavalry squad. A sharp gaze shot out of his eyes, and then the gaze dimmed. He was completely defeated this time. As the supreme commander of the reinforcements in Handanar City, Marquis Valentine Heller knew clearly that this time if the expedition fails, you will bear the main responsibility. This time the lords of Handanar City wanted to go to the Moyanling Highlands to share the cake. But what they got in the end was meat. This huge psychological gap might make Heller lose his aura as a famous general. Unfortunately, the family will also be implicated this time, and some of the interests of Handanar City may be lost. There is no way. Someone has to pay for this failure. Of course he, Valentine Heller, has to be at the front. Snort. Thinking of this, Marquis Heller couldn't help but snorted coldly. 3 magic caravans lined up, and the person sitting in the second magic caravan was none other than Marquis Simon Jeffrey. The reason why Marquis Geoffrey did not ride a horse is also very simple. Now his team of constructed swordsmen has already no longer exists. A regiment of 1,500 constructed swordsmen ended up with only one leader left. What a huge irony it was! Marquis Simon Geoffrey is famous in the city of Handanar for his excellent swordsmanship. Countless swordsmen have been defeated by his sword. His arrogance is constantly accumulated in those victories. But now the entire constructed swordsman group has fallen apart, and his arrogance has been shattered. Compared with the first two marquises, the situation of Marquis West and Caesar is slightly better, although Marquis Caesar has to bear all the negative consequences of the defeat. This time Marquis Caesar has completed his own task. He came to the Moyling Highlands with a legion and had two tasks. The first was to ensure that the legion had adequate supplies of materials, and the second was to collect a batch of unidentified black magic crystals. There were many in Handanar city. Noble lords are faced with the trouble of being demoted due to insufficient merit, and these black magic crystals are prepared so that they can keep their titles. This time he paid for the premium for the unidentified black magic crystal out of his own pocket. When he returned to Handanar city, the noble lords would all accept his money, although he lost a lot of gold coins during this trip to the Moyling Highlands. The wealthy Nishizawa family could still afford the money. The only thing that made him feel a little uncomfortable was that this was his first time losing money in business. He thought that Duke Newman had met him before coming to Moyling Highlands, and before the Bena Legion left Handanar city. At that time, the nobles and lords of the entire Handanar city were hotly discussing how much cake they could grab from the Western Route Army this time. But no one thought that this campaign would end in failure. At that time, Archduke Newman hinted to him that he should communicate with the commander of the Western Route Army as much as possible. It would be best if the Western Route Army and the reinforcements could reach a win-win agreement on territorial development without harming the interests of the other party. Even if the reinforcements don't touch the top cake of the cake tower called Moyling Highlands this time, as long as they cut off a part of the territory of the Gander Mountains, it can be considered a net profit. Moreover, the Gander Mountains border the Great Meadow. Through territorial exchange, most of the territories of the noble lords of Handanar city can be almost connected together. At that time, Duke Newman made it clear that the Bena army would not intervene in the Battle of Mayun Ridge, and the lords who followed Duke Newman did not participate. Marquis Caesar's initial thought was that Duke Newman and Marquis Luther had a very good personal relationship. As the Western Route Army was a force on Marquis Luther's side, Duke Newman would not touch the interests of the Western Route Army under any circumstances. The West Route Army itself came here so that the Bena army could successfully escape from the Warsaw Plain. Marquis West Caesar did not take Duke Newman's hint to heart at that time, and believed that Simon Geoffrey and Valentine Heller should have the same idea as him at that time. At the same time, as the noble lords of Handanar County, they naturally do not need to pay for Marquis Luther's account. Everyone is a marquis. Although the Luther Legion has been maintaining security in the Bena province in recent years, the influence of the Marquis Luther cannot yet touch the aristocratic circle on the Warsaw Plain. Now that I think about it, I realize that even though Duke Newman had a good personal relationship with Marquis Luther, and did not want them to harm the interests of the Western Route Army too much, he may not have had the idea of protecting the lords of Handanar city. Duke Newman has been trapped in the Warsaw Plain for nearly 8 years. He doesn't know what kind of combat effectiveness the Lord's army in Handanar County has. The tactful reminder at that time was obviously intended to allow everyone to eat the cake as much as possible without hurting the pride of the noble lords of Handanar city. It's a pity that the lords of Handanar city misjudged their own strength. Marquis Nishizawa recalled himself at that time, and seemed to be full of confidence, thinking in his heart, now that the pass at the southern foot of Mayun Mountains has been announced, then the entire Mayun Mountains highland will be destroyed. Isn't that the vegetable garden in your own backyard? Chop whatever Chinese cabbage you want. Just chop that Chinese cabbage. Marquis Caesar was sitting in the rickety magic caravan with a wry smile on his face. He also saw Cerdak standing on the hill, although he wanted to say goodbye at this time, at least to relax. Awkward relationship with each other. One can think of Marquis Heller and Marquis Geoffrey sitting in the other two magic caravans. For a long time in the future, the three of them will need to be tied together to fight against other lords in Handanar city. So he must try to avoid doing anything that is not conducive to unity. As the motorcade passed slowly on the gentle road down the hillside, Marquis West Caesar could only sigh softly. Cerdak rode his horse and stood on the hillside watching the convoy slowly leave. The long procession looked like a long black mamba snake on the road below the hillside. Seeing that the magic caravan driving at the front of the convoy never stopped, Cerdak knew that Marquis Heller had not left the carriage. The courage to walk out. This commander, who had always maintained a cold attitude, had completely ended his career as a commander this time. I'm afraid no lord will dare to give him the command of the Lord's army in the future. Seeing them leave, the stone hanging in Soldak's heart finally fell to the ground. If this 50,000 strong army and hundreds of thousands of horses really fight to the death on the Moyinling Highlands, the Western Route army will definitely suffer the ultimate loss. Because for those hungry evil spirits, nothing can compare to these infantry soldiers. And Warhorse can fill your stomach even more. At that time, the West Route army will face a group of evil ghosts who are accustomed to eating human flesh. Speaking of which, the Evil Ghost Camp in Horsens Mountain is the base camp of the Evil Ghost Army in Moyinling Highlands. And the Evil Ghost Army can gain a foothold in Moyinling Highlands because the Evil Ghost Camp in Horsens Mountain has at least a Devil's Door. In other words, Evil Ghost warriors can continuously enter the battlefield in Moyinling Highlands through the Evil Ghost Gate. The Evil Ghost Army in Moyinling Highlands has always maintained tens of thousands of evil ghosts guarding this place. It is not that the Evil Ghost Army only has so many soldiers, but that Moyinling Highlands can only support so many evil ghosts. In fact, the Evil Ghost Legion on Moyun Ridge is also constantly trying to expand south to north. But there is the Bena Legion in the south. Although the permanent troops in the forest camp are several heavy armored infantry regiments, there are actually several heavy cavalry regiments of the Bena Legion staring at the forest camp. The forest farm camp is not suitable for the heavy cavalry regiment to fight. When the Moyinling battle was defeated, the Evil Ghost Army used the forest farm camp as a stronghold. A large number of evil ghosts entered the Big Meadow, but were attacked by the heavy cavalry who arrived behind and retreated. In the end, they were defeated, retracted to the foot of Moyinling Mountain to the north of the Gander Mountains. Now that Serdak's Western Route army has almost occupied most of the Moyun Ridge Highlands, the Evil Ghost Army's living space has been compressed to only the Vilayagasi Hills, the North Sunderland Mountains, and the Northern Tundra. So what will happen next for the evil ghosts? The Legion likely won't back down any further. War will become more and more cruel, and this situation will make it even more necessary to implement strong defenses and clear the country. After sending away the chicken legs in the eyes of these evil spirits, Serdak thought about his next move. In fact, he disagreed with Marquis Valentine Heller on some strategies, such as establishing military strongholds in some important areas. Only in this way can the evil ghost warriors be compressed into a smaller area. Currently, Serdak is building a high mountain fortress west of the Vilayagasi Hills to withstand the continuous attacks of the Evil Ghost Army. Next, he will ask the Agrod Tribe Alliance Army to build a military stronghold of the same specifications at the source of the Alinga River. In addition, military strongholds will also be built one after another in the mountains of the Northern Tundra, the southern shore of the Inner Lake in the eastern part of the North Sunderland Mountains, the Metagisi Gorge, and other locations selected by Marquis Heller. In fact, because the reinforcements from Handanar City rashly intervened in the Moyinling battle, the West Route Army had missed the best opportunity to conduct a blitzkrieg with the Evil Ghost Legion. After meeting the Evil Spirit leader at the Beishan Pass camp, Serdak no longer wanted to conquer the Evil Spirit camp in Horsens Mountain in one go. If there are a few more Evil Ghost commanders hiding in the Evil Ghost camp over there, they might be able to take advantage of all the assets of the West Route Army. According to Serdak's plan, it would be best to capture the Moyinling Highlands before all the 70,000 ghost pattern cannon fodder ants die. This war with the Evil Ghost Army requires the continuous establishment of military strongholds to eat slowly. The only pity is that there are no scale horses among the 110,000 horses. Not even the second-class green scale horses. So Serdak cannot form a heavy cavalry regiment during this period.
Are you going to the battlefield on the other side of the Kimperno River?
Samira rode a horse and asked in a low voice beside Soldak.
Yeah,
Serdak admitted.
The Western Cavalry Alliance Army is still fighting against the Evil Ghost Legion over there. I plan to meet with the commander of the Alliance Army to see what needs they have. If I'm lucky, maybe we can even get some scaled horses back. Looking at it now, these heavy armored infantry regiments still have some advantages in fighting against the Evil Ghost warriors based on military strongholds. But if we want to rely on them to fight the Evil Ghost Army in the tundra, even relying on Selena's fog of war may not work. Those evil ghosts only need to change their tactics and engage in guerrilla warfare with our infantry in the wild. I'm afraid that time the one at a disadvantage will be our Western Route Army. But at least wait until the situation here is completely stable.
Seeing the four-wheel truck loaded with supplies passing down the hillside, Serdak lightly pulled the reins of the warhorse, and the magic-patterned warhorse immediately rushed down the other side of the slope, towards the Western Route Army camp at the southern mountain pass. Run! Nika and the medical team returned to the Highland Fortress this morning, escorted by Delia and the temple guards. The West Route Army camp on the southern mountain pass still exists, as the largest material transfer station in the Moyinling Highlands. Soldak is preparing to lead the 30,000 Aboriginal regiments of the West Route Army into the south bank of Nehu. Just on the south bank near Bayzind, a second military fortress was built at Lanshan Mountain, then passed through the Northumberland Mountains and the northern tundra. Go to the Tribal Alliance's western expedition at the source of the Allinga River, and help the Egrod tribe build a second military stronghold. The source of the Alinch River belongs to the northwest corner of the Moyinling Highlands. The Evil Ghost Legion may not easily allow the Egrod Tribe Alliance army to plant a nail here. However, now that the Highland Fortress has driven a nail into the throat of the Evil Ghost Legion, every subsequent military fortress built will be like a nail that pins the Evil Ghost Legion in place hard and accurately. Chapter 1569 Situation. As the reinforcements from Handanar City returned in vain, the situation in the Mayun Ridge Highlands entered a confrontation stage. The Evil Ghost Legion on Mayun Ridge gathered on a large scale along the Northumberland Mountains. The main force of the West Route Army was defeated by the Evil Ghost Legion, blocked to the south of the Great Rift Valley and the Villagassi Hills. Some Evil Ghost hunting groups also appeared near the Mevajisi Canyon. The Western Expeditionary Army of the Egrod Tribe Alliance Army and the Evil Ghost Legion face each other across the Alinch River. The Evil Ghost Legion often crosses the Alinch River and attacks the camps of the Egrod Tribal Alliance Army. However, the Egrod Alliance, the army, also actively listened to Commander Soldak's suggestions and built a military fortress on the bank of the Alinch River to withstand the pressure of the Evil Ghost Legion's attack. It seems that the Egrod Alliance army is fighting every day, but the foundation of the fortress is also increasing every day. By the time the evil spirits realize that this military fortress has become very troublesome, the foundation of the fortress wall has been repaired. At this time, the soldiers of the Egrod Tribe Alliance army stand on the city wall, and will have a certain terrain advantage when fighting the evil ghost warriors outside the city wall. And when these aboriginal warriors of the Egrod tribe had a large number of sacrifices, they were extremely fierce in combat, and showed no fear at all when facing the evil ghost warriors on the other side of the river. After entering September, Soldak had already begun to build a second military fortress on the southern shore of the inner lake near the eastern end of the Northumberland Mountains. Probably because the Evil Ghost Legion had suffered enough in the high mountain fortress southwest of the Villagassi Hills. After learning that the Western Route Army was planning to build a second military fortress in the eastern part of the Northumberland Mountains, the Evil Ghost Legion once again gathered a large number of evil ghosts. Warrior. These evil ghost warriors would hide in the mountains of Northumberland every night. Only during the day would they come out of the dense forests of the mountains and raid the lakeside camp of the Western Route Army. In order to successfully complete the Nehu fortress, Cerdak ordered Andrew to lead the constructed knights to station near the Northumberland Mountains, and the magician scouting group often paid close attention to the movements of the Evil Ghost Legion in the Northumberland Mountains. If there are more than 1,000 evil ghost warriors, the constructed knights will be dispatched in advance to ambush the Evil Ghost Army on its path. During this period, the heavy armored infantry regiments of the Western Route Army were always stationed in the military camp. Since these heavy armored infantry regiments lack mobility, Cerdak prevented them from fighting with the Evil Ghost Army in the wild. However, the constructed knights led by Andrew, and the Ant Cavalry led by Wolf Knight Tego, became the most active armies, often appearing in the Northumberland Mountains and the Villagassi Hills. Delia's escorts frequently appear in the northern tundra. The mounts of this escort team are all second-level monsters. Black-horned elk. These black-horned elk have an absolute advantage in speed. They approached the Evil Ghost Legion's defense line on the northern tundra several times and tore apart it, forcing the top brass of the Evil Ghost Legion to pull them apart. The defense line moved nearly 100 kilometers towards the Northumberland Mountains. All the military supplies that Cerdak bought at low prices from the reinforcements in Handanar City were sent to the camp of the Egrod Tribe Alliance Army. It was not until this time that the lords of Handanar County learned through their connections in the military that Lord Cerdak and the Aborigines of the Egrod tribe had reached a strategic alliance in the Moyinling Highlands to jointly fight against the evil forces in Moyinling. Ghost. The Egrod tribe has dispatched nearly 230,000 tribal alliance troops this time, and has currently occupied a large area of territory in the northern part of the Moyinling Highlands. The commander of the reinforcements, Marquis Valentine Heller, heard the news when he first arrived at the forest camp. When he heard the news, he had an expression on his face that said, "Sure enough," and then he sighed softly with a blank look on his face and whispered, "After all, I still underestimated that guy Cerdak." A few months ago, all the forces in the Warsaw Plain heard that Soldak was preparing to lead the West Route Army to attack Moyun Ridge. In the past few years, Binna's army had attacked Moyun Ridge twice, but both failed. Fortunately, Duke Numan was strong. Otherwise the Binna army would probably be in ruins due to the losses in these two battles. The West Route Army is just a heavy armored infantry regiment from the Binna province. Duke Numan's initial plan was just to hope that the West Route Army could be stationed in the forest camp area and interact with the East Route Army stationed in the Naroda fortress. Horns jointly resist the pressure from the Evil Ghost Army in northern Handanar County. Duke Numan led the main cavalry of the Bennett army across the Poseidon River and captured Cornburg County across the board. The Duke of Numan and the noble lords of the province of Binna had high hopes for the commander of the Eastern Route Army, Marquis Edmund Arnold. But what surprised the lords was that the Eastern Route Army almost lost the Naroda fortress. On the contrary, the Western Route Army stationed in the forest camp won successive victories in the Gandharo Mountains. No one expected that the Western Route Army, which originally had only 100,000 heavy infantry soldiers, could capture the canyon at the southern foot of Moyun Mountain without heavy cavalry, thus opening the door to the Moyun Mountain Highlands. Until the West Route Army entered the Moyunling Highlands, the number of troops of the West Route Army expanded to 170,000. Even so, the lords of Handanar County still did not believe that Serdak's Western Route Army could take down the Moyunling Highlands in one go. It was precisely because of this wrong prejudice of the lords that reinforcements from Handanar City came to share the cake on the Moyunling Highlands. Now the reinforcements from Handanar City have retreated to the forest camp. Although the Western Route Army still does not have a heavy cavalry regiment, the total number of troops stationed on the highlands of Moyunling has reached 400,000. After this news spread in Handanar County, it sounded the alarm to all noble forces. The Western Route Army, which originally had only 100,000 heavy armored infantry soldiers, has now grown into a behemoth on the highlands of Moyunling, a lord's army that cannot be easily shaken by any force. When Duke Numan received the news that the reinforcements of Handanar City were maimed by the Evil Ghost Legion on the Moyun Ridge Highlands and retreated to the forest camp, Duke Numan and the Benna Legion happened to be in the teleportation hall of Iverson City. A group of senior officials will go to the imperial capital through the teleportation hall of Iverson City, and then report their duties to His Majesty Charles the Great, the Emperor of the Green Empire, and then return to Benna City through the teleportation hall. The Benna Legion will have 300,000 troops stranded in Iverson City this time. These troops will return to Benna City via magic airships within half a year. This magic airship transport team will make 6 round trips between Iverson City and Benna City to transport all the 300,000 troops back to the Benna province. As the Warsaw Plain War declared victory in the second phase, Duke Numan had successfully recovered all his previous investments. This time, he had successfully recovered all the territories he had just transferred to the noble lords in Handanar County and Cornburg County. Funding for war. For Duke Numan, his dozen or so large mines in Handanar County and Cornburg County are the real wealth that will continuously infuse the Numan family in the next few decades.
Those guys in Handanar City just don't know much about Luther. Can you tell me, when did Luther suffer a loss?
While waiting for the portal to open, Duke Numan said to a group of senior executives of the Benna Legion around him. Then he complained again.
This time he is willing to let this young man come to the Warsaw Plain and participate in this plain war. He probably has already planned it. I heard that Count Serdak, who was born in the city of Helensa, just regained the plain of Ganbu not long ago. Although he is still just a count at the moment, he has become a member of the plain of Ganbu, Lord, and also owns a large territory in the Belan Plain.
A cleric beside Duke Numan echoed. Of course, these words were not spoken to Duke Numan, but to the senior officials of the Benna Legion, who did not know much about Lord Soldak. At least everyone must have some impression of this new plain lord. They can no longer be like the group of lords in Handanar City, who want to oppress this young plain lord with their status and strength. Speaking of Marquis Edmund Arnold, the situation of the Eastern Route Army in the Naroda Gorge has been completely stabilized. Unfortunately, after suffering the attack of the Evil Ghost Legion on the Naroda fortress, Marquis Arnold became conservative and did not dare to easily attack the Naroda Canyon. If the lords in Handanar City had chosen to send this support force to the Naroda fortress of the Eastern Route Army, maybe Marquis Arnold would happily agree, and the two sides would jointly carve up a large area of territory west of the Naroda Gorge. But now the Lord's army in Handanar City is severely weakened, and for a while no lord may organize an army to fight again. Perhaps more lords will set their sights on the battlefield in the Kimpato River Basin. The adventure groups on the Moyunling Highlands have become extremely active during this period. These adventure groups almost only hunt in two areas. The first is the Mevajisai Canyon, and the other is the Nehu Lakeside. Since the West Root Army built the Nehu Fortress on the south bank of Nehu, the Evil Ghost Army often appeared in the Nehu area. Andrew and Wolf Knight Tego almost focused their attention on the nearby mountains. Every time they ambushed the Evil Ghost soldiers, who ran out of the mountains, some scattered Evil Ghost soldiers would appear in the vast grassland on the south bank of the inner lake. Inside, under such circumstances, it was certainly impossible for Serdek to divide the constructed knights into several teams to hunt down these evil ghosts scattered on the grass. Delia's escorts were harassing the Evil Ghost Army in the northern tundra. Therefore, the only adventure group in the highlands is the most suitable to clean up these evil ghost warriors who are running around. These adventure groups are well equipped, and each adventure group has a leader with outstanding strength. The method of hunting evil spirits on the grass is usually to set traps and kill them, in order to attract a large number of adventure groups to come and clean up the evil spirits. Lord Serdek gave these adventure groups great convenience. The first is to allow them to build temporary camps near the military camp, allow them to receive treatment from the medical team, and allow them to use the merit exchange list of the Western Root Army. The prerequisite for the third article is to pay the full amount of black magic crystals. In this way, if the Western Root Army is regarded as a large engineering team, then these adventure groups are more like small peripheral subcontractors. The West Root Army built the Nehu Fortress on the south bank of the Nehu Lake, and the happiest group was these adventure groups. There were hundreds of adventure groups near the Nehu Lake, chasing the footsteps of the Construct Knights, looking for the evil ghost warriors who fled the battlefield privately. In just half a month, many adventure groups have made a lot of money. In addition to the hunting mode carried out by these adventure groups along the inner lake, this time the caravans in the Moyonling Highlands also sold a large amount of supplies by providing supporting services to the fortress project, in order to ensure that their interests are not harmed. This group of businessmen even formed the Highland Chamber of Commerce. The Chamber of Commerce also plans to build an airport terminal at the southern mountain pass and open a flight channel from Handanar City to the southern part of Moyun Ridge. At present, the construction of the airport terminal tower at the southern mountain pass material transfer station has begun, and the Chamber of Commerce has reached a preliminary agreement with the Handanar City Airport. They will rent a 3-masted magic airship for the initial transportation. The news of the victory on the battlefield of Moyonling became the biggest topic this summer in Bena Province. The news that Duke Newman led the Bena army to return to the Bena Province spread almost throughout the entire Bena Province. The current situation in the Warsaw Plain is also a topic that the Benar people talk about after dinner. Both the East Root Army and the West Root Army have now established a firm foothold in the Warsaw Plain, and will continue to expand the territory around Handanar County, in order for Duke Newman to bring these two supporting armies to the Warsaw Plain in the Bena Province. He specially approved the military department to be responsible for the military supplies of the two supporting armies. Although this matter became the biggest burden for the military department, it also made Bay Na, the Nazi army, successfully escaped from the Warsaw Plain. Now these two armies began to plan the territory around Handanar County, and immediately the noble lords of Bena Province wanted to reach out and share something. With Duke Newman's safe return to Bena City, Marquis Luther's reputation has also increased. The name Serdek has become synonymous with the young and outstanding lord. For Serdek, the biggest gain in recent times is not that the situation in Moyonling Highlands has stabilized, but that he has discovered something more about the mysterious stone in his body. The mysterious stone in the sea of spiritual consciousness is like a strange treasure box. It contains countless rules about this plane, not only about space and time. Serdek found that he could control it on a small scale, change the gravity field, and make the air thicker. Just like diving into water and being free. Breathe, flap your arms, and your body will float into the air. But every time I return to Helensa through the void gate, this feeling will completely disappear. Perception also seems to be completely imprisoned by some powerful force, and it is impossible to touch these rules. This situation made Serdek a little confused. He even wondered whether the power of rules he perceived in the Warsaw Plain was some kind of illusion. But when he returned to Helensa City, he finally woke up. He wanted to find someone to talk to about the power of rules. He thought that the Red Dragon Yissel should have realized this power long ago. So he asked Aphrodite to return to Pussy Mountain in the deserted land. Chapter 1570 Domain. In the treasure chamber, Serdek sat on a high stone platform and looked at the Red Dragon Iser opposite. Recently, the Red Dragon Iser has been recuperating in the treasure secret room, although it can only hide the front half of its body in this secret room. This is the safest shelter for it. Iser's wings were slashed by the evil spirit leader's sword. causing it to be unable to hunt freely in the Ishitander plain. Even when it flew out, it would be spied on by the surrounding warcraft lords. Therefore, it could only restrain its aura and hide in the treasure chamber to recuperate. The dragon scales all over its body are filled with the burning fire element aura, and those fire elements flow around the surface of its body, showing a glazed luster, even every time it breathes out from its mouth and nose. It is green smoke with the smell of sulfur. Serdak's body was reflected in Aesir's left pupil, facing this red dragon whose strength had reached the peak of level 6 monsters. Soldak told Aesir about what he had encountered recently. Doubt. In the treasure chamber. He could not show Israel the laws he understood. I can only describe it as best as possible. For a young red dragon who is only 800 years old, the knowledge it has access to is also very limited. In the world of dragons, an 800-year-old young red dragon is like a young red dragon who has just turned 16. A young man who has completed his coming-of-age ceremony. Although the red dragon Aesir didn't know what the stone was, as a level 6 monster, he had already reached a higher level in terms of power control. Regarding Serdak's confusion, the red dragon Aesir thought for a long time before saying to Serdak,
"How to explain it? What you have realized is a higher level of power. But with your current strength, I am talking about the power possessed by a second-level powerhouse. You should not have access to these. But the problem is exactly it's you who can actually glimpse the power of this part of the law. I guess this must be the function of that stone. And it must be very, very precious. Regarding the understanding of treasures, I think you should not carry it with you. That will put you in danger. Maybe it will be left in this treasure room.
It will be safer in a secret room."
Israel said the last sentence a bit euphemistically. Serdak briefly sensed the mysterious stone in the sea of spiritual consciousness. Although it gave a lot of enlightenment, he could only feel the existence of the stone and could not control it at all, let alone remove it from it. Expelled from the sea of spiritual consciousness.
It was in my body, and I didn't know how to get it out,
Soldak said. Hearing Soldak say this, the red dragon Aesir could not hide a trace of disappointment in his eyes. But then his eyes became clear again, and he said to Serdak,
"Dak, I think what you are coming into contact with now should be the power of the field. Because you are exposed to the laws of the Warsaw plane. You have understood some of the power of the field.
Serdak became even more confused. He had not systematically studied the knowledge at the Knight Academy, so he was almost completely blank about high-level power. Normal friends, such as Andrew, Gulitem, Samira, and Wolf Knight Tego, are also extremely lacking in this knowledge.
Field?
Serdak looked confused, probably feeling an itch somewhere. The red dragon Yissel shook his head vigorously, and the entire treasure room shook violently. It then said to Serdak,
"How to explain it? Although it is not too accurate to say this, it is the easiest to describe. You can understand that it is the power that only the strong masters of the third rank have. The masters of the third rank can suppress the strong ones of the second rank in terms of power level. That is because they have mastered the field. Just like a second-turn magician can use his body as a bridge and rely on the abilities of his elemental contract partners to gather some magic elements floating around him, so he can release large-scale group magic. And your various performances prove that you understand the laws of the world in the Warsaw plane, so you have the ability to contact the field. But you are unable to do this after leaving the Warsaw plane. This means that he has the strength that is very close to that of a third-level master. But in other planes, he is just a pure second-level master. It can also be understood that when you are in the Warsaw plane, you are half-stepped into the ranks of the powerful third-level masters. The only problem is, you haven't learned to use the field to fight."
"Grand Master?" Serdak was a little surprised. Unexpectedly, as Israel talked, he almost became a third-level master. The red dragon Aesir was a little surprised to see Serdak, and quickly blinked his eyes very seriously and said,
"Well, if it corresponds to the level of a monster, the initial strength of a third-level master is probably at the level of a fifth-level monster. If a second-level master wants to cross the threshold and become a third-level master, he actually needs to master the field, and then touch the origin of the world based on the laws he understands from the field."
Red Dragon Aesir, when introducing these in dragon language, it can be said to be quite difficult, because there are many words that it cannot speak, and can only use some synonyms instead.
And you have done the opposite. First you understand the power of the law, and then you can choose the most suitable field.
Israel added,
"Although I don't know what it is, I am sure that this is the area. What the stone brings you is the origin of the plane."
After hearing the words of Red Dragon Aesir, Serdak finally figured out one thing. That is, As long as he makes good use of the power of the law, he will almost have the power of a third-turn grandmaster in the Warsaw Plain.
This was good news for him. At least it allowed him to relieve some of the pressure in his heart. Ever since he met the evil ghost leader, Serdek had been worried about meeting another evil ghost leader. Without the help of the Red Dragon Iser, he did not think that he would be able to fight with Andrew, Gulaitum, and Samira. Together, these people can defeat the guy. This was precisely one of the reasons why he was reluctant to launch a general attack on the Devil Camp on Mount Horsens, but instead established several military fortresses in the western part of the Highlands. All in all, this time he went to the treasure chamber to communicate with the Red Dragon Yssel, and he still gained a lot. Next, he will follow Yssel's suggestion and use the power of these laws he has understood to form some things that can field to support combat. Before leaving, the Red Dragon Iser was lying on the high platform, chewing the red crystal with squinted eyes, and told Serdek,
"Duck, next time you come over, remember to bring me some more cookies."
All right. After Serdek formed the mage fighting group, he ordered a large number of black powder barrels in Wall Village through Aphrodite. This year, more than 60% of the oak barrels produced in Helensa city were transported to Wall Village by merchants. In previous years, most of these oak barrels were shipped to Sloik province to be used as containers to hold gold and cider. But occasionally, they were also shipped to the western provinces to hold some blackcurrant wine. The oak barrel industry in Helensa city has always been the most important industry in the lumber yard. One of the revenue. Now almost all the lumber yards in the Oak Ridge area are supplying oak barrels to Wall Village, making it difficult for outside businessmen to buy oak barrels produced in Helensa. Maybe it's because things are rare. Moreover, the oak trees growing around the city of Helensa are almost all golden oaks and silver oaks. The gold and silver acorns produced are heating fuels that are highly sought after by the noble lords of Bina province. After acorns have such a reputation, it seems that these oak barrels have become a little different. In short, the price of oak barrels in Helensa city has been rising this year, and the unit price has nearly doubled compared to last year. Even so, there is still a shortage of supply. There is nothing the lumber yards can do about it. Just because the market for oak barrels is booming this year, they cannot cut down all the oak trees all over the mountains and plains. There is a limit to how many of these oak forests are cut down and planted every year. Once too many are cut down, it will have a negative impact on the surrounding mountains and woodlands. The damage caused is also quite serious, and the regional waste in the desolate land may continue to spread southward. Although Serdek had the opportunity to return to Wall Village and walk around, but at this time, he should be commanding the plain war in the Warsaw Plain and appearing in Wall Village. Once discovered, it would be dereliction of duty, in order to avoid other noble lords finding some reasons to attack him. Serdek held back the idea of visiting a black powder workshop. The black powder workshop has always been in the hands of the people of Wall Village. The old village chief Bright would rather limit production than allow outsiders to enter the black powder workshop. According to Aphrodite's introduction, business groups and trading houses actually appeared in the free market in front of Wall Village. They transported some materials to the market of Wall Village for sale. In the past, the free market here only sold some daily necessities and food, supplying the Wall villagers who had become wealthy and the adventure groups exploring the Padlos Mountains. Later, the free market had some warcraft materials, weapons and armor, as well as sulfur, volcanic ash cement, woodworking tools, etc. Up to now, this free market has developed into the largest market around Helensa city. The hanging garden built in Ruth city is about to be completed. The Pozzolanic cement in Val village has become very famous. The lords of Bina province have all gone to Val village to buy Pozzolanic cement. The locals never imagined that the volcanic ash covered within dozens of kilometers of Pudu Mountain could one day be exchanged for money. This land covered with volcanic ash has become the territory of Earl Serdek a few years ago. No outsider can collect the volcanic ash that can be seen everywhere in the wild. If necessary, they can only collect it from the market in Wall Village. Under the leadership of Mayor Bright, the volcanic ash business in Wall Village is also booming. Today's Wall Village is about to develop into a small town of 10,000 people. The large tracts of fertile land reclaimed from the river bends and tidal flats outside the village have now turned into a series of connected residential areas. Although Wall Village continues to expand, the original the village is still preserved by the old village chief. And this village within a village has a strong exclusiveness and will not easily accept outsiders. At present, the management of the black powder workshop, volcanic ash cement workshop, carpenter workshop, and sulfur mine in the village are almost all local people. Aphrodite came to Wall Village and took away a large amount of supplies. Most of the volcanic ash cement and a large number of black powder barrels piled up in the goods yard disappeared overnight. Serdek returned to the south bank of the inner lake and happened to see an evil ghost army being defeated by Andrew's constructed knights by the lake. The grass beside the lake was crowded with giant ghost-patterned soldier ants precisely because of their existence. Almost all the evil spirits jumped into the waist-deep lake water. The constructed knights have withdrawn from the battlefield and are gathering on a sand hill not far away. A group of ant cavalry collect loot on the battlefield on the shore. Nowadays, it is rare to see such encirclement and annihilation battles. Those evil ghosts seem to have become smarter. They know how to fight the Western Route army on the high ground. Without numerical superiority, the evil spirits would hardly engage in a head-on battle with the construct knights. The evil spirits would not attack the heavy armored infantry regiment's camp at night. That this evil ghost army could be led by Andrew to the Neha Lake to surround and annihilate was something Serdek didn't expect. Seeing the remaining evil ghost warriors being forced into the lake by the giant ghost-patterned soldier ants, Serdek knew that the evil spirits in these lakes were destined to be unable to escape. Because the evil spirits are not very good at swimming, they are destined to be unable to cross this inner lake and escape from the other side. These evil ghost warriors have their own bone armor. Although these horny bone armors are usually no different from metal armors. Once they are soaked in water for a period of time, these bone armors will bulge due to the absorption of water. Heavy. And the bone armor will also become soft. Watching the evil ghost warriors in the lake waiting in the waist-deep water and constantly moving towards the west shore, I knew they were trying to avoid this battlefield and try to find a way to escape. It's a pity that those giant ghost-striped soldier ants will not give them this opportunity. Giant ghost-striped soldier ants can be seen almost everywhere on the entire lakeshore. The more embarrassed you are beaten, the more deeply you will remember it. Evil ghosts do not always make the same mistakes. They also grow rapidly in battles. But the cost of growth is a bit high, often accompanied by the death of a large number of evil ghost warriors. If we try to defeat them in the future, I'm afraid we will have to pay a lot of price. Looking at the evil ghost warriors unable to advance or retreat in the lake, Serdek sighed. This group of evil spirits had obviously just escaped from the depths of the Northumberland Mountains, and had not yet suffered enough from the Western Route army. And those evil ghost warriors in the northern tundra will display more powerful combat effectiveness. Evil ghosts that have eaten people will always become different from before. They have strong physical strength, are more bloodthirsty when fighting, and are more bloodthirsty on the battlefield. He also knows how to pull. Use your own speed to avoid heavy armored infantry formations, and use your flexible body to jump left and right to avoid cavalry charges. In recent times, the evil spirits in this area of the Northumberland Mountains have become more difficult to deal with than before. Chapter 1571 Investment. During the time when the Western Route army entered the Moyinling Highlands, Serdek invested 3 large sums of money in succession. The first payment was to provide nearly 100,000 sets of fully heavy armors and various military supplies, including food, to the Agrod tribe. These alone had almost completely eliminated Serdek's ability to fight the evil ghost army in the early stage. All was consumed. The second investment is to give 117,000 ancient Bolai war horses to the Agrod tribe. To say how much the Handanar city reinforcements suffered in this expedition to Moyinling. Let's not mention other material losses for the time being. The 140,000 Gubwa war horses that the lords of Handanar County had scraped together were worth an astronomical figure, which would be around 350,000 in magic crystal. The third investment was the construction of fortresses in various areas of the Moyinling Highlands. In addition to the 2 city walls in Dak Valley and Beishan Pass, Serdek successively began to build Galgang Fortress, Nehu Fortress, Alinj River Fortress, North Plains Fortress. Now the walls around Galgang Fortress have been built, and 8 arrow towers have even been built on the northern wall of the fortress. Every fortress requires a huge amount of expenditure. The economy of the Ganbu Plain has just recovered. The revenue of the mines in the Belan Plain is not bad, but almost all the cash flow has been invested in the development of the Darkworm Valley. Serdek, if you don't plan to suck blood from there, you have to find a way on the battlefield on the Moyinling Highlands. Only continuous victory can allow these fortresses to continue to be built. This black magic crystal transaction with Marquis Vuster Caesar was also the fund raised by Serdek to build the Nehu Fortress. This time he even sold off all the trophies obtained by the Agrod tribe in the Warsaw Plain during the recent period in order to raise this huge project fund. The construction of these fortresses also made the area occupied by the Western Route army impregnable in terms of the battle situation in the Moyinling Highlands. In the autumn of 2592, after the reinforcement plan in the Moyinling Highlands failed, the noble lords of Handanar County finally felt a little calmer. In the House of Representatives, no noble would raise the issue of seizing the territory of Moyinling Highlands without batting an eyelid. Some lords, who conserved their strength in the city, also sent their troops to Cornburg County. During this period, the Bena Legion gradually withdrew from the Warsaw Plain and finally returned to Roland Continent as a victor. No one knows how much bitterness there will be behind them when they stand in the sun and smile victoriously. The noble lords of Handanar County had not yet recovered from the defeat in the Battle of Moyinling Highlands. Duke Newman once again issued a lord order. If the evil ghost army on Moyun Ridge can be completely driven out, not only the Moyun Ridge Highlands, but also the Gander Mountains, and the right to develop northward will belong to Lord Serdek. The signature is signed by Duke Newman. Duke Newman no longer paid attention to these noble lords in Handanar City. When the Bena Legion returned to the Bena province in large numbers, he finally recognized the legitimacy of Serdak's expansion of territory in Moyun Ridge. As war fortresses rise from the ground one after another on the Moyinling Highlands, the evil ghost leaders at Horsens Mountain Camp finally realized the seriousness of the situation. They continuously sent out evil ghost legions to try to hinder the construction of the fortress. However, the West Root Army and the Agrod tribe had already completed the first step on the Moyinling Highlands, the layout of a line of defense. On the slopes to the north of the Galgang Fortress, there are almost all bone armor fragments left from the Ghost Warriors. The Ghost Warriors left at least 5,000 corpses here and never found a chance to break through the Highland Fortress. At this time, the top leaders of the Evil Ghost Legion also knew that the battle situation in Moyinling was more difficult than imagined. After the south gate of Moyinling Highland was captured, this highland no longer belonged to the evil spirits. When the West Root Army entered the Moyinling Highlands, the Evil Ghost Army had already shrunk its defense area and ceded the eastern part of the Moyinling Highlands to the West Root Army. As the Western Root Army and the allied army of the Agrod tribe guarded the north and south exits of the highland, completely trapping the Evil Ghost Legion on the high ground. The Evil Ghost Legion in Horsens Mountain once again shrank its defense area, so that the West Root Army successively captured it covers a large area of land south of the Mevajisai Gorge and the Viliagasi Hills. After the Agrod Tribe Alliance army came from the north and established a foothold in the Beishan Pass camp, the tribe's Western Expedition Army fought all the way to the source of the Alinch River. As the Ghost Army in the Northern Highlands suffered several defeats one after another, most of the northern tundra that had been firmly held had to be abandoned, and the remaining Ghost Army retreated to the northern part of the North Sunderland Mountains. The Agrod Tribe Alliance army took the opportunity to occupy the center of the northern tundra. According to Serdak's strategic deployment, the Agrod tribe will build a third fortress in the northern tundra, and the location of the North Plains fortress happens to be Valentine, the meadow that Marquis Heller had chosen. When the Tribal Alliance troops arrived here, they could still see some traces of battle left on the grass. The reinforcement infantry soldiers who died in the battle have turned into white bones scattered everywhere. There are also some broken scale armor fragments, deflated shields, and broken swords on the grass. Just 2 weeks ago, the Handanar City reinforcements and the Evil Ghost Legion were fighting here for nearly half a month. But now, not only the reinforcements from Handanar City have given up here, but even the Evil Ghost Legion has to withdraw from this grassland to the foot of the North Sunderland Mountains. With unlimited support from the Magician Fighting Group, the Agrod tribe's Western Expeditionary Army has firmly occupied the north bank of the Arinj River. In Serdak's camp on the south bank of the Inner Lake, the command post has received 5 consecutive reports of aerial attacks on magicians in the past week. Among them, 3 times the magicians were attacked and injured by evil spirits. The incident directly made the magicians in the Magic Fighting Group feel a little worried, because the magicians themselves were very weak. They thought there would be no danger flying in the air. But these several aerial attacks made the magicians understand that the sky in Moyinling was actually not that safe. Seeing Soldak sitting on the chair reading the report and walking into the tent with refreshments, Selena asked with concern,
"What's going on? I heard that the mage group is always attacked by evil spirits recently."
Serdek also scratched his head a little, took the tea handed over by Selena, put one hand on the table, pinched the corners of his eyes and said,
"They probably feel that the existence of the mage group is a serious threat to them. Recently, the West Root Army has been able to quickly understand any information about the battle situation on the Moyun Ridge Highlands, causing the Evil Ghost Army to continue to shrink to the North Sunderland Mountains. Therefore, the Evil Ghost Army is also looking for ways to deal with the mage group. In order to curb the scope of activities of the magicians, the Evil Ghost Army should have appeared evil ghosts with the ability to fly."
Serdek looked a little solemn. Given the current situation, magicians may no longer be able to go out in pairs to perform reconnaissance missions. Perhaps it would be safer to form a team of 5. The two were discussing this matter. Avid, the leader of the mage group, and Samira, the half-elf archer, walked in from outside. Samira was holding a leather bag in her hand and threw it in front of Serdak's desk, and then opened the bag with her hands, the rope attached to it. After the leather bag was opened, a giant black bat-like body covered with sharp scales was revealed. If you look closely, you will find that this is not a giant bat. When its fleshy wings are fully unfolded, you will find that its body shape is more like a flying squirrel living in the rainforest. This creature also has no wings, with indicators on its arms, and some feather-like bone armor grew between the legs, and it looked like it had 2 pairs of wings. And its face still looked like an evil spirit, but it was put into a leather bag by Samira. It was obviously not very big as a single body, compared with those evil ghost warriors, who are over 2.5 meters tall. This kind of evil ghost is only about 1.5 meters tall, but the wingspan of the bone wings can reach more than 2 meters, probably to lose weight for flying. This kind of evil ghost is relatively light, mainly because its bone armor is relatively thin. There are still 3 bloody holes on the evil ghost's chest, which must have been shot by bows and arrows. Looking at the bone blades as sharp as knives at the end of its wings, and the row of sharp teeth growing out of its mouth, you can tell that this evil spirit has a very single attack method. Once the evil ghost dies on the plain of Warsaw, it will decay very quickly. At this moment, this evil ghost has already emitted a foul smell. After Serdak covered his mouth and nose and checked, he guessed and asked Samira,
"Is this the evil spirit that attacked the magician?"
Samira nodded and said,
"Evan took me into a circle near the canyons of the North Sunderland Mountains. When flying at low altitude, there were indeed a few of these guys flying out of the cracks in the mountain walls. Their flying ability is very weak, but they are capable of flying. It can glide through the air, and it's very fast. I shot 3 of them, but unfortunately the other 2 fell and couldn't be found. I only brought back one that was relatively intact."
The magician Avid added,
"If this kind of evil ghost is on the grassland, the flight distance will be very short. The furthest is only 2,000 meters. Their legs and arms are not able to fly long distances, so it shouldn't be completely evolved body. The locations where members of our mage group were attacked several times were in the North Sunderland Mountains. They usually hide in the crevices of the rock walls. When they find the magician investigators, they will slide down from the heights of the cliff in groups. Okay, they fly very fast in the sky, and they are also very flexible, and can easily catch up with the magic harpoon. We found that their weakness is that once the flying altitude of these evil spirits drops, they cannot raise their flying altitude again unless they encounter strong airflow in the canyon. So after we magicians discover them, we can fly to higher places in time to avoid their surprise attacks."
Serdak put on his gloves, pinched the bone wings on the arm of the flying devil, and repeated the words of the magician Avid in complete evolution. Avid replied,
"Well, according to the analysis of our mage group, this kind of evil ghost with the ability to fly should have just evolved, but its flying ability is still very weak. In fact, we discovered this kind of flying evil ghost as early as 2 months ago. Ghost, but the place where they were found was still near Horsens Mountain, and at that time, they were also entrenched on the mountain walls near Horsens Mountain. It's just that their flying ability was weaker at that time. They could only jump from one cliff to another, but their speed was faster than the evil ghosts now. Sometimes we couldn't even see their shadows, and they are good at hiding in rock crevices. When I discovered their existence, I banned the magicians from reconnoitering that area. Unexpectedly, in just 2 months, they could actually fly farther."
After hearing the introduction from the magician Avid, Serdak was still a little worried. Once the air superiority of the magicians no longer exists, it will be greatly weakened for the Western Route army. However, as long as you think about how much trouble the magicians have brought to the evil ghost army, it will not be so surprising that evil ghosts with the ability to fly appear in North Sunderland.
As long as we take more precautions, flying evil spirits of this level cannot be a threat to us now. But what will happen in the future is hard to say at the moment."
Magician Avid expressed his worries.
"The evil ghost army retreated to the North Sunderland Mountains, probably to avoid the aerial reconnaissance of the magicians,"
Soldak said. The recent raids between Andrew and the constructed knights in the Villagassi Hills actually had the magician reconnaissance team behind them. With their flexible mobility and powerful piercing ability, the constructed knights have almost become ghost assassins in the Villagassi Hills. The evil spirits could not stop them, could not hide, and finally had to withdraw from the dimension. The Lagasai Hills are tucked into the North Sunderland Mountains. At present, the Highland Fortress has almost been completed, and the fighting there has subsided 2 weeks ago. The evil ghost army wandering around the Inner Lake area has recently been pushed back to the North Sunderland Mountains by Andrew's Construct Knights. Delia's escort army has been unable to find a small group of evil ghost army here because it is now gone. Bypassing the Inner Lake, we will be active in the northern tundra along the north shore of the North Lake. The Egrod Tribe Alliance Army has also reached the central area of the northern tundra. The West Route Army and the Egrod Tribe have occupied 3/4 of the territory of the Moyinling Highlands. It was probably because they wanted to curb the pace of the West Route Army's attack that the Evil Ghost Army sent out the incompletely evolved flying evil spirits. However, in the strategy formulated by Serdek, there is no plan to launch an attack on the North Sunderland Mountains during this period. The main reason is that the heavy armored infantry regiment is not good at mountain warfare. If he wants to gain a certain advantage in mountain warfare, Serdek needs to form more ant cavalry. But this will only happen if Aphrodite makes enough contract scrolls.
Boss! Elder Ambrobi has arrived at the north shore of the Inner Lake,
Samira said to Soldak.
Oh! It came so fast!
Soldak stood up, picked up the Shefterstan cloth armor from the wooden stand on the side, and put it on, with Selina's help, walking out of the command post. Selina, Samira, and the magician Avid followed behind him. The non-commissioned officers outside the tent saw Serdek coming out and saluted him one after another. The guard brought his ancient Bolai war horse over. Soldak got on his horse and ran eastward along the shore of the Nehu Lake. Chapter 1572 Building the City. During the rainy season, the water level of the Inner Lake surges, and the lake water submerges the large grasslands on the shore of the lake. Many high hills have now turned into islands. Elder Amberby stood on a huge rock on the shore of the lake, looking up at the endless Inner Lake with unconcealable worry in his eyes. This is the northern shore of Loch Nee and the easternmost point of the North Sunderland Mountains, indirectly bordering the northern tundra. On the map of Moyinling Highlands, the north bank of Nehu is considered the central area of Moyinling Highlands. The reason why Elder Amberby was invited to come here is because Soldak wrote him a letter. The letter not only elaborated on the current battle situation in Moyun Ridge, but more importantly, proposed to Elder Amberby. A proposal was made for the Egrod tribe to build a city on the north shore of the lake, with the North Sunderland Mountains as their backdrop. A city in the true sense of the word. A city belonging to the Agrod clan. With this city, the Agrod tribe can officially establish a foothold on the Moyinling Highlands. The north bank of Nehu has an excellent geographical location. If you build a city here, you can reach the foot of the mountains on the edge of the highland in 2 days, and 2 nights by running wildly in the 4 directions of southeast and northwest at the speed of cavalry, relying on the North Sunderland Mountains. This area is rich in stone and wood, which are the basic resources needed to build the city. But what worries Elder Amberby is not only the evil ghost army hiding in the North Sunderland Mountains, but also the flooding on the shores of the Inner Lake after the rainy season. Seeing the lake water submerging the vast grassland on the shore of the lake, Elder Amberby was worried that if there was a bigger flood, this place might become a swamp. Nowadays, the Agrod tribe has hundreds of tribes of various sizes in the jungle at the foot of the northern mountains of Moyun Ridge. Large tribes like Kulman have almost more than 200,000 people and have built tree houses in the rainforest, the main large-scale walled city. There are a total of 8 such cities in the rainforest, although the remaining small tribes have not built cities. The gathering areas of those tribes are also constantly expanding. If it hadn't been for the evil spirits in the Moyinling Highlands that had curbed the development of the tribes in Agrod in recent years, I'm afraid that some civil wars would have broken out among the tribes due to conflicts between their territories. Of course, the defeated tribes would be forced to continue migrating to the wilderness to the north. What now? If the Agrod tribe can move back to the Moyun Ridge Highlands, this rich land will greatly alleviate the needs of the various tribes of the Agrod clan for living areas. Of course, Elder Amberby knew that if the Agrod tribe could build a city on the highlands, then the tribe's control over the entire Moyun Ridge Highlands would be greatly enhanced. But after all, building a city is a big deal. A year ago, Elder Amberby would have never dared to think of it. Now, during the period of the war between the Agrod tribe and the Evil Ghost Legion, the Agrod Tribe Alliance Army has begun to build a 3rd military fortress on the northern tundra with the support of Lord Serdek. Although these military fortresses are far from comparable to cities, at least they have made many tribal aborigines understand one thing. Building city walls and stone houses is actually not that difficult. Elder Ambrobi is considered the great elder of the entire Agrod tribe. He was born in the Kulman tribe. Currently, The Kuhlman tribe has the highest say in the Agrod tribe. In order to consolidate this lofty position in the tribe, the Kuhlman tribe must lead the entire Agrod tribe to move forward. Then Serdek's suggestion just caters to the needs of the Kuhlman tribe. Elder Amberby stood on this boulder and meditated without being disturbed. He was like a statue, standing there motionless. After a long time, the setting sun covered his face with a golden light, and his eyes regained their vitality. It's like the soul that wandered outside has returned to the body. Elder Amberby opened his eyes wide, looked around the magnificent inner lake, and then said to Soldek,
"You mean to support the Agrod tribe to build a real city here?"
Soldek took the opportunity to climb onto the boulder, stood next to Elder Ambrose and replied,
"Yes. The Agrod tribe provides the manpower needed to build the city, and I am responsible for providing the urban design plan and various materials for building the city. To be honest, even if you have sufficient manpower, building a city requires a large amount of money, and such a large amount of money is not comparable to those of military fortresses. Of course, the best time is now. What can be more valuable than the black magic crystals on these evil ghosts? As long as we continue to eliminate the evil ghost legions, we will have countless black magic crystals. I will use these magic crystals to stones become the bricks, tiles, plants and trees of this city."
Serdek had a faint smile on his face. Elder Amberby stared at him and said,
"So it was precisely because we needed to eliminate a large number of evil spirits and possess a large amount of black magic crystals that you came up with such an idea." "Yes, I know that the Agrod tribe needs a city on the highlands of Mayun Ridge, and I also hope that a city will appear here,"
Serdek replied calmly.
"The geographical location here is advantageous. Timber can be cut down on the hillside there. Such convenient conditions are only found near the Northumberland Mountains. The rocks here are mostly granite, which can be mined in large quantities to build city walls and buildings in the city."
Large buildings.
Soldek described his inner vision to Elder Ambroby. He had participated in the reconstruction and renovation project of Makuso City, so he was familiar with relevant knowledge in this area.
With such a big project, I'm afraid that even if the war on Mayun Ridge ends, this city may not be able to be built.
Elder Amberby expressed his worries. Serdek immediately responded,
"That doesn't matter. As long as we build the city walls and some of the main buildings and commercial streets in the city, the rest can be filled in slowly."
Elder Amberby continued to say to Soldek,
"This place is just close to the north bank of the inner lake. I am worried that once the rainy season comes, as long as it rains heavily for several days in a row, the rising lake water will submerge the city into the water. I have also thought about this matter seriously. I think a dam can be built on the north bank, and the inner lake also needs an overflow canal to control the water level. This river can pass through the Vilagasi Hills and flow all the way to the Galgang Fortress. That canyon,"
Soldek said, taking out a map from his arms and pointing to the red dotted line on it to show to Elder Amberby.
Elder Amberby could not immediately give a clear answer to the matter of building the city. He needs to return to the Agrod tribe and then sit down with other tribal elders to discuss it. However, the conditions offered by Soldek were already quite generous, especially since the Western Route Army was responsible for providing various supplies, which relieved Elder Ambroby from the last layer of worries. The price the Agrod tribe needs to pay is to hand over all the black magic crystals captured on the battlefield to Serdek. The group of people walked towards the south bank of Nehu. As they passed through a grassland full of puddles, Elder Amberby, who was surrounded by the crowd, happened to see the ancient Bo-Lai war horse under Soldek stepping on it. On the water, every time you take a step forward, there are only faint ripples on the water. Bo-Lai's war horse stepped on the water easily and walked through the puddle. The personal guards around Serdek obviously did not have this ability. Their horses almost stepped into the muddy puddles and could only follow Serdek. Elder Ambroby was riding a black-horned elk. Although this black-horned elk also waded through the water, it was different from Soldek's magic-patterned war horse that walked on the water. The black-horned elk jumped several times easily. Then he took Elder Amberby through the puddle.
"I've noticed that you've changed a lot recently. What I'm saying is that you seem to have a new understanding of power."
Elder Amberby walked side by side with Soldek, talking as they walked. Serdek bent down, looked at the horse's hooves without any wet marks, and asked,
"You mean I just passed by the water?" "That's right. In fact, there are other ways to walk on the water. But what you just used should be your understanding of the laws of the plane. You just changed the laws of this puddle. For you, that a puddle is like a stone slab. In fact, you can try to use these in battle."
Elder Amberby talked about some superficial knowledge about the field. After listening carefully to Elder Amberby's explanation, Soldek realized that Elder Amberby was talking about how to use the gravity field. Although he had been able to affect the gravity around his body before, he had never thought that he could actually do so. As Serdak's gaze fell on his feet, within a diameter of 4 meters around the magic-patterned warhorse, the entire ground suddenly sank a foot, and the originally soft grass seemed to have been tamped down by wooden stakes. All the grass clings tightly to the cracked ground, and some juice squeezes out from the rhizomes and leaves, quickly seeping into the soil. There is a grassy smell of grass juice spreading in the air.
Like this?
Soldek seriously asked Elder Amberby for advice. Elder Amberby looked at Serdak with a shocked expression. Serdak's understanding of the laws of the plane seemed to be better than his own. This was also the first time that Elder Amberby changed some of his views on Soldek.
For you, there is no longer any bottleneck in breaking through to the 3rd rank. As long as you can be smoothly promoted to a 2nd rank peak powerhouse, you can smoothly be promoted to a 3rd rank master.
The expression on Elder Amberby's face was somewhat meaningful. It's hard to understand. Soldek did not tell Elder Amberby that he had a mysterious stone in his body, and could only comprehend the laws of the Warsaw plane and release the realm in this plane. Seeing Elder Ambrose talking about how he could easily become a 3rd-level master if he was strong enough, he didn't give any explanation and just shook his head gently. Elder Amberby only walked around the south bank of Nehu, looked at the Nehu fortress under construction, and then returned to Bayuan Fortress overnight. He needed to summon the elders of the Agrod tribe as soon as possible to discuss building a city on the Moyinling Highlands. In addition, he also needed to convince other elders and clan leaders of the Kulman tribe first. Under Soldek's instruction, while the Western Root Army built the Nehu fortress on the south bank of the Nehu Lake, it also began to build an arc-shaped dam on the north bank of the Nehu Lake. The planned city on the north shore of Nehu still needs further detailed design. Building a city is not like building a fortress. If you build the city wall first, it will be mostly completed. The most important thing in building a city is to plan the city first, and then start infrastructure projects. In addition, he doesn't want to pave the road first, then dig the road, repair the sewers, then repair the road, and then repair it every year, thus feeding a large group of people and making people panic. As if the road is repaired, everyone will lose their jobs. Same. He wrote a letter to Baron Martino of Ruth City, hoping that he could come to the Warsaw Plain and participate in the city construction of Moyinling Highlands. Now that the Hanging Garden of Ruth City has been completed, and although the outer walls of Makuso City are still under construction, Baron Martino's supervision is no longer needed. A few days ago, Serdak received a letter from Charlie and Luke. After the construction of the Sky Garden in Ruth City was completed, the two hoped to return to Wall Village. How can it be? After training these two people, it is impossible to let them go to Wall Village. Serdak is going to send Charlie to the Three Rivers Plain in the White Forest Plain to participate in the construction of the dam there. As for Luke, he hopes that Luke can also come to the Warsaw Plain to participate in the project on the Inner Lake. Under the attack of the Western Root Army's constructed knights, the Ghost Army in the West Hills of Vilia withdrew into the North Sunderland Mountains. The battle at Galgang Fortress has subsided, but there are still some evil ghost troops on the large tundra to the north of the north bank of Nehu, forming knights. Almost all the Ant cavalry and the escorts led by Delia fought against the evil ghost army in this area, and some adventure groups with more than 100 people also came to this battlefield to hunt evil spirits. As the evil spirits hid in the North Sunderland Mountains, the large-scale fighting in the Moyun Ridge Highlands has subsided, with only some small groups of evil ghosts fighting in the northern tundra near the North Sunderland Mountains. The rainy season has not yet passed, and the noble lords of Handanar City received news that the Western Root Army had built an encirclement defense line on Moyun Ridge. The evil ghost army on Moyun Ridge was driven into the North Sunderland Mountains by the Western Root Army. The balance of victory finally tilted towards the Western Root Army. The West Root Army stood out on the battlefield of the Warsaw Plain, and the name Soldak began to be known to all the lords of the Warsaw Plain, except for the noble lords of Handanar County who remained silent about Soldak. Could the noble lords of Inberg County, the noble lords of Epperson County, and the Knights Alliance Army on the Camperdo River Basin battlefield all sent invitations to Soldak? Apparently he recognized the achievements of the Western Root Army commander on the battlefield in Handanar County. In view of the stable situation in the Moyinling Highlands, Soldak finally got a short vacation and could use the teleportation portal in the teleportation hall to go home and visit relatives. Chapter 1573 Arms Dealer. For the Bena Legion, the Moyinling Highlands are like a scar carved on the apex of the heart, and have become an indelible mark in their memory. In order to attack Moyinling for the first time, The Bena army not only established a forestry camp on the southern edge of the Gander Mountains, but also built a road between the forestry camp and Moyonling for heavy cavalry to pass. There were more than 10,000 cavalrymen in the Battle of Yunling, including 2 regiments of constructed knights and tens of thousands of heavy armored infantry regiments. At that time, in the early stages of the Moyonling battle, the heavy cavalry regiment once severely damaged the Moyonling Evil Ghost army in the open area on the gentle slope at the foot of Moyonling Mountain. It was just that the commander of the Moyonling battle at that time was a little blind and overly confident in the combat power of the heavy cavalry. After the heavy cavalry regiment entered the mountainous area, it was made dumplings by the Evil Ghost army in the canyon halfway up the mountain. All the catapult regiments were defeated. The Evil Ghost army chased them all the way along the big meadow to the north bank of the Buruan River. At this point, the Battle of Moyonling was declared a failure. For the second time, Duke Newman learned the lesson from the first attack on Moyonling and gathered nearly 200,000 heavy armored infantry in the forest camp, trying to gain the initiative in mountain warfare by linking the infantry regiment and the constructed swordsman regiment. Unfortunately, there were so many evil generals in the evil army at that time that the constructed swordsman regiment could not take any advantage in the mountain battles. The heavy armored infantry regiment that entered Moyonling also suffered heavy losses and was eventually forced to retreat to the forest camp in order to resist the Evil Ghost army on Moyun Ridge. Nearly half of the main force of the Bena army was pinned down in the northern part of Handanar County. If Duke Ryan Busman hadn't died of illness, I'm afraid Duke Newman would still have made up his mind to mobilize reinforcements from the east and west of the Bena province, and also formed a Warsaw Plain Development Alliance with the Cavalry Alliance of the Western Province. So far, the Bena Legion occupies 2 counties in the Warsaw Plain: Handinal County, Cornbird County. The territory of these 2 counties is almost larger than that of the Bena province. The Bena army made a big profit this time. In addition, the lords of the Bena Legion also participated in the Battle of the Kimpato River. The current Evil Ghost army in the Kimpato River Basin can be regarded as the largest evil army in the entire Warsaw Plain. Not only the Knights Alliance and the Bena lords the army participated in this battle, and some other lords' armies also joined it, but their strength was relatively average, and they had little presence in the Battle of Kimpato River. This time, Soldak led the Western Route army to not only open the gate to the Moyonling Highlands, but also formed a line of defense on the Moyonling Highlands, completely trapping the Evil Ghost Legion in the mountains of North Sunderland. This matter has spread among the circles of various lords in the Warsaw Plain, and Lord Soldak has also become a topic among many nobles. Serdek originally planned to keep a low profile as much as possible when returning home to visit relatives this time. He didn't even plan to leave Moyun Ridge and return directly to Helensa city through the Void Gate. But in fact, he couldn't do this. Not only did he need to attend gatherings held by some local noble lords at several transit points in Handanar City, Epsom City, Iverson City, and the imperial capital along the way, but he also had to preach at the gathering some details about the Battle of Moyonling. Brilliant moment. The noble lords are very timid when facing evil spirits, but they like to talk about the heroic deeds of a certain legion commander at gatherings. To them, Serdak, the young commander of the Western Route army, was a paladin who could create miraculous battles. Number 18. Rhine Road, Handanar City. Peggy Beavis's mansion was brightly lit. A dance was being held in this 4-story square building, and many noble lords in Handanar City were invited. Soldak originally planned to refuse, but the carriage from Marquis Peggy Beavis' mansion followed their group from the moment he entered Handanar City. The housekeeper even helped him contact the airport terminal. The magic airship delayed its departure from Handanar City by 1 day. It was with the help of Marquis Peggy Beavis that Soldak was able to board this magic airship smoothly. Otherwise, the next departure date of the magic airship will be 9 days later. For Soldak, this is the starting point of the journey, and he cannot just delay it for so many days casually. Since Marquis Peggy Beavis has extended an olive branch, Soldak must express his words in a timely manner. Be kind. Some things are like this. Once you join a certain circle, you will become involuntarily. This time when Serdak came to Handanar City, many noble lords who participated in the reinforcements of Handanar City looked on with cold eyes, and even secretly showed some hostility. Although no nobles were responsible for Serdak in public, many nobles expressed great dissatisfaction with Lord Serdak at some private gatherings. Marquis Peggy Beavis had remained neutral until then, and his lord army did not join the Handanar City reinforcements. Now the neutral faction representing Handanar City is hosting a banquet for Serdak, which can be regarded as showing the attitude of another group of nobles in Handanar City to the commander of the Western Route army. The Western Root Army is guarding the Gandor Mountains, which can be regarded as guarding the northern gate of Handanar County. For the lords of Handanar County, Serdak's mood is like the color of the sky on the Great Meadow when he is in a good mood. The Great Meadow is sunny. If anyone angers Serdak Lord Ku, then the first to suffer are the residents of the Great Meadow, whether nobles or commoners. The Beavis family owns tens of thousands of hectares of pasture on the large meadow, with flocks of cattle and sheep on it. Marquis Bevis has many properties in Handanar City, including a shareholding in the airport terminal, so he has a certain say. There are dozens of gorgeous magic caravans parked in the front yard. Those magic caravans are decorated with some gold and silver patterns, and there are even some golden tassels on the roofs of the carriages. Seeing some precious scaly horses wearing heavy armor pulling these magic caravans, Serdak couldn't help but feel a little envious. If such a magic caravan appeared on the highlands of Moyinling, it would be an excellent command vehicle. The gorgeous hall was illuminated like day by the magic lights on the surrounding walls and dome. The melodious music did not affect the conversations of the nobles. The trays in the hands of the waiters contained cups of various flavors of wine, various pastries and fruits, some exquisite grilled meats with aromas that excite your taste buds. On the dance floor, some well-dressed ladies and ladies were dancing. Everyone had a faint smile on their face, and there were some polite greetings everywhere, even if they were still having sex in a certain courtyard in the morning. And when they arrived at the dance, you will become an unfamiliar stranger again. In recent years, it has become popular for noble ladies to study at the Swordsman Academy in various places. Now it seems that it is really necessary. Most of their aristocratic evening gowns have slim waists and low-cut styles, and the extremely harsh restraints make their waists barely manageable. If they hadn't learned the swordsman's breathing method, they would probably be able to wear them after just a few steps. They are suffocated by lack of oxygen, and those delicate crystal shoes require their bodies to have excellent balance to avoid injuring their ankles while dancing. The nobles of the Green Empire admired low-cut dresses. It didn't matter whether the breasts had material or not. There would always be some restraints to help squeeze them out. What women pursue is to have sexy collarbones, round shoulders, and exaggerated swan-like slender necks. And no matter how gorgeous they are, there is no need for any additional accessories in these places. Some young nobles were holding wine glasses and standing outside the dance floor talking quietly. In the seating area of the hall, some noble lords were sitting on those gorgeous and high-end leather sofas. Some noble ladies were leaning on the backrests and armrests of the sofas, and they were all listening to Soldak's story attentively. The lady sitting next to Soldak happened to be Marquis Peggy Beavis, and Marquis Peggy Beavis was sitting on the sofa opposite Soldak, surrounded by some Handanar. There were well-established aristocratic lords in the city, including the head of the city's security regiment and the chief of the security battalion of Handanar City. Everyone listened attentively. What Soldak was talking about was the battle that took place on the banks of the Buin River just over 2 months ago. At that time, Handanar City also decisively sent a new army westward along the Buin River, preparing to intercept the evil ghost legions rushing out of the Naroda Canyon. Soldak told how the constructed knights of the West Root Army and the East Root Army joined forces and defeated the group of evil ghosts on the banks of the Buin River. That bloody battle has been circulated among the noble circles of Handanar City for a long time. Even now, some people still occasionally talk about that battle. Now that the commander of that battle has personally told the war scenes and the difficulties faced by the Eastern and Western armies at that time, everyone has heard the version closest to the truth. Of course, Soldak would not say anything about Marquis Edmund Arnold. As for the evil ghost warriors in the evil ghost army, they were of course very ferocious and terrifying. They came to the Warsaw Plain just to eat people. Everyone heard that the army that turned the tide of the war was the constructed knights and the monster legion of the West Root Army. Of course, Serdak had to downplay the ghost-patterned soldier ant legion at this time. Otherwise, he would be labeled as the commander of the monster legion, which doesn't sound very good. At that time, the East Root Army sent out nearly 10,000 construct knights. Our West Root Army's construct knights only had more than 1,000 people. They just intercepted these evil vanguards from the front. When the East Root Army's construct knights, he rushed over and defeated the evil ghost vanguard army in one fell swoop. Serdak explained humbly. The leader of the city defense security group asked curiously, Lord Soldak, can you tell me in detail how your constructed knights intercepted these evil ghost vanguards from the front? How to intercept? Serdak was speechless and complained in his heart. Of course, I rushed up with a knight's spear and stabbed them. How could I kneel on the ground and beg them? Then I realized that it seemed that the noble lord army here in Handanar City was not used to fighting head-on with the evil ghost army. Even the well-equipped, constructed knights
Oh,
Me too. Serdek hesitated for a moment, organized his words a little, and then explained seriously.
I also made some preparations before coming to the Warsaw Plain. I brought some military supplies from my hometown of Helensa City. In addition, I hired some magicians in Helensa City and Ruth City. I formed these magician nobles. I have formed a reconnaissance team. Not only can I easily control everything within 100 miles, these magicians can also provide me with some aerial fire support.
When Serdek said this, the eyes of the surrounding nobles brightened, and they all let out some exclamations.
These unique military supplies are actually barrels of explosives. Well, let's put it this way. These gunpowder barrels are more powerful than fire phosphorus bombs. I asked the magicians to fly into the sky, and then drop these gunpowder barrels from high altitude. These gunpowder barrels roared on the battlefield. After exploding, the camp of the evil Ghost Legion became extremely chaotic. The constructed knights took advantage of this opportunity to rush forward, and they would hardly encounter any resistance.
Serdek slightly exaggerated the description of the role of the powder keg, and the surrounding lords nodded. So this is all. Everyone seemed very excited as if they had found the password to success. I think that in order to copy the victory model of the Western Route Army, what I need to do now is to understand the powder keg mentioned by Lord Serdek, and then build a good relationship with the group of magician nobles in the Magic Union. We could all make money together. The head of the City Defense Security Group asked Serdek again.
As we all know, how proud are the magicians in the Magic Guild? You were able to recruit them into your legion. Lord Serdek, how did you do it?
Serdek patted the magic pocket on his waist and replied with a smile.
The problems that can be solved with magic crystals are not problems. Compared with those magic crystals, the magicians are more interested in the richness of the plain of Warsaw.
Resources of magic herbs and magic materials.
Marquise Peggy Beavis interjected and asked.
The Empire has a certain quota for supplying fire phosphorus bombs to each army. How did you get so much gunpowder that is more powerful than fire phosphorus bombs?
Where's the bucket? There is indeed a certain quota for fire phosphorus bombs, but these gunpowder barrels do not. I think everyone present must not know much about gunpowder barrels. I happen to carry a gunpowder barrel in my magic belt bag, but it is not very suitable to be placed here. If you are interested, I can place it outside in the courtyard.
Serdek patted his pocket again and said casually,
Can I really take a look?
The head of the security team.
Of course there is no problem,
Serdek said.
If the place is not suitable, I can even show you its power. Commander Serdek, can you really try the power of a powder keg?
Said the head of the security regiment.
Yes, but it needs to be in the trial ground. If you display it here, it will destroy the garden of Marquis Bevis.
Serdek stood up as he spoke, and the noble lords around him also stood up and walked out with Serdek. Marquis Peggy Beavis laughed and said,
The garden is so big, we can find a more open place. Speaking of which, we are quite curious about your powder keg.
Chapter 1574 Night in Handanar City. In the hall, many nobles and ladies, who were quietly communicating with each other with wine glasses, suddenly discovered that the big shots sitting in the lounge area of the hall suddenly walked out from there. Marquis Peggy Beavis was accompanied by a man in standard military uniforms. Count, while talking, walked out of the hall filled with relaxing music. Even the young nobles standing on the edge of the dance floor admiring the graceful dancing of the noble ladies were attracted by these big shots. Some young nobles and female companions gathered around a group of big shots. As the hostess of this party, Marquise Peggy Beavis accompanied Serdek almost the entire time. Although she is a lady in her 40s, her figure and face are well maintained. He is very good at creating topics, and always becomes a quiet listener when the atmosphere is heated. Many people didn't know what was going on, so they came over blindly. In everyone's eyes, the commander of the Western Route Army was covered with a magical aura. At least no one has been able to break into the Moyling Highlands before. Now that he is so young, it is said that he even let the rich man in Handanar City, the famous Marquis of Westerschese, General Valentine Heller, and the leader of the constructed swordsmen, Marquis Simon Geoffrey, return from the Highlands defeated. It is said that at least 300 nobles went bankrupt because of him. Today, many owners of the meadows have sold out due to bankruptcy. Some people also say that Commander Serdek cheated the noble lords of Handanar City on the highlands of Moyling with at least 500,000 magic crystals. Someone had made harsh words 2 weeks ago. If Commander Serdek, if the official dared to take even half a step into Handanar City, he would be stripped of all his armor and hung on the flagpole in the South City Gate Square to be exposed to the sun for 3 days before being flogged. let him spit out all the property he swallowed. But now Commander Serdak walked into Handanar City so blatantly. But the nobles who once made those heroic words disappeared because of this. Even Marquis Valentine Heller, who had the strongest personality and never tolerated sand in his eyes, made any sound. In Handanar City, the streets are full of nobles who are hostile to Commander Serdak. But there are also some people who are willing to make friends with such an outstanding imperial general. After all, the Green Empire has a system that relies on military merit to maintain titles. Many nobles do not want to offend the three giants in Handanar City, so they keep a certain distance from Commander Serdak. But those who are originally related to Handanar, the three giants of the city, have some grievances with the noble lords, such as Marquis Peggy Beavis. How could they miss the opportunity to make friends with Commander Soldak at this time? In order to welcome Commander Soldak, Marquis Peggy Beavis even used lady diplomacy. This practice is very common in the circles of the Green Empire. That is, a noble wants to make friends with another noble, but there is no overlap in interests, hobbies, temperament, and life circle, so they must have some common topics. At this time, lady diplomacy will show some effect. However, Commander Soldak's wife, Hathaway Luther, comes from the famous Luther family, and is not currently in Handanar City. This lady diplomacy will some other flavor. Marquise Peggy Beavis is still very charming. It's just that Serdak is very unfamiliar with the aristocratic circle, and his personal taste is also relatively unique. In addition to Hathaway Luther, Beatrice Gopher, and Natasha's three wives, there are Selena as an apostle of the dark goddess, Aphrodite as a succubus, and the three lovers of half-blood half-elf Samira. People like him are rare among noble lords. Everyone is speculating that such a famous general is not surrounded by a group of lovers. So how did the various forces establish contact with Commander Serdak? At least half of the aristocratic ladies who came to attend the ball at the Marquis Peggy Beavis mansion tonight came with expectations. Many ladies have the expectation that maybe they just fit Commander Serdak's taste. Then this night will definitely become very unforgettable. What made them feel extremely resentful was that Marquise Peggy Beavis stayed with Commander Soldak for half the night, without giving other noble ladies any chance to intervene. For half the night, everyone just saw Commander Soldak sitting in the rest area, chatting with Marquis and Mrs. Peggy Beavis, as well as several big lords in Handanar City. Those women whose snow-white breasts were smeared with a thick layer of pearl powder could only shake their plumpness on the dance floor to attract the attention of some young nobles on the edge of the dance floor. Now I finally saw Serdak walking out of the rest area, accompanied by a group of big shots. Many people immediately gathered around the hall. Marquis Peggy Beavis walked and said to his wife beside him, "Elena, do you think that place in the garden is more open? I think the lawn in the northwest corner of the courtyard is fine. I originally planned to build a greenhouse on that lawn in the future." Marquise Peggy Beavis immediately replied softly. By this time, everyone had walked out of the hall and onto the steps outside the house. Although it was night, the Beavis mansion was brightly lit, and even the garden behind was illuminated to every detail. Everyone looked in the direction pointed by Marquise Peggy Beavis's slender fingers. Sure enough, there was a large lawn in the northwest corner. The grass there was neatly trimmed, and there was even a wall of shrubs on the edge of the lawn. A group of people walked over, and some nobles watching the excitement gathered around the lawn. "Commander Serdak, do you think that lawn can be used as a testing ground for the power of your powder keg?" The leader of the City Defense Security Group asked impatiently. He had heard of the powder keg in Commander Serdak's hands. Now that I had the opportunity to see the power of the powder keg with my own eyes, I showed a strong interest. "Can!" Serdak did not hide anything. He walked straight to the center of the lawn, took out a gunpowder barrel from his magic belt bag, placed it in the most conspicuous place, then connected a bundle of fuses, and pulled it little by little to the outside of the lawn edge. Other noble lords stood around the lawn, thinking that there was about to be a grand fireworks show, and many ladies showed great expectations. However, Marquis Peggy Beavis was worried that the explosion would hurt the nobles who were watching. So he called in a group of soldiers wearing heavy armor and holding tower shields, and asked them to form a human wall outside the lawn. Seeing the solemn look on Marquis Peggy Beavis' face, Soldak smiled and said, "Don't worry. This kind of powder keg is not that powerful." After saying that, he saw expectant eyes all around him. So he took a torch from one of the guards and lit the fuse at the edge. A flash of fire quickly approached the explosive barrel along the fuse. Sparks splashed and the fire quickly disappeared at the edge of the oak barrel. The next second, boom, the entire oak barrel suddenly exploded, and the huge sound caused a violent impact on the eardrums. The crowd of onlookers only saw the gunpowder barrel shattering instantly. Fire and smoke, and countless broken with slag, soil, and turf flying into the night sky. Some sporadic dirt even splashed on the bodies of the guard soldiers. Fortunately, these guard soldiers were blocking them in front. Otherwise, the tiny pieces of dirt would probably splash on everyone's evening clothes. After the thick smoke dissipated, a pit about 1 meter in diameter appeared on the grass. And the surrounding grass was also affected to varying degrees. Although the effect is not bad, such a large powder barrel is only slightly more powerful than fire phosphorus bombs. Many nobles had never seen this. For a while, many people stood there in shock, wondering what Commander Serdak's purpose was in detonating this powder keg. Marquis Peggy Beavis and several major lords around him were a little disappointed. Many people were thinking, can such a powerful powder keg really defeat those evil spirits on Moyun Ridge?
Do you think this kind of gunpowder barrel can't kill those evil ghosts at all? In fact, this is just the power of a gunpowder barrel after it explodes. I have enough gunpowder barrels in my hand, and there is also a group of mages to airdrop it. The effect of bombing the densely formed evil ghost legion is actually very good,
Serdak explained to everyone. Oh! The only people who really understood Serdak's words were a few great lords around him. But the feedback Serdak received was the response from a group of nobles around him. Whether they were unmarried noble ladies, married ladies, young nobles, or some lords of some status, they all responded one after another. Throughout the night, Serdak only did one thing, and that was to show the power of the powder keg to the noble lords in Handanar City. He didn't sell this thing to everyone, because he knew clearly that people who wanted to buy it would post it without him having to tell them. And people who didn't want to buy it would not pay for it no matter what he said. After a party, it is more tiring than fighting a vicious battle with evil spirits. Before leaving, Serdak also received various hints from more than 20 noble ladies and ladies. Some were direct invitations, and some were tactful hints. Even before boarding the magic caravan, there was an aristocratic lady wearing a flower-like dress holding her chest, as if her crystal shoes had stumbled on the red carpet. Then this aristocratic lady, who was so white at night that it was a bit dazzling, fell down very naturally into the arms of Soldak, who was just about to enter the carriage. The big white rabbit trapped in the loca dress almost jumped out. But Soldak didn't even look back. He bent down and got into the car. And when he turned around and waved out of the car window, the aristocratic lady just disappeared into the crowd. Aphrodite, who was sitting in the shadow of the carriage, glanced at Serdak with some disdain and teased him.
You really don't know how to show mercy, Commander Serdak.
After the magic caravan drove out of the front door of the mansion, Soldak took a breath, opened the window to let the fresh air in, looked at the street lights outside the window and said,
I thought the aristocratic circle in Handanar City was monolithic. What's the game this time?
Aphrodite asked.
When I come back from the Bina province, someone will probably come to me privately to purchase those black powder barrels,
Soldak said casually.
But it doesn't seem to matter whether they have it or not. At least I can't sell it to anyone in the short term. These powder kegs.
Serdak's temporary residence is the military headquarters office in Handanar City, which is an L-shaped 3-story building located in the central square. Serdak obtained the Epsom City certificate here. Teleport pass. You have to stay here for 1 night, and you will leave here tomorrow morning on the magic airship flying to Epsom. For him, the commander of the Western Route Army, the responsible officer staying in Handanar City did not dare to show any sights. At the beginning, the military department proposed to all the lords of the Bina province that the military department would provide all the logistics materials, and the lords only needed to send troops to the Warsaw Plain. However, the response received by the military headquarters was pitiful. At first, the military headquarters was planning to organize a heavy cavalry regiment to reinforce the Warsaw Plain. But in the end, only the East and West heavy armored infantry regiments were able to come up with. All the lords are not optimistic about this reinforcement plan, thinking that any number sent there will be sent to death as cannon fodder. But now, this young lord of the Ganbu Plain appears with a dazzling aura. And then he actually returns to Bina City with these auras. It is said that Duke Newman specially granted him a 2-month family leave. Let the lords who are huddled in the province of Bina take a look at the demeanor of this man in front of them. The military department is a special department that is completely in the hands of Duke Newman. Of course, they know how much the commander of the Western Route Army is favored by the Duke. So they not only actively contact Soldak for the magic airship ticket, but also provide him with tickets to the Soviet Union. After Erdak came to Handanar City, he also provided him with the best room. The carriage stopped outside the small building. When Soldak got out of the carriage, the guard at the door immediately opened the door of the small building. Cerdak strode in, and a clerk from the military department quickly followed him and asked Cerdak if he had any needs for the evening. Cerdak waved his hand a little tiredly and just said, "Remember to prepare 1 or 2 breakfasts for me tomorrow morning. 2 breakfasts are enough. Oh, by the way, prepare a carriage for me. I need to go there as soon as possible." Airport terminal. "Okay, Commander." The clerk followed Cerdak and wrote down Cerdak's instructions in his notebook. "Don't let anyone disturb me when I'm resting." Cerdak stood outside the room door and said to the clerk. "Yes," said the clerk. Without saying anything, Soldak opened the door and walked into the room. This is the most prosperous neighborhood in Handanar City. Cerdak's room is located on the 3rd floor of the small building. It is the easternmost room. From the balcony, you can just see the lively central square. But once you close the wooden patio door, it becomes very quiet again. Chapter 1575 Journey. At the airport terminal of Handanar City, a magic caravan was speeding through the morning fog, running over some silted puddles on the street, and muddy water splashed on the sidewalks on both sides of the street. In the early morning, there were not many pedestrians on the street, only some small vendors pushing carts and starting to prepare for business. A woman standing on the street yawned and sent a businessman wrapped in a windbreaker out of his house. There were many shops on this street. There were more small hotels than shops. And there were also a few pubs that were not closed even in the early morning. The 2 night watchmen extinguished the street lights one by one along the street. The morning fog wet their tattered coats, but it indicated that today would be a sunny day. Through the light morning fog, the airport terminal gradually appeared in Soldak's field of vision. First there were several tall towers. As the magic caravan got closer and closer, the outline of the towers gradually became clearer. Even the platform on the top of the tower and the pointed top became clearly visible. Cerdak saw a magic airship quietly. It stopped at the airport pier. This is the second time that Cerdak has come to the airport terminal in Handanar City. I still remember that the last time he came here, he was still a down-and-out reserve knight. He held a ticket for the magic airship and the Epsom City portal pass in his hand, and went to a place to treat him with infinite regrets. Talk about a very strange home. At that time, he was full of unknowns and confusion about the future. When leaving Handanar City, the magic airship ticket that Knight Trollop gave to Cerdak was still there. When he boarded the magic airship, Cerdak still remembered that because of his status as a knight, walking through the passage of nobles, the civilians could only queue up and wait quietly on the steps of the tower. Only when all the nobles boarded the airship, the civilians would line up to enter the deck of the magic airship, and their rooms were on the 1st or 2nd floor below the airship deck. The magic caravan almost didn't slow down at all and rushed straight into the yard of the airport terminal. When Cerdak walked out of the carriage, he discovered that a group of employees at the airport terminal were standing in 2 teams on the steps in front of the tower to salute Cerdak. A temporary red carpet was also laid on the steps of this high tower. Soldak stepped on the red carpet and climbed to the tower platform under the guidance of a public official. Along the way, the public official was almost walking sideways and backwards. He introduced Cerdak to the upcoming journey on the magic airship. Cerdak saw a Viscount badge on his chest, slowed down slightly, and nodded to him. However, he didn't remember the name he just introduced when he introduced himself. A magic airship with only 3 masts docked at the platform of the airport terminal. The deck of this airship was already crowded with civilians, even those on the upper deck. There are some figures swaying in every glass window, and there are many nobles on the observation deck on the top of the ship building looking into the distance. But more people are watching Cerdak climbing up the tower step by step. Graham. Cerdak could even hear the civilians on the deck talking quietly, and the topic seemed to be all about him, thinking that the magic airship was stranded in Handanar City for a day because of him. These people probably spent the night on the airship. Everyone crowded beside the ship's side and cast curious glances at Cerdak. Cerdak walked onto the platform, and the civilians had been driven back to the cabin below the deck by the crew. Cerdak was the only one in the entire passage. As soon as Cerdak entered the deck of the noble area of the magic airship, he heard the instructions conveyed from the captain's cabin, as the crew on both sides of the ship opened the air ducts of the flotation devices. The 14 flotation devices began to operate at full speed. This magic airship actually took off directly into the sky. The people in the noble area on the deck did not deliberately avoid it because of Cerdak's arrival. The people who could stand here would be knights at worst. When everyone sees Cerdak, they will perform knightly salutes.
And the nobles will also express their greetings to Serdek. Serdek paused every 2 steps to respond to greetings with a smile. On the way into the luxurious room of the magic airship, when he passed each cabin, the cabin door would be pushed open by the nobles, and the people inside said some greetings to Serdek. This is the first time that Serdek has experienced such a grand reception. He even had a feeling that at least half of the nobles on this airship lived here because of him. There were many aristocratic ladies, and some aristocratic ladies in the crowd. They all looked at Serdek with curious eyes. The ladies held folding fans in their hands and covered their faces, only revealing pairs of eyes of different colors. There seemed to be lightning in those eyes. As a second-level powerhouse, Serdek's 5 senses are much stronger than ordinary people, and he can faintly hear some comments about him. He is the commander of the West Route Army. He looks really young. I heard that the entire Mayun Ridge will be his in the future. Hello. His chest muscles are really strong. This is definitely a good opportunity. Do you want to give it a try? I'm definitely going to try it. This time Serdek returned to Bena's city alone to visit relatives, without any entourage or female family members. The female relatives on the ship seemed to be eagerly preparing for a journey of encounter, and they spoke very boldly and openly, not caring about the nobles around them, as if they were nothing but air. Serdek could only pretend not to hear anything, and then walked into the luxurious cabin on the 2nd floor. This luxury cabin has a relatively comfortable living room, bathroom and bedroom. Although it looks very compact, the room at least has a bed, sofa and desk. The bathroom also has a toilet and shower. All bed supplies and curtains are all high-end silk fabrics. In addition to a pot of tea, there are some pastries, nuts, and fresh fruits on the tray on the desk. There were even water drops hanging on the surface of those fruits, which must have been freshly washed. However, Serdek had no intention of touching the food. The more meticulous the airport terminal was, the more Serdek would be suspicious of them. He clearly remembered that he had offended almost everyone on the Moyinling Highlands. The noble lord of Handanar City would not let everyone laugh away their grudges just because he attended the dance last night. 500,000 magic crystals can build a city. He rested for a while on the sofa in the cabin when there was a knock on the door outside the cabin. Serdek stood up and walked to the cabin door. He opened the hatch and saw a noble standing at the door. He smiled at Serdek and said, "Lord Serdek, I am Barney Matthew, the captain of the Will Magic Airship. You can call me Matthew. If you need anything during the journey, you can come to me. All the crew members of the Will we will wholeheartedly provide you with the best service. In addition to the observation deck on the ship building where you can see the sea of clouds and stars in the Warsaw Plain, the airship also has a luxury restaurant and chess and card room, which are open 24 hours a day. Thanks, Captain Matthew," Serdek responded. After a pause, Serdek said, "But I am used to being alone quietly. It is best not to have anyone disturb me along the way. Have a nice trip." Captain Matthew forced a smile before turning and leaving. During the next period of time, Serdek stayed in the cabin with the curtains of the cabin always closed. He did not even step out of the cabin to eat, as if he had been sleeping the whole time. The aristocratic ladies and aristocratic ladies on the airship had already planned ways to meet and strike up conversations by chance, and even prepared to use some special body language to tease the commander of the West Route Army. But Serdek actually never left the cabin from beginning to end. During the day, Serdek stayed in the cabin. He took advantage of this time to understand the laws of this plane. According to Elder Ambrobi, these laws allowed him to master some powerful fields, and understanding the field is the only way to be promoted to a 3rd-level powerhouse. At night, Serdek will return to Helensa City through the Void Gate. He cannot go to meet his friends in Helensa City yet, and can only live in the house rented by Aphrodite. But it is more comfortable than the magic airship. He would have meals with Aphrodite these days, and he was not prepared to test the poison on the magic airship. Life is like this. When he was a poor knight, no one would notice him. There was no comfortable room and no beautiful encounters. Now that he has become a prominent noble lord, there will be countless pairs of eyes staring at him. Even if he wants to go to the toilet, someone will diligently lift the toilet seat for him. At the same time, many people would like him to trip when he walks, hit a stone and fall to death. "Are you sure someone on the ship wants to assassinate me?" Serdek was lying on a wicker chair, squinting at the white clouds and blue sky outside the window, holding a cup of black tea with sugar in his hand, and asked Aphrodite. Aphrodite is holding her daughter. She is standing by the window. The sunlight shines through the hollow curtains on her daughter Vivian's little face. The little guy is sleeping soundly. When she first gave birth to her, Aphrodite was a little overwhelmed for a while, and didn't even know what a mother should do.
But after half a year, she has become accustomed to this new identity. There is infinite doting in her eyes. Regarding Serdak's question, Aphrodite just glanced at him and said nothing. Serdak sat up from the wicker chair and asked Aphrodite,
If you want to assassinate me, why can't you assassinate me? Why do you have to be on this ship? Will this magic airship be inseparable by then?
Aphrodite snorted, put her daughter into the cradle in the living room, then turned to Serdak and asked,
Would they mind the people on this magic airship? Are they civilians or nobles who want to curry favor with you?
The air in the room suddenly seemed to be stagnant, and Serdak then said,
There hasn't been much movement these days. So you think it's safe on that magic airship?
Aphrodite smiled charmingly at Serdak and asked. Chapter 1576 Assassination. When sailing in the airflow layer on a magic airship, looking up at the stars is the most beautiful night view. The bright starlight in the night sky forms a gorgeous star map. To ordinary people, the starry sky in Handanar County is no different from the night sky in Bena Province. But for a voyager, night is a must. The direction of the course is determined based on star charts. Commoners can only enjoy the beautiful night on the deck, while nobles can sit on the benches on the observation deck on the roof of the ship. The crew will also provide some free drinks. But if you want to drink high-end drinks, you still need to purchase with my own money. Although the wind in the air layer is very strong, it is not cold in this season, and you will not be troubled by any mosquitoes after rising into the air layer. All the ladies and young ladies wore evening gowns that exposed their shoulders. Some of them were accompanied by male companions, and some of them sat down with their best friends to talk. In fact, there were many ladies on the ship's deck who made the last-minute decision to make this trip to Epsom City after learning that Lord Serdak had returned home alone. They were looking forward to seeing this man who was sweeping evil in the northern part of Handanar County. The famous generals of the Ghost Army can fall in love with one of them because of the loneliness of the journey. Perhaps this will make the trip very romantic. However, what the ladies and socialites did not expect was that the commander of the West Route Army did not even step out of the luxurious cabin after the magic airship had been sailing in the airflow layer for 3 days and 3 nights. Many people on the ship were even wondering whether the commander of the West Route Army had other hobbies and did not like playing cards, drinking, or dating. For a nobleman, such a life is simply too boring. When the nobles recently talked about Lord Serdak, they made some comments on his life habits. Most of the nobles preferred that Lord Serdak had some agreement with Marquis Luther. Due to the sea, with the existence of Sebi, this commander is very cautious in this regard. At night, the sails on the 3 main masts of the magic airship were lowered by 1/3. After the speed slows down, the crew can rest peacefully at night, and only a few crew members are required to watch on the deck mast. You can still faintly hear the shouts of playing cards in the cabin. The crew room is on the 3rd floor below the deck, and below it is the luggage compartment of the magic airship and a place where supplies are stored. Compared with the comfort and quietness of the aristocratic area, the civilian area is more lively, and the cabin is filled with various smells. 2 crew members wearing engineer uniforms walked out of the cabin on the 3rd floor. Although their clothes were stained with some engine oil, their faces and hands were very clean, and even their beards were neatly trimmed. Their leather boots looked a little out of place with their crew attire. Fortunately, it was night, so the 2 of them walked close to the dark place. They said hello to several crew members as they passed the deck, and then entered the noble area through the staff passage. There are 4 floating devices on the side of the ship, and the engineer is responsible for checking the operating status of these magic devices. However, after entering the noble area, the 2 engineers obviously did not go to the floating device, but directly entered the 1st floor of the ship building. There were only 2 nobles in the corridor. After they walked into the cabin with their female companions in their arms, the 2 engineers took the opportunity to get into a general store on the 1st floor of the ship. When they walked out of the general store again, they transformed into 2 nobles with swords on their waists. Climbing to the 2nd floor of the ship, only nobles with status are eligible to live in the rooms here. Serdak's room is at the end of the corridor. It is one of the best rooms in the entire magic airship. You can sit in the room and enjoy the most beautiful night view of the airship. The 2 of them walked straight to the end of the corridor. By this time, most of the nobles had gone back to their rooms to rest. The 2 stood at the door for a moment. When they saw no one in the corridor, one of them took out a magic dagger from his leg and inserted it into the gap of the hatch like cutting tofu. With a click sound, the metal door bolt was easily cut off by the magic dagger. The 2 pushed the door open almost immediately, and then left the cabin door ajar. It was dark inside the luxurious room, and all the curtains were drawn. The two people walked into the cabin in disgrace, and quickly merged into the darkness of the cabin. All the furnishings in the living room seemed to have been untouched. The sword was already in his hand, and the aura of magic flowed from his body. One person was guarding the door, and the other person opened the door and walked into the bedroom. The bed looked a little messy, and it looked like there was a person lying on it, but there was no breath. At this time, the two of them held their breath almost at the same time and stopped. The two of them looked at each other in the darkness, their eyes filled with confusion as to why he was not in the cabin. Then the two of them turned around and walked out without any hesitation. Next to the wardrobe near the curtains, a door to the void appeared silently in the darkness. When Soldak walked out of it, he even held a candlestick in his hand. The candlelight lit up the bedroom. Stand up. The two people who were about to leave were revealed in the candlelight. The moment he saw Soldak appear, a blazing magical glow was flowing on one of them. The Devil's Fong magic pattern structure showed magnificent patterns, and the crimson sword in his hand lit up in a dazzling white light. The man and the sword were wrapped in the white light, turning into a sword light and stabbing Soldak. Almost without warning, half of Serdak's foot was still inside the void gate, and the sword energy from the constructed swordsman had already cut into his chest. A silver crusader light shield instantly appeared on Soldak's chest, followed closely by a square shield of blessing. The sword energy pierced the light shield and dissipated instantly. The dispersed sword energy shattered the curtains and wooden wardrobe beside Soldak, and there was a sound of gold and iron. Serdak did not expect that the swordsman would strike so decisively. Although he was fully prepared, he still did not have time to assume a defensive posture. However, the swordsman's attack was a little hasty, and the blow failed to penetrate the sacred shield on his body. The next second, Serdak threw the candlestick out, then swung the gold-decorated shield in his other hand and hit the swordsman in the chest. There is almost an afterimage on the swordsman's body, which shows the catkins floating in the air flying away from the shield, and the long sword in his hand cuts against the edge of the shield towards Serdak's right arm, and the long sword escapes from the shield. When the edge crossed, a series of sparks even flew up. Just when the swordsman thought that this sword would definitely cut into Serdak's arm, the shield that Serdak swung out disappeared out of thin air. Almost at the same time as it disappeared, the constructed swordsman felt a wave of pain coming from his chest. There was severe pain, and the body flew backwards involuntarily. The impact of the shield made the swordsman's whole body stiffen. The swordsman who came from behind did not help his companion. Instead, he stepped sideways to avoid it. At the same time, the magic pattern lighted up under his feet. In a short spell, the phantoms of the long swords were shrouded like streams of light. Serdak's whole body. At this moment, Serdak felt like he was in a sword formation, being pulled by the murderous intent of the constructed swordsman on the opposite side. His legs seemed to be tied with lead pendants. He could not retreat and dodge at all, and could only raise his shield again. The afterimages of the sword energy pierced the shield, and Serdak felt as if a heavy hammer was violently hitting the golden shield, where the golden shield couldn't block it. The afterimages of the sword energy actually left a series of sword marks on his Shafterstambu armor. He only felt a slight chill on his face, as it was also cut by the sharp sword energy. A wound. After comprehending some space laws in the Warsaw plane, Soldak felt that even those evil generals could not hurt him. This was also the reason why he returned to the magic airship through the void gate. He thought he had such confidence, but he didn't expect that he could still be hurt by the sword energy even though he jumped half a step backwards out of thin air and blocked it with a gold shield. And the aura of the constructed swordsman opposite was like a sharp mountain of swords, without any words to express. Serdak felt that the strength possessed by the swordsman was definitely not possessed by a second-level strongman, because this thrust contained the law of the sword, which made him unexpectedly powerful in the field of sword formation, unable to retreat and dodge. According to what Israel and Elder Ambrose said, he controls the domain in the Warsaw plane, and his strength is almost equivalent to half a foot in the ranks of a third-turn grandmaster. And for the shield-wielding paladin, it is natural to restrain the swordsman among the warriors. As soon as they had a fight, he was almost stabbed into pieces by this constructed swordsman. The person opposite was actually a third-level swordsman, and Soldak quickly pulled out the sword of Kerwin. The glass window behind him had been shattered by the sharp sword energy, and a big hole appeared behind him. The night wind blew in, and the broken curtains flew with the wind. The candlestick went out when it fell on the floor of the room, and only the faint light from outside the cabin shone into the room. The sudden sound of fighting also instantly disturbed the civilians on the deck of the magic airship who had not yet rested. Some civilians were even scratched by the wood chips and broken glass that were shot out. The crew members, who were keeping watch, also looked at the place where the sound erupted on the second floor of the ship, with horrified expressions. The sharp edge that burst out from the great swordsman's body was like a huge sword mountain formed by countless sword energy. The long sword in his hand stabbed again, instantly pulling the countless sword energy on the sword mountain towards Serdek. Press over. The gold-decorated shield in Serdek's hand immediately formed a thick wall. Countless sword blades struck the shield wall, causing gaps in the shield immediately. A stream of sword energy passed by him, and the huge impact pushed him out of the luxurious building. There were several blood stains on the cabin, face and hands. If it weren't for this epic shield, Serdek felt that he might be torn to pieces by these sharp sword energies at this moment. The great swordsman was also suffering unspeakably at this time. Every time he took half a step closer to Serdek, his body seemed to be shackled. And with his ability, he was unable to break free from this invisible shackles. Just when Serdek was about to lose his strength, an angel shadow appeared behind him. The pure white light wings of the angel enveloped Serdek like a cocoon, allowing him to block the sharp blow. The constructed swordsman behind, who was knocked back by Serdek with his shield, also took the opportunity to stab Serdek's left leg from the side. Although the long sword in his hand failed to turn into countless afterimages, the sword energy is as fast as lightning. Serdek was completely suppressed by the third-level swordsman from the front. He was unable to avoid the assassination of the constructed swordsman. Serdek only had time to turn sideways. The sword light easily broke through the angel's light wings and accurately stabbed Serdek's left leg. The sword light cut off the dagger bandage outside his trousers and left a deep wound on his leg. While Serdek was slightly distracted, the great swordsman's sword pressed down on Serdek, causing him to fall onto the airship deck in embarrassment. Several civilians, who had no time to escape, were strangled by the sharp sword energy, and blood suddenly splattered on the deck. This was the first time that Serdek tried to use the field since he understood it. But he was forced into danger by the great swordsman on the opposite side. The smell of black magic appeared in the cabin, and a death ray shot out from the cabin, just falling on Sue beside Erdek. The constructed swordsman quickly and nimbly avoided it. The death ray drew a deep mark on the deck and chased the constructed swordsman. A low spell came from the cabin, and there was a drowsy atmosphere in the darkness. The sound of fighting that broke out instantly had disturbed the people on the deck and observation deck. Some crew members were running towards this side, with weapons raised. Two nobles holding long swords jumped down from the observation deck on the top of the ship building. However, the two nobles only had the strength of a first-level swordsman and could not get close to the battlefield here. Captain Matthew also ran out of the captain's cabin with a group of crew members, all holding standard repeating crossbows. Crossbow arrows passed by the great swordsman one after another. Although none of the crossbow arrows hit him, they successfully stopped his pursuit. Even the heavy demon-hunting crossbow on the bow of the ship turned around under the control of the crew and aimed at the great swordsman. The great swordsman was still thinking about striking out with another sword, but he found that many people on the deck were already looking over. Amidst the blazing crossbow arrows, he shouted to the constructed swordsman behind him, who was forced back by the death ray. "Let's go!" After speaking, the two of them jumped onto the side of the magic airship without any hesitation and jumped from an altitude of several thousand meters. All the nobles on the observation deck of the magic airship and the civilians on the deck exclaimed. No one thought that their way of escaping was to jump off the airship. At this time, a black figure riding a magic harpoon flew out of Suldak's cabin. Everyone only saw her face covered wearing a mithril mask. The black shadow had already flown into the night sky, and a huge eyeball followed her and disappeared into the night. Serdek actually wanted to call Aphrodite back. After all, the opponent was a great swordsman. He was worried that it would be dangerous to chase her out like this. But he fell on the deck of the airship. The wound on his left leg was still bleeding, and his body was exuding a faint holy light. Although he did not receive any treatment, the wound still healed quickly at a speed visible to the naked eye. He struggled to get up from the ground, still holding the golden shield in his hand. Seeing Lord Serdek being assassinated, Captain Matthew's face turned pale with fear. He and his crew quickly took control of the airship deck and drove the civilians on the deck back to the cabin below. Serdek lowered his head and glanced at the wound that had stopped bleeding. There was a cut in his trousers. It would probably cost a lot of money to repair it. He said to Captain Matthew, who came over, "The walls of the cabin need to be repaired." After saying that, he walked over to the civilian lying in a pool of blood. Seeing that he still had a weak breath, he condensed a ball of holy light in his hand. Chapter 1577 Coachman. This sudden battle ended before the exclamations of the crowd of onlookers disappeared. at a height of several thousand meters. Unless it was a bird with wings, it would almost fall into pieces if it jumped down. Cake. Of course. Maybe these two swordsmen have some special ability that can stop them from falling at high speed. Falling like flying dandelions. Aphrodite did not return to the magic airship, but decisively returned to Helensa after finding nothing. It's like there are actually 3 assassins. 2 swordsmen and a magician. While Soldak was treating innocent and injured civilians, Captain Matthew and a team of crew members stood on the deck in fear. The assassination broke out on his magic airship, even if it had nothing to do with him. Once the Bena military department, when he is held accountable, he can hardly absolve himself of the blame. You must know that this is no ordinary noble, but the commander of the plane war, and he has made great achievements in the past 6 months. If he was really killed on this magic airship, Captain Matthew would probably be tempted to jump off the ship. Each ticket corresponds to a passenger. Without waiting for Soldak's instructions, Captain Matthew ordered the crew to start counting the people on the ship. It turned out that the list of people on the magic airship was useless at all. Magic the airship was not short of people. In other words, these 2 swordsmen sneaked in, which was obviously not a difficult task for the 2 swordsmen. The wound on his leg recovered quickly. The sword blades of the 2 swordsmen were not contaminated with poison, nor were they blessed with spells. With Serdak's current body of holy light, the wound had already recovered in just a quarter of an hour. Only a faint red line remains. If 2 rank 2 great swordsmen were lurking on a magic airship to assassinate him, as long as they failed to catch the assassins at the scene, it would be difficult to trace the identity of the assassins later. But this time the opponent dispatched a strong third-turn Grandmaster. This range was too small. There were only a handful of strong third-turn Grandmasters in the entire Green Empire. There are actually only a few people in the Bena province. And the Bena province is the hometown of famous swordsmen. Almost all of the most famous swordsmen in the empire came from Bena. On the plain of Warsaw, Soldak only knew one powerful third-level Grandmaster, the deputy commander of the Bena Legion and a close friend of Duke Newman, Marquis Scripps Balk. However, the great swordsman had returned to Bena City for vacation with Archduke Newman a month and a half ago. Now there are only some logistics troops left in the Bena army on the Warsaw plain. In addition, Serdak and this having met the Legion commander several times, Soldak was certain that the assassin was not Marquis Scripps Balk. In fact, in Bena province, the powerful people who can become third-level Grandmasters are basically great figures with a transcendent status. Even if they are not great lords, they must be famous Grandmasters. In the Bena province, there are only a handful of big shots who have reached level 3. Serdak is most familiar with the third-level swordsman Master Adolphus Dunstan. This great swordsman of the Dunstan family is currently in the Blue Bridge Fortress of the Great Battlefield. When Serdak entered the Great Battlefield, it was at serving under this commander. There are also 2 great swordsmen. One is the great swordsman Doherty Armstrong, the dean of the Bena Advanced Swordsman Academy, and the other is the Marquis Scripps Balk of the Bena Legion, deputy corps commander. These 2 people should be in Bena province at the moment. It is not easy to be promoted to become a third-level Grandmaster. Once promoted successfully, you will be worshipped by countless people. It is difficult not to become famous. There was no reason for any of these 3 people to sneak onto the magic airship and condescend to assassinate a Lord Bena. There may be other third-level masters in the Warsaw plain, but they are also masters in Iverson province or other western provinces. Those masters may not be great swordsmen. Assassinating the Legion commander of the Warsaw plain. Once word of this spreads, it can be said to be very serious. It can be regarded as directly provoking Archduke Newman of the Bena province. Captain Matthew could not find the identity of the assassin, so he could only strengthen the security force in the noble area. He reported the situation on the magic airship to Soldak with great anxiety. The crew had been repairing the walls and windows of Serdak's cabin overnight. Serdak could only sit on the sofa in the captain's cabin temporarily. At this time, it was not easy to run to Helensa City through the void gate. The crew members in the captain's cabin were also trembling. When they saw him, they looked like seeing the cat and the mouse. They wanted to hide themselves in the cracks in the floor. The magic airship continued to move forward on the route. Serdak felt that there was really no need for the entire magic airship to return because of this incident. Besides, Handanar City might be more dangerous than Epsom City. There were several sword marks on the gold-decorated shield, and there was also a large gash on the Schaffstein cloth armor. Serdak frowned in distress, thinking about what to do next. Before the magic airship Soldak was riding reached Epsom City, the news of the assassination of the commander of the West Route Army had already spread in Epsom City. This was undoubtedly a blatant slap in the face to Duke Newman. He and his Benna Legion had just left when Lord Benna was assassinated. Even if someone openly stands up and shouts, "This is a coincidence," I'm afraid no one will believe it. The cake in the Warsaw Plain was divided into the hands of Archduke Newman. But the evil ghosts in the Warsaw Plain had not yet left. And the Benna Legion withdrew early. Both Iverson's Busman family and the entire Western Knights Alliance have some complaints about this matter. Therefore, many people believe that behind this assassination, there is the shadow of the Busman family or the Western Knights Alliance. After all, the opponent is an outstanding young commander in the Benna province. He only got through the Morocco with 100,000 heavy armored infantry soldiers. Passage of Yulin Highlands. In this way, the biggest hidden danger in Handanar County has been completely solved. There are many nobles gathered in Epsom City. Many nobles are idlers who failed to obtain the teleportation pass and were forced to stay in Epsom City. Of course, there were also people coming in from the outside with the Western Knights Alliance. And everyone was speculating on the identities of the two assassins. When the noble lords discussed this matter, they almost always brought in those strong masters who could name them. But then everyone discovered that these strong men were currently in various war zones. And no matter how noble their status was, at this time, there was no way they could get to the magic airship in Handanar City. In addition, no one would do such a stupid thing. There is simply no benefit in taking the risk of offending Archduke Newman by assassinating a battlefield commander. Excluding the three powerful masters of the Benna province, the identity of this great swordsman immediately became an unsolved mystery. The magic airship arrived at the airport terminal in Epsom City on the morning of the 7th day. That is, in late August on the imperial calendar. When we docked at the Epsom City airport terminal, even the tower platform was covered with heavy infantry soldiers holding shields. And the archery towers and pointed roofs around the tower were filled with archers. Everyone. They all stood ready and stared at the airship coming from Handanar County. Hundreds of civilians carrying luggage stood on the deck in silence, not daring to move. At this moment, the air at the airport terminal seemed to have condensed. The knights and nobles in the noble area did not get off the ship. Everyone was waiting quietly in the cabin. Serdek walked out of the cabin and found that he was the first to disembark. And the airport terminal was crowded with infantry soldiers, looking a little serious. But he had nothing to do here anymore. And no one stopped him as he walked out of the airport terminal. There were many magic caravans parked outside the airport terminal. Serdek randomly found one and walked into the car. He was wearing a Schefter stanchion armor, but he forgot to wear the noble emblem on his chest. This epic armor was full of scars, and the magic patterns were messy. And it looked no different from those ordinary armors. Besides, there were so many construct knights coming out of the airport terminal that the carriage driver didn't even notice. "Go to the Maple Leaf Hotel at Central Plaza." Soldak told the address, and got into the carriage without asking the price. The carriage driver quickly helped Soldak close the door. It was still extremely hot in Epsom City at the end of August, and all the windows of the carriage were open. The carriage of this magic caravan happened to be a small carriage with 4 people sitting opposite each other. The driver's seat is almost back to back with the front seat of the carriage, only separated by a thin carriage. "Sir, the Maple Leaf Hotel should be full at this time. If you want to stay in a hotel, you can find one a little further away from the Central Hotel." The coachman was very talkative, but Soldak felt that he might have a commission agreement with a certain hotel, so he didn't bother to talk to him at all. Seeing that Serdek didn't speak, the coachman didn't mind at all. Then he said, "Recently, the 2nd Echelon Heavy Cavalry Regiment of the Western Knight Alliance has just come in large numbers. The hotels around the square are full of officers from the military merchant group and the logistics force. They are also counting the people who entered Epsom City, the number of supplies and troops. Unless you are lucky, you will never find any vacancies here." Soldak did not speak, but looked out the window. After 10 years of plain war, Epsom City has become a desolate city. But the city looks much better than it did in half a year. The road in front of the airport terminal is lined with horse-drawn carriages transporting supplies. The streets are no longer crowded with refugees and homeless people. There are tents on both sides of the sidewalk. They all disappeared. The shops that had previously locked their doors began to open for business again. It can also be seen from the cracks in some window glass that some unrest occurred here. "Where are you from?" "Handanar County." "Oh, I heard that a magic airship coming from Handanar County encountered an assassination incident. It is said that a big shot in the Benna province was assassinated. Now the entire Epsom City is under martial law. And the knights in the guard camp, the gentlemen were checking on those combat workers who had no identity
but seemed to be well equipped. And they found some absconding members of the riot group.
Sirdak did not speak. His eyes were attracted by a group of knights riding black scale horses.
Since you are from Handanar County, can you tell me about the assassination incident on the airship? You may not know that this incident has been spread in Epsom City for a long time. And it was actually reported by a third level a strongman seeks revenge. That commander of the Bena Legion is really unlucky.
Sirdak was speechless. He couldn't understand where his luck was.
What's there to say? The assassination incident broke out suddenly. By the time everyone reacted, the two assassins had already jumped from the magic airship.
Soldak responded casually.
You mean they actually jumped from the airship? Thousands of meters above the ground? Didn't that person fall into pieces? I heard that the assassinated commander broke a leg?
Sirdak once again didn't know how to answer. He lowered his head and glanced at his right leg. The crack in his trouser armor had not yet been repaired. After a pause, Sirdak said,
The leg is not broken. I heard it was just slightly injured. I think you should not go to the hotel in the central square. Listen to me. There is a good hotel 2 streets away. The maids in that hotel are not only beautiful, but also have white skin. It's not expensive if you want to spend the night with them.
The coachman chattered on about his second job, and Soldak stopped talking. This road is quite congested, mainly because heavy cavalry teams often pass by. When those black-scaled horses walk past the street, the ancient bow-lie horses pulling the magic caravan will stay aside and dare not take a step at all. The closer you get to the central square, the more pedestrians there become on the street. Sirdak had already seen the long queue of refugees waiting to return to the Green Empire. They stretched out for nearly 2 kilometers along the sidewalk of the central square. Everyone was carrying luggage, and the transport passes were cardboard, hanging around the neck. It looks like a price tag hung around the necks of slaves waiting to be sold in a slave market. Although everyone lined up in such a hot weather, no one complained or complained. People here have already seen the hope of returning home. Leaving Warsaw is the most urgent thing for them. Since they can get the number plate, it means that it is about to happen. They have been waiting for months. And it takes so long to what's so hard about it. Cavalry regiments came out of the central square of the portal. Even though the carriage driver had said before that these cavalry were the troops of the Western Knight Alliance. Sirdak did not expect that there would be troops coming from the Empire at this time. Groups of convoys transporting supplies were parked aside, and the supplies piled up in the square were being carted away one after another. There are many shops on both sides of the street. There are many more trading houses than half a year ago. The street is very lively. Among the pedestrians are wanderers and refugees. They are wandering around the central square, just looking for opportunities to sneak into the portal in the chaos. The order in the central square was awe-inspiring, and the magic caravan slowly stopped at the entrance of the Maple Leaf Hotel. This hotel is not big, but the architectural style of the hotel is very unique, and the rooms inside are also very stylish. It is a hotel that only accommodates nobles. Soldak walked out of the carriage and stood on the steps in front of the hotel. The carriage driver was not in a hurry to drive away in the magic caravan. He made a last attempt.
Sir, you can first ask if the rooms here are full. If they are, you can also leave in my carriage. There are many places nearby. Good magic caravan rental.
Before the coachman finished speaking, the door of the hotel was pushed open by an officer. The officer quickly came to Soldak and performed a military salute, and then said,
Commander Sirdak, sir, your room has been arranged.
The coachman's half-open mouth was fixed in midair. At this moment, his voice was completely mute. Isn't Commander Sirdak the unlucky guy who was assassinated on the airship? Didn't it mean he broke a leg? Such a famous commander did not have a convoy to pick him up. He also took a ride in his magic caravan. And what were you talking about while driving? Introduce him to small hotels with special services and say, he is unlucky. The coachman swung his whip and cracked the horse's buttocks hard. The carriage that was parked on the side of the road suddenly jumped out, merged into the traffic flow, and quickly disappeared. Chapter 1578 Transaction. In Epsom City, the lives of some nobles are still so relaxed and carefree. And you can see that dances are held in some manors at night. There was also cheerful music coming from the manor, and gorgeous magic caravans drove in from the gate of the manor, and did not leave until midnight. Many people gather here to find a chance to leave the war-torn Warsaw Plain. And many people come here to make money in the Plain War. In short, the portal in Epsom City is the busiest place in the city, with countless people queuing in and out. Sirdak came to Epsom City alone just to avoid unnecessary trouble when passing through the portal. When he arrived at the portal in the central square, even if he had a portal pass, and was a battlefield commander in a war zone in the Warsaw Plain. He still had to wait in line if he wanted to pass through the portal. But he didn't wait long. The Maple Leaf Hotel in Epsom City was booked for him by the liaison office of the Bina military department here. Soldak had also communicated with the military department before, so he did not go to the airport terminal to pick him up. Waiting for him at the airport. After staying at the Maple Leaf Hotel, I first took a shower in the hotel, then rested for a while, and walked out of the hotel with a teleportation voucher without even having dinner. Crossing the avenue in front of the hotel, we came to the central square filled with various supplies. Walking through the aisles filled with supplies was like walking between the containers at the dock in our memory. Fortunately, the central square is not too big, and the 6-story teleportation gate stands in the center of the square. Cerdak only needs to keep walking towards the teleportation gate, and he will not be among these piles of supplies. Get lost. There were several portal guards along the way who would check Cerdak's teleportation credentials and let him pass without saying anything after seeing his credentials. When he came to the portal, he happened to see a group of cavalry slowly walking out of the portal. This group of cavalry was 4 horses abreast. In order to avoid any interference with each other, the 4 cavalry horses were separated from each other. It's half a meter apart. They also want to avoid collisions as much as possible when passing through space cracks. These cavalry are walking forward slowly, and they are very neat in rows. Their equipment is very well equipped. In addition to knights' lances, these cavalry also have medium shields and flails. They are not equipped with knight swords, with a dagger tied to it. The armor on their bodies is not a magic pattern structure, but the war horses under their crotches have cyan scales all over their bodies. The war horses are covered with black iron armor, especially the black iron mask on the head of the war horse, which is almost a whole body. Looks very strong. And the neck is covered with layers of armor, and the armor even covers half of the horse's legs. This was the first time for Cerdak to see such an elite heavy cavalry regiment. These cavalry actually rode precious scale horses. It's a bit embarrassing to think about it. Only 1/5 of the Construct Knights and his Construct Knights now have blue scale horses, and the rest of the Construct Knights can only ride magic marked war horses for the time being. Since he was transporting troops from Iverson City to Epsom City, Cerdak knew that he would have to wait until all the heavy cavalry regiments passed before he could pass through this portal. Cerdak walked towards a guard captain at the teleportation gate, handed him the teleportation certificate in his hand, and casually asked him, "Where did this heavy cavalry regiment come from?" "Your Excellency, this is the second batch of troops from the Western Knight Alliance. We don't know which province's cavalry they are from." The captain of the portal guard saw the seal on the voucher and immediately said, "Okay," to Soldak. "Military salute," replied. Cerdak actually also guessed that these troops should be the troops of the Western Knights Alliance. The coachman also mentioned it before. Nodding, Cerdak asked the portal guard captain, "How long will it take for them to completely pass?" "It may take another day and night. Your Excellency, you may have to wait here for a day. When the portal is changed from Epsom City to Iverson City, you can come again. At that time, you can come at any time. Pass through the portal." The captain of the portal guard saw the teleportation certificate in Cerdak's hand and explained to Cerdak. Soldak nodded to express his understanding. "Okay, then I will come back at this time tomorrow." In fact, even if he can pass it now, he is still thinking about staying in Epsom City for one day if possible. When he was in the Mayun Ridge Highlands, he actually had correspondence with Marquis Eve Kim of the Western Cavalry League through a letter of recommendation given to him by Duke Newman, who happened to be Marquis Eve Kim, as the liaison officer of the Western Knights Alliance in Epsom City. Soldak passed by Epsom City this time, and also wanted to visit the Marquis Eve Kim. If his constructed knights want to replace the higher quality black scale horses as soon as possible, they must establish a relationship with the Lord of the Western Knight Alliance. It is said that approximately 3/4 of the army horses in the entire Green Empire come from pastures in the Western Province. So far, the black scale horse is still the most suitable military horse for constructing the knights. Of course, these black scale horses are incomparable with those royal griffins. But in the Green Empire, the eagle nests where the royal griffins live are actually very limited, and the annual output is also extremely rare. So far, almost all royal griffins are control is in the hands of the Angel Boulder royal family. The black scale horse has always been the main mount of the constructed knights. It was already noon when we returned to the hotel from the portal. Cerdak had a simple lunch in the hotel, then took a nap in the room, and did not go out until the afternoon. The officer from the Bina military department was actually waiting in the lobby of the hotel. When he saw Soldak coming down from the stairs, He ran over from the rest area, gave a military salute to Surdak and asked,
Commander Surdak is going out?
Surdak nodded.
If necessary. The military headquarters has a magic caravan that can take you anywhere in the city,
the young officer said cautiously, seeing the awe on his face. Soldak thought for a moment and then said,
Then please take me to number 5 Swarovski Street. Okay, Commander. Please wait a moment. The magic caravan is parked in the backyard of the hotel.
After the young officer finished speaking, he ran out and did not let Surdak wait long. A magic caravan stopped at the door of the hotel. The officer jumped out of the carriage and ran to the door of the hotel to open the door for Surdak. However, he did not follow, and just let the coachman take Soldak away from the Maple Leaf Hotel. This coachman has a dull character. As long as Soldak doesn't take the initiative to speak, he has been concentrating on driving the carriage all the way. Even when he arrived at the mansion at number 5 Swarovski Street, he stopped the magic caravan steadily and got out of the car. He opened the car door for Soldak and stood quietly aside. Soldak stepped out of the carriage and said to the coachman,
You may have to wait for me for a while.
The carriage driver bent down and saluted Soldak, and then said,
Sir, I will park the carriage across the street and wait for you. If you come out, just wait for me here.
After saying that, he returned to the charioteer's seat, drove the magic caravan around a corner, and stopped under a row of street trees across the street. This mansion is a 4-story building built on the street side of Swarovski Street. There is no so-called courtyard. There might be a back courtyard, but Surdak didn't see the gate. The main entrance of the mansion faces the street. There are more than a dozen steps. On both sides of the steps are marble statues of 2 men on horseback. 2 guards wearing knight's light armor stood at the door. They saw Surdak walking, going up the steps. A night guard came to Soldak and asked,
My lord, is there anything I can do for you?
Soldak took out a visiting note and said to the guard,
I am here to visit Marquis Kim.
The guard took the letter of visit and invited Soldak to the reception room at the entrance of the mansion. Then he handed the letter of visit to the receptionist inside. The receptionist worked very efficiently, and within a short time, he heard the voice in the reception room. A series of chaotic footsteps sounded outside. A noble knight with blonde hair and a slightly hooked nose and deep eye sockets walked in from outside, followed by a group of entourage. He was wearing a set of light leather armor with exquisite fabrics. The leather armor was covered with a layer of hollow and carved patterns. He was wearing a pair of high leather boots with pointed toes. The toes of the leather boots were exaggeratedly tilted upward. This style of clothing is widely used in the industry. Bernard can be said to be rare. However, Surdak saw that the group of followers behind him were also wearing these kind of boots, but their costumes were not as exaggerated as this knight's.
I am Eve Kim, and you are Count Soldak, the commander of the Western Route Army in Handanar County, Bena Province?
The noble lord walked up to Soldak and asked first. Surdak quickly saluted. After all, there was a big gap in titles between them.
Yes, Lord Eve Kim. I am Surdak from the Bena Province. There are rumors throughout Epsom City that you were assassinated on the way. You seem to be in good spirits, and you don't seem to have any injuries,
Marquis Eve Kim said bluntly.
We did encounter a little problem on the way, and the injury is healed,
Soldak said. Marquis Eve Kim took Soldak into the first-floor hall of the mansion. Officers from the Western Knight Alliance could be seen everywhere in the gorgeous first-floor hall. They seemed to be busy dealing with various things, but there was no one there. Pay attention to Marquis Eve Kim and his party.
Uh-huh. I changed the first floor into the office space of the Knight Alliance's liaison office in Epsom City. My usual meeting place is on the 2nd floor, and my residence is on the 3rd and 4th floors.
Marquis Eve Kim spoke very casually, and then took Soldak to a living room on the 2nd floor. Marquis Eve Kim sat on the armchair behind the desk and asked Soldak to sit down on a chair opposite him with a smile. His face was a bit like an eagle, and even his kind smile was a bit cold, making Soldak unable to be friendly to him. The maid served exquisite refreshments. Soldak sat across from Marquis Eve Kim and discovered that there was also a map of the 7 counties of the Warsaw Plain spread on the desk. Almost every county had a map, painted in different colors. It looks very eye-catching.
Grand Duke Newman and my father have had many years of friendship, and our family has cooperated with the Newman family for nearly 100 years. All the horses of the Bena army are purchased from our family. Since Grand Duke Newman recommended you to me, then I think you probably need to buy some war horses from our ranch. Am I right?
Marquis Eve Kim said it very directly. Before Soldak could nod, Marquis Eve Kim said again,
I heard that the Western Route Army of the Bena province received 100,000 Gubalai war horses from Handanar City's reinforcements in the Moyanling Highlands. So I'm afraid you won't have any purchase plans for Gubalai war horses in the short term. So when you come here this time, do you want to buy a green-scaled horse or a black-scaled horse? Is there any difference between the two? Of course. The difference I am talking about is not the price, Serdek asked. Of course. If you need green-scaled horses, the quantity is less than 5,000. I can directly agree to it now. But if you need black-scaled horses, even if it is 500, I cannot give you any answer immediately. So do you want a green-scaled horse or a black-scaled horse? Marquis Kim asked. Serdek wiped his nose and said without hesitation, Black-scale horse. There is not much difference between the green-scaled horse and the magic-marked war horse. Of course, Serdek wants something better. It is not easy to breed and raise a black-scale horse. This kind of war horse is a controlled material in the Green Empire. Nowadays, plain wars are being fought everywhere. There is always a big gap in the Imperial Army horse. Of course you can if you want it, but what can you exchange with us? This kind of transaction cannot be solved with gold coins, Marquis Kim said casually. I still have some unidentified black magic crystals on hand, Soldek said. Of course, trading scale horses requires this kind of currency. But these black magic crystals cannot be used as a reason to convince the family management to sell the black scale horses to you. Marquis Kim habitually raised his head when he spoke. The nostrils were exposed, and his expression and behavior inadvertently revealed a kind of arrogance. Serdek thought that thanks to Archduke Newman's relationship, he was using unidentified black magic crystals to make a deal. This time, the purchase of the black-scaled horse should be successful through casual talks. Unexpectedly, these Western ranchers have such a big appetite, and trading with unidentified magic crystals is the minimum requirement. Marquis Kim actually wanted to establish a military strategic alliance with Serdek, but he was used to making roundabout gestures when speaking. This was the first time for Serdek to deal with him, a group of nobles, and he was confused for a while. Can't figure out the situation. He thought about what valuable things he had. Naturally, it was impossible to give these epic weapons and equipment to them. The only thing he could get away with was the magic pattern of life. Soldek has always claimed that these magic patterns are enhanced amplification scrolls produced under alchemy. He does not want to take this life magic pattern outside. Once it is targeted by a magician who is proficient in alchemy, this secret maybe it will fail itself. Chapter 1579 Imperial Capital. If we say that during the Plain Wars, the lords in various parts of the Green Empire suffered losses to varying degrees, but it was the lords of the Western Knights Alliance who made a fortune due to the frequent outbreaks of plain wars in the past few years. A large area of land in the western province of the Green Empire is fertile pasture, where the best scale horses are raised. For so many years, the Green Empire has been famous in Roland for its cavalry. Now, because war horses have become a scarce resource, the lords of the western provinces are even more demanding, and the price of war horses is also rising. In the horse market, a decent Gubalai war horse costs about 20 gold coins. And if it is a high-quality war horse, it will cost more. In the Green Empire, scaled horses were considered a military management resource, and even nobles could not easily purchase scaled horses. The blue-scaled horses in Serdek's constructed knights were also captured from the MacDonald family during the battle in the Gonbu Plain. The number is extremely limited, and Serdek also plans to use it in Sai-Norman. They are raised as stallions on the plateau. So Serdek did not bring all the blue-scale horses to the construct knights. When he came to Epsom City this time, he originally wanted to buy a black-scaled horse if he could. If he couldn't buy a black-scaled horse, even a green-scaled horse would be fine. Marquis Kim told him that as long as he paid a sufficient price, even the scarce black-scaled horse on the market could be negotiated. So Soldek's heart suddenly came to life. What's the price? Serdek thought for a moment. And since the nobles in the Western Knights Alliance had no shortage of gold and magic crystals, they had to come up with something special. Marquis Kim, do you want to know how our Western Route Army defeated those evil ghosts on the highlands of Moyanling? Serdek leaned on his chair and asked casually. Marquis Kim opened his eyes, stared at Soldek very seriously, and said, Of course. As we all know, if the Imperial Heavy Armored Infantry Corps and the Evil Ghost Legion were to fight on a frontal battlefield, the Heavy Armored Infantry would have almost no advantage against the menacing evil ghosts. In the past, the Heavy Armored Infantry Regiment's biggest role on the battlefield was to act as cannon fodder, Serdek said unceremoniously. At present, our West Route Army has entered the Moyanling Highlands. It cannot be denied that we have a more powerful cannon fodder regiment. In addition, I have a new type of magic alchemy product explosive barrel in my hand.
Soldak once again launched the sales promotion mode and introduced these powder barrels to Marquis Kim. I believe that if he had paid a little attention to the Moyonling battlefield, he would have heard about these powder barrels. It was not as good as the battle on the banks of the Yin River, which completely made the Western Root Army's Monster Legion and Mage Regiment famous. Among them, the ghostly patterned soldier ants in the Monster Legion could not be copied. But the Mage Regiment was not difficult to form. After hearing Soldak's very detailed introduction to the power of the powder barrel, which was actually used in conjunction with the Mage group, Marquis Kim suddenly realized that this thing could still be used in this way.
This tactic has not yet been widely used by various Lord armies on the battlefield. First of all, there are not many Lord armies with Mage groups. Secondly, fire phosphorus bombs cannot be manufactured in large quantities. If fire phosphorus bombs are used, the cost should be very high. But these gunpowder barrels can now be produced in large quantities.
Soldak continued.
Is this gunpowder barrel prepared using alchemy?
Marquis Kim asked.
So be it. This kind of powder keg is not as powerful as a phosphorus bomb?
Marquis Kim asked again. Soldak said.
Well, it is slightly less powerful than the fire phosphorus bomb. But as long as a larger quantity is invested on the battlefield at one time, it can produce unexpected effects. In addition, if you want to attack the evil ghost army, we need to airdrop gunpowder barrels from the military formation. And we need to form a mage regiment.
Seeing that Marquis Kim was still hesitant, Soldak said again.
In addition, I can also provide a batch of healing potions. Although this kind of healing potion is very different from the healing potion, it can also effectively accelerate wound healing.
As he spoke, Soldak took out a box of plaster made by the druids from his magic pocket. This dark brown paste looked a bit like refined grease. Marquis Kim stretched out his hand. He took some out of the box with his index finger and put it under his nose to smell it. A pungent herbal smell made him frown.
How to use this?
Marquis Kim asked.
It can be applied directly to the wound, but it won't have much effect on serious injuries such as intestinal puncture and abdominal rot. It can only accelerate the healing of some skin wounds and avoid infection.
Soldak explained.
Can this thing really speed up wound healing?
Marquis Kim asked. Therapeutic medicines are scarce supplies for any legion in the Green Empire. If the ointment offered by Soldak really has a therapeutic effect, it would be difficult for Marquis Kim to refuse it.
You can try it on a few injured warriors now,
Soldak said.
If you think it is effective, I will provide you with this kind of treatment medicine.
Marquis Kim's eyes lit up. He took the box of ointment handed over by Soldak and said cheerfully,
Okay, I'm impressed by your terms. When can we do the deal?
Soldak thought for a moment and then said,
When I return from visiting relatives in the Bena province, which will be about 2 months later. I hope that I can return to the Moyonling Highlands with 1,500 black-scaled horses. I will also prepare a batch of these treatment ointment. Don't worry about the price of this type of treatment medicine. The production cost of this type of medicine is very low, and the price of such a box of plaster will definitely not be higher than that of a magic crystal.
Marquis Kim looked happy and said,
It's a deal. I will also trade these black-scale horses to you at the average market price.
After a conversation, the two quickly reached a deal. Marquis Kim also planned to invite Soldak to dinner. But Soldak rejected Marquis Kim's invitation because he had another invitation. Marquis Kim originally only planned to establish a military alliance with the West Root Army to jointly fight against the evil ghost army on the plain of Warsaw. He was actually optimistic about the future potential of the West Root Army. If the battle in the Moyonling Highlands could be ending early, he hoped that Soldak's Western Root Army would appear on the battlefield at the Comperdo River. But she didn't expect that Commander Soldak really had something in his hands that could make his heart beat. Although he still established a military alliance with Soldak's Western Root Army, if he wanted to put forward any additional conditions, he had to think carefully before. Okay. Healing potions and black-scaled horses are considered scarce supplies on the battlefield. Although the two cannot be exchanged directly, this complementary transaction can still bring mutual benefit to both parties. Of course, the Western Knight Alliance will also have a powerful ally. And conversely, the same is true for Soldak. The Western Knights Alliance has an extremely large army in the Warsaw Plain. But the Western Root Army has also achieved great success in the Warsaw Plain. And neither of them suffers. This time, Marquis Kim not only made friends, but also sold a batch of black-scaled horses. He seemed to be in a very good mood. and even made an exception to treat Soldak to a glass of champagne. Cerdak was also very happy. To the lords of the empire, the construct knights with black scale horses were the real construct knights, and other mounts could only be regarded as miscellaneous construct knights. With this batch of black scale horses, Cerdak also plans to purchase another batch of magic pattern constructs to continue to expand the construct knights. After reaching a preliminary transaction intention with Marquis Eve Kim, Soldak stayed at the Maple Leaf Hotel for one night, declined the kind invitations of some noble lords in Epsom City, and successfully passed the agreement at noon the next day. Go to the portal in the central square and return to the Iverson province of Roland continent. The Busman family has ruled the Iverson province for hundreds of years, following a series of wrong decisions by Duke Ryan Busman. The Warsaw Plain War has consumed the most elite lord army of the Busman family. Currently, this can be regarded as the period when the Busman family's dominance was at its weakest. The city has become a lot more depressed because of this. Although many shops on the street are open, there are not many customers. No matter what, the economic situation of Iverson City is much better than that of Epsom City. In fact, it is more like a huge material transit place. Trading firms from all over the world transport supplies to Iverson City, join forces with the local business group, and then these materials will be transported to the Warsaw Plain one after another. Of course, this process is extremely long. As long as the reason is that the portal leading to the Warsaw Plain is too busy, the army comes in and out of the portal almost every day. In addition, the military supplies will also take up a large part of the time. As for the nobles and civilians waiting to return to the Green Empire in Epsom City, there are almost 200,000 so far. The crowd. Therefore, even if the portal in Iverson City transmits 24 hours a day and night, based on the current backlog of materials in Iverson City, it will take at least 3 months to transport them all to the Warsaw Plain. Cerdak did not stay in the city. To him, Iverson City is a strange and malicious city. He didn't want to have anything to do with the Busman family. So after walking out of the teleportation gate, Soldak took a magic caravan directly to the teleportation hall in Iverson City. If he had known that the teleportation gate of the Warsaw Plain was only one street away from the Astrologers Guild teleportation hall, he might have chosen to walk over. Not far away. He got on the magic caravan and hurriedly got off the carriage before he even had a chance to appreciate some of the scenery in Iverson. The teleportation hall of the Astrologers Guild was built in the most prosperous business district in the city. It was surrounded by large buildings such as the Opera House, Arena, Auction House, etc. When Cerdak got off the carriage, he also saw Evo Wilson City Hall. This avenue may be the most spacious street in the city. The magic caravan was parked on the roadside. Cerdak paid the coachman a silver coin and walked towards the teleportation hall. There are only 2 teleportation circles in the teleportation hall of the Astrologers Guild, and these teleportation circles are only open to nobles. After Cerdak walked into the teleportation hall, he found that only a few nobles were lining up in front of the counter. The teleportation hall was very quiet, and everyone kept their voices down even if they were talking. There are only 2 teleportation arrays in the east and west. The teleportation gate is more like a mirror the size of a room door, compared with the magnificent plain teleportation gate. The teleportation array here seems too simple. Cerdak paid the transmission fee of 20 magic crystals in front of the counter. The cost is so high that it is almost shocking. The cost of one teleportation really made Cerdak feel a little heartbroken. However, he had inquired about the price before coming, so he was not too surprised. He just couldn't believe that the Astrologers Guild set the teleportation fee at such a high price. It's so high. So who would normally ride on this thing? The high cost of teleportation was also the main reason why he did not bring a follower. In addition, there is no direct teleportation circle from Iverson City to Bena City. Cerdak needs to teleport from Iverson City to the Imperial Capital, and then from the Imperial Capital to Bena City. However, this time when he arrived in the Imperial Capital, Cerdak had to make a short stop to buy a magic pattern structure from a trading firm. It was said that this trading firm had a great background and had some relationship with the Angel Boulder royal family. For this small teleportation circle, the passage in the space rift is very stable. Cerdak walked out of the teleportation gate without feeling any discomfort. In addition, when he walked out of the mirror-like teleportation door, the sight in front of him also shocked him. In a huge teleportation hall, there were more than 14 teleportation arrays standing there. Almost every teleportation array stood there. In front of them stood a magician in robes. When Cerdak walked out of the teleportation circle, he saw that the magician in front of him was smiling and greeted him cordially. "Welcome to the Imperial Capital. Although the teleportation hall here does not seem crowded, there are still long lines of nobles coming in and out to take the teleportation gate. It really deserves to be an imperial capital. There are so many rich people here, Soldak thought as he walked. He did not immediately transfer to the next teleportation circle to return to Benna City, but walked out of the teleportation hall. There are countless grand buildings outside the teleportation hall. Those tall buildings stand on both sides of the street. They are not comparable to Iverson City or Benna City. The streets outside the teleportation hall are crowded with all kinds of gorgeous magic caravans. But these are not what shocked Surdak the most. Surdak stood at the door of the teleportation hall, raised his head, and looked up at the sky of the Imperial City. There was a magnificent palace floating in the sky above the city. Soldak was so shocked by the grand scene in front of him that even his heartbeat was speeding up. Moreover, he also saw some knights flying on griffins in the sky, which made him even more envious. Chapter 1580 Imperial City 2. The prosperity of the Green Imperial City is absolutely unimaginable to a country bumpkin like Soldak. The floating Imperial City overhead is like a miraculous monument suspended over the Imperial capital. People here are probably used to it. No one on the street is like Surdak. Standing on the steps, raised his head, and looked up to the sky. Almost all the people who can come in and out of the teleportation hall are nobles. The teleportation fee here is not cheap. Perhaps because it was too high. Surdak did not see the large magic array on the floating mountain. He could only see the two magic towers supporting the huge barrier on the edge of the wall of the royal city. The floating royal city hung above his head, making Surdak feel a little depressed. The sky in this city was not free. Surdak felt that the palace could be suspended in the air because of the power of magic.
Is this your first time in the imperial capital?
An old voice sounded from behind. Surdak turned around and saw an old magician wearing a dark green magic robe staring at him with a smile. He nodded very politely and asked with a smile,
"How do you know this is my first time?"
"Come to the imperial capital?"
This sentence is tantamount to admitting the old magician's problem. The old magician's beard and hair are all white. His face is full of wrinkles, and his old skin looks a little loose. A magician who can live to this age, even if he does not have any outstanding achievements, will definitely not have a low status. So Soldak behaved politely. Seeing that Surdak was very polite, the old magician smiled and responded,
"Anyone who comes here for the first time will look up at the floating city like this stupidly. But usually everyone will put on such an expression at the pass of Mount Mazzaro. Those who can look up at the royal city at the entrance of the teleportation hall are really not too much."
He and Surdak stood side by side on the steps. He thought Surdak was quite interesting, so he stopped and made a few jokes. Surdak had no prejudice against the magician nobles. Seeing that the old magician was very funny, he did not immediately fight back, but said calmly,
"Yeah, my first impression here was really shocking. It was the first time I saw a palace floating in the sky. Just now I was wondering what kind of floating device was underneath this palace to put it there. This palace is on the clouds."
A magic caravan stopped at the bottom of the steps, and a magic apprentice walked out of the car and saluted the old magician. However, the old magician did not go down the steps immediately. Instead, he stood beside Soldak and explained casually,
"If it is really a matrix of floating devices that holds up the royal city, it is estimated that the magic crystal consumed every day it will be an astronomical sum. Although the floating royal city needs to consume some magic crystals every day, it is basically just a protective barrier supported by several magic towers."
He raised his hand and said toward the palace base that looked like an inverted mountain below the floating royal city,
"There is a huge floating stone under the floating imperial city. This or itself has strong buoyancy. This palace is built on a floating stone. The designer of the palace is not only a magician, but also an architect. Master, when he first built the palace, he cleverly used the buoyancy balance of floating stones to build the palace on this floating mountain."
Surdak was a little surprised.
"So it's because of the huge mountain below the palace that it can float in the air?"
At this time, the old magician had already stepped down the steps. He stood at the door of the carriage, turned his head, and smiled at Soldak, and then said,
"That's it."
Surdak once again nodded to the old magician, whose name he didn't even know, and said,
"Listening to what you said, I seem to understand."
The magic caravan carried the old magician out of the teleportation hall. Soldak noticed that there were many magic caravans standing on the street at the entrance of the teleportation hall. He waved his hand, and immediately a magic caravan came and stopped slowly on the steps. Down. Surdak boarded the magic caravan and reported an address to the coachman. When the carriage driver reported the fare to Soldak, he actually had to pay 3 silver coins. If it was in Bena City,
1 silver coin could travel almost throughout the city. Even the fare here in the imperial capital is so expensive. As the magic caravan slowly merged into the busy street, Soldak saw many buildings on both sides of the street that looked like palaces. The walls of these buildings were covered with beautiful reliefs, and each one there are giant sculptures on both sides of the building's entrance. The street trees on both sides of the street are also towering giant trees. Although this street can accommodate 8 carriages driving abreast, the giant trees on both sides of the road form a green dome on this street. The magic caravan can still drive on the street. Feel a bit of coolness. Unlike Bena City, young nobles can be seen everywhere on the streets of the imperial capital. If it were in Bena City, even the young nobles would like to sit in a magic caravan. But they would not use their legs to drive, because they felt that only commoners did that. But here in the imperial capital, there seemed to be more nobles on the streets than civilians. Along the way, Serdak saw several high-end restaurants, and after feeling his rumbling stomach, Serdak considered whether he should stop for something to eat. However, I just thought about this idea in my heart and gave it up. The merchant Malakom's residence in the imperial capital is in the 7th district, which is almost the outermost part of the imperial capital. When the magic caravan arrived at its destination, Serdak learned that the coachman had quoted a price of 3 silver coins. And also it's really not that high. This section of the road is much further than Soldak thought. From the bustling neighborhood to the civilian area, most of the workshops in the imperial capital are close to the civilian area. The buildings here are arranged a bit closely, and there is a long and narrow warehouse behind most of the single-story buildings. This area was already built on a gentle slope, and the terrain got higher as you walked toward the edge. Serdak discovered that this area looked like it should be at the foot of a ridge. In Serdak's eyes, this ridge actually showed a perfect arc. When he looked along the ridge to the left and right sides, he found that this ridge looked like a huge ring. This is the imperial capital. Serdak looked at the row upon row of buildings in front of him and felt emotional. This is the political center of the Green Empire and the most prosperous place. Before he could admire the house rented by the businessman Malakom, Malakom rushed out of the small building with a group of people, including a large group of maids and servants. They rushed out all the way, and the red carpet followed them. It was laid directly at the feet of Serdak. Malakom looks much fatter than the last time we met. It can be seen that life here is very comfortable. After not seeing him for so long, Malakom was still a little excited when he saw Serdak. Back then, he was running a Thunder Rhinoceros trading group in the Belan Plain. But now his trading company has not only expanded to Bena City, but its business has even reached the imperial capital. Of course, all of this is inseparable from Serdak's support. From the hard armor of ghost-striped red ants to the copper ingots from the Invercargill Forest copper mine. And now it is Serdak's main support in the imperial capital. Buyers. Along the way, the business is getting bigger and bigger. The residence in Malakom is not very big, with only 2 floors and a terrace on the roof. The servants live on the first floor, and Malakom and his 2 newly married young wives sit on the second floor. The warehouse behind this small building is also rented by him. The reason why he wants to live here is largely due to it's because of the material warehouse behind. Almost all the supplies he purchased for Serdak were stored in the warehouse, including boxes of magic pattern structures, giant crossbow arrows, and some magic weapons. Serdak sat in the reception room, and the businessman Malakom stood beside him. When the two met, Serdak was still a little barren, and at that time, they could still sit together and chat casually. Unexpectedly, in just a few years, Soldak would become an earl. For Malakom, he could only stand in front of Soldak. I never thought you would come to the imperial capital at this time. Serdak looked at several magic weapons hanging on the wall in the living room, including long swords, war spears, and hunting bows. He said casually, "The war over at Mayan Ridge is going well, so the senior military officials decided to give me 2 months of family leave. The trip arrangement is to take the teleportation gate in the teleportation hall directly back to Bena after arriving at Iverson City. But since I have to pass through the imperial capital on the way, I thought of stopping and looking around. I came here this time just to visit the trading house that sells standard magic pattern structures." The expression on Malakom's face was a little tangled. He hesitated and said, "Originally there was no problem with this matter, but the war in the ice and snow tundra just happened to break out. As the operator of the trading house, Mrs. Alia took people to the north. Now there is only one temporary person in charge of your trading house, but he can't decide on the mage weave construct deal.
Are you planning to buy another batch of magic pattern structures?
Malcolm asked in surprise. During this period, he successively purchased more than 1,000 sets of magic pattern structures for Serdek. He guessed that he might have completely emptied Serdek's wallet. At present, Earl Serdek may have appeared. Financial crisis. Even the final payment was not mentioned.
Of course. I plan to customize another 1,000 sets of magic pattern structures. This time, it is best to focus on defensive properties,
Serdek said.
Are you planning to form the 4th and 5th constructed knights?
Malcolm asked after taking a breath. He couldn't even suppress his sharp tone when he asked this question. Almost all the great lords of the Bena province will form a regiment of constructed swordsmen. However, the daily expenses of this elite corps are also quite large. The lords will basically form 2 regiments of constructed swordsmen. Anyway, when going on an expedition, almost everyone's armies are combined to form a coalition. Serdek has actually begun to form the 5th regiment of constructed knights now. Although he does not have a heavy cavalry regiment in his hands, this kind of force can be regarded as surpassing most of the lords of the Bena province. What Malcolm is most worried about is that if Serdek takes too big a step, he may not be able to pay this huge military expenditure in the future.
Serdek nodded and said, I just recently bought a batch of black scale horses from the Western Knights Alliance, so I am planning to form 2 more constructed knights. I happened to pass by the Imperial capital and thought about these magic patterns. Can the construct be purchased?
Listening to Serdek talk about expanding the army, Malcolm finally understood that Serdek should be preparing for the next battle of Moyenling. The evil ghost army on Moyen Ridge should have brought him a huge fortune. Next, he will continue to contact the Magic Pattern Construct Trading Company. When he learned that he couldn't meet with the head of the trading house, Serdek didn't worry too much. Then the two chatted about other topics in the living room. Merchant Malcolm saw many new things in the Imperial capital. Basically the application of some magic rune boards in daily life. He led Serdek to visit this inconspicuous small building, and kept introducing to Serdek what this was, and what that was.
It is said that people in the Imperial capital will enjoy themselves. After arriving in the Imperial capital, I discovered that the life here is really an aristocratic life. Ceiling fan, magic lamp, refrigerator, and a monthly magic newspaper.
Under Malcolm's introduction, Serdek was able to see this series of magic supplies that were not magical, but definitely very useful. Although it felt very strange, he always felt a little familiar in his heart, and he was not too surprised when he saw this.
You should go to the opera house and hear an opera. That's real art. I saw an unfinished warship on the shores of Weiyang Lake. It is said that that warship can cross space.
Malcolm and Serdek chatted until very late. After Malcolm prepared a sumptuous dinner for Serdek, accompanied by Malcolm, he returned to the Imperial City in a magic caravan, luxury hotel in the center. Although he failed to meet the person in charge of the trading house, Serdek actually had no regrets. Seeing the prosperity of the Imperial capital was a worthwhile trip. Malcolm said that if you have enough time, you can go to the airport town at the foot of the Imperial capital mountain, take the magic airship back to the Bena province, and experience the airport town of the Imperial capital. But Serdek's return to the Green Empire this time has a very tight schedule. Having been delayed for some time on the road, Serdek just wanted to return to Bena City as soon as possible. At the entrance of the hotel, just as he was walking down from the magic caravan, he happened to see a group of people surrounding a young nobleman boarding a magic caravan. The emblem of the magic caravan turned out to be so familiar.
The magic caravan is hung with the emblem of the Busman family,
Malcolm said from the side. Then he said with great envy,
that is Duke Quentin Bousman. He became a duke at a young age. I heard that he is with His Highness Charles.